Old G, wake up. It's time to copy the lesson plan. At the sound of his companion's urging, Ji-chun furrowed his brow and gradually lifted his head, opening his eyes. Yet upon doing so, he was immediately struck with bewilderment by the scene before him. Desk, textbooks, dormitory, what on earth is happening? Ji-chun stared in astonishment at his surroundings, his heart racing as he struggled to regain composure. He then turned to glance at the date displayed on his laptop. September 10th, 2016. He had somehow traversed from 2037 back to 2016. At this moment, he was merely a freshman in the midst of the first semester. Again, a voice broke through his thoughts. Old G, in 3 hours, it will be Professor Bay's class. Get it together. Your lesson plan? You haven't copied it yet. Wait a moment. I'm a bit dazed. Just give me a second. Ji-chun interrupted, remaining in a stupor for nearly 5 or 6 minutes before finally realizing that he had indeed traveled through time. However, the memories of the world he had left behind seemed to clash with his current recollections, as if something essential was missing. In a hurry, he pulled out his phone to search for fragments of his past lives' memories. Soon, Ji-chun made a startling discovery. It turned out this was a parallel universe. Although the people around him remained unchanged, many of the classic songs, celebrities, and internet personalities he once cherished were absent. In light of this revelation, this journey through time represented a true rebirth for Ji-chun. The thought stirred a wave of emotion within him, but he could hardly believe that something akin to a plot from a novel was unfolding in his own life. Having been granted a second chance, he vowed not to drift aimlessly as he had in his previous existence. In that life, due to a woman, he had become a spineless sycophant, ultimately ending up with nothing left with a barren landscape above him and a divorce under his belt. Now, with the opportunity to start anew, he would undoubtedly choose a different path. As for women and romance, Ji-chun resolved that he would rather leap from this 7th-floor dormitory than ever engage with them again. At that very moment, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in Ji-chun's mind. Congratulations, host. The perfect life system has been successfully activated. This system will randomly assign tasks to the host based on circumstances. Completing these tasks will yield corresponding rewards. Taken aback by the voice in his mind, Ji-chun realized that not only had he experienced a fantastical journey through time, but he had also acquired a system. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to claim it now? Claim. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-chun communicated his desire to the system. Congratulations, host. You have received an 80 enhancement in appearance, a 100 increase in personal charisma, and the ultimate learning skill. Ultimate learning skill grants 2 hours of optimal learning state each day, boosting learning efficiency to a full 100. In an instant, Ji-chun sensed a peculiar change within himself, an indescribable feeling that was markedly different from his previous self. Even his demeanor underwent a profound transformation, radiating an allure that emanated from within. As Ji-chun was still absorbing this bodily metamorphosis, he suddenly felt a gentle tug on his arm. Coming to his senses, he turned to find a visage more enchanting than that of any girl, yet it belonged to his close friend, Yin Chuanon. Old G, what's the matter? Have you been so engrossed in copying lesson plans that you've gone daft? Ji-chun quickly regained his composure and, in an effort to conceal any signs of his disorientation, chuckled lightly. I was just a bit dazed from a nap. I'm fine now. Wow, Old G, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but you seem even more handsome than this morning, Yin Chuanon remarked, his expression filled with curiosity. He even began to question whether something was amiss with himself. Feeling an inexplicable flutter at the sight of Ji-chun's charm, Ji-chun, under the intense gaze of his friend, felt goosebumps rise and a sudden chill in a certain area. Hey, don't look at me like that. I have no interest in fencing. It's as if you think I'm interested in fencing. I'm perfectly normal. At that moment, another male voice chimed in. Anzi, being abnormal is fine too with that face of yours. If old G doesn't want you, I'd gladly settle. The boy continued typing furiously on his keyboard, crafting words with fervor. The others, hearing Fanjua's words, joined in with playful banter. I'm in too. Count me in. Too bad I already have a girlfriend. Haha. TSK. Only a sissy likes girls. Real men go for other men. Shut it. I'm straight. Casting an eye roll at Fanjua and the others. Yin Chuanon seemed to suddenly recall something, leaning closer to Ji-chun with an eager expression. Old G, have you thought about my request from this morning? Before you continue copying lesson plans, could you help me out? Ji Chun turned to Yun Chuanan, pondering for a moment. You want me to write a love letter to confess to that representative from the elective course? Having traversed into this new realm for some time now, Ji Chen's memories had seamlessly merged with those of his counterpart in this world, and he swiftly recalled the matter. Yun Chuanan, seeing Ji Chen's recognition, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, I believe that girl has feelings for me. This time, I want to be romantic and write her a love letter. But you know my handwriting is atrocious if you write it. I'm certain it will succeed. After all, your calligraphy is unmatched in all of Jiangbei. With my good looks and your eloquent love letter, how could I possibly fail in my confession? Ji Chen looked at Yun Chuanan's mischievous grin, slightly furrowing his brow. Is that really necessary? I wouldn't recommend this, it doesn't seem right. How about a month's worth of breakfast? I still think it's inappropriate. 2 months. Deal. Fan Zhua exclaimed, Wow. Old Ji, your incredible breakfast for 2 months is secured. Zhao Qian retorted, Envy is pointless. Old Ji, don't write for him, I'm counting on him to be my wingman. Get lost, get lost. Don't disturb my pursuit of women. Bring me the paper for love letters. All right away. After all, Ji Chun and Yun Chuanan had been tacitly good friends throughout their 4 years at university, so lending a hand in his pursuit of romance was certainly a matter of loyalty. However, Ji Chun recalled that in his previous life, Yun Chuanan had never asked for assistance in writing love letters. After all, boys like him had numerous girls flocking to them without any effort. Perhaps this world, compared to the one he traversed from, lacked certain elements, leading to a butterfly effect. A mere love letter was nothing to fret over. As long as one had hands, it sufficed. After all, it wasn't his confession. In this lifetime, he was absolutely resolved never to engage in romantic entanglements again. But before long, Ji Chun commenced the task of crafting love letters for Yun Chuanan. However, upon hearing Yun Chuanan's stiff declarations of affection, he found himself both amused and exasperated. It was hardly surprising, considering the entertainment culture in this world was somewhat underdeveloped, and the romantic phrases that had gone viral had not permeated here. For the sake of his dear friend's future, and to ensure that his friend would faithfully bring him breakfast every day, Ji Chun took the liberty of embellishing the love letter with a plethora of romantic phrases, prompting Yun Chuanan and their dorm mates to exclaim in admiration. The sun-drenched incense burner emitted violet smoke. A master of seduction was right beside them. Such a heartfelt confession in a love letter was surely irresistible to any girl, even they felt a desire to marry Ji Chun on the spot. However, if it were the enchanting Bai Lian Wan, the alluring beauty, she might very well withstand such advances. None could fathom what kind of man would be worthy of her affection, a prodigy so stunning that she was best admired from afar. Yet coincidentally, the girl Yun Chuanan wished to confess to was also the class representative in Bai Lian Wan's class. Although she could not compare to Bai Lian Wan in any regard, she certainly belonged to the ranks of class beauties. Yun Chuanan dared not pursue Bai Lian Wan, but the class representative was well within his reach. In less than 10 minutes, Ji Chun had completed the love letter for Yun Chuanan. Yun Chuanan reread the nearly 300 words of the letter and was utterly moved. Today's confession was destined for success. Old Ji, if I end up with E, I will never forget you, the matchmaker. Yun Chuanan remarked, his eyes brimming with emotion. Ji Chen gave him a meaningful glance before waving his hand dismissively. Hurry up and go copy the lecture notes. What? Upon hearing Ji Chen's reminder, Yun Chuan hurriedly returned to his desk, flustered, and began to copy his notes. He still had dozens of lesson plans left to transcribe. Initially, Ji Chun intended to offer some advice to Yun Chuan, drawing from his own experiences. However, at this youthful age, he was filled with the hopeful anticipation of love, unlike himself, who had become a jaded soul, weary from heartbreak. After completing their love letters, the two quickly resumed copying their lesson plans. Just the other day, during an elective course, they had been caught chatting and were punished by Bai Lian Wan, who mandated they copy the lesson plans 100 times. With her class starting at 4 in the afternoon, they had to hastily finish their remaining tasks. Even after many years, Ji Chun could vividly recall the striking appearance of that authoritative professor. Though she was merely a young woman, her beauty left an indelible impression. He later learned she had remained unmarried, living a solitary life. Yet, none of this concerned him. Now his singular focus was on amassing wealth. Before pursuing that goal, however, he needed to finish copying the remaining lesson plans. After all, he still had 99 to go. During the transcription process, Chen also entered an ultimate state of focused learning. Although this was merely an elective course, its relevance for his future was substantial, and he was determined to study diligently. Upon completing a single round of the lesson plan in this heightened state, he was astounded by the immediate results. Topics he had previously struggled to grasp were now crystal clear. It was truly miraculous. Considering that the next 98 repetitions would be redundant, he decided to exit this ultimate learning mode and continued writing vigorously. Armed with this newfound skill, he vowed to excel in his studies henceforth. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan, also diligently writing, noticed Chen's astonishing speed and rushed over, his eyes wide with disbelief. Upon seeing that Chen's notes were nearly identical to the original lesson plan, he was utterly shocked. Wow, Lao Ji, have you memorized the entire content of the lesson plan? Did you just write it down? Without pausing, Chen replied with a smile. It's not that difficult. A quick glance is all it takes to remember everything. Yin Chuan was left speechless, realizing that the real underachiever was himself. In their dormitory, Chen and Yin Chuan continued transcribing until 3:30 in the afternoon, scarcely pausing for a sip of water. Their dorm mates had already indulged in multiple rounds of League of Legends. Chen managed to complete the remaining 99 topics, and fortunately, Yin Chuan, with fewer tasks, also managed to finish his. At 4 in the afternoon, Chen and his classmates arrived at the classroom. Given that the elective course was taught by Lian Wan, nearly all the members of Chen's dorm had enrolled in her class. Apart from them, the other students arrived promptly, gathering well ahead of time. With a little over 10 minutes remaining before class commenced, the class representative, Li Yi, began collecting the lesson plans that had been assigned to a few of her classmates for copying. Noticing that Li Yi was approaching to collect from her, Yin Chuanan quickly retrieved the lesson plan copied by Chen beside him and placed it alongside his own. As Li Yi neared, his heart raced with excitement, and with trembling hands, he hastily slipped his love letter into the lesson plan, then stood up to present it to her. There's something in my assignment that you must see, he whispered eagerly to Lie, who already harbored a slight fondness for Yin Chuanan, felt her cheeks flush at his words. What could possibly be so interesting? She teased him, yet she took Yin Chuanan's assignment book separately before continuing to collect from the others. However, as she turned to leave, she instinctively caught a glimpse of Chen beside Yin Chuanan, and her heart skipped a beat. Chen looked exceptionally handsome today. Though she felt a mix of confusion and astonishment, Li Yi resumed her task of collecting assignments. Once all the assignments were gathered, she returned to her seat and, seizing a moment of privacy, opened Yin Chuanan's assignment book to peruse it closely. To her surprise, it was completely empty. What was this guy playing at? Before she could confront Yin Chuanan about it, a graceful figure entered the classroom, instantly captivating the attention of every student present. The girl appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Even the rigid lady's suit could not conceal her enchanting silhouette. Her skin was fair, and her beauty was striking, yet somewhat marred by the frigid gaze emanating from her piercing eyes. Bai Lianwan, the renowned Ice Mountain professor at Jiangbei University, a legendary figure in Jiangsheng. She had taken the college entrance examination at the tender age of 14, scoring a perfect 750 to gain admission to Qingbei University. Graduating at 16, she pursued further studies in the United States, obtaining both her master's and doctoral degrees, and returned to her hometown of Jiangsheng, where at just 18, she assumed the role of a professor at Jiangbei University. Amidst the captivated stares of her peers, Bai Lianwan approached the podium, placed her lesson plan down, and surveyed the classroom before picking up a roster to begin taking attendance. Instantly, her melodious voice filled the air. Zhao Qian, present. Sun Li, present. Simultaneously, class representative Li Yi placed the students' assignment books on the podium, preparing for Bai Lianwan to review them shortly. Meanwhile, seated at his desk, Yin Chuanan watched Li Yi with growing unease. What was going on? Today, Li Yi's demeanor seemed no different from usual. Logically, one would have expected her to be utterly moved after reading his love letter, wouldn't they? Old G, why do I feel like Yi's reaction is somewhat abnormal? Does she not like me? Yin Chuanan pondered increasingly, nudging Chen's arm and whispering his concerns. Ji Chun, observing Li Yi, who had returned to her seat, was equally perplexed. How could she seem so unfazed after reading the love letter? I don't know either. At that moment, Bai Lianwan at the podium had finished taking attendance. She then directed her gaze to the lesson plans transcribed by the students on the desk, placing her fair, slender fingers on one, and began to scrutinize it. With 5 or 6 minutes remaining before class officially commenced, it was sufficient to check a few students' work. Meanwhile, the classmates seated around her remained surprisingly quietly admiring the stunningly beautiful Bai Lianwan at the podium. Even Yun Chuanan found himself momentarily distracted, forgetting his thoughts of Li Yi. Of course, Ji Chun was the exception. Due to the hurried nature of today's homework, his last couple of entries were somewhat hastily written. If Bai Lianwan were noticed, she might very well require him to rewrite them. The inexplicable apprehension he felt towards Bai Lianwan left Ji Chun feeling both amused and exasperated. How could a soul that had matured into a 40-year-old man still fear an 18 or 19-year-old girl? But soon, Bai Lianwan had finished checking 3 or 4 students' lesson plans and picked up the next one to examine. Upon turning to the second page, she was momentarily taken aback when she discovered an envelope tucked within the lesson plan. What was this? A love letter? Sensing something was amiss, Bai Lianwan glanced at the name on the lesson plan. Upon seeing the name, she immediately shifted her gaze to Ji Chun at his desk, her eyes radiating a formidable pressure. Bai Lianwan, known for her exceptional memory, still had a faint recollection of this boy, particularly because he was somewhat handsome. But what was he thinking today, slipping a love letter into his lesson plan? Was he courting disaster? Ji Chun, already feeling uneasy, became even more uncomfortable under Bai Lianwan's scrutinizing gaze. Could it be that she truly intended for him to rewrite it? Surely not. No matter how messy his writing was, it was still far more legible than Yun Chuanan's meticulous script. As Bai Lianwan observed Ji Chen's seemingly serious yet guilty demeanor, she quickly pieced it together. This guy had indeed intended to write her a love letter. He appeared so earnest in class, yet here he was, audaciously placing a love letter within his lesson plan. Truly, utterly outrageous. With a decisive motion, Bai Lianwan placed the lesson plan down on the podium, lifting her gaze to fixate on Ji Chun with a hint of anger in her melodious voice. Ji Chun, come to my office after class? Ah? Ji Chun expressed his bewilderment, questioning whether the issue at hand was severe enough to warrant a private meeting in the office. Beside him, Yun Chuanan, along with their classmates in the classroom, shared the same confusion. What grave misdeed had Ji Chun committed to provoke Professor Bai's ire, necessitating an office discussion? Observing Ji Chen's reaction, Bai Lianwan narrowed her beautiful eyes and spoke with an icy tone. What? Do you have an opinion? Ji Chun, feeling quite indignant, retorted no. Then let us commence the lesson. With that, Bai Lianwan opened her prepared lesson plan and officially began the class. Yun Chuanan, eager to inquire about the incident that had so enraged Professor Bai, hesitated. Recalling the painful experience of being punished with 100 repetitions of a lesson plan for merely speaking to Ji Chun in class the other day, he opted to suppress his curiosity and wait until after class to ask. Otherwise, he feared he might find himself summoned to the office alongside Ji Chun. Despite his confusion, Ji Chun quickly adjusted his mindset once the formal lesson began, entering a state of ultimate focus and immersing himself in his studies. He resolved not to let the prospect of an impending office meeting disrupt his learning. After all, the worst that could happen would be having to rewrite the lesson plan 100 times, which was entirely manageable. In this heightened state of concentration, Ji Chun found that whether he was reading the textbook or listening to Bai Lianwan's explanations, comprehension came effortlessly. Thus, he engaged with the lesson with remarkable diligence. However, he could not help but acknowledge that despite her youth, this girl was quite formidable. In his previous life, he had enrolled in elective courses merely to earn credits and admire beautiful women now. Having grasped Bai Lianwan's teachings, he found himself harboring a newfound admiration for her. Of course, it remained merely admiration. Yet Bai Lianwan sensed that Ji Chen's gaze upon her was laden with ulterior motives, leaving her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Was it solely because of her appearance that he continued to stare at her? Hadn't her earlier demeanor made her displeasure clear? Even in her anger, he nonchalantly fixed his gaze upon her. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. It seemed she needed to teach this fellow a lesson. Yun Chuanan, noticing Bai Lianwan's unusual demeanor, seized the opportunity to lean toward Ji Chun and whisper, "Hey, do you think Professor Bai seems off today?" Ji Chun glanced at Bai Lianwan, who was writing on the blackboard, and furrowed his brow. "Is she? Isn't she? I feel like something's a bit off with her." "Huh? I didn't notice. I was too focused on the lecture." Just as Ji Chun finished speaking with Yun Chuanan, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has entered a learning state for 30 minutes. Randomly issuing a task. Complete any mathematical modeling problem within 20 minutes. Reward. If the answer is correct, you will receive the singing talent skill. Hiss. The system has finally commenced operations. Isn't it delightful to possess a talent for singing? Although the entertainment industry in this world is rather underdeveloped, Chi Chen's mind is filled with numerous songs. However, he lacks the ability to sing. Should he acquire this skill, perhaps he could indulge in singing and earn some money. Nevertheless, with only 20 minutes to solve a modeling problem, he must begin seeking questions to tackle. "Old Chi, what problem is Professor Bai writing? Has she discussed it before?" Upon hearing Yun Chuanan's voice, Chi Chan raised his gaze toward the podium, whereby Lianwan had just finished writing the problem, and turned around, their eyes meeting. Instantaneously, noticing that Chi Chan was still gazing at her, Lianwan promptly raised her fair, delicate hand and pointed at him, coldly stating, "Chi Chan, come up and solve this problem." Throughout the entire class, this fellow had been staring at her, clearly not attending class with genuine intent. If he fails to solve this problem, she shall assert the professor's authority and reprimand him soundly. Oomph. Upon hearing Bai Lianwan's demand, Chi Chen glanced at the problem on the blackboard and felt a surge of joy within. Chapter 4. How can someone with such ordinary grades be so confident? How fortuitous. This is precisely a modeling question. Without hesitation, Ji Chen rose from his seat. Bai Lianwan was momentarily taken aback by Ji Chen's decisive action. This individual, despite his mediocre academic performance, exuded an air of confidence. She had just discussed a similar topic, yet her approach to solving it was deliberately intricate and somewhat devious. Could it be that he merely glanced at it and comprehended it instantly? Impossible. Surely, he does not intend to seize this opportunity to draw closer to her, does he? However, having already dared to insert love letters into the lesson plan, what else could he possibly fear? Bai Lianwan was not concerned about Ji Chen's potential mischief. After all, she was the reigning champion of the last Huaxia fighting competition. If he dared to approach her with any nonsense, she would not hesitate to impart a lesson on respecting one's teachers. As Bai Lianwan pondered Ji Chen's intentions, he had already made his way to the podium. Although this problem posed some difficulty for Ji Chen, it merely required a few extra minutes of contemplation. "Good luck, old Ji," Yun Chuanan remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Ji Chen's retreating figure with a sigh. It was indeed peculiar. Today, Professor Bai seemed particularly focused on Ji Chen. While others may have been oblivious, Yun Chuanan, seated beside Ji Chen, was acutely aware of it. Several times, he felt as though Professor Bai's gaze was directed at him. Not only Yun Chuanan, but the majority of the students in the classroom also cast sympathetic glances his way. After all, Professor Bai's lectures were profound, and despite her detailed explanations, many students often felt as if they were listening to an esoteric discourse. Given Ji Chen's unremarkable academic record, he was unlikely to solve this problem. However, when some girls fixated their gaze on Ji Chen, they found themselves inexplicably captivated. Today, Ji Chen appeared increasingly handsome. Meanwhile, the male students, observing their female classmates' infatuation, glanced at Ji Chen striding toward the podium, and their sympathy evaporated in an instant. A person more attractive than themselves was unworthy of their pity. Before long, Ji Chen reached the podium and stood before Bai Lianwan, flashing a radiant smile that rendered everything else pale in comparison. The female students below the podium gasped at Ji Chen's smile, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, Ji Chen looks incredibly handsome when he smiles. What caliber of heartthrob is this? My goodness, this visage, I could adore it for a lifetime." They marveled, why does Ji Chen seem so perfectly matched with Professor Bai? Even Bai Lianwan, who stood before Ji Chen, found herself momentarily entranced. Up close, he appeared even more handsome. However, she quickly snapped back to reality, questioning whether his smile was an attempt to seduce her. Absurd, naive, boring. Just then, Ji Chen broke the silence, addressing her. "Professor, could you please step aside? I need to grab some chalk." Sure." Bai Lianwan, blushing slightly, realized that her position obstructed the chalk on the lectern. As she stepped aside, Ji-chun retrieved the chalk and approached the blackboard, pausing briefly in contemplation before swiftly beginning to write. Let the number of merchants on this side of the river before the first crossing be denoted as, and the number of followers as 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. Define the two-dimensional vector as the state. Under the conditions for a safe crossing, we have 0. Let the number of merchants on the ferry during this crossing be, and the number of followers be. Define the two-dimensional vector as the decision. Let the decision set be denoted as. While Bai Lianwan's problem was indeed challenging, the difficulty lay not in the mathematics itself, but in abstracting the problem into a mathematical framework. Nevertheless, Ji-chun navigated this task with remarkable ease, demonstrating a flawless abstract approach and reasoning. His handwriting, inherently beautiful, resembled printed text on the blackboard, and combined with his impeccable solution steps, left his classmates in awe. Wow, Ji-chun can actually solve it? Old Ji is impressive. I'm losing it. I can't even comprehend the problem, yet Ji-chun has solved it? Oh, thank goodness. Who knew Ji-chun was such a genius? Incredible. Wow. I think I'm starting to really like him. What should I do? Ugh. Can you all maintain some decorum? Just because he writes quickly doesn't mean his answers are correct. As the female classmates marveled, a wave of jealousy swept through the boys, akin to having consumed 100 pounds of lemons. Meanwhile, Bai Lianwan, who had been standing at the podium with her arms crossed, watching Ji-chun solve the problem, felt her previously aloof expression shift to one of astonishment. Her eyes widened as she observed the process he had undertaken, utterly taken aback. He had completed it in under 5 minutes. Moreover, the approach was remarkably systematic, devoid of any errors. Had her classmates caught a glimpse of the rare expression of shock on Bai Lianwan's face, the classroom would surely erupt once more. As the astonished gazes lingered, Ji-chun finally slowed his writing, pinning the final answer. After doing so, he turned to Bai Lianwan, tossing the chalk box into the container, and smilingly inquired, "Professor Bai, is my answer and the steps correct?" As Bai Lianwan was questioned by Ji-chun, her typically icy demeanor suddenly flushed with a faint hue of crimson. She lifted her petite head to examine the answer Ji-chun had inscribed. Indeed, it was not only correct, but remarkably so. It seemed this fellow had not merely been distracted by the prospect of sneaking glances at her during class. He had evidently been paying attention. The moment Bai Lianwan's words resonated, the classroom erupted with thunderous applause. Bravo! Ji-chun is truly impressive. Who would have thought that such a handsome young man was also an academic prodigy? Professor Bai, may I take my leave? Ji-chun inquired, glancing at Bai Lianwan with a smile. She cleared her throat awkwardly twice, her cheeks inexplicably tinged with pink, yet maintained her serious facade, responding, "Yes. You are a commendable student. If you focus your thoughts on your studies, you shall undoubtedly achieve great success. As for matters that should not occupy your mind, best to refrain from indulging in them." Though Ji-chun was somewhat perplexed by Bai Lianwan's admonition, he nodded in acknowledgement and returned to his seat. Yin Chuanan, upon witnessing Ji-chun's return, gave him a thumbs up. Who would have imagined that his deskmate was a hidden academic powerhouse? Just as Ji-chun settled back into his seat and greeted Yin Chuanan, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Mathematical problem solving completed. Reward, vocal talent. Bonus, guitar talent. What a delightful surprise. Additional skills? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ji-chun couldn't help but smile. With newfound guitar and vocal talents, he could indeed embark on a path of singing for profit. However, he knew he must not neglect his studies. Chapter 5. She hasn't even agreed. Yet this fellow speaks so recklessly. In the ensuing class, Ji-chun found himself inexplicably called upon by Bai Lianwan several times to answer questions. Having entered an ultimate state of learning, he responded effortlessly each time, repeatedly earning the applause of his classmates. Several female students secretly resolved to obtain Ji-chun's WeChat after class. Such an exceptional man was not to be hesitated upon. Initially intending to find an opportunity to admonish Ji-chun to concentrate on his studies, Bai Lianwan found herself unable to seize the moment. Unbeknownst to her, her impression of him began to shift. In truth, this fellow possessed an extraordinary aptitude for learning, though his execution left something to be desired. Even if he harbored feelings for her, presenting a love letter within a lesson plan in front of so many witnesses was utterly excessive. Before long, the class concluded. As Ji-chun rose from his seat, A throng of eager girls surged toward him. Yun Chuanan, standing beside him, was not spared from the chaos. Helplessly watching as a group of spirited young women flocked toward him and Ji Chun, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight. In the midst of a bustling classroom, the atmosphere was charged with excitement as numerous smartphones emerged, each vying for the attention of Ji Chen. "Could you kindly share your WeChat QR code with me?" One voice called out. "May I have the privilege of being your friend?" Another chimed in. "Ji Chen, as the class monitor of Class 3. I would appreciate your contact information for future correspondence." Yet another girl added, her eagerness palpable. The girls surrounded Ji Chun, their intentions clear. Some even playfully flaunting their allure in hopes of capturing his interest. Bai Lianwan, who was poised to summon Ji Chen to the office, found herself momentarily silent. Curiosity piqued as to how he would respond to such fervent attention. After all, at his age, it was only natural to be swayed by such admiration, wasn't it? Unbeknownst to Bai Lianwan, however, the allure these young ladies possessed held no sway over Ji Chun. Having been deeply wounded by women in his past life, he was resolute in avoiding any such entanglements in this one. Yet, simply dismissing their advances would likely prove ineffective. Thus, he sought a universally acceptable excuse to dissuade them permanently. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ji Chen rose from his seat, surveying the eager faces surrounding him. With a charming smile, he declared, "I apologize, but I already have a girlfriend. I trust you wouldn't want your boyfriends adding numerous attractive girls either. So unless there's a particularly pressing matter, I'll refrain from adding anyone." As expected, his words cast a shadow over the faces of the girls, their expressions dimming almost instantaneously. "What? You have a girlfriend?" they exclaimed, realizing the implications of his statement. It was hardly surprising. With his good looks and academic prowess, his partner must indeed be remarkable. "I didn't mean to intrude," one admitted, acknowledging his affection for his girlfriend. Most of the girls withdrew, though a few still harbored a lingering desire to pursue him. Yet the presence of so many witnesses rendered them hesitant to persist. Observing the retreating figures, Ji Chen couldn't help but marvel at the immediate effectiveness of his strategy. Meanwhile, Yun Chuanan stood beside him, utterly bewildered. "Ji Chen has a girlfriend? How was I not aware of this?" On the platform, Bai Lianwan, who had overheard Ji Chen's rejection of the girls, felt an inexplicable flush creep across her cheeks. Could the girlfriend he mentioned possibly be me? She pondered, feeling a surge of indignation. He hasn't even received my consent. How dare he speak so presumptuously? Just then, a melodious voice echoed through the classroom. "Ji Chen, come to my office immediately." Upon hearing Bai Lianwan's call, Ji Chen recalled that she had indeed summoned him earlier. Amidst the chaos of attention from the girls, he had nearly forgotten. "Understood, Professor. I shall be there momentarily," he replied, ready to comply with her request. With that, Ji Chun began to gather his belongings, exchanged a brief farewell with Yun Chuanan, and followed by Lianwan out of the classroom. Upon exiting, Ji Chen's gaze fell upon a graceful figure not far ahead, and an ominous premonition surged within him. The girl seemed quite upset. It would likely be a challenging encounter. Although he possessed the soul of an older man, he was still a student of Professor Bai Lianwan. If he had erred, he had no recourse against the impending punishment. Meanwhile, after Ji Chen departed, Yun Chuanan stood in a daze for a moment, recalling his own lifelong aspirations, and hurriedly rose from his seat to search for Li Yi. After a thorough search of the classroom yielded no results, he hastily packed his things and, while exiting, sent a WeChat message inquiring about her whereabouts. Today, he had confessed his feelings to her, yet she had not waited for him after class. What a perplexing situation. In a mere 10 minutes, Ji Chun had followed Bai Lianwan to the office, complying with her instruction to close the door. Approaching the desk, he observed the professor's indifferent demeanor and inquired, "Professor, did you summon me for a specific reason?" Bai Lianwan's frosty gaze pierced Ji Chun as she replied earnestly, "I noticed you appeared quite cheerful in class today. Is there something in particular that has brought you such joy?" Ji Chun furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether she was being overly inquisitive. Despite his confusion, he responded candidly, "I enjoy your lectures, so isn't it natural for me to be a bit happier?" His words held a kernel of truth. In this ultimate state of learning, he was absorbing knowledge with remarkable speed, and he had grown fond of that sensation. Bai Lianwan regarded him, feeling both flustered and irritated. How brazen of him to be so forthright. Was he implying he liked her because he enjoyed her classes? With this thought, Bai Lianwan crossed her arms and, adopting an aloof demeanor, remarked, You possess considerable insight. If you dedicate yourself to your studies, you will undoubtedly achieve great success. Therefore, do not squander your time and energy on trivial matters. Chen, perplexed by her statement, replied, Professor, where do you believe I am wasting my thoughts? I haven't even added any of those girls on WeChat. He had prioritized his studies and financial pursuits over romance. So where was the waste of time? Bai Lianwan's irritation intensified upon hearing his response. Did he think she was jealous and was thus offering an explanation? She hadn't even agreed to be his girlfriend. Suddenly recalling something, she flipped through Chen's lesson plan on the desk, extracting a love letter and pinching it between her pale, slender fingers. She glared at him coldly and said, Do you think a childish love letter would persuade me to agree to be your girlfriend? Keeping it in your lesson plan suggests you do not regard me as your teacher at all. Chapter 6. This girl, could she be excessively self-absorbed? As Chen observed Bai Lianwan retrieving an envelope from his teaching materials, a wave of shock surged through him. How on earth did this item find its way into his lesson plan? Could it be that Yun Chuanan had mistakenly inserted it? In an instant, he understood why Li Yi had shown no reaction to Yun Chuanan's confession today. She had not seen it at all. At the same time, Chen also grasped why Bai Lianwan had summoned him to her office. The university was known for its strict stance against student-teacher relationships, and here he was, inadvertently challenging that authority by concealing a love letter within his teaching materials. Moreover, it was evident that Bai Lianwan was not one to take such challenges lightly, as her current fierce demeanor suggested. Oh no, if Bai Lianwan decided to pursue this matter further, he feared he would become notorious at the university, or worse, face expulsion. Sensing Chen's flustered state, Bai Lianwan contemplated for a moment before continuing. Your inability to control yourself and act so recklessly has its reasons. After all, you are quite handsome and academically proficient. Chen thought to himself, is this girl being excessively self-absorbed? Although she is indeed striking, I have no intentions towards her. Professor, Chen began, but Bai Lianwan interrupted, not allowing him an opportunity to speak. You needn't be so anxious. You are a rare gem among students, and I have no desire to jeopardize your future. Therefore, let this be a lesson for this infraction. You shall copy today's lesson plan 500 times and submit it to me by tomorrow evening. At 18 or 19 years of age, Chen was still young, and Bai Lianwan didn't wish to ruin his future due to a moment of impulsiveness. By assigning him to copy the lesson plan, she was imposing a punishment that conveyed her stance while not adversely affecting his studies. However, Chen was left utterly bewildered at the thought of copying a lesson plan 500 times in a single day. It felt like an unbearable burden. Noticing his distressed expression, Bai Lianwan coolly remarked, What? Do you wish for me to report your misconduct to the entire school and have you expelled? The mention of expulsion and notoriety immediately caused Chen to relent. He was determined to focus on his studies and strive for improvement. Being expelled would shatter those aspirations. Furthermore, he feared his parents would give him a long overdue lecture upon learning of such consequences. At 40 years old, he still aimed to maintain a semblance of dignity. He could not afford to be subjected to such humiliation. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to concede. I will copy the lesson plan. Regardless of how difficult it was to explain himself now, he resolved to accept the situation. Perhaps copying the lesson plan 500 times would suffice to clear this misunderstanding. Seeing Chen's reaction, Bai Lianwan nodded slightly. Be diligent in your copying. Ensure that your handwriting is clear and neat throughout. If not, you will need to redo it. Chen replied, Understood. I will return immediately to begin my work. I assure you, I will no longer harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards you. And let us consider today's incident as if it never occurred. My actions were indeed reckless. He feigned a look of deep reflection as he spoke to Bai Lianwan. Observing Chen's commendable attitude in admitting his mistakes, Bai Lianwan then handed him the lesson plan for today, saying, You may leave now. Take a moment to adjust your mood and transcribe the lesson plan for me later. All right, Chen replied, reaching out to accept the lesson plan from Bai Lianwan's hands. He turned and strode away, closing the door behind him. Yun Chuanan's meddling had truly caused him considerable distress. After Chen departed, Bai Lianwan's gaze fell upon the unopened love letter resting on her desk. She was about to call out to Chen, but he had already vanished from sight. I shall return it to him when he comes to submit the lesson plan, she mused. With that thought, she prepared to open her drawer to stow away the letter, but hesitated as she regarded it. For some inexplicable reason, Curiosity sparked within her about the contents of the letter. Glancing towards the office door and pausing for a moment, she finally decided to unfold the love letter. Just a quick glance, she reassured herself, thinking she could easily slip it back later. In truth, this was her first encounter with a boy's love letter, and it stirred an unexpected nervousness within her. Throughout her life, she had always maintained a distance from others to avoid unnecessary disturbances. A few audacious boys had dared to approach her with letters, but she had turned them down on the spot, thus remaining single by default. In a matter of moments, Bai Lianwan opened the letter, revealing neatly pinned lines that brought her a sense of comfort. "This fellow has exquisite handwriting," she murmured, and began to read the sentiments expressed within. With pen in hand, a myriad of thoughts arise as this long-lost affection unfolds before you. How utterly sentimental. The moment she read the first line, she couldn't help but envision Chen's earnest expression, her cheeks flushing slightly despite her outward disdain. Meanwhile, Yun Chuanan had located Li Yi and, upon hearing her words, was struck with shock. Without hesitation, he abandoned Li Yi and rushed off to find Ji Chun and Bai Lianwan. However, just as he reached the base of the faculty office building, he encountered Ji Chen, who had already arrived. "Old Ji, thank goodness you're still alive," Yun Chuanan exclaimed, rushing towards him. Upon seeing the instigator, Ji Chen shot him a dangerous smile and approached with purpose. "You troublemaker." Yun Chuanan sensed impending doom and quickly attempted to escape. "Old Ji, let me explain. Let me give you a beating first, then we can talk. Stand still." Within moments, the two figures had vanished from sight, one chasing the other down the stairs. Meanwhile, back in the office, Bai Lianwan found herself blushing furiously at the romantic phrases within the letter, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, yet her desire to continue reading prevailed. 10 miles of spring breezes cannot compare to the joy of encountering you. A cloudless sky cannot rival the warmth of having you in my heart. This fellow is truly over the top. Despite her protests, Bai Lianwan made no effort to put the letter away. "I discovered that I was quite fond of you yesterday, and today my affection has only deepened. I have a premonition that my admiration will intensify tomorrow." Ah, where did this sentiment originate? "My fondness for you endures from the twilight to dawn, from the chill of winter to the warmth of spring, from a fleeting moment to a lifetime, an unceasing cycle. This sentiment is everlasting and unending." Where did I learn such expressions? In conclusion, your eyes are truly captivating, for they reflect mountains, clouds, sunshine, rain, and the beauty of flowers and birds. Yet, my eyes are even more enchanting, as they hold only you within them. Thus, I adore you. I implore you to consider a relationship with me. Upon reading these final lines, Bai Lianwan felt her heart race unexpectedly, a strange sensation blossoming within her. Chapter 7. How far behind is the world of entertainment? Bai Lianwan had not anticipated that Ji Chun would harbor such fervent and profound feelings for her. Had she perhaps overstepped today? However, she could not possibly accept his advances. With this thought, the inexperienced Bai Lianwan felt her cheeks flush. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Jian University had explicitly prohibited relationships between teachers and students. Moreover, she had already made her position clear in rejection. This matter should end here. Nevertheless, Ji Chen's feelings seemed sincere. Reminded of this, Bai Lianwan shook her head, striving to maintain clarity and dismiss any irrational thoughts. Since it was in the past, she resolved not to dwell on it any longer. Besides, she was only 18. Engaging in a romance seemed premature. Work. She swiftly tucked the love letter into her drawer and grabbed her textbook from the table, attempting to redirect her focus. Yet she was so distracted that she didn't even notice she had turned the textbook upside down. No matter how she tried to concentrate, those heartfelt words lingered in her mind, and her heart raced inexplicably. Oh no, she realized she was developing feelings for a student. How could this be allowed? It cannot be. As it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, Ji Chun and Yun Chuanan decided to have dinner at the school cafeteria before returning to their dorm. Although the 500 lesson plans were giving him a headache, he understood that a meal must come first. After dining, Yun Chuanan suggested they purchase a few bottles of drinks to make amends with Ji Chun. Ji Chun gladly accepted, considering that this person's blunder had nearly resulted in a school-wide reprimand for him. He also intended to buy some notebooks and pens. However, as they were halfway there, they heard intermittent singing from a distance. They turned to see a crowd of young men and women gathered together. Could it be that Tang Zio was once again singing to charm young girls? Yun Chuanan remarked, striding purposefully toward the throng. What the heck? Weren't we headed to the store? Why are we getting caught up in this commotion? As Chen spoke, he strode purposefully toward Yunchuanen. His financial constraints weighed heavily upon him, as his part-time wages had yet to be dispensed, and he would soon require Yunchuanen to foot the bill. Although Chen had once been considered a wealthy heir during his high school years, his family's fortunes crumbled immediately following the Gaokao, leaving them in dire debt. Consequently, upon entering university, he seldom sought monetary assistance from his family, opting instead for diligent work study, scrimping wherever possible, and occasionally relying on Yunchuanen's generosity, promising to repay him as soon as he received his salary. Despite being reborn, acquiring funds remained a slow process, necessitating further reliance on Yunchuanen for support. Before long, the two arrived at the periphery of a gathering, where a dozen young women and a few young men were captivated by a bespectacled, guitar-wielding youth, whose handsome features complemented his melodious singing. Before him stood a phone holder, broadcasting live on Douyin. Chen recognized this young man as Tang Zio, a senior in his third year, who also enjoyed a notable following as a Douyin streamer and time management guru. He often performed roadside concerts to supplement his income while charming young women. However, just days prior, he had faced a significant setback when his girlfriend discovered his infidelities, culminating in a rather public altercation. To Chen's surprise, he had returned to the limelight so swiftly. Astonishingly, the surrounding young women remained utterly enraptured by Tang Zio's performance. Wow, Senior Zio sings so beautifully. I can definitely see him becoming a star. I must add his WeChat later. Such a talented person cannot be a scoundrel. He merely wishes to provide a home for every girl. Chen listened to their effusions and the disconcerting melodies emanating from Tang Zio, amused by their fervor. Is this truly enough to send them into such a frenzy? At that moment, several young women in the crowd caught sight of Chen, and upon glimpsing his strikingly handsome visage, they gasped in astonishment. Wow, this young man is incredibly handsome. Does he enjoy music as well? I haven't seen him before. He must be a freshman, right? Freshman, I'm a senior in my third year. Let us exchange WeChat. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Soon, a few particularly enthusiastic young women surrounded Chen, eager to obtain his WeChat. This scene did not go unnoticed by Tang Zio, who was singing at the center of the crowd. His expression shifted slightly as he observed Chen's even more dashing features. Damn! When did Jiang University welcome such a striking freshman? As Chen faced the eager young women, he grew somewhat impatient, politely declining their advances before preparing to leave with Yunchuanen. Tang Zio had just concluded his performance to a resounding round of applause from nearly everyone present. The nearly 100,000 viewers in the live stream showered him with waves of virtual gifts. That was incredible. Please sing another one, host. I love those who thrive on their talents. The host's singing is quite remarkable, and gifts are being offered. As Tang Zio observed the stream of small tokens and the applause from the audience, a confident smile graced his face. Thank you all. Your support is the driving force behind my efforts in singing, he proclaimed. Now, let us engage in a little interaction. I will randomly select an audience member to come up and sing a song about love. If it moves me, I shall bestow upon her the guitar I hold. As Tang Zio spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the most beautiful young lady among them. How about you, miss? Would you like to come up and sing a song? He asked, his smile radiant. A monotonous performance might garner average attention, but involving attractive passers-by would surely make the event more entertaining. Typically, these girls might not sing exceptionally well, but he could always feign a captivated demeanor while gifting his WeChat to the lucky girl, which would undoubtedly thrill her. After all, Tang Zio, the prodigious talent of Jiang University, was renowned for his singing prowess, and he possessed that confidence. However, he did not anticipate that today would not unfold as he had calculated. The young lady he had chosen was utterly entranced by Chen's extraordinary good looks. Upon hearing Tang Zio's selection of her as the lucky audience member, she immediately looked at Chen and said, with such handsome features, he must sing beautifully. Why not let him take the stage? The other girls, upon hearing her words, immediately chimed in. Yes, let him sing. Absolutely. He seems like he must be a great singer. Tang Zio observed the unfolding scene with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though reluctant, he maintained his composure and smiled. Junior, would you be interested in coming up to sing a song? Faking gracefulness was an essential skill for a scoundrel. Besides, this junior might not even agree. Generally, handsome men were not known for their singing abilities. Meanwhile, Chen, hearing the requests from the girls and Tang Ziyo, prepared to refuse without a second thought, eager to return to his lesson preparation. However, at that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Task triggered. Sing a love song about unrequited love in public. Reward. Gain the approval of 100,000 people. An experience card for the delinquent character and a cash prize of 100,000. What? A cash prize of 100,000. Ji-chun was momentarily taken aback by the figure. For him, at this moment, such an amount represented a small fortune. However, earning the approval of 100,000 people indeed posed a challenge. After all, since acquiring his talents in singing and guitar, he had yet to find an opportunity to perform. At that moment, noticing Ji-chun's prolonged silence, Tang Ziyo felt a surge of confidence grow within him. The individual hesitated, undoubtedly lacking the courage to sing. However, at that moment, Ji-chun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he cheerfully declared, "Then I shall take the stage and make a fool of myself." Setting aside the dubious bad boy experience card, the allure of 100,000 in cash was irresistibly compelling to him. Not only could he manage a single song, but he could effortlessly perform 10. It was fortunate that this fellow was a somewhat renowned streamer, likely boasting a considerable fan base. Singing a popular song from his past life, combined with his innate musical talent and guitar skills, would make completing the task a walk in the park. With that, Ji-chun strode confidently onto the stage, leaving Yun Chuanin in a state of bewilderment. Although they had only spent a few days together, Ji-chun had previously sung in his presence, nearly sending him away with the sheer discordance of his voice. Why, despite his lack of vocal prowess, did he exude such confidence? Chapter 8. Let everyone cry. Though Tang Ziyo had garnered some popularity as a streamer, he had never revealed his face during broadcasts, as his appearance was rather ordinary, relying instead on anime facial effects. However, when Ji-chun stepped onto the stage, the viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment, noting how he towered nearly 2 heads above Tang Ziyo, complemented by strikingly handsome anime features. Wow, is this young man straight out of a comic book? Just looking at the effects, he seems incredibly handsome. The real deal must be breathtaking. They exclaimed, "Show us your face, even if your singing falters. Good looks can redeem it." At that moment, Tang Ziyo observed the barrage of excited messages from the female viewers and couldn't help but twitch his lips in irritation. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and turned to Ji-chun, inquiring with a smile, "Do you need an accompaniment?" Ji-chun glanced at Tang Ziyo, who was cradling a guitar, and responded, "I do, but I must play it myself. May I borrow your guitar?" The latter looked slightly surprised. "You can play the guitar?" Ji-chun nodded, revealing a budding interest and a modicum of skill. Tang Ziyo, without hesitation, handed over the guitar, saying, "All right, I believe in you." Ji-chun accepted it with gratitude. "Thank you. What song are you planning to sing?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Ji-chun replied, "I shall sing an original composition." Since the system required him to perform a song about unrequited love, he chose to sing that man by his favorite singer from his previous life, Yang Zhongwei. Compared to other songs, he was particularly familiar with this one, having listened to it countless times. The audience, both present and online, were momentarily stunned upon hearing Ji-chun's declaration. "No way. This young man can compose his own songs? How impressive," they murmured. "Could it be? Is he truly a paragon of both talent and beauty?" Others retorted, "Come on. Can we be a bit more rational? He seems to be boasting. If he could really play the guitar and compose original songs, he would have certainly enrolled in an art school to debut." As the female viewers grew increasingly enamored with Ji-chun, several male observers began to voice their envy with sarcastic remarks. Even the male classmates surrounding him, including Ji-chun's close friend Yun Chuanin, could not help but twitch their lips at the sight of Ji-chun, who was smiling with an air of elegance. Had he heard incorrectly? This fellow, who clearly lacked musical talent, claimed to be an original songwriter? On stage, Tang Ziyo, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained his composure. While uncertain whether Ji-chun was boasting, the invitation had already been extended to him. Regardless of the veracity of his claims, the show must go on. However, original songs are notoriously challenging to perform in a way that resonates with others. Even he lacked the confidence to sing his own compositions. It was evident that this was a fledgling junior. What remarkable talent could he possibly showcase? With this thought in mind, Tang Ziyo offered a gracious smile, expressing, "I did not expect such talent from a junior. We shall listen attentively." Ji-chun began to tune his guitar, and, upon hearing Tang Ziyo's words, replied with a smile, "I have merely dabbled in this art. Should my performance prove unsatisfactory, I hope for your understanding. Tang Zio grinned, thinking the junior was quite humble. All right, I am ready to begin. Please refrain from booing if I falter. As Chen spoke, his slender fingers began to strum the guitar strings, and a beautiful, yet subtly melancholic melody flowed from his fingertips. The sound was pure and pristine, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of melancholy. The audience, both present and in the live stream, was instantly enveloped by the enchanting music and melody. Tang Zio, while immersed in the moment, was also struck with awe. Was this truly the level of guitar playing he described as merely a little? Though reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that this junior's guitar skills far exceeded his own. At that moment, Tang Zio felt a pang of regret. Inviting Chen to perform was perhaps a hasty decision. After a brief interlude, Chen's voice resonated through the microphone. There is a man who loves you with all his heart. That man loves you completely. He would willingly become a shadow, guarding and following you. That man loves you, yet his heart is weeping. The brief lyrics, paired with Chen's exceptional vocal talent, suddenly penetrated the ears of all present. The heartfelt lyrics, combined with Chen's passionate delivery, struck a chord deep within, evoking an inexplicable sense of bittersweet longing and helplessness among the audience, drawing them into the narrative. At that moment, the guitar's melody shifted, and the song's previously gentle rhythm transformed dramatically. How much longer must he endure the pain before you hear the unspoken words? Strength is but a facade, a mere pretense. He only hopes for a chance to be loved by you. How much longer must he yearn before you approach him? Drawing close to his side, a smile, akin to a lie, serves as the barest pretense, while tears merely signify a facade of strength. As the chorus concludes, the audience is left with a tingling sensation, their souls seemingly departing their bodies. Is this truly a song that someone like Chen would sing? With such striking looks, could he possibly possess such vulnerability in matters of the heart? Yet, one cannot deny that upon hearing Chen's song, each listener is reminded of a love long unattainable, a bittersweet pang stirring in their hearts. Although the title of the song remains unknown, its emotional depth and lyrical brilliance render it profoundly poignant and timeless. On stage, Tang Zio finds himself utterly overwhelmed by Chen's performance, coming to a stark realization of his previous missteps. His past actions were akin to brandishing a sword before a deity. Meanwhile, in the audience, Yun Chuanan watches Chen, who has been a constant presence for the past 20 days, and feels his knees weaken. This is truly the moment of surrender. Concurrently, the live stream's viewership surges alongside Chen's resonant voice, nearing 200,000 in mere minutes. Oh my, this young man's voice is imbued with stories. What is this song? It evokes such sorrow that tears well up. Chapter 9. Within 10 minutes, I demand all the information about this young man. Otherwise, I shall unfollow the host. On stage, Chen begins the second verse. No matter how long or painful it may be, he continues to love you just as always. Like a fool speaking to the air, hoping for a chance to be loved in return. His heartfelt delivery, coupled with a raspy timbre, imbues his singing with an irresistible allure. With each note, emotions of despair and loss swell uncontrollably, causing the audience to tremble, feel numb, and involuntarily redden their eyes. As the emotional crescendo approaches, Chen's fingers dance across the strings, the melancholic melody shifting to an even higher pitch than the previous chorus. All the accumulated emotions pour forth in an instant. His voice rises passionately, proclaiming, "That man is me, do you know? Or do you feign ignorance?" When asked, you remain silent. Regardless of the duration or the pain endured, I continue to love you, each moment the same. Like a foolish soul speaking to the air, waiting for you to love me back. As the final notes fade, the live stream, now boasting nearly 300,000 viewers, remains eerily silent. With not a single comment in sight, the audience, captivated by the song, sits in utter stillness, devoid of even the faintest sound. After 2 or 3 seconds, at long last, one viewer can no longer contain their emotions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tears cascaded down like beads from a broken string, spilling from already reddened eyes. Even Tang Zio, who stood nearby, could scarcely conceal the sorrow that had long resided within his heart. He removed his glasses, crouched on the stage, and buried his face in his hands, sobbing. Years ago, had it not been for his 5-year relationship with his girlfriend, which he recklessly abandoned for a disreputable street singer, he would not have immersed himself in singing, ultimately failing to win her back. This disappointment led him to embrace the role of a scoundrel, seeking retribution against women. Observing Tang Ziyo, who wept like a 200-pound man, Chen saw a reflection of his former self. Yet, he did not feel compelled to offer comfort. Such matters must be reconciled internally. This song, That Man, is dedicated to you all. Chen removed his guitar and addressed the live stream audience and those present. Glancing at the viewer count, which astonishingly exceeded 300,000. Suddenly, a wave of applause erupted in the once quiet venue, merging into a thunderous chorus. Damn it! I never cry, yet here I am, moved to tears by a song. The voice of the junior was profoundly stirring. All I can say is simply magnificent. The moment I heard that young man's voice, I felt tears welling up. Concurrently, gifts began to soar in the live chat. Green with Envy donated 10 hot air balloons, commenting, "This song reminds me of my ex-girlfriend. Back when the school was cracking down on early relationships, my girlfriend got caught, but another boy was punished instead." Laughs. The Earless Wonder contributed a heart-shaped laser gun, stating, "The host sings beautifully. I hope to hear you every day." Feisty Lowly presented a helicopter, remarking, "Thank you for your song. It successfully brought me to tears and helped me forget him, allowing me to find my true love. Young man, I declare my affection for you. Let me be your girlfriend." Wow, a helicopter. She must be a wealthy girl. How enviable. Huh, what is so great about those soft-spoken girls? Call me Queen contributed a cosmic heart. Wow, a cosmic heart. 600. In that instant, the once moderate popularity of the live stream skyrocketed after Chen's song concluded, with gifts and comments flooding the screen, leaving Chen and the recently tear-streaked Tang Ziyo astounded. Simultaneously, a notification sounded in Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the song performance task, earning the recognition of 100,000 viewers. You have been awarded a delinquent character experience card, a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. The character experience card has been added to the host's system backpack, and the cash has been successfully transferred into the host's account through legitimate channels. Please check promptly. As the system's voice faded, Chen's phone, resting in his pocket, began to vibrate vigorously. He swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, and indeed, it was a notification of a deposit from his only bank card. A sum of 100,000 yuan had been credited. Astonishingly, he had earned such a fortune merely by singing a song. If he were to take on a part-time job, it would take him nearly 3 years of relentless toil, subsisting on a meager 3,000 yuan a month, to accumulate such wealth. Clearly, a life endowed with a system is truly extraordinary. At that moment, Tang Ziyo, standing beside Chen, observed the audience in the live stream fervently showering him with gifts. His heart a tumult of emotions. However, he did not hesitate for long and promptly spoke up, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the host of this live stream. This is merely my fan. If you wish to give gifts, you may do so in his stream later. Once the platform divides the earnings, I will transfer everything to him." Despite feeling envious of Chen's good looks and talent, Tang Ziyo prided himself on not taking advantage of others. He held on to this principle firmly. Upon hearing Tang Ziyo's words, Chen suddenly found himself less annoyed by the fellow. After Tang Ziyo finished explaining to the viewers, he turned to Chen, scratching his head and sniffing. "Junior, give me your WeChat. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. I'll also gift you the guitar." Chen, with a composed smile, replied, "This live stream is yours, and the gifts are naturally yours as well. There's no need to give me anything." After all, his successful completion of the task that garnered him the approval of 10,000 was largely due to Tang Ziyo's support. So he could consider the money as a brokerage fee. Unaware of the full circumstances, Tang Ziyo couldn't help but twitch his lips, looking at Chen. "To be honest, this is at least 3,000, not 30. Chen remained nonchalant, chuckling. "Understood, you needn't give me anything, including your guitar." With that, he tossed the guitar into Tang Ziyo's hands and strode off the stage, placing a hand on Zhuan's shoulder. "Say, and let me treat you to a drink." Tang Ziyo exclaimed, "Huh?" While Zhuan, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "Wait, didn't you say you had no money?" Chen grinned. "Now I do. What drink would you like? Winterpung special? No problem. Is the sun rising from the west?" They chuckled as they walked away, their figures gradually fading from view. Some girls, belatedly realizing what had transpired, immediately chased after them. "Hey, don't go. At least leave your WeChat. Junior, I'm quite skilled at playing the flute. Since you enjoy singing, I can accompany you." I'm a dance major and can perform all sorts of difficult moves. I can dance alongside you. Tang Zio gazed at Ji Chun's retreating figure, momentarily entranced, feeling he was both tall and handsome. This was the epitome of a real man. His previous actions seemed utterly foolish in comparison. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in his live stream had already gone wild. Oh no, the handsome guy just left. Didn't he leave even a TikTok account? Oh my goodness, how heartless and capricious. I adore him. The host urgently requested assistance in acquiring the contact information of a certain young man, asserting that she required all his details within 10 minutes, or she would unfollow. The same sentiment echoed among others present. In Chapter 10, Tang Zio mused, is the sister upstairs piloting a rocket? Following their departure, Ji-Chen and Yun Chuanan made a trip to a store where they procured notebooks and pens necessary for the entire semester, indulging in 2 bottles of the most expensive beverages the shop had to offer. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ji-Chen promptly transferred 60,000 yuan to his parents, advising them to refrain from rushing to settle debts and instead to purchase some delightful treats to enhance their quality of life. However, he could not escape his parents' earnest admonitions, urging him to avoid any misdeeds, for suddenly acquiring such a substantial sum of money was indeed extraordinary for a university student. Once he concluded the call with his parents, Ji-Chen commenced diligently transcribing his lesson plans. The instigator of the chaos, Yun Chuanan, stubbornly lingered nearby, only departing after receiving a few playful kicks. On Douyin, Ji-Chen's daytime performance, where he showcased his guitar skills, had been uploaded online and, after several hours of circulation, had surged into the trending spotlight. By 9:30, it had garnered nearly 900,000 likes, and the numbers continued to escalate at a terrifying pace, with the comments section overflowing with enthusiasm. Oh my goodness, what an enchanting song. I am utterly captivated. His height is impressive, and his voice is so melodious. Ladies, I must take my leave. Goodness, is the sister upstairs indeed piloting a rocket? Young man, please debut soon. I will steal my boyfriend's money to support you. At this moment, the protagonist, now a sensation on Douyin, remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in his arduous task of transcribing lesson plans. His dormitory mates indulged in gaming and outings, leaving him to toil alone. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and Yun Chuanan entered, carrying a bag emblazoned with the Starbucks logo, striding over to Ji-Chen's side. Old Ji, this is Starbucks coffee, which I had specially brought for you. Have a sip to rejuvenate yourself. Yun Chuanan placed the coffee on Ji-Chen's desk, removed the lid, and presented it to him with a smile. Ji-Chen cast a glance at the coffee, hesitating for a moment before setting down his pen and accepting it. You actually have a bit of conscience. Feeling somewhat fatigued and recognizing that Yun Chuanan rarely treated him to such an extravagant drink, he resolved not to waste it. Noticing Ji-Chen's acceptance of the coffee, Yun Chuanan quickly moved behind him, gently tapping his shoulder. This situation is indeed my fault. I will order some late-night snacks for you shortly to fill your stomach. Yun Chuanan's demeanor in acknowledging his mistake was notably earnest. At that moment, a robust figure clad in a basketball uniform approached. Anzi, why not treat me to a meal later? The speaker was Zhao Ran, an ardent basketball enthusiast. Since entering university, if he wasn't playing basketball, he was on his way to play. It was a rare occasion for him to be in the dormitory at this hour. However, Yun Chuanan unhesitatingly refused the request. Get lost. Buy your own food. As soon as Yun Chuanan finished speaking, a large hand was placed around his neck. Are you really not treating me? Not a chance. What a guy? Favoritism, huh? Help. Help. Lao Ji, save me. Ji-Chun, watching as Yun Chuanan was taken away, chuckled. Old Ran, don't be too rough. I still need him to buy me breakfast. After saying this, Ji-Chun resumed his note-taking. All right. Anzi is so beautiful. I shall be gentle. Ha ha ha. Help. Help. Save me. Meanwhile, in the teacher's dormitory, Bai Lianwan had just returned from her evening jog, barefoot and ready to shower, when she noticed several unread messages popping up on her phone. She opened her phone to find messages from her cousin and close friend, Qingya. There were a few messages along with a video link. Lianwan, the background in this video looks so familiar. It seems to be our Jiangbei University. Most importantly, the boy singing in it has such a heartfelt voice. He seems heartbroken. Can you check if you know him? There are many students in your class, and if you do know him, I should hurry to help him mend his emotional wounds. Ha ha ha. Bai Lianwan read her cousin's messages, torn between amusement and disbelief. What kind of man could excite her usually reserved cousin to such an extent? And from Jiangbei University? Although she wasn't particularly interested. Since Qingya had sent her the video requesting her assistance, she might as well take a look. Sitting on the sofa, she crossed her long, elegant legs and clicked on the video link. However, just seconds into the video, as she gazed at the figure of the boy with the guitar, she froze. Even though the person in the video was obscured by an anime face filter that concealed his true appearance, Bai Lianwan recognized him immediately by his attire. It was Ji Chun, the student who had written her a love letter earlier that day. Chapter 11. Fortunately, this girl is beyond his reach, otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. The moment Bai Lianwan recognized Ji Chun in the video, she was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected that Ji Chun could sing. However, considering his striking looks, she thought he would likely sing quite ordinarily. Just as this thought flitted through her mind, a heart-wrenching melody began to resonate from the video. The melody resonates with a profound sadness, evoking a sense of melancholy within Bai Lianwan as she instinctively murmurs, her brow furrowing slightly. She watches the slender fingers dancing across the guitar in the video, and the enchanting notes echo in her ears, causing her heart, which had just settled after an afternoon of reflection, to stir once more. Following a fleeting melody, a voice rich with magnetism emerges. There is a man who loves you. Loves you with all his heart. That man loves you utterly. He is willing to become a shadow, to wait for you and follow you. That man loves you. Yet his heart weeps. The gentle strains of the song, accompanied by the poignant, humble, and heartfelt lyrics, instantly ensnare Bai Lianwan in a trance. Although the visuals merely depict animated effects, she feels as though she can see the sorrow and depth in Ji Chun's face. Memories of unforgettable words from love letters flood her mind, drawing her deeper into the moment, her breath tightening in tandem with the song's progression, culminating in an unusual emotional surge. This emotion swells until the rhythm of the music suddenly accelerates, quickening her heartbeat with the fervent melody and vocals. That man is me. Do you know? Or are you aware, yet feigning ignorance? When asked in a husky voice, you would not respond. At this juncture, Bai Lianwan finds her eyes moistening, her typically frosty gaze shimmering with a hint of light. The image of Ji Chun striding out of the office flashes in her mind, revealing how profoundly sad and lonely his silhouette appeared. How much longer? How long? How much heartache must it take for you to hear my unspoken words? Strength is but a facade, a mere pretense. I only wish for an opportunity to be loved by you. No matter how long, how arduous, how painful, I continue to love you, every minute, every second, just like a fool speaking to the air, waiting for you to love me back. As the song concludes, Bai Lianwan stares blankly at the handsome figure in the video, her eyes brimming with tears. A single tear cascades down her fair cheek, leaving a delicate trace. Disappointment, regret, and a myriad of emotions fill her heart. She feels a profound connection to Ji Chun, sensing his emotions through the song. Could it be that this fellow is singing for her? After all, she had resolutely rejected Ji Chun's love letter just that afternoon. Its contents so deeply affectionate and full of yearning. Surely, it must be meant for her. Yet, as this thought arises, she quickly shakes her head. How could she allow herself to be swayed? She is a stern professor. Even if it were intended for her, she must remain steadfast. In a bid to regain her composure, she hastily tosses her phone onto the sofa and, barefoot, strides towards the bathroom. She must cleanse herself and regain clarity. As a 17 or 18-year-old girl, she found herself inevitably flustered by the relentless advances that besieged her heart. With hurried steps, she approached the bathroom door, shedding her clothes before stepping inside. However, it was not long before a loud crash accompanied by a muffled groan echoed from within. Moments later, wrapped in a towel and biting her lip in pain, she emerged from the bathroom, wincing from the sharp ache in her ankle. Entering the living room, she grabbed her phone from the sofa and called her cousin, Qingya. The call connected swiftly. Wan, have you finished watching the video? Do you know that boy? I've finished watching, Qingya. I slipped while taking a shower and sprained my ankle. Can you come help me? What? How did you manage to slip? Qingya exclaimed, rushing to her aid. In Qingya's eyes, Bai Luan was not the type to be clumsy, and this incident was utterly surprising. Hearing Qingya's words made Bai Luan's cheeks flush slightly, a twinge of guilt washing over her. Had she not been preoccupied with thoughts of Ji Chun, she wouldn't have been so careless and ended up injuring herself. At 10:30, on Douyin, Ji Chen's singing video was nearing 3 million views. An army of captivated netizens fervently searched for his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Tang Zio's followers on Douyin surged from 300,000 to 700,000 at an astonishing pace. This was beyond his wildest expectations. After over a year of live streaming, he had only managed to accumulate 300,000 followers, yet Chen, with just a single song, garnered an additional 400,000 in a mere few hours. The influence was, frankly, staggering. As his follower count continued to rise, Tang Zio felt a swell of excitement. However, upon glancing at the private messages and comments on his previous videos, his heart sank. Streamer, hurry up and share that boy's Douyin account who sang in your live stream. Streamer, we're eagerly waiting for you to provide us with his contact information so we can unfollow him. Could you kindly share this boy's contact details? He seems to be suffering quite deeply. I must rush over to mend his heart. I heard this streamer has my husband's contact. Is that true? Get lost. You shameless woman. My husband is not someone you can just call. Reading through the messages and comments, Tang Zio found himself in a state of bemusement. While his follower count had indeed increased, it was not the kind of attention he had desired. Nevertheless, he needed to reach Chen promptly. Otherwise, under such circumstances, he could hardly continue his live streams. After all, the threats from his longtime fans demanding Chen's contact information loomed vividly in his mind. Reflecting on this, Tang Zio was filled with regret. He truly had lost his mind earlier that day, believing that the fellow would not possess the ability to sing. He ultimately found himself on stage, weeping as if he bore the weight of 200 pounds. Most notably, his fans had also been captivated by Chen. How absurd. Yet, this individual, who inadvertently became a sensation on Douyin, was still fervently transcribing lesson plans. With nearly a full schedule tomorrow, Chen needed to complete the tasks assigned by Lianwan today. Although fatigued, the mere thought of handing over the lesson plans to Lianwan as a confession brought him a sense of relief. It was fortunate that Lianwan, that little girl, remained as unyielding as an iceberg. Had she been more susceptible to his advances, he would have found himself in quite the predicament. Chapter 12. This little girl is utterly heartless. At 11 o'clock at night, within the modestly styled bedroom of the Jiang University faculty dormitory, Lianwan sat on the bed as her cousin and close friend, Lin Xingya, who also served as the university's nurse, tended to her injuries. Though Lin Xingya lacked the exquisite beauty of Lianwan, she was nonetheless a rare and striking beauty with an enviable figure. Her fitted blouse straining against her curves as she worked. Lianwan, how could you be so careless today? You've sustained quite a serious injury, not only dislocating your shoulder, but also suffering significant abrasions. Lin Xingya said, her brow furrowed with concern as she delicately treated Lianwan's wounds. It was just a slippery floor. It shouldn't have too much impact, right? Lianwan replied nonchalantly, despite feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, she could not confess that her distraction stemmed from watching Chen's video. Once Lin Xingya had wrapped the final layer of bandage around Lianwan's ankle, she turned to her seriously, stating, "It's quite serious. You absolutely cannot attend class tomorrow. If you have any classes, you must take a leave of absence, or else I'll come to your class and carry you to my infirmary." No classes tomorrow. That is wonderful, Lin Xingya exclaimed as she began to tidy her supplies. Then suddenly remembered something and sat beside Lianwan, leaning closer as she asked, "Lianwan, you haven't told me about the boy in that video. Is he your student?" Upon hearing Lin Xingya's inquiry, Lianwan glanced at her injured ankle, feeling a bit guilty, but maintaining her composure. "Yes, but it seems he already has someone he likes." Given that he seemed so fond of her, Lianwan felt it necessary to inform Xingya in advance, lest she be heartbroken by Chen's rejection. However, Lin Xingya showed no signs of retreat upon hearing this. Instead, she became even more animated. "I know that. I could tell from his singing. But I sense that he is troubled by love. He must still be single. Perhaps I could help mend his heart, allowing him to forget the woman who has hurt him." As the conversation progressed, Lin Xingya seemed to sense something amiss. She turned to Lianwan and exclaimed, "Wait, how do you know he has someone he likes?" As Lianwan's cousin and confidant, Lin Xingya knew her well. This girl rarely paid attention to gossip, particularly when it came to matters of the heart. How could she possibly know that Chen had affections for someone? Lianwan, caught off guard by Lin Xingya's inquiry, appeared somewhat flustered. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied coolly, "No, it's just that a group of girls confessed to him after class today, and he turned them all down, claiming he already has a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya's enchanting eyes dimmed instantly. Who is his girlfriend? Is she from Jiang University? It's rare to find a man who stirs her heart, yet he happens to be taken. Bai Lianwan felt a pang of guilt and slightly retracted her toes. I'm not entirely sure. It could just be an excuse to reject them. Although she longed to hint to Lin Qingya that Ji Chen's affections were directed towards her, her lack of romantic experience made it difficult to voice such sentiments. Lin Qingya, despite her disappointment, couldn't help but feel intrigued. She gazed at Bai Lianwan, pondering what kind of girl could captivate him so profoundly. How would I know? Could it possibly be you, Lianwan? Lin Qingya, what nonsense are you spouting? Ha ha ha, Lianwan. You're blushing. Come clean. Is it you? No. Really? Your foot is injured, you know. If you don't confess, humph. As Lin Qingya spoke, she eyed the already enticing girl on the bed, narrowing her beautiful eyes and leaning closer. Now that this girl was injured, it was the perfect opportunity to take advantage. With that thought in mind, Lin Qingya lunged at the girl beside her. However, she had underestimated her opponent's capabilities. Before she could seize anything, Bai Lianwan swiftly flipped the tables and pinned her to the bed. Despite her injured foot, she easily handled Lin Qingya. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Qingya found herself wrapped in a comforter like a caterpillar, with only her head poking out, futilely writhing on the bed as she watched Bai Lianwan gracefully rise and step down from the bed. Lianwan, I was wrong. Please let me go. Lin Qingya pleaded pitifully. Bai Lianwan leisurely retrieved a book, settled into a nearby recliner by the floor-to-ceiling window, unwrapped a lollipop, placed it in her mouth, and began to read. Lin Qingya lamented. This girl is utterly heartless. I merely wanted to seize a moment of advantage. At 1:30 in the morning, Ji Chen completed the last problem, finally putting down his pen after finishing 500 lesson plans. After stretching languidly, he stood up, ready to take a shower and retire for the night. Aside from the tirelessly typing Fan Zhua, all of his dormitory roommates had already succumbed to slumber. Even Yun Chuanan, who had always been at Ji Chen's side, had succumbed to the allure of dreams, engaging in jovial conversations with the deity of slumber. Old Ji, have you finished? Fan Zhua inquired softly, his hands continuing their labor as he glanced at Ji Chen, who had just risen. I have completed it. I shall submit it after class tomorrow, Ji Chen replied. Impressive. But what heinous act have you committed to provoke Professor Bai into demanding that you rewrite the lesson plan 500 times? Do share. I could use some inspiration. Oh, it's merely a trivial matter. Take your time writing. I'll head for a shower first. With that, Ji Chen hastily gathered his change of clothes and made his way to the bathroom. After all, the incident of the misdelivered love letter was one best kept under wraps. Otherwise, it would not be long before he gained notoriety at Jiang University. While showering, Ji Chen contemplated his future. His family was burdened with a debt of several million, and if he could repay it in a timely manner, his parents would not have to toil so hard. Speaking of which, he recalled a large village near Jiang University, Shika Village, which was slated for redevelopment in a few years, transforming it into a new urban district. Currently, property prices there were low, and if he could amass enough funds swiftly, he would prioritize purchasing a shop or factory in that area. Once the policies were enacted, the returns could potentially multiply several times over. He had heard that one house alone had garnered a compensation of 10 million due to demolition. If he were to buy now, he might only need 2 or 3 million. Therefore, time was of the essence in earning money. With the threat of expulsion seemingly resolved, Ji Chen resolved that since the realm of entertainment was presently underdeveloped, he could capitalize on this opportunity to earn his first pot of gold. Afterward, he would focus his investments in Shika Village. Chapter 13. What should I do if his indifference makes him even more alluring? After a night of fermentation, Ji Chen's viral singing video on Douyin was shared by students at Jiang University on the School S forum. Given that many had witnessed his performance live, his true identity was quickly unveiled. By morning's end, he had become a well-known freshman within the university. Following a morning of inquiries, many female students flocked to Ji Chen's class, eager to catch a glimpse of the man behind the voice. In the afternoon, as the class had yet to commence, 5 close friends occupied the last row of the classroom, engaging in their daily banter. Yun Chuanan remarked, I can't shake the feeling that there are significantly more beautiful ladies passing by our classroom today. Fan Zhua responded, indeed. And it seems they are all casting glances in our direction, particularly toward my seat. Could it be that my aura as a literary genius is finally shining through? Zhao Ran interjected, oh, spare us. Even if these young ladies are interested, it is undoubtedly our Anzi who captures their attention. However, I have recently found Chen exceptionally handsome, which piques my curiosity. Chen, the usually reticent boy, Hao, suddenly adjusted his glasses and stated with seriousness. Some individuals may always believe they are attracted to the opposite sex, yet while engaging with the same sex, they may develop feelings that transcend mere friendship. This phenomenon is often observed among young university students, particularly those who are ardent sports enthusiasts. Zhao Ran, puzzled, turned to Yin Chuanan and asked Anzi, "Do you comprehend what Hao means?" Yin Chuanan stroked his chin and replied, "Well, I didn't quite catch that term. But I gather Hao's general implication is that you are a homosexual." Zhao Ran, bewildered, exclaimed, "Homosexual? What does that mean?" Fan Zhua grinned widely. "Exactly." Zhao Ran retorted, "What the hell? Hao, don't engage in baseless analysis." As he spoke, he firmly grasped Hao by the neck. The latter remained unfazed, adjusting his glasses and asserting, "I am not speaking without foundation. There is scientific reasoning behind it." Zhao Ran replied, "Get lost." Yun Chuanan interjected, Hey, Lao Ran, don't get worked up. I have a bat here. Do you want it?" Fan Zhua exclaimed, "Wait, aren't we discussing why so many girls suddenly appeared at the classroom door? Are we off topic?" A classmate chimed in, "No way. Have you all collectively lost internet access? Don't you know that Chen has become quite a popular figure on the school forum?" Fan Zhua queried, "Popular? He spends his days either attending classes or typing. He hardly has time to browse forums." Zhao Ren asked, "What's going on?" "He spends his time either playing basketball or attending classes." Hao remarked, "The school forum typically provides little useful knowledge. I rarely visit it." Chen, equally perplexed, pondered how he had become a popular figure without any effort on his part. Could it be that his love letter reaching by Lianwan had been exposed? Who leaked the information? Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door, capturing everyone's attention. It was none other than Tang Ziyo, the senior who had helped Chen earn a reward of 100,000 yuan the previous day. Tang Ziyo approached the classroom, surveyed the room, and immediately recognized Chen, breaking into a broad smile as he strode in. Soon, he reached Chen's desk and said, "Junior, I finally found you. May I take a few minutes of your time?" Chen, upon hearing Tang Ziyo's words, did not deliberate long, glancing at the time on his phone. He nodded and replied, "I have 5 minutes before class. Let's wrap it up within that time." Despite Tang Ziyo's earlier attempts to trouble him, Chen found him tolerable, especially since without Tang Ziyo's assistance, he might not have earned that 100,000 yuan. Seeing Chen's agreement, the latter nodded with a smile, "No problem. Is it convenient to step outside?" "Convenient." Having spoken, Chen greeted Yin Chuan and the others before leaving the classroom. Once in a quieter corner of the corridor, Tang Ziyo began to recount the recent surge of popularity Chen experienced on Douyin, as well as the inquiries from netizens regarding his whereabouts. Upon hearing Tang Ziyo's account, Chen was utterly astonished. "What? I casually sang a song, and suddenly I became a sensation on Douyin?" Tang Ziyo remarked, "Is this even coherent?" Despite a torrent of frustration swirling within, Tang Ziyo nodded and continued, "Indeed, Junior, please share your contact information with me. Send me your Douyin account later, and I will notify your fans." He was eager to resolve Chen's situation as he was hesitant to go live otherwise. After pondering briefly, Chen agreed, "All right, but I wish to create a new account. I will send it to you once I set it up." He was contemplating the prospect of launching a Douyin account to release songs and accumulate popularity, and he had not anticipated such an opportunity would arise so swiftly. Tang Ziyo quickly nodded, "Great." They swiftly exchanged contact information. With more classes awaiting him, Tang Ziyo bid a hasty farewell. Meanwhile, the girls in the corridor, unable to contain their excitement, rushed toward Chen as soon as he finished speaking with Tang Ziyo, clamoring for his contact details. However, regardless of how the girls pouted and pleaded with endearing antics, Chen remained unmoved, resolutely turning them down once more under the pretense of having a girlfriend. He returned to the classroom, leaving behind a group of disheartened and disappointed girls. Their curiosity about Chen's girlfriend morphed into envy and frustration as they glared at his retreating figure, wondering what kind of girl could captivate him so profoundly. "What a shame, he ignores me, yet I find him even more intriguing. What to do?" One lamented. "The fortune teller was right. I truly do prefer boys who are already taken." Throughout the day, numerous female classmates gathered at the classroom door, eagerly waiting for Chen, much to the envy of the boys in his class. Originally, Chen intended to deliver his meticulously copied lesson plans to Bai Lianwan during the lunch break. But she mentioned over the phone that it was inconvenient for her to step out, prompting him to postpone until the evening. As the final class concluded, Chen glanced at the clock. It was already 8:30 p.m. After exchanging pleasantries with Yun Chuan and the others, he clutched a thick stack of lesson plans and exited the classroom, heading toward the teacher's dormitory to deliver them to Bai Lianwan. Upon reaching the base of the teaching building, Chen deliberated for a moment before deciding to call Bai Lianwan to confirm whether she was in the dormitory. Having obtained her phone number from the homeroom teacher earlier in the day, it was now much easier to reach her. Consequently, Chen set the lesson plans aside, retrieved his phone, found Bai Lianwan's contact, and dialed her number. At that moment, Bai Lianwan, who had been recuperating in the dormitory all day, had just exited the school gates, preparing to visit her favorite CAF. As she traversed a bustling intersection adorned with red and green traffic lights, Bai Lianwan's phone suddenly chimed. Picking it up, she recognized the number despite the absence of a saved contact. After all, she had received a call from this number earlier that day. Professor Bai. It's me, Chen. Where are you? I'm bringing you the lesson plan I transcribed. I'm currently out, came the reply. Quite the coincidence. I was just about to head out to deliver the lesson plan and pick up a few things. I'll be right out. Chen was also planning to purchase a guitar, and after delivering the lesson plan to Bai Lianwan, he would return with the instrument, ready to open a Douyin account later that evening to record and upload songs. Sounds good. I'll be at the DMOCAF. All right. Upon concluding the call, Bai Lianwan continued towards her destination. With her exquisite features and perfect figure, she became a striking sight for passers-by, drawing their attention. However, after a short while, an unsettling sensation crept over her. It felt as though someone behind her was watching with ill intent. Turning around, she spotted a group of 7 or 8 young men. Their hair dyed in vibrant hues, striding towards her with mischievous grins. What a beautiful young lady. Out and about alone at this hour. It's rather unsafe. Indeed. Come along with us, and we'll make sure to protect you. Chapter 14. Chen might just get flattened after Chen and Bai Lianwan ended their conversation. He hurried out of the school. It was already past 8, and he feared the guitar shop would soon close. The CAF was conveniently located near the guitar store, allowing him to deliver the lesson plan before heading directly to make his purchase. Having just crossed the traffic lights, Chen noticed a gathering of 7 or 8 youths with brightly colored hair loitering beneath a nearby streetlight. Before he could discern their activities, a notification echoed in his mind. Task activated. Act of Valor. Reward. Supermemory. Supermemory. The ability to vividly recall and retain everything once experienced. Taken aback by the system's announcement, Chen pondered the implications of such a gift. Supermemory? That could prove invaluable. In his past life, he had enjoyed many songs and novels, yet retaining them completely had seemed nearly impossible. He could only remember a few songs well enough to sing them in full, like the one titled That Man. But with supermemory, he could commit to memory all those pop songs and literary masterpieces he had merely skimmed through. Yet, as he considered this newfound opportunity, he realized there seemed to be no one in the vicinity who required his assistance. Glancing back at the traffic lights he had just passed, he saw no elderly individuals in need of help. As he shifted his gaze back to the delinquent not far ahead, he faintly discerned a somewhat familiar figure. Was it Professor Bai? At that moment, Bai Lianwan was facing a group of delinquents, her fists clenched as she retreated several steps. Given her injured foot, her usually calm demeanor had begun to waver. Just moments ago, a few passers-by had appeared in the distance. They dared not intervene, and Bai Lianwan had intended to seek their assistance, but they, clearly intimidated by the delinquents, hastily fled like startled rabbits. Her foot, still recovering from the sprain sustained yesterday, ached with every step, rendering her incapable of confronting this gang. Had it been the day before, she would have dispatched them in an instant. Now, she could only retreat, casting a cold gaze upon the few men before her, her beautiful eyes radiating an undeniable pressure. I warn you once more, it is best not to engage in any unlawful activities, or you shall bear the consequences. Though Bai Lianwan's words were filled with intimidation, her striking beauty and near-perfect figure had rendered the delinquents utterly irrational. The leader, sporting a pompadour, was particularly enthralled by the wild spirit of this girl, igniting an overwhelming desire to conquer. His gaze unabashedly swept from her head down to her long, elegant legs, and upon noticing the bandage on her fair ankle, he grinned widely. Sister, you're injured. Let us take you back for some treatment. How could that be illegal? With those words, he strode confidently towards Bai Lianwan. The others, too, wore menacing grins, almost in unison rushing towards her. It would be a shame to let such an exquisite beauty slip away. As the group advanced, Bai Lianwan felt a surge of panic and fear, retreating further. Running was not an option, especially with her injury. Yet, if it came to a fight, facing 7 or 8 men was an insurmountable challenge for her, especially after her recent ankle sprain. Pulling out her phone would surely provoke them, escalating the situation beyond control. What to do? What to do? Although Bai Lianwan usually exuded a cool and dominant aura, she was, after all, just an 18-year-old girl. In this dire circumstance, despite her fierce expression, her nose began to tingle with anxiety, and she felt genuine fear rising within her. This sense of peril was something she had never encountered before. Sister, don't be afraid. We will be gentle. Yes, come here, into our embrace. As the delinquents closed in on Bai Lianwan, their smiles grew increasingly deranged and sinister. Just then, a loud voice suddenly erupted from behind them. Hey, what are you doing? Upon hearing the voice that resonated from behind, the 7 or 8 individuals froze momentarily. Bai Lianwan, recognizing this somewhat familiar sound, felt her previously taut nerves loosen significantly, as if she had just escaped a calamity. At that moment, several delinquents turned around and laid eyes on a boy of similar age, clutching a thick stack of notebooks. He appeared to be a rather refined and studious young man. How audacious for an ordinary lad to dare shout at them. Was he seeking his own demise? Kid, are you tired of living? How dare you meddle in our affairs? The leader of the group, sporting a crew cut, pivoted on his heels, hands stuffed in his pockets, wearing an expression of displeasure as he glared at Chen. The others, equally defiant, shifted their shoulders, as if to convey through their actions that Chen had provoked forces far beyond his comprehension. Bai Lianwan, albeit faintly, discerned the figure of the newcomer, and her heart, which had just settled, soared back into her throat. It was Chen. This fellow, who usually presented himself as a mild-mannered student, would likely be reduced to a mere pancake if those ruffians decided to lay hands on him. Not only did Bai Lianwan harbor such thoughts, but Chen himself, standing there amidst the menacing glares of the delinquents, felt a twinge of trepidation. In truth, he had only been in a single fight throughout his life, during kindergarten with a female classmate, which ended with him being pinned to the ground. These 7 or 8 individuals were clearly not of a benign nature. Should a brawl ensue, he would be swiftly subdued. Just then, Chen heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Friendly reminder. The host has one delinquent youth role-playing card yet to be utilized, which can randomly grant the experience of a formidable delinquent youth for one time, bestowing corresponding combat abilities for a duration of 15 minutes. Would you like to use it immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen responded mentally, Use it. I must use it now, or I will surely be overwhelmed. Beep. Congratulations, host. Experience card successfully activated. Randomly assigned target. Male Lu Chenmi. Experience duration, 15 minutes. The instant the system's voice faded, Chen felt as if he had transformed into a different person. In his mind, vivid images of ferocity and might surged forth, depicting scenes of dominance that instilled fear and submission in countless delinquents. Within mere seconds, these memories were indelibly etched in Chen's consciousness, as if he had just lived through them. As he cast his gaze toward the group of delinquents once more, he had metamorphosed into a man with a fierce demeanor, strikingly handsome, yet exuding an aura of brutality. Hey, crew cut. Just when the 7 or 8 delinquents believed they had instilled terror in their opponent, Chen suddenly lifted his head, the ferocity in his eyes causing them to flinch. Don't you feel ashamed? Bullying a frail girl together? Chapter 15. Is this what they call an overwhelming boyfriend power? 7 or 8 delinquents, taken aback by the sudden transformation of Chen, felt a flicker of disbelief, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. This young man, who had previously exuded the demeanor of a polite and diligent student, now appeared to embody a delinquent even more formidable than themselves. Even Bai Lianwan, who had discreetly drawn out her phone to report the situation, hesitated momentarily, her actions stalling. Did Chen really utter those words? They sounded rather fierce. Although the few individuals with the buzz cut were initially startled by Chen's shift in demeanor, they quickly regained their composure. Despite feeling a twinge of fear regarding this newfound intensity, they took solace in their numbers. With this thought, the buzzcut leader maintained an air of arrogance, taunting, What? Are you here to meddle in our affairs? Chen slightly tilted his head, instinctively reaching to pocket his hands, only to be reminded of the stack of damned homework he held, letting out a silent scoff. His voice, cold and impatient yet magnetic, commanded, "Either be wise and leave, or come at me. I lack the patience for games." With that, Chen strode directly towards the group, the leader instinctively squinting as he met Chen's disdainful gaze. Before being shouldered aside as Chen made his way to Bai Lianwan, the buzzcut leader stared in disbelief at the man who had just brushed past him, utterly shocked that Chen had dismissed him so effortlessly. Approaching Bai Lianwan, Chen's expression remained largely unchanged as he impatiently handed her the lesson plans, insisting, "Hold on to these for me." Bai Lianwan, still in a state of shock, experienced a brief mental blank upon hearing Chen's words. What was Chen trying to accomplish? Was he attempting to intimidate these thugs with sheer force? Surely, it would not be so easy to frighten them away. Realizing this, she quickly extended her delicate hand to accept the materials from Chen, mouthing urgently, "Let's run." However, before Chen could respond, an irate shout erupted from behind them. "Hey, you brat, do you have a death wish?" Upon hearing the furious call, Chen turned his head, his body slightly angled, casting a look of disdain and contempt at the group. The buzzcut leader, flanked by his lackeys, advanced with a menacing expression, fists clenched and cracking ominously. How infuriating! How infuriating! The leader seethed, recalling how he had been too intimidated to retaliate when Chen had bumped into him. How could this be? He was a notorious delinquent at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. He could not allow a mere brat to challenge his authority, regardless of Chen's strength. He had to be brought down. Seeing the completely enraged group, Bai Lianwan hastily grasped Chen's wrist, urging, "Chen, we must flee." Although the likelihood of fleeing at this moment is minimal, confronting these ill-intentioned individuals head-on would undoubtedly result in substantial losses. Bai Lianwan could not bear the thought of Chen getting hurt because of her. The guilt would haunt her for a lifetime. However, to her astonishment, Chen unhesitatingly pushed her hand aside, gazing at the approaching group with indifference, stating, "In this situation, escaping would be futile, and it is not the conduct of a man. Those who bully women deserve a thorough reckoning." With that, Chen turned, hands in pockets, striding purposefully towards the group. Bai Lianwan watched his retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable surge of safety. Her heart raced at the thought of his words. He was truly angry on her behalf. Wasn't he? Despite the odds being against him, he was determined to stand up for her. Strangely, her already wavering heart was completely captivated at that moment. However, in this critical juncture, Bai Lianwan quickly retrieved her phone, dialing the emergency number without delay. Even if Chen possessed some strength, he would surely struggle against these seasoned delinquents. Yet, just as Bai Lianwan pressed the call button and witnessed Chen plunge into the fray, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Bang! With a resounding thud, the first thug, the one with the airplane cap, was struck with such force that he flew several meters away, landing in a crumpled heap, rolling over in agony. The other 6 or 7 thugs were momentarily stunned by the sight. To them, their leader, the one in the airplane cap, was the strongest among them. And yet he had been sent flying by this man with a single punch. "Attack! Everyone go!" The leader, despite his immense pain, seethed with fury, his rage boiling over as he barked at his subordinates. The remaining thugs, hearing their leader's command, rushed towards Chen, throwing heavy punches. However, for Chen, who had now become a force to be reckoned with, their assaults were nothing more than playful scratches. With a few swift punches, he sent them all sprawling to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, 7 or 8 thugs lay bruised and battered, groaning in pain. Those few who dared to defy him were quickly subdued by Chen's remarkable skill, leaving Bai Lianwan astonished. Meanwhile, the emergency call she had attempted to make had long been disconnected before it could connect. Given the current circumstances, dialing for help was evidently pointless and would only bring unnecessary trouble to Chen. Moreover, these ruffians would never dare to call the authorities, resigning themselves to silently suffer this humiliation. Little did Bai Lianwan expect that Chen would prove to be so formidable. Perhaps even if she had not twisted her ankle, she might not have been a match for Chen. This is what Qinya often describes as the overwhelming charm of a boyfriend. At this moment, Bai Lianwan gazed at Chen's tall and broad figure, feeling an immense sense of reassurance. Chen had just finished dealing with a group of unruly individuals when the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the act of bravery task. You have acquired super memory. Kind reminder, the acquisition of this skill may cause the host to experience temporary dizziness. Full recovery will occur within half an hour, so please do not overly concern yourself. In an instant, Chen felt an influx of vast information and ancient memories surging into his mind. After all, the memories of several decades from his previous life flooded in at once, leading to an overwhelming sensation of dizziness that nearly caused him to lose his balance. He reached out to steady himself against a nearby utility pole. The next moment, he suddenly felt an arm grasping his own. Before he could regain his composure, his arm was draped over a warm shoulder, and a soft arm encircled him. A delicate fragrance wafted to his nostrils. "I'll take you to the hospital." The usually indifferent yet melodious voice had softened considerably, becoming even more pleasant to his ears. "I'm fine. Just give me a moment. It's only a slight dizziness." Chen was well aware of the cause of his dizziness, and he had no desire to waste time on a trip to the hospital. "Don't speak, just walk. I truly am fine." "Then let us go to my faculty apartment. I will call the school doctor to attend to you." "All right then." About 20 minutes later, the two finally arrived at the entrance of the faculty apartment building. It should not have taken this long, but to avoid being seen and causing any unwelcome attention, Lian chose a less traveled path after entering the campus. Although they encountered a couple of student pairs along the way, the dim lighting obscured their features, and the two were quickly assumed to be a young couple in the throes of romance, prompting the others to discreetly move away. Upon reaching the apartment building, Chen estimated that he would feel better in about 10 minutes, so he halted, lowering his gaze to Lian, who had nearly carried him all the way. In that moment, he noticed that the girl's exquisite face was already glistening with perspiration, her clothes dampened, revealing a figure that was nearly devilishly alluring. Beads of sweat trickled down her delicate cheeks, mingling with her youthful fragrance, inexplicably causing his heart to skip a beat. Feeling somewhat strange, Chen quickly averted his gaze, withdrawing from Lian and leaning against the wall for support. "Professor Bai, I'm all right now. I can return to my dormitory on my own." Although he claimed he had no intention of pursuing romance in his lifetime, the thought of accompanying the young girl to her room made Chen apprehensive. Alone together, he feared he might lose control and commit some irredeemable act. Others might be fine, but this girl, with her devilishly alluring figure and breathtakingly beautiful visage, posed a deadly temptation for any ordinary man. Even a sage would struggle against such a lure, let alone a vigorous young man like him. However, Lian was oblivious to Chen's inner turmoil. Her concern lay solely with his pallid complexion. "Don't be stubborn, come upstairs with me. I won't bite," she urged. Chen retorted internally, "I'm more afraid of what I might do to you." Yet, he felt it unwise to refuse. "Enough chatter. Let us go," she insisted. Reluctantly, Chen acquiesced, following her into the elevator. He realized that lingering downstairs too long could lead to misunderstandings if seen by others. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had been struggling under the weight of his presence, causing her already injured ankle to begin bleeding, the bandage now stained a vivid crimson. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Lian led Chen out of the elevator to the 3rd door in the corridor, where she pressed her fingerprint against the lock, granting them entry. Once inside, she changed into slippers and promptly tossed a pair of disposable ones in Chen's direction. "Put these on." Chen nodded slightly, slipping into the slippers before entering the room with her. The apartment was a standard single unit, tastefully decorated in a simple yet elegant style. As he stepped inside, Chen felt his dizziness subside considerably, only then noticing the glaring red surrounding Lian's ankle. Her gait also seemed off. "What happened to your foot?" he asked instinctively, realizing for the first time that she bore an injury. She had carried him for so long despite her pain. At Chen's inquiry, Lian looked down at her ankle, only now aware that the bandage was soaked in blood. It seemed that the strain of supporting him had reopened her wound, which was now actively bleeding. Yet, the reason for her injury was something she would never disclose to Chen. "I accidentally fell yesterday." Before she could finish her explanation, a tall figure suddenly approached her, and in an instant, she was swept off her feet and cradled in his arms. "Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Chen exclaimed as he carried her to the bed, gently placing her down. Lian was taken aback, bewildered by his actions. What was he planning? At that moment, Chen found himself devoid of any ulterior motives, instead pondering how remarkably carefree this girl seemed. Injured so severely, she still managed to carry him, who weighed over 100 pounds, back all the way. "Let me see your wound." Without granting Lian a chance to refuse, Chen directly crouched down, removed the girl's shoes, and gently laid her delicate feet upon his lap, carefully unwrapping the bandage layer by layer. At this moment, He regarded the girl before him as nothing more than a little child, solely concerned with examining the condition of her injury. The school nurse would arrive shortly. I can wait for her to attend to me. Bai Lianwan's cheeks flushed slightly. Had it been anyone else, she would have surely kicked them away without hesitation. Yet now, facing Ji Chun, she discerned his genuine concern for her wound, making it inexplicably difficult to feel any aversion. The wound appeared to still be bleeding. Let me take a look first. No, be obedient. Ji Chun insisted, swiftly unwrapping the bandage around her ankle, revealing the wound that was still oozing blood. Indeed, the original injury had reopened. Do you have any hemostatic powder and gauze at home? After inspecting the wound, Ji Chun furrowed his brow and inquired of Bai Lianwan. Although he lacked medical expertise, he possessed some basic first aid knowledge. Given the situation, it was imperative to change the bandage and stop the bleeding. However, as he looked up to ask Bai Lianwan, he noticed her face had reddened slightly as well. Is something wrong? The latter, caught under Ji Chen's gaze, felt a tad guilty, her fair fingers hastily pointing toward a storage cabinet in the room, indicating that the medical kit was inside, containing gauze and medication. Those supplies had been left by Lin Xingya for the convenience of changing her dressings. All right, I will fetch it. Acknowledging Bai Lianwan, Ji Chun rose and departed. Although he wished to inquire if she felt uncomfortable elsewhere, tending to her foot and stopping the bleeding took precedence. Watching Ji Chun leave, Bai Lianwan finally exhaled in relief. Yet she found it oddly peculiar how she increasingly felt like a young girl in Ji Chen's presence, blushing at the slightest provocation. How infuriating! Moreover, despite her earlier protest, she had obediently followed Ji Chen's command to listen. How vexing! Simultaneously, she noticed that Ji Chen seemed to have improved considerably. He no longer walked unsteadily, but appeared much better. Soon, Ji Chun located the medical kit and returned to the bedside, reapplying medication and bandaging Bai Lianwan's wound. Once he had taken care of her injury, Ji Chun gently placed her feet back on the bed, and once again, the sight of her long, delicate legs captivated his gaze. His eyes instinctively wandered upward, taking in her slender waist, the gentle curves, her fair neck, her flawless visage, and the cascade of her dark hair cascading down from her tender ears. A pair of beautiful eyes scrutinized Ji Chun intently. Are you still feeling dizzy? Not anymore. Gazing at the beautiful yet oblivious girl on the bed, Ji Chun felt an overwhelming dryness in his throat. He swiftly averted his gaze from her, hurriedly tidying up the medical kit and returning it to the storage cabinet. I'm fine now. I'll take my leave, he announced, bending slightly as he dashed out of the room without looking back. This girl's antics late at night were certainly more than a young man brimming with vitality could endure. He was no paragon of virtue like Lu Xiaohui. Meanwhile, Bai Lianwan, watching Ji Chun flee as if from a phantom, was left bewildered. Why did he suddenly leave? She pondered, finding his behavior rather peculiar. Chapter 17. Is this not the essence of courtship? Once Ji Chun exited the faculty apartment, the heat surging within him began to subside considerably. Fortunately, his self-control was sufficiently robust. Otherwise, had he been like any other man, he might have succumbed to the temptation to act upon his desires towards Bai Lianwan in such a charged moment. After all, she was undeniably captivating. Once his thoughts settled, Ji Chun suddenly recalled that, due to the incident with Bai Lianwan, he had yet to purchase his guitar. Moreover, it seemed she had returned without the lesson plans. Had she left them by the roadside? Those were the plans he had painstakingly copied into the late hours of the night. At the very least, he ought to check on them. With this in mind, Ji Chun made his way towards the school entrance, intending to retrieve his lesson plans and see if the guitar shop was still open. He remained vigilant of his surroundings, wary of the possibility that the unsavory characters he had encountered earlier might still be lurking nearby. Reflecting on his experience with the character card, Ji Chun acknowledged the thrill of that newfound strength, yet he felt distinctly that such a persona was not truly representative of himself. Nevertheless, after tonight's encounter, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his self-defense skills and contemplated enrolling in a martial arts club when time permitted. Upon exiting the school, Ji Chun surveyed the vicinity for a moment, confirming there was no imminent danger before returning to the spot where he had previously confronted the thugs. The ruffians he had sent fleeing were long gone. Nearby, beside the green belt along the sidewalk, he spotted a scattered pile of notebooks. Upon seeing them, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to collect them one by one. However, a sense of frustration washed over him. How could Bai Lianwan so carelessly abandon his lesson plans here? Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps she had merely acted out of urgency, recognizing the gravity of the situation. and he could not entirely fault her for it. Having retrieved the lesson plans, Chen proceeded towards the nearby guitar shop, since he had already ventured out and might as well check if it was still open. On the other side, in the faculty apartment, Lin Qingya had arrived and had just finished inspecting the wounds that Bai Lianwan had dressed anew. The treatment appears to be quite well done. I presume it was your student sister who bandaged you? Lin Qingya spoke as she carefully rewrapped the bandage around the young girl's ankle. Upon hearing Lin Qingya's words, Bai Lianwan's delicate face displayed a hint of surprise. She had not indicated that the other person was a girl. Before Bai Lianwan could respond, Lin Qingya looked at her, perplexed. Wanwan, didn't you say at the beginning that your student was unwell? How did it end up that my visit aggravated your injury? Where is that girl? In Lin Qingya's perception, regardless of the circumstances, Bai Lianwan would never bring a male into her room, let alone allow a man to tend to her feet. If it were indeed a man, she would have likely already kicked him down the stairs. Thus, even though Bai Lianwan had not specified the gender, Lin Qingya had automatically assumed it was a girl. Furthermore, the meticulous care with which Bai Lianwan had bandaged her wound had subconsciously reinforced this belief. Bai Lianwan, observing Lin Qingya's puzzled expression, felt her cheeks flush slightly. However, if she were to reveal that she had brought back a male student, Lin Qingya would undoubtedly leap into a barrage of questions. Ultimately, she decided to simply state, he is fine now and has gone back. With that, Bai Lianwan prepared to rise from the bed, saying, I am going to take a shower. After the exertion of bringing Chen back today, she felt sticky and uncomfortable. Seeing Bai Lianwan's movement, Lin Qingya quickly placed a hand on her shoulder. My dear ancestor, in your condition, you still want a shower? Are you trying to make your injury worse? Then, after a moment's reflection, Lin Qingya considered that Bai Lianwan had always been particular about cleanliness. It was inconceivable that she could go a day without bathing. How about this? I will run the water for you, and you can soak in the bathtub. Just try to keep your wound dry. Bai Lianwan glanced at her ankle and, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. She knew she could not afford to delay her recovery. Next week, she was to assume the role of an instructor in the martial arts club at school, and it was imperative that she healed swiftly. After all, her elective classes did not require daily attendance, and it was necessary to nurture the martial spirit of the students at Jiang University while also passing the time. Moreover, the sensation of needing protection felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet as this thought crossed her mind, the memory of the evening's events, which had instilled a sense of safety within her, caused her cheeks to flush anew. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Qingya had already hurried off to the bathroom, humming a little tune as she prepared the water. Meanwhile, Chen was on his way back to school, carrying lesson plans in one hand and a guitar slung over his shoulder, striding purposefully along the path. Fortunately, when he arrived at the guitar shop, the owner was just about to close, and he swiftly purchased a guitar before the door shut. This instrument was not inexpensive, costing over 3,600. Although it pained him somewhat to spend that much, he understood that to excel in his craft, one must first possess the right tools. Having resolved to earn his first pot of gold through music, it was only fitting for Chen to procure superior tools. Upon returning to the dormitory, not yet 10 o'clock, his roommates were still brimming with energy. Particularly, Yun Chuanen, upon seeing Chen's arrival, approached him with an exaggeratedly playful demeanor. Old Ji, you're back. I missed you terribly. Get away. Don't come near me. Chen felt a shiver run down his spine at Yun Chuanen's effeminate antics. However, as Yun Chuanen drew closer, preparing to inquire about Chen's affairs, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance emanating from him. Wow. Old Ji, what is that scent? It's divine. Even more pleasant than EES. As he spoke, Yun Chuanen began to sniff Chen enthusiastically. Without hesitation, Chen playfully swatted him away. What scent? It's merely the fragrance of my body wash. Yun Chuanen, covering his face in mock disbelief, retorted, Nonsense. We use the same body wash. Confess. Have you been secretly courting someone? Hearing Yun Chuanen's words, the other roommates quickly gathered around. Well, it's true, although faint, it smells amazing. Old Ji, you're being ungrateful. Are you dating someone behind our backs? Speak freely, or face the consequences. Get lost. Even if I jumped from the 7th floor, I wouldn't be in a relationship. At that moment, the usually taciturn Ian Hao adjusted his glasses and chimed in. Actually, each person secretes a unique hormone, typically referred to as pheromones, which contribute to one's distinctive body scent. Male body scent is a variant of testosterone, while female body scent correlates with estrogen. This aromatic scent, released from the human body, is generally imperceptible to oneself, yet acutely sensed by others, especially of the opposite sex. When these scents mix with sweat, their effect on the opposite sex becomes even more enchanting, particularly during the developmental phase of adolescence, where it is most pronounced. Therefore, I surmise that old G may have engaged in vigorous activity with a young girl in her puberty, resulting in his skin absorbing her scent. This is why we detect that lingering fragrance, which, through a man's intuition, we can discern is not merely from perfume or body wash, but rather from a young girl's natural scent. As Ian Howe concluded, the others were struck with sudden realization and astonishment. Wow, puberty, vigorous activity, sweat, and you're still denying it's a romance? Chen, observing the earnestness of Ian Howe and the wildly imaginative speculations of his roommates, could only twitch his lips in exasperation. I might as well jump into the Yellow River to clear my name. Chapter 18. I long to see you, just you. In the future, in the past, under the relentless inquiries of his dormitory mates, Chen remained tight-lipped about the events that transpired with Bai Lianwan that night. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old girl, and if word got out about him accompanying her back to her apartment, it would not bode well for her reputation. With their attempts to pry information out of him yielding no results, his roommates reluctantly decided to let the matter rest for the time being, convinced that they would eventually catch Chen slipping up. Subsequently, the group of friends made their way to the school's bathhouse to fetch some soap. Chen, however, had pressing matters to attend to, and thus his bathing routine was unusually swift. Before long, he returned to the dormitory alone, eager to record a song to share on Douyin before his friends came back. But which song should he choose? As he pondered this dilemma, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Mission triggered, officially released the first short video of singing about longing, and garnered 2 million likes. Reward: acquire the Super Ultimate Learning Talent for Combat Skills. The Super Ultimate Learning Talent for Combat Skills, an extraordinary aptitude for mastering all combat techniques. The prospect of acquiring a talent for learning combat skills was serendipitous, just as he was contemplating the need to learn self-defense. The system had bestowed upon him an ultimate combat learning talent. This revelation invigorated Chen, who had just tasted the sweetness of the ultimate learning state. If the previous reward had been akin to unlocking the potential of his mind, then this combat talent represented a dual enhancement for both mind and body in the realm of martial skills. If he truly embarked on mastering such techniques, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. However, the task set forth by the system posed a considerable challenge. What song should he sing about longing to have a chance at achieving 2 million likes on Douyin? It needed to be a song with a certain level of popularity and suitable for guitar accompaniment. Fortunately, with his remarkable memory, Chen quickly sifted through his mental library of songs and settled on I Want to See You. Though this song may not be as widely known as other classics, it was perfect for a guitar accompaniment and had garnered a fair amount of popularity in another world. Having chosen his song, Chen promptly prepared his guitar, ready to record a faceless performance. He stepped onto the balcony of the dormitory and found a clean, simple spot to serve as his backdrop. Dressed in a crisp, white shirt that accentuated his well-defined collarbone, he adjusted the strings of his guitar, cleared his throat, and prepared to capture his rendition. A melodious strum of the guitar filled the air. When love is reduced to mere relics, it is etched into memories through hieroglyphs. Yearning for centuries renders the longing truly profound. I wish to see you, only wish to see you. In the past and future, my sole desire is to behold you. Traversing through countless timelines, amidst the sea of humanity, we remain inseparable. The uniquely resonant and magnetic timbre of his voice, coupled with a heartfelt singing style, imbues the entire song with a tender softness. The incorporation of rap adds a layer of complexity, setting it apart from traditional acoustic guitar ballads. Even after finishing, Chen found himself lingering in the aftertaste of the performance. It was as if he had been wholly absorbed by the song, nostalgically recalling a decade-long romance that began in his sophomore year of college. Ultimately, he smiled with a sense of release, stating, "This is a spontaneous creation of mine titled I Wish to See You. I hope you all enjoy it." While it may seem somewhat audacious to say, there truly are no songs like this in the world, and he felt compelled to contribute to the cultural renaissance of this realm. Upon completing the recording, Chen promptly registered a new Douyin account to upload and share the video. To ensure its success, he invested heavily, spending 5,000 yuan on promotional boosts to secure 200,000 likes. The system merely stipulated the need for 200,000 likes, without prohibiting financial investment. Meanwhile, As Chen uploaded the video, Yun Chuanan and a few others hurried back to their dormitory. After exchanging greetings with Chen, they resumed their previous conversation. Yun Chuanan remarked, "Old Ji, tomorrow afternoon there's a fashion show at Jiaodong University featuring beautiful ladies. Shall we go and indulge in their charm?" Coughing slightly, he added, "I've already prepared my notes. Such a rare opportunity to see the ladies will not be overlooked by Fan Zhua. However, tomorrow afternoon coincides with Professor Bai's elective class, which he was keen to attend." Zhao Ren stroked his chin, wearing a conflicted expression. Zhao Qian playfully draped an arm around his neck, exclaiming, "Wake up, brother. No matter how much you adore Professor Bai, she won't be yours. It would be better to check out the ladies at Jiaodong University. Perhaps you might even bring home a girlfriend. Right, Yinhao?" Yinhao adjusted his glasses, his face slightly blushing. "I shall not go. Women will only hinder my studies." Yun Chuanan teased, "You're just shy, aren't you?" "Ha ha." Yinhao retorted, "Please leave me in peace." Yun Chuanan questioned, "Why must I leave you in peace?" Ji Chun interjected, "Haozi is merely being polite and asking you to depart." Yun Chuanan grumbled, "Oh, come on. What nonsense. You, dog Haozi, better not mess with me." After a bout of playful banter, Ji Chen and his amusing roommates exchanged conversation before drifting off to sleep. At 11:30, a heart-wrenching love song video rapidly spread across Douyin at an alarming rate. In just 1 hour, it garnered nearly 200,000 likes, and the numbers continued to rise. The comments section exploded with vibrant discussions. "Oh my goodness, how enchanting. What a divine voice this is. As someone who has never experienced love, I surprisingly felt a pang of heartache while listening to this song. Indeed, the voice seems so familiar, and those alluring collarbones and elegantly defined fingers have left me utterly mesmerized. Goodness, ladies in front, do maintain some decorum. Although I may not possess the talent for singing, I can certainly assist you in alleviating any discomfort. Go away, wretched man. Exactly. Filthy rogue. Indeed, shameless. Yet I genuinely find the young man's voice to be remarkably familiar. Ah, I recall now. He bears a striking resemblance to the young man who sings that man, both in physique and voice. It cannot be said to be unrelated. They are practically identical. Young man, at last, I have found you. Wow, it truly is him." Without hesitation, I followed, commented, and shared in one swift motion. "Me too. Me too." Soon, the singing video of Ji Chen surged rapidly to the trending list, and the private message section was inundated with requests for contact information, accumulating at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at Fanioe Film and Culture Company, Limited, despite the late hour, Zhou Sungwen showed no intention of leaving his desk. After nearly a year of relentless effort, the film Travel Through Time to Meet You, which his company produced, has been completed and is approaching its release phase. Not only did he personally direct it, but the leading roles were also played by the company's most cherished rising stars, Yang Yangxi and Zhou Dongyu. Given such a heavyweight lineup, the theme song must be the best and most fitting. Unfortunately, Zhou Sungwen found himself disheartened. There was a single song in the current music scene that met his standards. The film primarily tells the story of two protagonists who share mutual affection and ultimately traverse time to meet one another. However, the songs his assistants had sourced for him were utterly unremarkable. As he pondered this, Zhou Sungwen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just then, his phone on the desk buzzed with 2 new messages. They were from his assistant, Suyu. "Director Zhou, I just discovered a song on Douyin that I believe is perfect for the theme of our film. I'll send you the link immediately. You must listen to it." Below her message was a link. Upon reading Suyu's message, Zhou Sungwen furrowed his brow. This Suyu truly was grasping at straws. What decent song could possibly be found on Douyin? Even many esteemed composers in Kyoto had failed to provide him with a satisfactory theme song, let alone these amateur singers on Douyin. Though he had little hope, Zhou Sungwen reluctantly clicked on the link. After all, since it had been sent to him, he might as well listen. However, when he clicked on the video, the pure and pristine melody of the acoustic guitar, rich in lyrical depth, resonated from his phone, momentarily leaving Zhou Sungwen in a state of astonishment. Chapter 19. The young man singing is so enchanting, it must be for my delight. This melody possesses a certain charm. Zhou Sungwen initially intended to merely sample the song, yet the prelude instantly piqued his interest. His previously restless thoughts began to settle as he listened attentively. As love transforms into relics, etched into memories through pictorial symbols, the longing that spans centuries becomes indelibly profound. If only I could return to the Ice Age. How I long to embrace you tightly. Your smile is so healing, awakening life anew. Losing you feels akin to a desolate ruin. The lyrics, tinged with melancholy and regret, convey an emotional voice that hints at a glimmer of hope and anticipation, sending a shiver through Zhou Songwen's entire being. How heart-wrenching. Yet, Zhou Songwen welcomes the anguish. In fact, he craves it. The deeper the pain, the more it stirs the audience's emotions. As long as he can evoke tears from the viewers, how could he possibly fear a lack of box office success? In this moment, the brilliance in Zhou Songwen's eyes grew ever brighter. With the arrival of the song's climax, the overall rhythm underwent a significant transformation. The previously suppressed emotions burst forth. In the video, the young man clad in a crisp white shirt strumming the guitar faced the camera, his neck's veins prominently bulging. His slightly husky voice suddenly intensified with emotion. I long to see you, only you. In the future or the past, I desire to see you. Through countless timelines, in the sea of humanity, we remain intertwined. Exhausting all logic and cunning, deciphering love's most perplexing riddle, could it be that you, too, are waiting for the words, I am willing? The straightforward lyrics, paired with a voice steeped in emotion, evoke a profound sense of yearning and entanglement, a fleeting hope of transcending time and space to reunite with a beloved. In that moment, as Zhou Songwen absorbed the music flowing into his ears, he found himself completely captivated. The intense desire combined with unrequited love left him utterly vulnerable. When the song concluded, it took Zhou Songwen a while to detach himself from its emotional grip. He wiped away his tears and directly clicked on the user's avatar. To his surprise, he discovered that the account featured only one piece, released that very evening, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could it be that this was sung by a newcomer? He then glanced at the account name, a remarkably simple phrase, "In time not sleeping," a name he had never encountered before. Nevertheless, despite the artist being a newcomer, it did not diminish Zhou Songwen's admiration for him or his appreciation of the song. Moreover, the overall style, ambience, and even the lyrics of the song harmoniously align with the theme of his film, achieving near perfection. Subsequently, Zhou Songwen returned to the video interface, astonished to discover that the previous count of 52 likes had surged to 54 in less than a minute. Despite it being just past 1 in the morning, the frightening speed of this increase suggests that the song is poised to attain remarkable popularity in the coming days. It is likely that numerous producers and directors will vie to acquire the copyright for this song to capitalize on its rising fame. With this thought in mind, Zhou Songwen promptly dialed his assistant, Suyu. Once the call connected, Zhou Songwen spoke with unwavering authority, Xiao Su. Immediately get in touch with the singer you linked me to and obtain his phone number. I want this song. Director Zhou, do you also appreciate this song? Suyu expressed her surprise, but it seems that this young man has already gone to sleep. She hesitated before continuing, with so many likes and comments on Douyin. He hasn't replied to any of my messages, despite my multiple attempts to reach out. It's nearly 1 o'clock. Surely, such a handsome young man is already asleep. Hearing Suyu's words, Zhou Songwen glanced at the time on his computer and frowned slightly. He then continued, you must reach him as soon as possible tomorrow. I fear that more production companies will express interest in purchasing this song. Some may even offer substantial sums to entice him due to the song's rising popularity. So we must make contact without delay to secure the rights. Director, you are quite fond of this song, aren't you? Suyu noted, surprised to see Zhou Songwen so enthusiastic about a piece of work. Foolish, Zhou Songwen chided playfully. Do you think I would recklessly feature a song in my project simply because I personally like it? Securing such an outstanding song that fits the theme of this film gives me the confidence that it will generate at least 100 million in box office revenue. Suyu was taken aback. A theme song can earn 100 million at the box office. How astonishing. Enough chatter. Quickly contact the other assistants. We must reach this young man before he awakens tomorrow, Zhou Songwen urged, displaying a hint of impatience. All right, I'll notify everyone right away. Suyu nodded quickly, ending the call with Zhou and beginning to reach out to her colleagues who, like her, were also awake late into the night to support director Zhou. Although it was the dead of night, for those internet users who habitually browsed Douyin before bed, this evening was destined to be one where they collectively erupted in excitement over a young man, leading to a night filled with fervor. Many users were incessantly entering and exiting the account named Inshur Buju, fervently liking the posts. Among them were producers, program directors, and music agency agents who had been jolted awake from their beds. After all, this song that suddenly exploded on Douyin, in terms of both quality and artistic conception, as well as its lyrics, has almost surpassed the previous viral sensation, That Man. Its popularity continues to escalate at an alarming rate, prompting them to swiftly reach out to the author to acquire the rights or sign him to their music company for focused development. In the current music scene of Xia country, there are exceedingly few singers with such talent and brilliance. Soon, after a night had passed, as Chen opened his eyes, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of receiving 200 likes on your video. Reward, ultimate learning talent for combat skills. At last, upon hearing the system's voice, Chen felt invigorated and immediately sat up in bed. During the afternoon, when he had no classes, he decided to enroll in the martial arts club at school to experience the abilities granted by this ultimate learning talent. Before getting out of bed, Chen picked up his phone and opened Douyin. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. In just one night, the likes on his video had soared to 210. The comment section was bustling with activity. The young man sings so beautifully. Heart emoji. He sings so well. Surely just to please me, shy. I am 60 this year, and my family has so much money that I can't even count it. Could you come to my house to sing a few songs and help me count the money? I could offer you a portion. I have nothing. Just a household registration from Chaoxian, innocent. Would you consider it? Well, here we discover a wealthy young lady from Chaoxian. Chen looked at the comments pinned at the top and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Although this world lacks in cultural entertainment, the Douyin netizens are certainly not short of humor. Next, Chen opened the backend to check his private messages. Aside from some trivial messages from young ladies asking to add him on WeChat, he was astonished to find numerous messages from official accounts of various film and television productions. Hello, author. I am from the production team of Legend of the Long Song. Our producer believes your song is perfect for our television drama's theme, and we are willing to purchase the full rights at a high price. Hello, author. I am the assistant director of the movie Werewolf Killing Origins, our director. I am from Youth Travel Diary. I am from the anime Supreme God Ruler. As Chen scrolled down through the messages, his expression darkened. Most of them, judging by the lineup and titles, were clearly destined to be terrible productions. While he did intend to sell the rights for profit, he did not wish for his exceptional song to be buried within such poor dramas. However, after scrolling for a while longer, Chen quickly stumbled upon 2 film titles that caught his eye. To those who see this, please give a wave of 5-star reviews. We are just 43 5-star reviews away from an update. Gifts have already reached 38. We are just 12 away from an update. Let's go. Chapter 20 should accompany acquiesce to Chen's request to reverse the characters of Chun Hai's name. The 2 films, although slightly divergent from Chen's recollections, nonetheless promise to create considerable waves at the box office, given their impressive cast and directors. The first film, directed by Ping Wuluan, features the popular actress Lu Yifei, the rising idol Wu Yifan, and the recently acclaimed actor Jin Shijia, along with several other well-known actresses. Its title is So You Were Still Here. The production team, astutely, revealed the star-studded cast in their private message, which was undeniably enticing. Actors such as Lu Yifei, Wu Yifan, and Jin Shijia are all familiar names to Chen. Their individual followings ensure that the film's box office will not disappoint. The second film that captured Chen's interest also boasts a remarkable ensemble, featuring the talented young actor Yang Qianxi, who is set to captivate audiences with his acting prowess, alongside the equally skilled Zhou Dongyu. This film is titled Traveling Through Time to Meet You. Chen holds a vivid impression of both Yang Qianxi and Zhou Dongyu in his original world. They had already secured prominent positions in the film industry by this time. However, in this realm, this marks Yang Qianxi's inaugural venture into acting, transitioning from his singing career. Given his exceptional talent, it is highly likely that he will achieve remarkable fame through this film, paving the way for his ascendance as a formidable actor. Chen finds both films quite appealing. However, he currently possesses only a single song suitable for a theme. Thus, he intends to further engage with the production teams of both films before reaching a decision. Consequently, he promptly sent a message to both parties, requesting them to add him on WeChat for further communication. Fortunately, he had only one class that morning, granting him ample time to address the matters concerning song rights. Meanwhile, his dormitory mates gradually began to awaken, with Yin Chuanan greeting Chen and voluntarily stepping out to procure breakfast for him. As Chen conversed with his roommates, one of the representatives from the films he had contacted swiftly replied to his message. This individual was none other than Chen, the producer of So You Were Still Here. Before long, the two connected on WeChat, and the producer promptly requested Chen's phone number, which he then dialed. Once the call connected, a male voice resonated through the line. "Hello, I am Chen, the producer of So You Were Still Here. My assistant was in touch with you earlier, and I am now personally handling the collaboration discussions." "Hello, my name is Chen, with G as in season and Chen as in morning." "Very well, Mr. G. Our company is highly interested in your song Want to See You, which you released yesterday on Douyin. Would you be willing to share your asking price for it? Rest assured, we are prepared to extend our utmost sincerity in acquiring it from you." Upon hearing the other party's words, Chen did not ponder for long and promptly replied, "I would like to first understand the screenplay of your film or the effects produced in the filming. I wish to see how well it aligns with the style of my song." Although the other party initially presented themselves as if they were unfazed by financial matters, Chen was not swayed by such temptations to hastily part with his work. At the very least, he needed to carefully contemplate the script to assess its compatibility with the essence of his music and the narrative it conveyed. Despite the significant popularity that Wu Yifan and Liu Yifei could bring, if the script or the performances were lacking, the likelihood of producing a mediocre film was exceedingly high. After Chen made this request, there was a noticeable silence on the other end of the line. Chen was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen, as a newcomer, would have such demands. Having reached out to him, would Chen still doubt the compatibility of his song with the film's theme? While it was indeed somewhat mismatched, the soaring popularity of this particular song would undoubtedly generate increased heat and attention if used as a theme for the film. One must realize that videos on Douyin with over 200,000 likes have likely garnered views in the range of 50 to 60 million. Moreover, the video's momentum continues to rise rather than decline. With this in mind, although Chen felt some dissatisfaction with Chen's request, he patiently responded, "Sir, I believe you need not concern yourself with so much detail. Our director has a profound appreciation for your song. Simply state your price, and we shall acquire it." He continued, "The screenplay and its resulting effects are areas in which our director possesses great confidence. Moreover, you have seen the cast. Selling us the rights to your song not only promises you a substantial profit, but also the potential for considerable fame, a true win-win situation." Despite Chen emphasizing the advantages of selling his copyright to their company, Chen remained resolute, smiling as he replied, "If you are unwilling to share the script and the filming effects with me, I'm afraid I cannot sell you the rights to this song." On the other end of the line, Chen was taken aback, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Are you not even going to ask how much we are willing to offer you? Surely, this young man must understand the value of a film's theme song. Since we cannot even negotiate the first step, I have no interest in discussing how much it could fetch. If one does not possess sufficient understanding of the film's quality and genre, merely selling the song's rights would bear no benefit for Chen, whether the song mismatches the film's theme or the film flops." Furthermore, his intentions extended beyond a simple outright sale. He was keen on securing long-term advantages for himself. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Chen face began to twitch in disbelief. As a renowned producer from a prestigious film company in Kyoto, having crafted such a significant film with a formidable cast and a distinguished director, he should feel honored to have reached out to Chen. Yet, it seemed that today's youth are often prone to arrogance. A song has gained considerable popularity, and now one believes oneself to be a distinguished songwriter? Chen, though perturbed, maintained his composure upon realizing the potential acclaim and profit that Chen's song could bring to their film. "Mr. G, you must still be a student? I want to sugarcoat it. 1,500,000. You should sell us the full rights to this song." Chen brimmed with confidence. After all, Chen was merely an ordinary student who likely had never encountered such a sum of money. 1,500,000 could afford him at least a decade less of toil. However, when he heard the response from the other end of the line, his confident demeanor faltered momentarily. "I'm afraid I want to sell the rights in a buyout manner. I prefer a revenue-sharing model, and I want to agree to collaborate without a thorough understanding of the project." Upon hearing Chen's words, Chen felt a sharp twitch in his eye, questioning whether his ears had deceived him. Not only did he refuse a buyout, but he also demanded a satisfactory script to consider collaboration. This young man, how audacious! Despite his inner turmoil, Chen strove to maintain his composure. "Mr. G, I doubt any film company would entertain such unreasonable demands from you. Please reconsider my offer. For a newcomer like Chen, It was expected to acquiesce unconditionally to their company's demands. They would never negotiate terms with a novice over a theme song. Chen merely responded coolly, "In that case, there is no need for us to continue this discussion. If you are unwilling, I am open to considering offers from other film companies. All right, goodbye." Goodbye. Once the call ended, Chen slammed his phone onto the desk with force. He tugged at his tie and cast a glance at the phone, scoffing, "What an arrogant little brat. If any company were to meet Chen's demands, I shall write my name backward." Meanwhile, Chen, having concluded his call with Chen, headed to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Shortly after, a new message appeared in his pinned chat on Douyin. "Hey, I'm so sorry. I stayed up all night waiting for your message and accidentally fell asleep. I'll add you right away. We currently have 96 ratings, just 33 more for an update. No more talk. Back to the writing desk for more updates. Perhaps I'll manage to finish by 3 or 4 in the morning. I promise to deliver. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 21. This young man is rather audacious. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Chen opened his phone and promptly noticed the message, "Re-establishing contact with Suyu." Upon connecting, Chen immediately expressed his desire to understand the screenplay and the film's content. In contrast to the previous film company's evasive demeanor, this new company readily acquiesced, promptly sending the screenplay and clips to Chen. He immediately entered an intense learning mode, perusing the script and finding great satisfaction in its narrative design, which resonated perfectly with the essence of his song Longing to See You. After reading the script, Chen took advantage of his breakfast time to spend about half an hour reviewing the romantic scenes featuring the two leads, Eong Chinshi and Zhou Dongyu. Their performances in the film indeed did not disappoint him. After careful consideration, Chen reached out to Suyu again to express his willingness to collaborate, although he preferred a profit-sharing arrangement rather than a buyout. I can't make that decision. Could you wait a moment? I need to consult Director Zhou," Suyu exclaimed, taken aback by Chen's request. This young man, how audacious. Chen chuckled in response, saying, "All right, I will await your reply." Once the call ended, he noticed Yin Chuanan beside him looking utterly bewildered. "What are you up to, old G? What do you mean by profit-sharing?" Yin Chuanan observed that Chen had been acting quite strangely these past couple of days. "I'll explain everything once it's settled. For now, I need to do some research. Come on, just tell me." "Shut it," Chen retorted, leaving Yin Chuanan with no choice but to mime zipping his lips. Chen then sat at his desk, opening his laptop. Although he intended to discuss profit-sharing, his understanding of the film industry was limited, so he took this opportunity to calculate the investment and profit models of a film. Had he been his former self, it would have taken him half a day to figure it out, but now, in his intense learning state, a few minutes would suffice. In Kyoto, the executives at Guasher Film Industry were initially elated to learn of Chen's willingness to sell the rights. But their smiles quickly faltered upon hearing the assistant's subsequent remarks. "What? This kid wants a share of the profits? Impossible." Zhou Sungwen's expression darkened as he snapped. "Even the top composers in Kyoto wouldn't dare make such demands. For a theme song, I'd offer him 2 million at most. Why would there be any profit sharing?" Upon witnessing Zhou Sungwen's reaction, Suyu instinctively shrank back, taking a couple of steps away before whispering, "Mr. Chen said he only wants to sign a profit-sharing agreement." Zhou Sungwen sighed as he regarded the young woman before him, a hint of disappointment in his gaze. It was evident that she was too inexperienced and not assertive enough, allowing the other party to gain the upper hand. However, he was undeniably drawn to the copyright of that song, knowing full well that if they didn't purchase it, other companies would eagerly swoop in. After all, this song has become exceptionally popular on Douyin. Behind his desk, Zhou Sungwen pondered for a few moments before turning to Suyu and saying, "Please provide me with his contact information. I will reach out to him myself." Regardless of the circumstances, he felt the other party's demands were rather excessive, and he deemed it necessary to discuss matters with him directly. Upon hearing her boss's words, Suyu slightly furrowed her brow but nodded in agreement. "All right, Director Zhou. I will get it to you right away." Soon, Zhou Sungwen received Chen's phone number and dialed it. In the dormitory, Chen had just finished organizing his materials when his phone on the desk rang. "Let me take this call," he said, greeting Yin Chuan before sliding to answer. "Is this Chen?" "Hello, I am Zhou Sungwen, the director from Guasher Film Industry." Given that he intended to purchase the copyright from Chen, Zhou's tone was unusually courteous. "Hello, I am delighted that my work has garnered your attention," Chen responded with a smile. recognizing that this esteemed director was calling to offer him a lucrative opportunity. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they swiftly moved to the core of the discussion. Little G. The reason I called is to inquire whether you are certain about signing a revenue-sharing agreement with our company. If you are considering a buyout, I can offer you a price 60 above the market rate. Upon hearing Zhou Sungwen's words, Chen chuckled and replied firmly, Director Zhou, I have made my decision. If we sign, it will be a revenue-sharing agreement. Zhou Sungwen, still not ready to concede, attempted to persuade him. With a buyout, you could receive 1 million immediately. If you opt for revenue sharing and the film incurs losses, you might end up with nothing. You need not worry about that, Director Zhou. That is my own decision. Chen maintained his resolute stance. Zhou Sungwen intended to say more, but found himself at a loss for words, given Chen's firm position. After a moment of silence, Zhou Sungwen continued, How much do you intend to ask for? Not much, just 5 of the film's revenue will suffice, Chen replied. This revenue-sharing figure was one he had meticulously calculated. It was reasonable for both himself and Guesher film industry. Assuming the film's box office grossed 1 billion, after taxes, approximately 910 million would remain. After deducting the cinema's share of around half, roughly 400 million would be left. Subtracting the production and promotional costs of 50 million, he estimated that his song could earn around 20 million. However, this calculation was based on a 1 billion box office. Chen also analyzed the market feedback for Traveling Through Time to Meet You across major cinema platforms, which predicted a final box office of only 200 million. While this forecast had considerable variability, it rendered Chen's asking price far less unreasonable. Upon hearing Chen's request, Zhou Sungwen contemplated and found himself feeling considerably less displeased. He had anticipated that this young man would audaciously demand 2 or 3% of his box office earnings. Had that been the case, no matter how much he adored this song, he would have had to make a sacrifice. Zhou Sungwen did not deliberate for long before nodding and saying, Little G, let us proceed as you suggested. I will promptly prepare the contract for us to sign. Chen responded with a cheerful smile. Excellent. Then it is settled. I am confident that this film will perform remarkably well. Drawing upon the memories from his past life, along with his personal analysis, he felt assured that the film should achieve a box office of around 500 million. On the other end of the line, Zhou Sungwen chuckled, You young lad. I am not deceiving you. This film is my first attempt at such a style, and it is also Xiaoxi's first transformation. The risks are considerable. If it ends up flopping, do not come to me in tears. Zhou Sungwen was not merely trying to scare Chen. This type of artistic film was indeed a first for him. Many directors had attempted it before, yet most had failed to garner significant box office returns. The highest grossing one barely surpassed 500 million. However, with Chen's perfect theme song, Zhou Sungwen felt optimistic. Even if the projections indicated only 200 million, he believed he could achieve 300 million. Ultimately, this arrangement would yield greater profits than not acquiring Chen's rights at all. Thus, the two reached a swift agreement. After concluding the call, Zhou Sungwen immediately instructed Su Yu, Little Su, draft a revenue-sharing contract at once. I need to sign with Little G as soon as possible. Su Yu, taken aback by her boss's directive, stuck out her tongue and remarked, Director Zhou, did you not just say that you disagreed with revenue sharing? She vividly recalled the look of frustration in her superior's eyes from earlier, coupled with his vigorous phone call. Zhou Sungwen, now chuckling, suddenly realized, Indeed. I initially intended to negotiate a buyout. How do we end up with profit sharing? The thought left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was surprising that at his age, he was so easily maneuvered by a young man. Chapter 22. This fellow cannot possibly be thinking of directly embracing her and offering another heartfelt confession. After Chen concluded matters regarding the song's copyright, he and Yun Chuanen headed to class. In the afternoon, they enrolled in the martial arts club at school. Fortunately, next week, a combat instructor, rumored to be the champion of the last Huaxia combat competition, would be joining the club. Chen never anticipated that such a distinguished individual would come to the university as an instructor. Regardless, this opportunity was a windfall for him. With professional-level training from a combat champion, coupled with his extraordinary aptitude for martial arts, it would not be long before he made significant strides in this field. In a state of delightful leisure, Yun Chuanen, having nothing else to occupy his time, also enrolled in the club. He intended to learn some martial arts, otherwise, he would be easily toppled by anyone who happened to enter the dormitory, which would be quite embarrassing. After both had registered for the club and filled out the necessary information, as well as familiarized themselves with the club's various details, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, nearing the time for elective classes. Thus, the two made their way out of the club and returned to their dormitory to gather their class materials. Moreover, Chen recalled that he had yet to have Bai Lianwan review his lesson plan, so he took it along to the classroom. The attendance for elective classes remained as high as ever, even with a performance by some girls from a neighboring school. Bai Lianwan's class was still filled to capacity. Once the class commenced, when the attendees beheld the enchanting figure gracefully entering the classroom, they instantly felt their choice to remain rather than watch the neighboring school's performers was indeed the right one. Clad in a flowing white gown, she revealed a pair of long, jade-like legs. Her hair cascaded down like seaweed, accentuating her already fair skin, which appeared even more delicate and luminous. Her tranquil eyes mirrored the calmness of the sea, complemented by a refined nose and softly tinted lips. Despite her simple attire, she radiated an irresistible beauty. Even Chen, seated among the students, found himself momentarily entranced by the sight of the girl at the podium. He couldn't shake the feeling that Bai Lianwan appeared even more stunning than usual today. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yun Chuanan beside him quietly exclaimed, "Hey Ji, have you noticed? It seems like Professor Bai has dressed up today. She never lets her hair down in class, and this is the first time she's worn a dress, isn't it?" Upon hearing Yun Chuanan's observation, Chen suddenly realized the truth of the matter. No wonder he sensed something different about her today. It was only upon Yun's remark that he recognized the change. However, before Chen could voice his thoughts, Yun Chuanan, stroking his chin, pondered aloud, "Professor Bai's behavior today is quite unusual. She has never made such an effort to look good for class before. Could it be that she has someone special in her life?" At this thought, Yun Chuanan recalled how, upon entering the classroom, Bai Lianwan had glanced in his direction, leading him to a sudden epiphany. One of life's great misconceptions. Could it be that Professor Bai has taken a liking to me? Chen, observing his companion's shocked and gleeful expression, found himself at a loss for words. This fellow was perhaps a bit too self-absorbed. She merely changed her style for class, yet he concocted such elaborate fantasies. Moreover, how could someone as resolute as Bai Lianwan ever fancy a man? At that moment, Bai Lianwan commenced the roll call. "Yun Chuanan, here," Yun Chuanan exclaimed. Noticing that Bai Lianwan seemed to seize the opportunity of the roll call to glance his way, which only heightened his excitement. In the past, Professor Bai would call roll without ever looking at her students. Lao Ji, Professor Bai is looking at me again," Chen thought. Bai Lian had completed the attendance and commenced the lecture, yet her mind was in disarray. For reasons unknown, she found herself repeatedly glancing towards Chen. Furthermore, she sensed that his gaze upon her today seemed markedly different from usual. Surely, he could not be misled into thinking that her elegantly chosen attire was intended solely for him. Today, she had merely decided on a whim to wear a dress and let her hair down, not to draw his attention. While her mind raced with fanciful notions about Chen's feelings, Bai Lian, the prodigious young woman, maintained her composure and clarity during the lecture, elucidating the subject matter for her students with remarkable lucidity and grace. Chen, on the other hand, seized this splendid opportunity, immersing himself in the ultimate learning mode, his eyes never straying from the figure of the young woman at the podium. In his vision, there was nothing but the pursuit of knowledge. All right, that concludes today's lesson. I assign you some homework to be submitted to my email as soon as possible. Class dismissed. Yes, Professor. I will complete it promptly. So will I. I can finish it tonight. I'll get started as soon as I return. Upon hearing Bai Lian's instructions, many male students and a few female students in the classroom eagerly nodded in agreement, including Yun Chuanan, who sat beside Chen. In response to her enthusiastic students, Bai Lian merely offered a slight nod before tidying her lesson plans and gracefully striding out of the classroom. Chen, preparing to leave with Yun Chuanan, suddenly remembered that he had not submitted his lesson plan for Bai Lian's review. Realizing this, he called out to Yun Chuanan and hurriedly grabbed the plan from his desk before dashing out of the classroom. In the corridor, Bai Lian, clutching her lesson plans as she made her way back to her office, caught the attention of many passing students who admired her graceful figure. Even after she had walked away, they continued to gaze longingly at her retreating silhouette, whispering amongst themselves, "Professor Bai looks even more stunning today. I absolutely adore her. She seems ethereal. As a girl, I feel so enchanted, right? If my girlfriend looked like that, I'd never leave the house. What the heck, Yuan Kai?" What did you just say? Ah, babe, how did you end up here? I didn't even notice you. Get lost. Chen burst out of the classroom and, spotting Bai Lian's figure, swiftly pursued her. Professor Bai, wait a moment. Upon hearing the familiar voice behind her, Bai Lian instinctively halted, her heart inexplicably quickening. How infuriating. And now that class was over, what could this fellow possibly want? Although her heart began to race, she paused for a few seconds before slowly turning around. Her gaze meeting Chun's beaming eyes. The young man stood illuminated by the light, his delicate and handsome features framed by a pair of bright, reflective eyes that wholly captured her image. Bai Lianwan's heart inevitably quivered, her mind flooded with memories of the recent days spent together. A blush rising to her cheeks as she endeavored to maintain her composure and asked, "Is there something you need?" Chen was about to broach the subject of the lesson plan when his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the girl's hair. As someone with mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, Chen, without a second thought, reached out toward Bai Lianwan. Instinctively, she took a step back, a hint of panic flashing in her usually cool and beautiful eyes. What on earth was he planning? Was he about to execute some audacious head-pat maneuver straight out of a drama? Or perhaps draw her into an embrace for a heartfelt confession, though she typically presented herself as an aloof older sister. Bai Lianwan occasionally indulged in the romantic soap operas adored by younger girls to pass the time. Thus, the moment she perceived Chen's gesture, her mind raced with blush-inducing scenarios. However, she quickly reminded herself that they were surrounded by numerous students. If he were to confess, it would certainly cause an uproar. As her heart raced with wild imaginings, contemplating whether to intervene with a swift shoulder throw to halt his impulsive behavior, Chen had already placed his hand atop her head. Gently, he removed a leaf that had settled in her hair, waving it before her as he chuckled. "The wind blew this leaf into your hair just now." Bai Lianwan, feeling slightly miffed, thought it was merely a leaf. She had expected him to get to the point. Exasperated and busy, once she regained her composure, she feigned indifference. Yet, inexplicably, her mood took a downturn. Observing the stern little professor before him, Chen quickly adopted a serious demeanor and presented her with the lesson plan, saying, "Professor, you seem to have forgotten that you asked me to copy this lesson plan 500 times, and you have yet to review it." "All right, I will take it back for review right away," Bai Lianwan replied, extending her hand to seize the lesson plan from Chen's grasp before turning on her heels and striding away. Chen watched her retreating figure, puzzled. Was it just his imagination, or did she seem angry? He couldn't fathom what had provoked her. After all, he had been careful not to disturb even a single strand of her hair while removing the leaf. How could she be upset all of a sudden? Truly, women were capricious, regardless of age. Chapter 23. We are most eager for movie outings after delivering the lesson plan. Chen had a meal at the cafeteria and then returned to his dormitory alone. Just then, he received a message from Guosher Film Industry, reaching out to discuss the contract details. Yun Xuanen, who had always been inseparable from him, awakened from her beautiful dream and obediently followed Li Yi to enjoy some milk tea and engage in light conversation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen discovered that the only occupant was Fan Zhua, who was fervently typing away at his computer. "Have you caught fire at your desk?" Chen inquired as he approached his own study table and pulled out a chair. Fan Zhua's fingers, which had been dancing across the keyboard, suddenly faltered, and a hint of bitterness crept onto his somewhat handsome face as he lamented, "Don't mention it. The manuscript was just taking off when I hit a traffic jam. And now the editor has ordered me to revise the earlier chapters." Surprised by Fan Zhua's words, Chen remarked, "Your driving skills must be lacking. How could you crash?" Fan Zhua was nearly on the verge of tears at being called out. Chen smiled knowingly, stating, "A true veteran can navigate even a rocket without crashing." He recalled how, in his previous life, he had read countless popular novels filled with thrilling escapades, leaving readers yearning for more, often leading to a sort of literary malnourishment, as they managed to amass millions of words with ease. Clearly, Fan Zhua's skills were insufficient. It seemed prudent for Chen to impart some wisdom when he found the time, especially since he now possessed a remarkable memory, capable of conjuring countless driving scenarios with just a thought. However, he had little time to spare at the moment. He needed to focus on finalizing the theme song contract. After offering a few words of comfort to Fan Zhua, Chen opened his laptop and located the email from Guosher Film Industry containing the contract, which he perused. It didn't take long for him to finish reading. The terms were consistent with what he had previously discussed with Zhou Sungwen. He promptly contacted the sender, confirmed his identity, and completed the electronic signing process, which was both convenient and swift. After all, in just 2 days, the film would officially premiere on Saturday, and he needed to ensure the theme song was edited into the movie without delay, making the online signing a significant time saver. Once the contract was signed, all he had to do was wait for the film's release and the subsequent profits. That evening, the dormitory lights were out, and Chen was preparing to rest. As he had a full day of classes ahead, just before settling down, he was about to put his phone away when suddenly, 2 messages popped up in his WeChat inbox from Suyu of Guesher Film Industry. Mr. Chen, our film will premiere this Saturday at 8 p.m. Director Zhou has asked me to reserve 6 tickets for you at the nearest cinema, Dream Factory. If you have the time, feel free to bring your friends along to support us. You should receive the electronic voucher shortly, so please keep an eye out for it. Indeed. Before Chen could respond to Suyu, he received a text message containing the movie ticket redemption code. Reading the message brought a mixture of amusement and exasperation to Chen. He is currently not particularly interested in artistic films related to love. Even the 2 songs he previously sang about love were merely tasks assigned by the system. Therefore, he has no intention of watching this movie. However, since the tickets have already been purchased, he plans to give them to someone in the dormitory who might need them. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in Chen's mind. Task triggered. Within 3 days, watch a movie with any girl, and when she tears up, promptly hand her a tissue. Reward, God-level fashion designer skill. God-level fashion designer. Mastery of all professional knowledge in fashion design. Possessing extraordinary talent and creativity in clothing design. The notion of acquiring a God-level fashion designer skill sounds quite appealing. Yet, what is the absurdity of watching a movie with a girl and passing her tissues? Is the essence of this system not akin to that of a sycophant? Although he is tempted to outright refuse this unreasonable task, Chen reconsidered. He cannot squander such a remarkable skill without striving for it. After all, it is a God-level fashion designer skill. Perhaps he could actually earn a little money from it in the future. However, arranging a date with a girl to go to the cinema within 3 days is undoubtedly beyond his capabilities. After all, inviting someone to watch a movie carries an unmistakable implication. If he flirts with someone, receives the reward, and then fails to take responsibility, how is that different from being a scoundrel? With this thought, Chen recalled a detail from the system's task. As long as he watches a movie with any girl in a cinema and hands her a tissue when she sheds tears, it implies that he does not need to specifically ask a girl out. He simply needs to attend a tear-jerking film in a cinema populated by girls and offer a tissue to any girl who happens to be moved to tears. With this in mind, the task suddenly seemed quite manageable. Speaking of tear-jerking films, he had just collaborated on the movie Traveling Through Time to Meet You, which is filled with emotional moments. Moreover, its theme song is quite heart-wrenching, likely to induce tears in many sensitive girls. With this realization, Chen felt a wave of clarity wash over him and promptly sent a thank you sticker to Suyu. He then addressed the still-awake members of his dormitory, saying, "Hey, folks, how about we go watch a movie the night after tomorrow? I happen to have tickets for a film that many girls enjoy." Initially, the group showed little interest in Chen's opening statement, but upon hearing the mention of many girls, their excitement surged. Yun Chuanan exclaimed, "Such a good-looking movie? I'm definitely in." Fan Zhua, who had just returned to bed, sat up again, saying, "Anzi, you're being too disingenuous. Chen hasn't even mentioned what movie it is." Inhao was contemplating how to accept Chen's invitation without appearing to be going solely for the girls when he suddenly noticed a shadow descending from the upper bunk. "Hey, desk, weren't you just lying down? Why are you getting up again?" Zhao ran, "Ha. It must be the excitement of going to meet the young lady that keeps you awake." Fan Zhuo approached the desk and opened his notebook. "Am I really that kind of person? I merely wish to prepare some drafts in advance so that I can accompany Lao Ji to watch a movie on Saturday, not to meet girls." Zhao Qian, huh? A bunch of hypocritical men. I have no respect for you all. Lao Ji, I have a part-time job on Saturday, so I would like to inquire about the showtime, so I can request time off to make it on time for the movie. Chen, 8 o'clock in the evening. Make sure you don't flake out on me. No problem. We will definitely be punctual. When it comes to watching movies, we are the most enthusiastic, rest assured. In the classroom apartment, although it was approaching midnight, Bai Lianwan found herself wide awake. Each time she closed her eyes, Chen's face occupied her thoughts, rendering her unable to sleep. Human thoughts can be quite peculiar. When you try to suppress thoughts of someone, that very image stubbornly lingers in your mind, refusing to dissipate. It's akin to being told not to think of an elephant, and inevitably, that is precisely what occupies your mind. This inability to control one's thoughts was a sensation Lian had never experienced in her 18 years of life. While she tossed and turned in bed, her phone, resting on the nightstand, suddenly vibrated twice. Her delicate hand retrieved the device, and her beautiful eyes scanned the message from Lin Qingya. Wan. Come watch a movie with me on Saturday. I've already bought the tickets. Though Lin Qingya occasionally displayed a light-hearted demeanor before Lian, she was undoubtedly a true artistic soul. Upon reading the message, Lian instantly surmised that it was likely about a recently released art film, probably one that was heart-wrenching. Although she held little interest in such films, given her recent preoccupations with Chen, she thought that watching a movie might serve as a pleasant distraction. With this in mind, Lian promptly replied. After tossing her phone aside, she sank back into the plush embrace of her soft bed, attempting to force herself to sleep. Yet again, that handsome, refined face surfaced in her mind. How vexing. Chapter 24. I've heard you have someone you like. Is it true? Time flew by. And before she knew it, it was Saturday. At 7:30 in the evening, at the ticket counter, Chen was retrieving his tickets from the automated machine, while Yun Xuan and the others gazed at the couples around them, lost in brief contemplation. Where are the girls? Where are the single girls we were promised? Suddenly, I feel like going back to play basketball. Suddenly, I feel like returning to my writing. Suddenly, I feel like going back to my part-time job. I didn't expect Lao Ji to deceive us as well. Given the proximity to Jiang University, it was no surprise that most of the moviegoers at this hour were young couples in love. Today is yet another Saturday, following the conclusion of the film. It would be the perfect opportunity to secure a hotel room for a bit of private time, deepening the bonds between us. Thus, at this moment, Chen and Yu Chuanen's group has become the most conspicuous presence within the cinema, something Chen had never anticipated. Just then, among the group, the typically reticent Inhao inadvertently caught sight of two enchanting figures approaching the ticket booth from the crowd. A mere flicker of peripheral vision revealed their graceful forms and alluring demeanor, sending a jolt through his heart. As he turned to gaze more intently, he found himself momentarily entranced. Could that be Professor Bai? Where? What the hell? Yu Chuanen murmured. Following Inhao's gaze and spotting the two beauties making their way towards them, his eyes widening in astonishment. Especially upon recognizing that familiar, breathtaking face and her refreshingly stylish ensemble for the day, he was utterly astounded. In the throng, a stunning girl with long hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, clad in a light pink fitted blouse paired with a pleated skirt, was walking arm in arm with another equally attractive girl, striding gracefully with her long, fair legs towards the ticket booth. Her exquisite visage, with skin as pale as snow tinged with a hint of pink, along with her enchanting figure and youthful energy, made her appear as though she had stepped straight out of a comic book. This spectacle drew the attention of passers-by, leaving them in a state of awe. The companions of Yu Chuanen also shifted their focus, their eyes fixated on the girl and her companion, astonished. What the hell? Is that really Professor Bai? And who is that other girl? Oh my god, it's Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin? The girl beside Professor Bai? Indeed, she's our campus physician at Jiang University. She treated my injuries during basketball a few times, Zhao Ran remarked, his gaze glued to the approaching duo. Yu Chuanen, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth as he admired the girl whose beauty only slightly paled in comparison to Lian, turned to Zhao Ran. No wonder you made 3 trips to the infirmary last Friday. It turns out the campus nurse is this stunning. Inhao adjusted his glasses, his cheeks slightly flushed. She is indeed quite beautiful, but is the girl beside her truly Professor Bai? It must be her. Though her attire appears youthful and vibrant, there remains a certain frosty allure to her countenance that I find utterly captivating. I feel the same way. As the group engaged in their earnest yet hushed discussion, Lian and Lin Qingya also became aware of their presence. Upon noticing the two girls glancing their way, Yu Chuanen and his companions hastened to approach them. Good evening. Professor Bai and Dr. Lin, are you here to watch a movie as well? Good evening, Professor Bai. I have completed the assignments you assigned. Dr. Lin, my knee feels significantly better now. Thank you for your timely assistance. The group greeted the two with an enthusiastic and warm demeanor, exchanging pleasantries with genuine eagerness. As a few individuals unexpectedly approached, Lian and Lin Qingya momentarily paused, quickly regaining their composure to politely nod in acknowledgement. After all, they were surrounded by numerous young men, and having just commenced their positions at Jiang University, it was impractical for them to recognize every student they had encountered. Although Lin Xingya held little recollection of the boys addressing her as Dr. Lin, she smiled and inquired, "Are you all here to watch a movie together?" Upon hearing her question, the group eagerly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we often gather to watch films during our leisure time to enrich our lives. Sometimes we view them in the dormitory, while other times we venture out to the cinema. Watching in a theater is certainly more enjoyable. I concur. Yun Chuanan replied with a smile, turning to the two women. This was his first time being in such close proximity to Professor Bai, and he was struck by her flawless complexion, which revealed no imperfections even at this distance. At that moment, Bai Lianwan, who had remained relatively silent, recognized the somewhat familiar face of Yun Chuanan and instinctively asked, "You are Ji Chen's deskmate, Yun?" Given the multitude of students in her classes and the fact that the semester had only just begun, she struggled to recall his name. She could memorize an entire book in a day, yet remembering an individual's name proved to be quite challenging. Nevertheless, she recalled that this student was often inseparable from Ji Chen. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. "Hey guys, I've got the tickets. Aren't you going to grab some popcorn to enjoy while watching?" Ji Chen, holding the tickets, strode over to the group, only then noticing the youthful girl beside them. He was momentarily taken aback. "Professor Bai, you're here to watch a movie too?" If it weren't for Bai Lianwan's icy gaze, he might have almost failed to recognize her due to her attire that day. Upon seeing that familiar face, Bai Lianwan's heart raced, disrupted by the unexpected encounter. Seriously, how can I run into him while watching a movie? However, before she could voice her thoughts, Lin Xingya exclaimed in surprise, You are the student that Wanwan mentioned, the one who sings, Ji Chen." Having previously inquired about Ji Chen's name from Bai Lianwan and seen his photograph on the school forum, Lin Xingya instantly recognized him. Although they attended the same university, she seldom found time to observe Ji Chen during Bai Lianwan's classes. The thrill of seeing the real Ji Chen was almost overwhelming. Ji Chen was even more charming than in the photos. Meanwhile, Yun Chuanan and his companions felt a pang of insecurity upon hearing Lin Xingya call out Ji Chen's name so readily, especially regarding Yun Chuanan. He previously thought that Professor Bai had an interest in him, only to realize that she could not even recall his name. Ji Chen observed the somewhat excited Lin Xingya and smiled lightly, responding, "Indeed, I absolutely adore the song you sang," she exclaimed. "I merely sang it casually," never expecting it to elicit such a profound response. Their roommates chimed in. Right from the start, he flaunting his prowess. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Xingya and noting that the movie was about to commence, Ji Chen prepared to greet his roommates, eager to usher them into the theater. Just then, Lin Xingya posed a question that momentarily caught him off guard. "Ji Chen, I heard you have someone you like. Is that true?" Chapter 25. Why is it this guy again? Lin Xingya recalled that Wanwan had mentioned Ji Chen had someone he fancied. So why was he at the movies with his roommates today? If he were indeed unattached, did that not present her with an opportunity? Although she was 3 years older than Ji Chen, she appeared youthful and attractive. Pursuing him would surely yield success. Moreover, they say a woman 3 years older brings fortune. She resolved to cast aside any reservations. Love cannot be postponed. Upon hearing Lin Xingya's inquiry, Ji Chen instinctively glanced at Bai Lianwan beside him. He remembered having stated such when he rejected those girls in class. Thus, Lin Xingya must have heard this from that little girl Bai Lianwan. To his surprise, the usually aloof Bai Lianwan displayed a hint of nervousness under his gaze. Why was he looking at her suddenly regarding such matters? What if it was discovered that the person he liked was her? Ji Chen shifted his attention back to Lin Xingya, smiling as he affirmed, "Yes, I do have someone I like." "Oh, is that truly the case?" Lin Xingya's expression visibly dimmed upon hearing Ji Chen's response. However, she quickly redirected her curiosity toward him. "Is your crush also from Jiang University?" Lin Xingya was eager to discern what type of girl could inspire such deep feelings in Ji Chen. In terms of appearance, aside from Wanwan, she believed she was the only one who could compete at Jiang University. It was no wonder that countless young men flocked to the infirmary with various ailments just to catch a glimpse of her. Yet, before Ji Chen could respond, a delicate hand grasped Lin Xingya's arm, pulling her away. "The movie is about to start. We need to get our tickets." Bai Lianwan thought that if she did not intervene and whisk Lin Xingya away, Ji Chen might inadvertently reveal that his crush was her. Regardless of her feelings on the matter, such news could undoubtedly affect Ji Chen's studies. If her mother or grandfather learned of it, the repercussions could be dire. Meanwhile, Chen exhaled in relief as he watched Bai Lian-wan lead Lin Qingyao away. He had been at a loss for how to fabricate a non-existent love interest to appease Lin Qingyao. As the two individuals departed, Chen hastily beckoned his roommates to join him in presenting their tickets at the cinema entrance. However, prior to entering, he could not escape the relentless inquiries about the identity of his beloved. Upon entering the screening room, his previously pleasant mood dissipated in an instant. He had overlooked a crucial detail. This art house film was rather obscure, having just premiered, and its reputation was unknown to the audience. Consequently, the attendance was modest, with only about 20 souls present, including them. Most importantly, apart from their group of single men, the entire theater was filled with couples, a sight that struck him as utterly absurd. How could he possibly fulfill his mission now? Would he be expected to hand tissues to the women seated beside their boyfriends? Was this a reasonable expectation for any normal person? Meanwhile, Yin Chuanan and the others, observing the young couples in the theater, felt a wave of despair wash over them as they cast resentful glances at Chen. They had come to meet girls, not to be inundated with displays of affection. Despite the tumult of frustration swirling within them, they accepted the reality of their situation, found their seats, and settled in to watch the film. Chen, too, resigned himself to the situation. They were already there, after all, and the film was bound to be viewed. Perhaps, he mused, a few single women might just appear after all. At that moment, as this thought crossed Chen's mind, Yin Chuanan suddenly nudged his arm, whispering excitedly, "Old G. Professor Bai and Dr. Lin have arrived." Responding instinctively to Yin Chuanan's alert, Chen glanced toward the entrance of the screening room. Even in the dim light, the tall and graceful figures of Bai Lian-wan and Lin Qingyao were unmistakable, readily identifiable at a glance. As they approached, drawing nearer to Chen and his friends amidst the envious gazes of others, they finally settled into their chosen seats in the 7th row. With the film already underway, the two women were preoccupied and paid little mind to their surroundings. Although Yin Chuanan and the others were filled with excitement, they refrained from calling out. However, when they noticed that Bai Lian-wan had taken a seat beside Chen, they could not help but shed tears of envy. Yet, as Chen observed the girl sitting next to him, inhaling her unique fragrance, he found himself unable to feel joy. Bai Lian-wan was clearly as unyielding as stone. Would a mere art film ever bring her to tears? Even if the entire theater wept, she would likely remain unmoved. With this thought, Chen grasped the small packet of tissues in his pocket, feeling a profound sense of despair. At that moment, Bai Lian-wan reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, her peripheral vision inadvertently catching sight of the familiar face beside her. Slowly, she turned her head, and their eyes met, locking onto each other despite the dimness of the room. Even in the muted light, she could discern the strikingly handsome features of the young man before her. Chapter 26. A smile captivates the city. Another captivates the nation. Chen and Bai Lian-wan exchanged glances for a fleeting 2 seconds when an abrupt, jarring screech of brakes echoed through the cinema, swiftly pulling their thoughts back to the grand screen. Within the film, a harrowing car crash unfolded after an intense collision, and within one of the mangled vehicles sat the film's protagonist, Yang Qianxi. His condition appeared dire. Had he met his end? A collective gasp reverberated through the audience. Just moments into the film, the male lead had succumbed to a tragic accident? What sort of narrative was this? Surely, the main character could not be lost so soon after his introduction. How could the film continue if he were indeed deceased? As if on cue, a voice from the audience speculated aloud, and the scene transitioned to the protagonist's memorial service. In a mere few minutes since its commencement, Yang Qianxi, portraying a high-ranking professional, had perished in a drunken driving incident following a quarrel with the female lead, Zhou Dongyu. The audience was taken aback by this development. The camera then shifted to the female protagonist, who, despite feigning indifference after the tragic loss of her boyfriend, was internally consumed by longing. She continued to send messages to his phone, aware that replies were unlikely, and frequented every place they had visited together over the past decade, reminiscing and weeping deeply in the dead of night. Zhou Dongyu's performance did not disappoint. While some may merely display sorrow through tearful eyes, she conveyed profound layers of emotion without uttering a single line, utilizing a single scene in 3 shots. Watching this, Chen felt assured that his decision to collaborate on this film was indeed the right one, influenced by the poignant storyline and Zhou Dongyu's stellar acting. Many sensitive viewers in the cinema were already on the verge of tears. As the plot developed, the heartbroken Jo Dong-yu fell asleep on a bus while listening to music. Upon awakening, she found herself in a different dimension, inhabiting the body of a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. At first glance, she encountered a young man who strikingly resembled her deceased boyfriend, Chen. At this juncture, the audience's somber mood was momentarily uplifted, as the meaning of the film's title, Traveling Through Time to Meet You, began to dawn on them. However, a sense of frustration loomed. For the boy standing before Jo Dong-yu had no recollection of her, mistaking her for a classmate from before her time travel. This twist left the audience in a state of agitation. As the narrative unfolds, the character of Jo Dong-yu, who has undergone a profound transformation through time travel, begins her pursuit of the young man, continuously bringing up past events to test him. Chen, in turn, swiftly finds himself enamored with the newly evolved Jo Dong-yu. At times, familiar scenes from their shared history faintly flicker in his mind when she probes him. At this juncture, the audience's excitement escalates, eagerly anticipating the moment when the male lead fully regains his memories. Even Bai Lian, who initially held little interest in the film, becomes wholly engrossed in the unfolding drama, her dark, captivating eyes fixed intently on the screen. As the interactions between the leads intensify, their sweet chemistry soars, with Jo Dong-yu and Chen's natural performances drawing nearly all spectators into the narrative's enchantment. Even Bai Lian, known for her typically icy demeanor, unexpectedly reveals a sweet smile, an exceptionally endearing sight. This rare and breathtaking moment is, however, entirely captured by Ji Chun, who glances her way, momentarily lost in thought. In that fleeting instant, Ji Chun seems to grasp the profound truth behind the saying, "A smile can captivate a city, another can conquer a nation." He muses that if this girl were to smile at him daily, he might very well abandon his principles and pursue her without hesitation. Realizing his thoughts are perilously teetering on the edge, he hastily redirects his focus back to the film. The movie progresses, hinting at an impending climax filled with sweetness. Chen awakens memories buried deep within, arranging to meet Jo Dong-yu after their phone call. They both set off, heedless of everything else, racing towards one another. Yet, just as they find themselves less than 100 meters apart, an unexpected incident occurs, causing Jo Dong-yu to faint on the spot. When she regains consciousness, the soul from another world has returned to her original realm. Consequently, two lovers, aware that they are cherished by each other across different dimensions, find themselves trapped in their respective timelines. The film plunges into its heart-wrenching segment, and the audience's spirits plummet from the heights of joy to the depths of despair. Particularly poignant is the sight of the protagonists yearning for one another, their efforts to reunite rendered futile, enveloping the cinema in a heavy atmosphere of melancholy. As a haunting melody subtly intertwines with the narrative, a distinctive, raspy voice emerges, seamlessly blending into the film. When love becomes a relic, etched into memories like hieroglyphs, longing for centuries becomes truly unforgettable. The heartfelt, gravelly tones of the male singer seem to possess an enchanting power. As his voice rises, paralleling the film's escalating emotional turmoil, the climactic finale of both the song and the movie draws near. All emotions poured forth at that moment. I long to see you, only you. In the future and the past, my desire remains unchanged. Through countless timelines and amidst a sea of humanity, we are intertwined. As the final note descends, the film concludes. The vast cinema falls into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Finally, a spectator can no longer contain their emotions. 1, 2, 3, for almost all the audience members, in a hushed manner, find their eyes brimming with tears, covering their faces as they weep. At this moment, Ji Chun inexplicably feels a pang of discomfort, his eyes redden, and he instinctively glances sideways, only to notice the tear-streaked face of the girl beside him. Bai Lian is completely immersed in the film, overwhelmed by the protagonist's yearning and regret, unable to accept the bittersweet conclusion of their parting. Tears, like pearls strung on a broken thread, cascade down her cheeks. Her lips quiver slightly, and her face is etched with sorrow and grievance, shedding her previous aloof demeanor. In this instant, as Ji Chun observes Bai Lian's weeping visage, an inexplicable emotion stirs within him. Given their interactions over the past few days, it is impossible for him not to have developed feelings for her. Yet, love is a treacherous affair. He can only strive to restrain himself. Nevertheless, Witnessing this girl cry so heartbreakingly compels him to retrieve a tissue from his pocket, offering it to Bai Lian Wan with a voice gentler than usual. Here, wipe your tears. Bai Lian Wan, with tears still glistening like dew on a pear blossom, gazes at the handsome hand reaching towards her, holding out a small pack of tissues. She is momentarily taken aback, her red-rimmed eyes and flushed nose evoking a deep sense of sympathy. However, the next moment, a voice tinged with a sob, yet filled with pride, escapes her lips. You brought those tissues to the cinema to hit on girls, didn't you? As she speaks, she playfully snatches the tissues from Ji Chen's hand. Hearing Bai Lian Wan's words, Ji Chen feels an urge to refute her, yet she is not entirely wrong. However, it is not his intention to woo her. Rather, it is the system that has assigned him this task. Yet, the sight of her in such distress naturally evokes a protective instinct within him, prompting him to offer her the tissues without a second thought. Having just taken the tissues from Ji Chen, Bai Lian Wan also notices the gaze he had earlier directed at her. At that moment, her sorrow seems to dissipate somewhat. But even though she is aware of Ji Chen's affections, her current status prevents her from reciprocating. Nonetheless, this instinctive gesture from Ji Chen subtly alters the dynamics of their relationship. Meanwhile, the surrounding individuals, blissfully unaware of their own glowing presence as they become unwitting third wheels, remain engulfed in their tears. Even Zhao Ran, the nearly 190 centimeters tall figure, cannot control his emotions, burying his face in his hands as he sobs. Yun Chuanan felt utterly embarrassed at that moment, weeping and cursing simultaneously. I have never cried before, but this time I simply could not hold back. Inhao, one hand clutching his glasses and the other wiping away tears, confessed that he could have restrained himself, but the moment that song played, he completely broke down and was overwhelmed with emotion. Me too. I never cry, unless I absolutely cannot help it. Ji Chen, hearing the surrounding murmurs, found the situation to be both amusing and exasperating. However, this film was undeniably heart-wrenching, with an impeccable quality that would likely lead to a surge of acclaim on major review platforms within days. It was expected to become a dark horse, achieving remarkable box office success. Just as Ji Chen pondered this, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of watching a movie with a girl and handing her tissues. Reward, divine-level fashion designer skill. It was accomplished. As the information flooded his mind, Ji Chen glanced at the girl beside him, who was unceremoniously blowing her nose and wiping her tears, and inexplicably found her even more endearing. Previously, he had thought Bai Lian Wan was merely a cool, aloof professor. After spending these days together, he realized she was simply an emotionally sensitive girl. Moreover, at times, she would inadvertently reveal an uncanny ability to flirt. Fortunately, she was seated next to him today. Had it been another man, he would likely have been utterly smitten, losing himself completely. After the film concluded, the audience's emotions gradually eased, and with reddened eyes, they exited the theater. Ji Chen and his companions also stood to leave. Since they were headed in the same direction and it was getting late, the boys kindly offered to escort Lin Qingya and Bai Lian Wan back to school. The distance from Jiang University to the cinema was not far, requiring only a brief walk of a few minutes. As they strolled along, Ji Chen and Bai Lian Wan inexplicably found themselves walking closely together. Although it was already past 10 at night, there were still many pedestrians on the street. Many, upon seeing the strikingly attractive pair, mistook them for a couple. Occasionally, small groups of girls would pass by, whispering in awe, "Wow, the young man and young lady are so stunning. What a perfect match. My goodness, this couple is absolutely breathtaking. They must have stepped out of a manga." Yun Chuanan and the others, hearing the girls' comments, couldn't help but glance over. Indeed, the sight of the two together was so perfectly matched that it could bring one to tears. The young man stood tall and handsome, even in a simple white shirt. He exuded a youthful charm. Beside him, the young lady was a natural beauty with waist-length hair, an exquisite face, soft, delicate arms reminiscent of snow lotus, and gracefully long legs beneath her pleated skirt that captivated the eye, yet made one hesitant to gaze too long. Ji Chen and Bai Lian Wan also sensed a subtle disquiet, having attempted to distance themselves several times, only to inevitably draw closer again, provoking waves of astonished gasps from passers-by. As they approached a gentle incline, Yin Chuan initiated a discussion about cinema, and the group engaged in lively conversation as they walked. Lin Qingya, naturally sociable, became animated and migrated to Yin Chu and sighed, chatting exuberantly. The group, having been emotionally battered by the film, began to discuss the poignant theme song. Ji Chun, however, found little inclination to partake in the discourse, as he was the very one who sang that song. To voice this fact now would be rather inappropriate, especially since his companions were lamenting how the song had moved them to tears, which would only invite resentment. Bai Lianwan, walking beside Ji Chen, did not contribute to the ongoing conversation but displayed keen interest, quietly absorbing their dialogue until a realization seemed to dawn upon her. At that moment, two young men on bicycles approached from behind Bai Lianwan and Ji Chen. Captivated by the girl's graceful figure, they found it impossible to avert their gaze. The lead cyclist, utterly engrossed, forgot to watch the path ahead. As he passed by Bai Lianwan, he turned to glimpse her face, completely overlooking a small stone on the ground. In an instant, the stone struck his tire, causing the distracted young man to lose his balance and cry out as he toppled towards Bai Lianwan. Hey, hey, hey! Just as Bai Lianwan was lost in thought about the song, in a state of surprise, she failed to notice the imminent danger. By the time she reacted, the rear wheel of the bicycle was already tilting towards her, and her face registered alarm. Just when no one else had time to react, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the side, firmly encircling Bai Lianwan's slender waist. Be careful! Ji Chen's voice rang out above her. Before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself swept into Ji Chen's embrace. Their bodies collided, and her face, propelled by inertia, met his solid chest, where she felt the rapid thumping of his heart, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Her cheeks began to flush with alarming speed. Thud! The cyclist, along with his bike, crashed to the ground, the wheels still spinning in the air. Lin Qingya and Yun Chuan, along with the others, stood frozen for a moment, mouths agape and eyes wide in disbelief. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Good heavens! They're embracing. Chapter 28. I want to protect my girlfriend like old G. Dear student, please be aware of your surroundings while riding. Such recklessness could lead to peril. Ji Chen's voice, tinged with a hint of irritation, resonated above Bai Lianwan's head, infused with his distinctive aura of youthful vigor. At that moment, Bai Lianwan remained silent, her breathing slowed, as if the only sound she could perceive was the frantic rhythm of her own heart. In a moment of danger, Ji Chun had instinctively embraced her. Meanwhile, the young boy on the ground, upon hearing Ji Chen's admonition, hastily picked himself up, unsteadily balancing his bicycle, and lowered his head in apology. I'm truly sorry, big brother. I didn't notice the road and nearly harmed your girlfriend. The boy's sincere demeanor, paired with his mention of girlfriend, caused both Ji Chun and Bai Lianwan to pause momentarily. Ji Chun, now fully aware, suddenly felt the alluring curve of the girl pressed against him, a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. He promptly set her free, realizing that further embrace could lead to unforeseen consequences. Once released, Bai Lianwan felt a tingling sensation where Ji Chun had held her waist. Although a bit flustered, she bit her glossy lip and quickly regained her composed demeanor. Addressing the young boy, acknowledging your mistake is sufficient. Just pay attention on the road in the future. Thank you, miss. Thank you, the boy exclaimed, bowing his head in fervent gratitude. His companions quickly stepped forward, assuring, we will be more careful. It's getting late. We must return now. One of the boys nudged the other, eager to leave, sensing the need to distance themselves from Ji Chun's imposing presence. They felt that if the young lady's boyfriend decided to retaliate, the consequences could be dire. The tone of Ji Chun had been intimidating, almost predatory, truly frightening. Consequently, after bowing their heads in apology once more and receiving no further response from Bai Lianwan, the two boys hastily mounted their bicycles and pedaled away at breakneck speed. Observing their retreating figures, Ji Chun found himself in a state of bemusement. Were they truly so intimidated by their group's appearance? Yet, in that fleeting moment of danger, he felt a surge of anger towards the boy's clumsiness for nearly endangering Bai Lianwan. His instinct to protect her had been so immediate, almost as if his body reacted more swiftly than his mind, compelling him to pull her into his embrace without a second thought, a rather absurd situation. After the minor incident, the group resumed their journey, now only a few minutes away from the school. Meanwhile, Yin Xuan and the others had shifted the conversation to recount Ji Chen's seamless rescue of Bai Lianwan. Lin Qingya, sitting nearby, wore a look of envy, exclaiming, Ji Chen truly exhibited extraordinary boyfriend energy just now. He was incredibly handsome. As Bai Lianwan listened to Lin Qingya's words, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She promptly extended her delicate hand to pinch Lin Xingya's waist, casting her a glance that urged her to silence herself. Being both Bai Lianwan's cousin and her closest confidant, Lin Xingya was well aware of Bai Lianwan's temperament. After receiving the playful pinch, she quickly complied and closed her mouth, knowing that if she continued, the girl might make her regret it later. Just as Lin Xingya sealed her lips, Yun Chuanan and his companions began to engage in conversation once more. I must train diligently so that, in the future, I can protect my girlfriend just like old G, Yun Chuanan declared, raising his arm to flex his slightly bulging bicep. He was determined to join the martial arts club at school next week and vowed to train earnestly. Anzi, what are you babbling about? Just now, old G was protecting Professor Bai, and she is not his girlfriend. Mind your words, Yin Hao interjected seriously, pointing out Yun Chuanan's mistake. Yun Chuanan scratched his head and turned to glance at Ji Chun and Bai Lianwan, chuckling. Honestly, I think Ji Chun and Professor Bai look quite compatible together. Seeing Yun Chuanan about to spout more nonsense, Ji Chun recalled the terror of being overwhelmed by lesson plans and swiftly positioned himself behind him. Yun Chuanan, you rascal. If you dare to harm me, you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Should Yun Chuanan continue his reckless chatter, Ji Chun threatened to break his legs. However, the latter interpreted Ji Chun's words quite differently, feeling a sudden tightening sensation in a certain area before covering his backside and making a hasty retreat. Before fleeing, he shot Ji Chun a look that said, I consider you a brother, yet you wish to bed my girlfriend. The surrounding group erupted in laughter at this scene. Old G, look what you've done. You've scared Anzi. One of them exclaimed. Draw your sword, old G. Anzi is mine. Amidst the light-hearted banter, Ji Chun retorted. Stop talking nonsense. I am quite straight. Then, old G, does that mean you fancy Professor Bai? You must be feeling particularly frisky, huh? Stand still. Zhao Ren quickly chased after him. Hey, old G, don't be impulsive. There's a brick on the roadside. You could offer it to Fanjua's readers. Yin Hao adjusted his glasses and remarked, violence does not resolve fundamental issues. I suggest old G finish watching the entire collection of Detective Conan. Ha. Is this how boys interact with each other? Lin Xingya observed the playful skirmish, her laughter blossoming like a flower, though Bai Lianwan remained silent. Her beautiful eyes never strayed from Ji Chen's figure. The group continued their playful antics, and within a few minutes, they returned to school, each heading back to their respective dormitories. In his dormitory, Ji Chen finished his shower and lay on his bed, pulling out his phone to search for information regarding Crossing Time to Meet You. As he expected, the film's reputation had begun to flourish online. Numerous viewers from across the country shared their extensive reviews on various film critique platforms. This film is truly remarkable, though it may require an abundance of tissues. I implore you to bring your own when you go to watch it, especially when that song plays. I found myself weeping uncontrollably. Additionally, I bestow upon it a perfect score of 10. The performances of the lead actors are exceptional, and the theme song, which happens to be my favorite from Douyin, Longing to See You, intertwined with the narrative, nearly brought this towering man to tears. After experiencing this film, all I can say is to cherish those around you. Presently, I am listening to the theme song, hoping to transcend time and meet her just once. In the review section, nearly every comment resonates with perfect praise. Resembling the previous LifeS comments on NetEase Cloud Music, and the discussions are rapidly proliferating. I fear that by tomorrow morning, the film's title and clips will be extensively shared across major platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and Bilibili, drawing attention through its undeniable quality and strength, undoubtedly leading to a box office triumph. With such promising prospects, Ji Chen envisions a bright future ahead. If this momentum continues, he could easily secure over 10 million in earnings. He dreams of repaying his parents' substantial debts and purchasing a factory in Shika Village, especially since it won't be demolished for another 2 years, allowing him to rent it out in the meantime. Should his income prove bountiful this time, he may even venture into entrepreneurship. Having been reborn, he recognizes his advantages and vows not to squander his life as he did in his past existence. In his previous life, his parents' health deteriorated due to overexertion, and lacking the funds for treatment, they departed this world far too soon. At that time, he had neglected them for the sake of a woman, only to later learn from relatives the sacrifices his parents made for him, leaving him filled with regret. Thus, in this lifetime, he strives to be an unpretentious individual with financial freedom, ensuring that his hard-working parents undergo regular health checkups, cultivating flowers, and raising fish. and enjoying a comfortable and leisurely retirement. 2 days later, the film Crossing Time to See You, boasting extraordinarily high ratings across major film platforms, drew a multitude of viewers into theaters. A significant portion of the audience was eager to experience the tear-jerking moments highlighted by the theme song. Online, the film's distributor, Yida Film Industry, recognized the potential of its partnership with Gwasher Film, promptly investing heavily in trending topics to elevate the film's popularity once more. Listeners were moved to tears by the theme song Longing to See You, performed by the artist Inshur Bouchouet, who gained fame through this single. The underdog romantic film Crossing Time to See You has ascended to become this year's best surprise hit. Several trending topics swiftly climbed into the top 10 on Weibo. With the leading one, In Longing to See You, Inshur Bouchouet gains fame through this song, firmly securing the top spot. The likes surged dramatically, and the comments section was abuzz with excitement. My aunt has not visited for 2 weeks. Today, while browsing Douyin, I stumbled upon a video of a young man singing, and emotions finally flowed from my nose. Wishing goodness for a lifetime. What a coincidence, the lady upstairs. I too decided to revisit the cinema to listen once more and catch a film. I wonder what kind of young man stays awake at the hour of the tiger. When will he release a new song, and will he show his face? Does he only have a Douyin account without a Weibo? If anyone knows of his accounts on other platforms, I would be immensely grateful for any hints. To the lady upstairs, how would you express your gratitude if I provided you with leads about him? I happen to be in need of a female friend. How audacious. Soon, this film and its theme song garnered increasing attention from netizens. The film distributors, Yida Pictures and Gwasher Pictures, greatly benefited, with interest skyrocketing. Within a day, the fan count surged by over 100,000. Accompanied by the rising heat, numerous prominent Weibo and Douyin bloggers began to engage actively, significantly amplifying the film's exposure. Just 3 days after its release, the initial box office of 20 million soared to an impressive 200 million, with an alarming upward trend. Previously, major film platforms had estimated the box office for Traveling Through Time to Meet You at 200 million, but swiftly revised it to an astonishing 700 million. This is merely a literary romance film. Jo Sung-won himself did not anticipate such remarkable success, and he was overjoyed. Undeniably, the young man who sang the theme song played an indispensable role in achieving this accomplishment. Thus, upon learning of the results, Jo Sung-won immediately called Ji-chun. At that moment, Ji-chun was on his way to the martial arts club with Yun Chwanin. After a busy few days, they finally had some free time this afternoon and hurried to the club. Additionally, today marked the first class of a renowned martial arts master, and both Yun Chwanin and Ji-chun were eager to witness his prowess. Our university truly excels, attracting even a national champion to coach us. Wouldn't you agree? Lao Ji, Yun Chwanin remarked, walking beside Ji-chun. Just as Ji-chun was about to respond, his phone suddenly rang. I'll take this call. All right. I'll grab 2 bottles of Red Bull. I'll need the energy later. MHM. As Yun Chwanin dashed away, Ji-chun answered the call, bringing the phone closer to his ear. Instantly, a cheerful male voice resonated from the other end. Xiao Ji, I have wonderful news for you. Ji-chun inquired with a smile. Is it about the film? Indeed. The box office for the first 3 days has been tallied, and it has already surpassed 200 million. Moreover, the popularity of your song across various platforms is truly unprecedented. Ji-chun, upon hearing Jo Sung-won's words, was not overly surprised and replied with a smile. That is indeed thanks to director Jo. The quality of your film is exceptional. Ji-chun's statement was not mere flattery. The fact that Bai Lianwan was moved to tears by this film is a testament to its undeniable quality. The two continued their conversation for a while, during which Ji-chun casually inquired about the distribution of earnings from his song. Typically, the settlements would not occur until at least a month after the film's release. However, Ji-chun was in urgent need of funds, and if he could ascertain a portion of the earnings in advance, he could settle his parents' debts. Jo Sung-won, upon hearing Ji-chun's request, did not deliberate for long and agreed to settle a portion 4 days later, once the box office had accumulated further earnings, and to send Ji-chun the payment in advance. After all, without Ji-chun, his film would not have achieved such success. Once the call ended, Ji-chun breathed a sigh of relief. In just a few days, he would be able to repay his family's debts, relieving his father from the burden of working double shifts at his age. At that moment, Yun Chwanin returned with 2 cans of Red Bull. They each finished a can, and in less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the martial arts club. As soon as they entered, They noticed several boys clad in matching uniforms practicing in the dojo. In the very center of the training hall, two individuals were engaged in a sparring session. One of them was a tall and robust man, clearly a figure of considerable muscularity. The other, despite being dressed in loose martial arts attire, still possessed an elegant silhouette. Her hair styled in a high ponytail, unmistakably a girl. At first glance, Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the girl's profile. However, before he could ponder further, the boy sparring with her noticed Chen and Yun Chuanan, seemingly communicating something to the girl. They paused their movements and turned their attention towards Chen and Yun Chuanan. Upon seeing the girl's face, Chen and Yun Chuanan were utterly astonished. Her long hair was entirely tied back, revealing a smooth and radiant forehead, with calm and clear eyes beneath elegantly arched brows. Her features remained exquisitely delicate, yet exuded an undeniable air of confidence and poise. "Why on earth is Professor Bai here at the martial arts club?" Yun Chuanan remarked in surprise, gazing at the strikingly beautiful yet intimidating young woman nearby. Chen suddenly recalled an incident from a few days prior when Bai Lianwan had encountered some delinquents at the school gate, and it dawned on him. Perhaps she wished to learn some self-defense to handle potential dangers. Hearing Chen's reasoning, Yun Chuanan immediately found it quite sensible. Indeed, for someone as stunning as Professor Bai, not to learn some form of combat skills would be exceedingly perilous. At that moment, Bai Lianwan and the boy began to part the crowd, making their way towards Chen and Yun Chuanan. "Good afternoon, Professor Bai. What a coincidence that you have also enrolled in the martial arts club." Yun Chuanan greeted Bai Lianwan as she approached, with Chen nodding in agreement. Upon seeing Chen smile, Bai Lianwan felt an inexplicable warmth spread across her cheeks. What a twist of fate. She had just joined the martial arts group as an instructor today, and here was Chen. However, before she could respond, a boy stepped forward and addressed the two with a serious tone. "Excuse me, classmates, but you seem to be mistaken. This young lady is our newly appointed instructor at the Martial Arts Academy, not a student. I am Li Qing, the newly elected president of the club. Is there something you need from us?" "What?" Chen and Yun Chuanan were taken aback by Li Qing's words, staring incredulously at the girl before them. Did they hear correctly? This girl was the newly appointed instructor of the martial arts club? Chapter 30. Professor Bai is terrifyingly impressive. Is Professor Bai truly the champion of the legendary Summer Kingdom martial arts competition? Chen gazed at Bai Lianwan, still in disbelief. Even if the first time she encountered danger was due to an injury preventing her from retaliating, the previous night's sudden peril had clearly caught her off guard. If not for Chen's quick reflexes, this young lady would have been injured by a bicycle. Bai Lianwan observed Chen's incredulous expression, a hint of displeasure crossing her features as she calmly remarked, "Are you questioning my abilities, Chen?" The first two times she had been rescued by Chen were due to her injury and a momentary distraction caused by thoughts of the movie's theme song and him. Moreover, it was precisely because of him that she had been so distracted. Otherwise, Bai Lianwan had never faltered in all her years. Chen studied the serious expression on Bai Lianwan's face, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. "No, how could I doubt Professor Bai's abilities? After all, she is here as an instructor at the martial arts club. Out of respect for our teacher-student relationship, I wouldn't dare undermine her." Nonetheless, Chen was curious whether this girl had truly earned her title of martial arts champion through skill, or if her opponents had been distracted by her beauty, falling victim to her petite fists. Had the martial arts world truly fallen to such depths? Upon hearing Chen's seemingly nonchalant response, Bai Lianwan's composure faltered beneath her impassive facade, her inner self exclaiming in frustration, "This guy did not believe in her strength." "So, what brings you to the martial arts club?" After a brief moment, Bai Lianwan regained her composure and inquired. "We registered with the previous president and were hoping to learn martial arts," they replied. As Chen spoke, he surveyed the unfamiliar faces around him, his gaze eventually settling on Li Qing and Bai Lianwan. The more he reflected, the more he deemed this club rather unreliable. In just a few days, even the president had changed, and none of the fellow students he had encountered upon registration were present. It was no surprise that this girl had been brought in as an instructor. It seemed the martial arts club of Jiang University had been nothing more than a FAAD all along. "Are you here to register today?" Bai Lianwan inquired. Her brow slightly furrowed, arms crossed as she regarded Chen. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen scratched his head, suddenly filled with uncertainty. If this club was indeed so unreliable, He would rather not squander his time here. Seeking out a reputable boxing gym to learn would surely be a more prudent choice. However, at that moment, Yun Chuanan hastily stepped forward, speaking urgently, "We are definitely here to register. Right, Lao Ji?" As he spoke, he tugged at Ji Chen's arm, hinting fervently. Ji Chen was well aware of Yun Chuanan's intentions, and was about to brush off his hand when the girl before him spoke first. "All right. You two can come with me. I'd like to assess your combat skills." Though she had witnessed Ji Chen's prowess in taking on 7 opponents, Bai Lianwan was determined to prove that she was not merely a delicate girl. She wanted to showcase her strength today. Ji Chen opened his mouth to respond, but the young lady had already turned away, the unique fragrance of her presence wafting to his nostrils. Reluctantly, he followed suit with the eager Yun Chuanan, who was nearly drooling with excitement. Since she had made the proposal, he would play along, intending to concoct a plausible excuse to withdraw from the club later. As for Yun Chuanan, he would take him along too. It was evident that he was not interested in learning combat, but rather in the allure of the girl. Before long, they arrived at the center of the martial arts hall. Ji Chun felt honored to be the first to test his skills against Bai Lianwan. In the practice area, the beautiful girl and the tall young man stood facing each other. Ji Chun, to ensure the effectiveness of this assessment, "Please bring forth all your strength." Bai Lianwan exhaled deeply, her expression serious as she regarded Ji Chun, having witnessed his capabilities firsthand. She was determined to take this challenge earnestly. Ji Chun looked at the earnest girl before him, finding her endearing, yet he maintained a facade of seriousness, nodding in agreement. Although she might possess some degree of skill, he mused that those seemingly harmless little hands would hardly inflict any substantial damage, even if she were to strike him earnestly. Meanwhile, Yun Chuanan watched with envy, eagerly anticipating the upcoming test. "Prepare." As the referee, Li Qing signaled both participants to perform a respectful fist salute before stepping aside. This marked Ji Chen's first experience in sparring, and he mimicked Bai Lianwan's movements, performing a fist salute in kind. "Begin." With Li Qing's command, the two opponents swiftly closed the distance between them. However, lacking any foundational skills, Ji Chen planned to endure a couple of punches and then feign defeat by lying on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Lianwan had already perceived him as an equally matched adversary, although she noticed some discrepancies in Ji Chen's movements. Her extensive combat experience led her to dismiss them as mere tricks. Thus, as they approached, Bai Lianwan seized Ji Chen's arm with remarkable speed and executed a flawless shoulder throw. Ji Chen, unprepared for the sudden maneuver, found himself lifted off the ground, his reality shattering in an instant. How could such a delicate, graceful girl, with her long, shapely legs and fair, slender arms, execute such a powerful move right from the start? Here he was, a man of over 6 feet tall, effortlessly subdued by a mere girl. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was flipped through the air by Bai Lianwan's strength, crashing down onto the floor with a resounding thud. In the blink of an eye, Bai Lianwan had secured control over Ji Chen's arm, pressing her knee firmly against his waist. Yet, in that moment, her usually serious expression displayed a hint of disbelief. How had she managed to take him down with a single move? Li Qing, who had just sparred with Bai Lianwan, felt a shiver of fear at the sight of Ji Chen's heavy fall. Thankfully, the instructor had shown him some mercy. Yun Chuanan, witnessing Ji Chen's pained and contorted face, instinctively covered his mouth, filled with trepidation. How could old Ji have been so easily defeated by Professor Bai? The formidable prowess of Professor Bai was truly astonishing. Chapter 31. They secretly longed for a thorough beating from Professor Bai. In the martial arts hall's resting area, Ji Chen sat on a chair, one hand pressed against his waist, furrowing his brow from the persistent pain. Fortunately, his physical condition was robust. Otherwise, after that throw from Bai Lianwan, he might have required a hospital visit, unable to rise for days. However, he could not deny that Bai Lianwan's strength had far surpassed his expectations. That shoulder throw was executed with remarkable speed, precision, and intensity, completely professional. Had it not been for the moment she realized he was an amateur, he might have suffered a severe injury, potentially requiring months of recovery. "Old Ji, perhaps you should visit the infirmary for a checkup. It would be prudent," Yun Chuanan suggested with concern, having lost the desire to test his own skills after witnessing Ji Chen's swift defeat. Ji Chen had been beaten up to this extent. Given his slight frame, he would likely be completely shattered by further blows. However, it was merely a trivial injury, and he would recover after a brief rest. Unless absolutely necessary, Ji Chen would never rush to the infirmary. He needed to concentrate on learning combat skills from Bai Lianwan right here. With such a formidable instructor available at school, there was no need for him to seek out martial arts studios outside. Perhaps the masters in those studios were not even as skilled as this girl. How delightful. At that moment, a familiar figure approached Chen, and a faint yet familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Chen looked up, and the delicate face of the girl instantly came into view. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on his hand that was rubbing his waist. Meanwhile, Yun Chuanan, witnessing Bai Lianwan's arrival, felt even more anxious than Chen. His body tensed up, and an inexplicable fear surged within him. He quickly spoke up, "Professor Bai, please step aside." Bai Lianwan glanced at Yun Chuanan and replied coolly, "All right, I'll be going." Acknowledging her, Yun Chuanan cast a concerned glance at Chen before swiftly retreating to a distance of 10 meters with alarming speed. Chen watched Yun Chuanan's hasty departure, unable to suppress a smirk. Was it really necessary to be this fearful of a girl who could fight a little? Muttering to himself, he turned his attention back to Bai Lianwan and slightly recoiled, smiling as he inquired, "Professor Bai, is there something you need?" Bai Lianwan looked down at the young man and, after a moment of silence, instructed, "Turn around. Let me see your injury." Chen was taken aback by her words and quickly refused. "No need. It's just a small injury." "Stop talking nonsense. Turn around," she insisted. I will turn around." Reluctantly, Chen complied, positioning himself sideways and resting a hand on the back of the chair. As Chen turned, Bai Lianwan felt her cheeks begin to warm slightly. Despite her shyness, she crouched down and gently lifted the fabric of Chen's shirt at his waist. Sure enough, there was a significant bruise. She then extended her delicate, fair hand and began to gently press on the reddened area. The waist is a notably sensitive spot for a man, and Chen felt a tingling sensation radiate from where her soft hand made contact, causing his heart to skip a beat. He glanced sideways at the girl, and in that moment, he noticed that her originally fair ears had turned a rosy hue. Was she blushing? Could this girl possibly be shy? No way. Just as this thought crossed Chen's mind, a sudden sharp pain shot through his waist, making him gasp. Observing Chen's reaction, Bai Lianwan immediately identified the injured area, unscrewed the cap of the small bottle of bruising spray she had brought, and aimed it at the affected spot, spraying it generously. Suddenly, a wave of chilling sensation enveloped my skin, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting from the tip of my nose. This spray is remarkably effective for such injuries. I will massage it gently. It may cause a bit of discomfort, but bear with it. Although Bai Lianwan's voice feigned calmness, the hue of her earlobes deepened to a crimson shade. After all, she was merely an 18 or 19-year-old girl, and engaging with a boy in such proximity inevitably stirred a sense of shyness within her. Chen gazed at the girl's earlobes, which appeared as if they might bleed from the flush, still finding it hard to believe. He had thought that the notion of shyness was absent from her lexicon. "Why not let Yun Chuanan help me with the massage?" Chen suggested kindly. "It's not as simple as just rubbing it. Just lie still," Bai Lianwan retorted, her small hands already at work, applying pressure as she circled around Chen's waist. Having trained in various martial arts from a young age, injuries were an inevitable part of her life. Consequently, she had devised her own method for swiftly alleviating pain, one that proved more effective than those offered by hospitals specializing in trauma. For Chen's condition, this treatment would likely ensure his recovery by the following day. As Chen lay on the chair, he felt the persistent ache and tingling sensations in his waist, bringing him an unexpected clarity. Although the pain sometimes rendered him momentarily lightheaded, he gritted his teeth, suppressing any peculiar sounds. Meanwhile, the training group and Yun Chuanan, witnessing this scene, found that everything else in the world suddenly lost its allure. They cast envious and resentful glances at Chen. At that moment, they all longed for a taste of Bai Lianwan's fierce discipline. It seemed that this new member's punishment was indeed worth it. "I envy you. I want a taste of that discipline too. I'll seek out Bai Lianwan for a sparring session. Let her unleash her full might without hesitation." "Me too. I want that as well." At this moment, Bai Lianwan, wholly focused on tending to Chen's injury, remained oblivious to the gazes surrounding her. She was engulfed in confusion. Given Chen's formidable strength, how could she have bested him in a single move? Moreover, injuring his waist was utterly unexpected. After pondering for a while, Bai Lianwan suddenly realized, and her hands instinctively halted. Could it be that Chen, fearing his own overwhelming prowess might harm her, chose to refrain from striking back? After all, She had witnessed him take on 7 opponents and emerge unscathed. How could she possibly have taken him down so effortlessly? That insufferable fellow. Must he underestimate her so? Despite these thoughts swirling in her mind, her gaze towards Ji-Chen grew increasingly fervent. Noticing the cessation of movement at his waist, Ji-Chen turned to look at the girl behind him. Are you done? Not yet, as the evening light cast a gentle blush upon her cheeks. Bai Lianwan responded to Ji-Chen with a soft word before her delicate hands resumed their movements. After a brief pause, she turned her gaze towards the broad silhouette of the young man and earnestly inquired, Do you consider me weak? Upon hearing her voice from behind, Ji-Chen's mind involuntarily conjured the memory of being swiftly defeated earlier that day, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. No, you are indeed very strong. This time, his words were heartfelt. Since you regard me as strong, why not showcase your true abilities in a sparring match with me? Ji-Chen was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the situation. This young lady must still be reminiscing about the incident at the school gate, believing him to be the same man who once single-handedly faced 7 opponents. It was no wonder she had been so relentless with him today. She had genuinely considered him a formidable fighter. Realizing this, Ji-Chen promptly explained, Are you referring to my last encounter with those delinquents? That was merely a moment of instinctive potential unleashed in a crisis. I truly know nothing about combat. Yet, the more Ji-Chen insisted on his ignorance, the less Bai Lianwan seemed to believe him. As a professional martial artist, how could she fail to recognize the seasoned skill he displayed during that altercation? However, why would he, who was evidently strong, insist on claiming his lack of knowledge in combat? Just as Bai Lianwan's confusion deepened, Ji-Chen suddenly turned to her. Adopting a serious tone, Professor Bai, I have made my decision. I will strive with utmost dedication to learn martial arts from you. Ji-Chen felt that in all of Jiangcheng, there was no better instructor than Bai Lianwan. Upon hearing his declaration, Bai Lianwan's understanding dawned. Could it be that Ji-Chen feigned naivety merely to remain by her side as her student? Even if he could not openly be with her, he sought to protect her quietly in various ways? Looking at Ji-Chen's resolute expression beneath his cool exterior, the emotions she had been suppressing began to blaze like a fervent flame once more. How vexing. She found herself increasingly drawn to this young man. What was she to do? Chapter 32. This young lady. Disregarding martial ethics in the afternoon, Ji-Chen and Yun Chuanan remained in the martial arts club. Despite nursing a minor injury, Ji-Chen's enthusiasm for learning remained undeterred. After all, he possessed an extraordinary talent for martial arts. And even sitting aside observing Bai Lianwan and the other students sparring would enable him to absorb considerable knowledge. Meanwhile, those who had initially hesitated, including Yun Chuanan and the other students, were spurred into action upon witnessing Bai Lianwan tending to Ji-Chen's injury. One by one, they eagerly volunteered to have Professor Bai assess their abilities. Even the club president, Li Qing, requested that she not hold back against him. Bai Lianwan graciously accepted the students' requests, nodding in agreement. Within less than half an hour, every student in the dojo found themselves sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain, their cries of distress echoing throughout the space. Yun Chuanan lay on the ground, clutching his chest, his face contorted in agony as he looked towards Bai Lianwan. Instructor Bai. My chest hurts. The fellow student lying beside him quickly chimed in, grimacing, my waist hurts. The others around them were equally relentless in their complaints. I have a headache. My knees ache. My hip joint is in pain. One of them exclaimed with exaggerated distress, You're being a bit excessive with the pain. Aren't you? Bai Lianwan calmly surveyed the group of dramatically expressive students sprawled on the ground and replied nonchalantly, Since all of you are injured, it's best to return and recuperate. Today's class ends here. We shall continue tomorrow. With that, she turned, casting a fleeting glance in Ji-Chen's direction. Her face slightly flushed before striding away. The students on the ground were left in stunned silence. What? Instructor Bai is actually leaving? They watched helplessly as her figure disappeared, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Today's brutal session felt like an undeserved punishment. As Bai Lianwan departed, Ji-Chen rose from his chair in the resting area and walked over to Yun Chuanan, delivering a playful kick to his backside. Stop pretending. Let us go. The latter, startled by Ji-Chen's kick, hastily scrambled to his feet, clutching his chest. Old Ji, I'm really in pain here. Then when we get back to the dorm, I'll personally give you a massage, Ji-Chen replied, flashing a warm smile at Yun Chuanan. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly retorted, Actually, it's not that painful. Then hurry up and let us go. All right. Thus, The two, along with the other students, bid farewell and exited the martial arts hall. Chen naturally noticed that during today's practice, Bai Lianwan had exerted less force against the other students than she did when sparring with him. Though the group had indeed sustained some minor injuries, they were far from exaggerated. Bai Lianwan was certainly perceptive enough to see through their little ruse. She had likely indulged them by delivering a lesson. That girl had quite the cunning side. Moreover, her intention to treat his waist injury must have stemmed from a sense of guilt for having so effortlessly bested him, a novice, with her masterful skills. Nonetheless, her massage techniques were surprisingly adept, and now, even as he walked, the pain was considerably alleviated. In the teacher's apartment, Bai Lianwan returned and entered the bathroom. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, her face still slightly flushed, she furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with melancholy. She let out a barely audible sigh, full. During those 30-odd minutes earlier, she could feel Chun's intense gaze unwaveringly fixated on her. He was so skilled. Surely he didn't need to learn anything further, indicating that he must have developed deep feelings for her. Yet she must not waver. Their relationship was too unique to allow for such emotions. Absolutely not. Soon, after filling the bathtub with water, she shed her garments, revealing a form as exquisite and luminous as white jade. After a casual rinse under the shower, she immersed herself in the tub, submerging her mouth and nose beneath the surface to release a flurry of bubbles. In her beautiful eyes, a complex array of emotions flickered, serenity intertwined with an inexplicable hint of melancholy. Thus, the only recourse was to suppress and compress the tumultuous feelings within, endeavoring to interact with him as she once had. Little did Bai Lianwan anticipate that there would come a day when she could no longer restrain the increasingly fervent emotions in her heart, transforming into something intensely passionate and wild. Since Chen joined the martial arts club, he had plunged into the dojo immediately after classes each day. The news of Bai Lianwan becoming an instructor soon spread throughout Jiang University, leading the martial arts club to flourish from a sparse gathering to a bustling assembly of students within mere days. Today marked the third day of Chen's studies at the dojo. His waist injury had fully healed, and he had acquired considerable knowledge over the past few days. Growing increasingly awed by Bai Lianwan, this remarkable young woman. At merely 18, she had elevated mixed martial arts training to an extraordinary level, mastering techniques in boxing, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, taekwondo, karate, judo, and sando with unparalleled finesse. Possessing an innate talent for mastering combat skills, Chen voraciously absorbed all the knowledge Bai Lianwan imparted to her students. Occasionally, he would seek her guidance directly, yet after every sparring session, her cheeks would bloom with an inexplicable flush, rendering Chen momentarily distracted by her stunning visage, leading him to be caught off guard on several occasions. This girl, she disregards martial ethics. Though he could not best Bai Lianwan, Chen still easily triumphed over most of the other students. In practice, whether launching an offensive or executing a defensive maneuver, he consistently achieved results before his opponents could react. However, despite his rapid learning, Chen occasionally found his body struggling to keep pace. After all, he had previously only engaged in sporadic exercise, and his body, lacking a foundational base, sometimes lagged behind his mind. Nevertheless, even with these occasional delays, he could swiftly overcome students who had practiced taekwondo or judo for several years. Whenever Chen sparred with the students, Bai Lianwan's attention invariably drifted towards him, often leaving her somewhat perplexed. Why did Chen, a professional taekwondo practitioner, present himself as so eager to learn each day? His inquiries into various combat techniques seemed genuine rather than feigned. Yet, in just 3 short days, his display of combat skills had reached a level that seemed to rival that of a 5-year veteran. Such progress hardly resembled that of a novice, did it? It is quite perplexing that her progress in martial arts has surpassed that of her initial training. Chapter 33. Surely, classmate Chen must possess the courage to spar with me? Following another round of practice, Senior Wu Cheng collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, while Chen before him appeared only slightly out of breath. He swallowed hard, questioning whether Chen had truly never trained in taekwondo before. As someone with 5 years of taekwondo experience, Wu Cheng found himself repeatedly struck by Chen during their sparring session. Eventually, he could only timidly dodge around the arena, lacking any opportunity to counterattack. Chen's breath gradually steadied, and with a light chuckle, he extended his hand towards the senior. Your taekwondo skills are indeed commendable. It's merely that I possess a bit more strength. Let us stretch a bit before resting. Surprised, the senior grasped Ji Chen's hand and stood up, gazing at the exceptionally handsome young man before him. He sincerely praised, Taekwondo is inherently a sport where physical prowess and innate talent offer significant advantages. So I must concede that you are truly formidable. Indeed, a voice suddenly chimed in from behind Ji Chen. Turning to see the newcomer, he smiled and nodded, Instructor Bai. Upon witnessing the smile on his face, Bai Lianwan felt her heart skip a beat. However, she quickly composed herself and stated, Classmate Ji Chen is undoubtedly a gifted athlete, showing remarkable progress. It won't be long before your skill surpasses mine. In truth, Bai Lianwan believed that Ji Chen's martial arts proficiency might have already exceeded her own. Yet, this individual seemed reluctant to showcase his full capabilities, prompting her to offer such praise to encourage and motivate the other students. You flatter me, Instructor Bai. Ji Chen smiled gently as he prepared to leave the practice area to make room for other trainees. However, at that moment, a loud voice emerged from the crowd. Ji Chen, since Wu Cheng's abilities are inadequate, allow me to spar with you. The tone held a hint of provocation as the most robust and towering male student approached Ji Chen with a serious expression. This was Chen Jin, a third-year student who had just joined the martial arts club yesterday, possessing an advanced 4th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. He had participated in numerous competitions, achieving many commendable rankings. Were it not for Bai Lianwan being the instructor of this martial arts club, he would have looked down upon such trivial pursuits in a university setting and would not have joined. Ji Chen, I am your senior, Chen Jin, a 4th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Chen Jin approached the sparring center, unceremoniously pushing aside Wu Qing, who had just practiced with Ji Chen. He stood before Ji Chen, stating, Even Professor Bai has praised your talent, which piques my curiosity about the extent of your prowess. Surely, you possess the courage to spar with me? Ji Chen cast a displeased glance at Chen Jin, preparing to voice his thoughts when he noticed Bai Lianwan frowning slightly, her icy gaze fixed upon Chen Jin. Classmate Chen Jin, while I have only just begun my journey in Taekwondo, you are already considered an elite within this realm. Engaging in practice with you is evidently unfair. Bai Lianwan's tone was sharp, not out of favoritism towards Ji Chen, but rather due to her aversion to Chen Jin's bullying demeanor. Upon hearing Bai Lianwan's words, Chen Jin's dissatisfaction grew, his disdainful gaze directed at Ji Chen. Rest assured, Instructor Bai, I will not be overly aggressive. As long as Junior Ji Chen can gain even a single point from me, I shall consider myself defeated. Faced with Chen Jin's trivial challenge, Ji Chen initially intended to decline outright. He was not a hot-headed youth swayed by provocation. However, at that moment, he was suddenly alerted by the system's voice in his mind. Mission triggered. Accept a challenge from a Taekwondo elite within 5 minutes. Achieve victory. Reward, Gene Enhancement Potion. The Gene Enhancement Potion. Upon consumption, it comprehensively enhances physical attributes, boosting strength, endurance, and fortifying the body. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ji Chen felt a surge of joy. The Gene Enhancement Potion was indeed a remarkable asset. He had been troubled by his physical limitations, which hindered his learning pace. With this potion, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Noticing Ji Chen's prolonged silence, Chen Jin, with a hint of mockery, remarked, Classmate Ji Chen, are you perhaps afraid? Bai Lianwan, observing Chen Jin's aggressive demeanor, was about to intervene when Ji Chen, smiling, spoke up. No problem, senior. Although Ji Chen was aware of the considerable gap in their abilities, he felt confident in the Taekwondo techniques he had recently acquired from Bai Lianwan. While his physical prowess might not be formidable, defeating an opponent only slightly stronger than himself would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, Taekwondo fundamentally revolved around the application of skills rather than sheer combat capability. Particularly, this arrogant individual would find himself at a disadvantage. Scoring even a single point on him would equate to victory. As long as Ji Chen could land a strike to his body or head, he could swiftly conclude the match. Ji Chen, are you certain? Bai Lianwan, initially intent on refusing the challenge for him, turned to inquire after his acceptance. Once agreed upon, there is no room for withdrawal. Enough talk, let us begin. Chen Jin, fearing Ji Chen might change his mind, promptly moved aside and assumed his stance. Ji Chen exchanged a reassuring glance with Bai Lianwan before striding confidently to face Chen Jin. Seeing that neither party intended to back down, Bai Lianwan ceased her objections and calmly stated, let us keep it light. I will act as the referee. Both sides, bow. As Bai Lianwan's words echoed, Ji Chun and Chen Jin performed the customary bow of respect and prepared for combat. 3, 2, 1. Begin. With a decisive command from Bai Lianwan, Chen Jin surged forward towards Ji Chun, pivoting his body by 90 degrees and rotating his feet in a full 180 degrees. With a thunderous shout, he executed a powerful spinning kick, sweeping from right to left towards Ji Chen's face. Chapter 34. You are the true genius after years of practice. Chen Jin's foundation and strength were evident. His side kick, even accompanied by a gust of wind, made his loose training attire flutter audibly. Taekwondo, fundamentally rooted in leg techniques, showcased Chen Jin's impeccable posture and sharp movements, captivating the onlookers and demonstrating his prowess. Though Ji Chun had only recently begun his journey into Taekwondo, his innate talent for rapid learning endowed him with impressive reflexes. The moment Chen Jin initiated his attack, Ji Chun discerned his intent. Observing the incoming forceful kick aimed at him, he swiftly stepped back, narrowly evading the fierce strike, and prepared to counter. Chen Jin's kick missed, and he was momentarily taken aback. How could this newcomer, who had only trained for a few days, so effortlessly dodge his attack? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Ji Chun had already transitioned into a defensive stance, thrusting his right foot forward. The sound of a whip slicing through the air echoed as Ji Chun delivered a sudden kick, countering Chen Jin's assault with a fierce upward strike aimed at his chin. Realizing the swiftness of Ji Chun's response, Chen Jin's heart raced, prompting him to retreat hastily. Ji Chun, sensing an opportunity, propelled himself into the air with a single foot, his movements fluid and graceful like leaves swaying in the wind, unleashing a flurry of kicks towards Chen Jin. In the next instant, a sharp crack resonated as Ji Chen's leg connected with the outer side of Chen Jin's right leg during his defensive retreat, scoring a point. According to Chen Jin's earlier declaration, he had lost this match. However, as a fourth-degree black belt in Taekwondo, he found it unbearable to accept defeat at the hands of a novice who had only just begun his training. Overwhelmed by fury, his eyes widened in rage. He let out a fierce roar and prepared to retaliate. Ji Chun, fully aware that Chen Jin would not abide by the rules, quickly retreated 2 steps to a safer position upon witnessing his aggressive movement. Chen Jin, unwilling to concede, charged toward Ji Chun, disregarding Bai Lianwan, who had already raised the flag signaling Ji Chen's score. Chen Jin, please adhere to the competition rules, Bai Lianwan warned sternly, yet Chen Jin remained undeterred, his momentum unyielding. This time, Ji Chun refused to remain passive. As Chen Jin approached, he suddenly swayed forward. With extensive combat experience, Chen Jin anticipated Ji Chun's intention to execute a kicking attack, gleaned from the novice's somewhat rigid movements. A smirk of derision crept onto his lips as he prepared to launch a lateral kick against Ji Chun. In his heart, he felt a quiet sense of triumph. All he needed to do was to seize the moment before Ji Chun executed his kick. He would launch a decisive side kick, sending Ji Chun flying. Little did he realize, in the instant Chen Jin prepared for his attack, a look of horror crossed his face. Raising his gaze, he discovered Ji Chun had swiftly lifted his knee and raised his leg. This was disastrous. Before Chen Jin's thought could manifest into action, Ji Chen's downward strike had already landed forcefully on his sweeping right leg. The impact was jarring. Compared to his previous strike, Ji Chen's kick was ferocious, accompanied by a sharp crack from Chen Jin's calf, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. The astonishment on Chen Jin's face morphed into one of defeat as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his knee and gritting his teeth in agony. Chen Jin, grimacing in pain, was left writhing on the ground. Meanwhile, Ji Chun, having retracted his leg, regarded the writhing figure of Chen Jin with an expression devoid of sympathy. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, that initial reckless onslaught might have left him severely injured. The outcome of their skirmish had already been determined. Yet this individual continued to pursue him relentlessly. If Ji Chun had not exploited his arrogant vulnerability with a feigned move, inflicting actual damage, he could have been tormented by this braggart for an entire day. Moreover, given the opponent's ruthless tactics, one could never predict when he might become careless, potentially leading to Ji Chen's downfall. Just as the battle concluded, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Ji Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task. You have received a vial of gene serum. Excellent. It was finally in his grasp, although Bai Lianwan shared an aversion towards Chen Jin. As the club instructor, she felt compelled to ensure that Chen Jin received immediate medical attention for his leg injury. Promptly, She summoned several towering classmates to escort Chen Jin to the infirmary. As the surrounding students witnessed Chen Jin being carried away, they flocked excitedly around Ji Chun. Junior, you are impressive. You knocked Chen Jin down. I've disliked him for ages, but I just couldn't team match him. Indeed. Today's outcome was a consequence of Chen Jin's own hubris. He deserved a lesson. Junior, you are remarkable. Just a few days in, and you've become a Taekwondo elite. Who knows, you might even surpass Bai Lian in the near future. Upon hearing their words, Ji Chun waved his hand with a smile. Coach Bai is a champion in combat. It's not that easy to surpass her. Besides, I'm learning martial arts merely for self-defense and to enhance my physical fitness. At that moment, Bai Lian, having overheard Ji Chen's remarks, reflected on his performance over the past few days, and a bold idea began to take shape in her mind. She parted the crowd and approached Ji Chen. Ji Chun, I need to discuss something with you. Please, follow me. Ji Chen, momentarily taken aback by her words, quickly regained his composure, nodded in understanding, and bid farewell to his classmates as he accompanied Bai Lian. As he pondered whether he might have been too harsh and caused Bai Lian any trouble, Ji Chen arrived at the martial arts hall and took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, coach. I may have been a bit too rough today and caused you some inconvenience. There is no need for apologies, Bai Lian replied, a rare smile gracing her lips. Her delicate skin shimmered under the sunlight, appearing exceptionally translucent and fair. The disregard for competition rules by Chen Jin was entirely a consequence of his own arrogance. And my failure to halt the match in time was also a shortcoming on my part. May I ask why you called me out, coach? Ji Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he glanced at the young woman before him. My master often told me that although my talent is considerable, I still have a ways to go compared to true geniuses. Bai Lian directed her enchanting gaze at Ji Chun, unabashedly expressing her admiration for him, and continued, I never quite believed that saying until I met you. It seems I have finally grasped its meaning. Regardless of whether Ji Chun was deliberately concealing his abilities or had only recently commenced his training, Bai Lian had come to sense, through their interactions and his sparring sessions with others, that he possessed an extraordinary talent for combat. It would indeed be a great pity if such a talent were to remain buried. Upon receiving Bai Lian's unexpected praise, Ji Chun was momentarily taken aback and hastily waved his hand, saying, No, you are the true genius. Achieving what you have at just 18 is remarkable. My accomplishments are merely trivial. Ji Chun was acutely aware that his success stemmed from his own hard work rather than any inherent talent. However, when he finished speaking, he noticed the young woman before him was regarding him with a peculiar expression. Before Ji Chun could formulate a thought, Bai Lian leaned closer, her face serious and earnest as she stated, In the realm of mixed martial arts, there has long been a lack of representation from our country. I believe that with your talent and proper training, you could ultimately stand atop the world stage and become a world champion. Are you interested? Ji Chen responded with a bemused, Huh? Chapter 35. One must endure many beatings to reach the pinnacle. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, Ji Chen glanced down at the earnest young woman before him and chuckled. Are you serious? Though her expression appeared calm, her eyes burned with fervor as they remained fixed on him. I am indeed serious, she affirmed. With your strength and potential, typical martial arts training would merely prepare you to be a competitor of average skill. However, if you could dedicate some time to training at my master's dojo, where both my master and I would provide you with professional training, we could certainly pave your way to becoming a world champion. A world champion? Ji Chun felt a twinge of disbelief, his mind swirling with doubt, yet the earnestness in her demeanor seemed genuine. He meticulously practiced for a while, though his interest in martial arts was not particularly strong. His primary motivation was simply to be able to fend for himself against the likes of unscrupulous individuals or those with ill intentions, so that he wouldn't end up bruised and battered. The notion of becoming a world champion in boxing suggested a path laden with hardships, one that was undoubtedly not easily traversed. Nonetheless, he found great pleasure in learning combat techniques from Bai Lian, for she was undeniably skilled. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at the girl before him and chuckled wryly. If it were merely about learning martial arts from Coach Bai, I would indeed find it enjoyable. However, I currently have numerous other commitments that demand my attention, and I fear I may not have the time to dedicate to training. Moreover, the idea of becoming a world champion does not particularly intrigue me at this moment. Upon hearing Ji Chen's words, Bai Lian instantly grasped his meaning, especially the initial phrases that caused her fair, delicate face to flush with warmth. This fellow, he was attempting to tease her again. Some things are better left unsaid, and she certainly would not be swayed by his words. Bai Lianwan had not anticipated Ji Chen's sudden candor, revealing that his motivation for joining the martial arts club was indeed for her sake. To express a desire to learn combat from her was akin to the other recent recruits who, driven by admiration for her, sought to join. How infuriating. This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious. At that moment, Ji Chen was rather bewildered. What had he said? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Bai Lianwan's voice reached him again. However, my offer remains open for consideration. It would be a shame to let your talent go to waste. Although Ji Chen felt somewhat out of sync with her, he nodded and smiled at her subsequent remark. Rest assured, if I decide to pursue achievements in martial arts in the future, I will inform you without delay. Bai Lianwan continued without turning around, offering a faint nod. Very well, let us conclude today's session here. If you find yourself free during lunchtime tomorrow, you are welcome to come and practice with me. All right, I shall take my leave now. Ji Chen genuinely felt grateful to her, for her appreciation of his abilities was heartfelt. After bidding farewell to Bai Lianwan, he departed from the martial arts hall. As Bai Lianwan watched Ji Chen's retreating figure, her cheeks still slightly flushed. She imagined that when she spoke those words, his heart must have felt similarly heavy. However, a relationship between them was currently impossible, given their unique circumstances. Should she ever act out of line and her grandfather find out, his blood pressure would surely skyrocket. After all, her grandfather had always been fond of her, supporting her martial arts training despite her father's objections, and she had no desire to cause him distress. With this thought, Bai Lianwan suddenly recalled that her grandfather had mentioned he would be returning soon to stay at their old residence in Shika village for a while. When she had the time, she would need to personally tidy up the place. After all, grandfather does not appreciate others meddling with his cherished old possessions. It was not until Ji Chen's silhouette faded from view that Bai Lianwan turned and returned to the martial arts hall, instructing the students to dismiss for the day. Following his departure from the club, Ji Chen ventured outside to procure 2 takeout meals, intending to return to the dormitory. Yun Chuanan was supposed to accompany him to the club today. However, the rigorous training over the past few days had left him utterly exhausted. Consequently, upon the conclusion of classes, Yun Chuanan retreated to the dormitory to rest, currently sprawled on his bed, awaiting Ji Chen to bring him sustenance. On the bed, Yun Chuanan was engrossed in reading Fan Zhu's notoriously chaotic novel, Live, My Leisurely Village Life, laughing heartily at the absurdity of the content. This ridiculous writer often inserted himself into the narrative, a truly shameless endeavor. At that moment, the dormitory door was unexpectedly flung open from the outside. Ji Chen entered, carrying 2 boxes of takeout, and his gaze immediately fell upon Yun Chuanan, who lay slothfully on the bed, holding his phone aloft. "Ah, old Ji is back," Yun Chuanan exclaimed, spotting Ji Chen and attempting to sit up, only to grimace at the soreness coursing through his body. "Ouch, I've rested all day, yet my arms still ache terribly." Ji Chen set the takeout on the table and looked at Yun Chuanan, who was grimacing in discomfort. "You, my friend, simply lack regular exercise. I suspect you will adapt in due time." Yun Chuanan, a pampered young heir, hardly exercised and naturally found the initial foray into combat training quite taxing. "Had I known earlier, I would have joined you when you were working part-time or training, which would have spared me from missing Sister Ji's class today," he lamented, rising from the bed to approach Ji Chen. Since their last movie outing, the few occupants of the dorm had privately taken to referring to Bai Lianwan not as Professor Bai but as Sister Ji. Although they were well aware that a romance between Professor Bai and Ji Chen was implausible, they relished the playful appellation. Upon hearing Yun Chuanan's irreverent remarks, Ji Chen swiftly turned and delivered a playful kick to his backside. "You fool, I've told you not to call her that." Ji Chen primarily feared that if these fellows grew accustomed to such terms of endearment, there might come a day when they inadvertently uttered it in Bai Lianwan's presence, and no amount of reprimanding or punishment would suffice to remedy the situation. Yun Chuanan winced at the sudden kick, rubbing his sore backside and deciding to remain momentarily silent. Just wait until the other roommates return. He will call her that. He knew that as long as everyone chimed in together, Ji Chen's retribution would not come swiftly. Before long, the two began to eat their meal. Ji Chen, seizing the opportunity during their repast, prepared to check his Douyin account to see how much his follower count had increased over the past few days. Initially, he had intended to share his newly created Douyin account with Tang Ziyo. However, recalling how a certain song, That Man, had drawn numerous admirers to the classroom door. Eagerly waiting for him, Chen resolved to keep his true identity concealed for the time being. He decided to have Tang Ziyo inform those fans under the pretext of prioritizing his studies. Otherwise, if more individuals were to discover his true identity, especially those with a modicum of fame, it would undoubtedly lead to a throng of fervent admirers congregating at the school gates, severely disrupting his ordinary life. Chen had no aspirations of entering the entertainment industry. In fact, being a behind-the-scenes singer was quite appealing, allowing him to earn a living while keeping his private life intact. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of revealing his identity. However, he was curious as to how many followers he had gained on Douyin in recent days. Upon opening the app, he was greeted by a barrage of notifications, each marked with the number 99. When he accessed his profile page and beheld the staggering number of followers, he was momentarily taken aback. Shocked. His follower count had astonishingly surpassed 800 within just a week of releasing his song. It was noteworthy that a certain Douyin sensation, known as Yi Tiao Xiao Tuan Tuan, who had been a household name for a year, had amassed only 4,000 followers. To think that he had garnered 800,000 fans merely by releasing a single song in such a short span was beyond his expectations. It seemed that the entertainment industry was even more ravenous than he had anticipated. Continuing to peruse his private messages, he noticed several advertisers had reached out, seeking commercial collaborations. However, most of the brands contacting him were unfamiliar, and after a brief exchange, he decided to log off Douyin. Engaging in advertising partnerships necessitated a certain degree of familiarity. Otherwise, a single misstep could tarnish one's reputation irreparably. If he could focus on producing songs, the earnings would likely be comparable to those from advertisements, yet with far less risk involved. Nonetheless, he was mindful not to overextend himself in releasing songs. To establish a high-value image within Douyin or the music industry, a degree of scarcity in his offerings was essential. Once the fervor surrounding this song dissipated, he would contemplate the release of his next track. After dining, Yun Chuanan volunteered to take out the trash, seeking a moment of activity. Chen remained in the dormitory, retrieving a vial of genetic potion from his system's inventory. The pale green liquid, contained within a small glass bottle, felt cold to the touch. Without further deliberation, Chen downed the potion in one gulp. Its flavor was subtly sweet, accompanied by a refreshing chill that coursed from his throat to his stomach. In less than a minute, he felt a warmth enveloping his entire body, accompanied by a slight drowsiness. Unable to resist the encroaching fatigue, Chen collapsed onto his bed and succumbed to sleep. When he next opened his eyes, the dormitory was shrouded in darkness, and a thin blanket had been draped over him. Hastily, he reached for his phone, only to discover it was already past 3 in the morning. To his astonishment, he also realized that he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, invigorating him considerably. Regardless of vision or hearing, there has been a remarkable enhancement. Even in the dim light of the dormitory, he can discern nearly every object within. The thoughts and logic within his mind have attained an unprecedented clarity. However, after sweating a bit and training for several hours in the afternoon, Chen felt somewhat sticky. He took his change of clothes and headed to the communal bathroom. Upon arriving and showering, Chen noticed that he seemed to have grown at least 3 centimeters taller, with certain other attributes also noticeably enhanced. Originally standing at 183.5 centimeters, he now likely reached 186.5. Truly, this was the remarkable efficacy of a system-produced enhancement. After showering, Chen felt rejuvenated and returned to his dormitory for more sleep. The next day, goodness. In the dormitory, an early rising Chen had just returned from outside. As he opened the door, the others inside were momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. Closing the door, Chen placed 5 portions of blood sausage on the table and looked at the astonished faces around him. It was early in the morning. What were they all gaping at? "Old G, I feel like you've grown taller," Zhao Ran remarked, stepping closer to Chen and gesturing for comparison. "Goodness, you really have. You used to be just below my eyes, and now you're up to my forehead." Yun Chuanan quickly joined in, patting Chen's shoulder. "Goodness, you've become so much more robust." Fan Zhua immediately stood up from his laptop, abandoning his work. "Goodness, old G, this isn't merely training in combat. It's practically cosmetic surgery." After all, Chen had been diligently attending martial arts club practices right after school lately. Seeing his newfound height and strength, Fan Zhua instinctively related it to himself. Yin Hao adjusted his glasses, looking serious. This is unscientific. Zhao Qian interjected. Who cares about science? I only know that studying combat will make you taller and more handsome. This way, Xiao Mei 1T reject me for being only 179 centimeters. I want in. Though I have over 100 admirers in the group chat, I still feel my physique is lacking, and I hesitate to flirt. Once I'm more robust, I'll be sure to snag a girlfriend right away. Count me in. If I could just grow a bit taller, I'd surely perform better in basketball. Though it seems rather unscientific, I want in too. Ji Chun gazed at the suddenly invigorated crowd, opening his mouth yet unsure of how to explain. These changes had little to do with combat. They were all the result of genetic enhancement. At that moment, Yun Chuanan suddenly slammed the table, surveying the group with a smirk. Everyone, you've missed your chance, as the martial arts club is already at full capacity. Ha. Damn. Ji Chun gazed at the disappointed faces surrounding him, furrowing his brow and saying, My dear friends, being of average height and appearance can actually be quite advantageous. Otherwise, one is constantly subjected to the scrutiny of admirers, which can be rather burdensome. He truly yearned for strength, and being overly popular also posed its own challenges. Is this even a rational statement? Every time I encounter such a pretentious individual, I feel an urge to confront him, but today I shall refrain, as I am not able to do so. Alas, when shall I possess even half of old Ji's charm? I long to alleviate some of his troubles. Ji Chun. The group engaged in lively banter as they commenced their breakfast. Subsequently, those with classes departed for their lessons, while others retreated to their dormitories to indulge in video games. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After a satisfying lunch, Ji Chun promptly made his way to the martial arts club, eager to find a partner for sparring. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the number of participants in the club was rather limited, as many students were likely taking their afternoon rest at this hour. Moreover, Bai Lianwan had yet to arrive. Thus, he sought out a few experienced seniors for practice. Yet nearly every one of them could not endure beyond 3 minutes before gasping for breath and conceding defeat. Even the club president, Li Qing, who had several years of experience, soon succumbed, panting heavily as he sat on the ground. Ji Chun, your progress is astonishing. Engaging with you demands constant offense and defense. The pace is relentless. Ji Chun exhaled and chuckled. Shall I slow down the tempo a bit? Would you care for a few more minutes? He realized that every time he sparred with someone, he rapidly accumulated valuable experience, enabling him to integrate his learnings into subsequent matches. With his body's reflexes aligning with his intentions, with persistent practice, he was certain he could elevate his prowess swiftly. Li Qing, observing Ji Chun's eagerness, could only offer a wry smile. Junior, have mercy on me. I cannot withstand such relentless training. At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly resonated from behind Ji Chun. Why don't I join you in practice, classmate Ji Chun? Upon hearing the voice, Ji Chun turned to find Bai Lianwan, clad in her martial arts attire, standing behind him. With her seaweed-like long hair elegantly tied up and adorned in her training garb, she exuded both grace and strength. After a brief moment of surprise, Ji Chun smiled and replied, Then I shall count on your guidance, Coach Bai. At this moment, Bai Lianwan also noticed a peculiar change in Ji Chun today. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized him for several seconds, sensing that he appeared taller and his physique seemed considerably more robust, particularly when he smiled at her. He radiated a glow that was almost ethereal. Perceiving that she might be caught in an illusion, Bai Lianwan hastily shook her head to dispel the thought, her small face adopting a serious demeanor as she declared, This time, we shall forego the referee. Ji Chun, you may take the initiative and demonstrate your true strength, treating me as a genuine opponent. Hearing her words, Ji Chun nodded, responding earnestly, Then Coach Bai, you must be cautious. With that, onlookers quickly vacated the area, and Ji Chun exchanged a brief greeting with Bai Lianwan before assuming a stance and charging towards her with great speed. Upon reaching her, Ji Chun wasted no time. Grasping her arm firmly and maneuvering his body to pull her closer, preparing to execute a shoulder throw, a signature technique in judo. Strictly speaking, the shoulder throw emphasizes using one's back as a pivot to hurl the opponent away. When Bai Lianwan felt Ji Chun's grip on her arm and his body drawing near, she remained unperturbed. In her typically composed eyes, a glimmer of excitement flickered. This fellow's movements and speed were undeniably accelerating. As soon as she sensed the tug on her arm, she swiftly kneeled between his legs. Her unripped arm darted through his armpit, securing a hold, while her captured arm bent and engaged. In the blink of an eye, Bai Lianwan transformed from a passive to an active role, yanking his arm forward with considerable force before Ji Chen could adjust his strategy. So swift. A hint of astonishment flashed in Ji Chen's eyes. In the next moment, he found himself flipped in the air, landing with a thud on the ground. Bai Lianwan's shoulder throw was executed with such speed that it surpassed Ji Chen's, quicker, fiercer, and more precise. Surrounding students gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Ji Chen, who was undeniably strong, had been bested by Coach Bai in an instant. Coach Bai is remarkable. Wow, we finally witnessed the junior being defeated. Haha. This is exhilarating. Coach Bai is avenging us. The students were captivated, their excitement palpable as they observed the sparring match between Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan. Such a rare occasion to see Ji Chen on the receiving end of an attack was not to be missed. Again, Bai Lianwan disregarded the cheers from the crowd, focusing intently on Ji Chen lying on the ground. Soon, he rose, his eyes shimmering with a hint of exhilaration as he gazed at Bai Lianwan. Truly, she was an exceptional martial arts prodigy. Training with her accelerated his accumulation of experience. Just as he regained his footing, Ji Chen let out a determined shout, slightly tilting his body as he kicked towards Bai Lianwan. In the past, he indeed had some reservations about the fact that his opponent was a girl, fearing that he might inadvertently hurt her. However, as time passed, Ji Chen realized that his concerns were entirely unfounded. This girl, while appearing innocent and harmless on the surface, was, in fact, remarkably strong. When faced with Ji Chen's sudden attack, Bai Lianwan seemed to anticipate his move, retreating slightly without losing ground. Ji Chen's kick met only air, and at that moment, Bai Lianwan's fair hand formed a fist, aimed directly at his face, launching a swift punch. Yet, she felt a twinge of pain in her previously sprained ankle. Nevertheless, she paid it little heed and had no intention of retracting her strike. At this juncture, Ji Chen's extraordinary dynamic vision finally came into play, allowing him to discern the trajectory of Bai Lianwan's punch, which was unavoidable for most. With a slight bend of his left arm, he accurately positioned himself to deflect her attack. The punch, though not large, struck his elbow with the force of a sandbag, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Had that punch connected with his face, he would undoubtedly have been left resembling a bruised visage. Yet, Bai Lianwan's rapid assault was unexpectedly thwarted, and a trace of confusion crossed her usually composed features. It seemed that Ji Chen's overall prowess had significantly improved today. The two continued their exchange, trading nearly 10 more blows, during which Ji Chen found himself crashing to the practice floor 3 or 4 times. Onlookers were thoroughly entertained. Professor Bai is incredible. Professor Bai is the best. This is exhilarating. I feel as if I'm watching an action film. Someone exclaimed. Mind your words. This is a martial arts epic. In stark contrast to the excited crowd, Bai Lianwan, focused intently on Ji Chen, felt increasingly astonished. The rate of his improvement was nothing short of terrifying. In less than half an hour of practice, she had transitioned from easily countering his moves to facing a much more formidable opponent. As they sparred, beads of sweat began to form on her fair complexion, and strands of hair clung damply to her forehead. The perspiration trickled down her temples, steadily making its way into her loose training attire. The injury on her ankle grew increasingly painful. However, witnessing Ji Chen's eager and enthusiastic demeanor, she resolved to endure a few more exchanges. Moreover, she had to admit that she relished the thrill of battling Ji Chen. At that moment, Ji Chen noticed the sheen of sweat on Bai Lianwan's face and gently inquired, "Are you tired? Shall we pause for now?" Upon hearing his words, Bai Lianwan felt a flicker of displeasure in her beautiful eyes and launched a punch straight at his face. "Focus and fight properly. I can handle it." Yet, as she executed that punch, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, prompting her to furrow her brow. Indeed, what Xingya had said proved to be true. At that moment, Ji Chen remained oblivious to Bai Lianwan's expression, as a small fist was rapidly enlarging before his eyes. He swiftly leaned back, pivoting his right leg like a lever towards her left foot. To evade the impending punch, he aimed to strike her lower body, forcing her to retreat. However, what Ji Chen did not anticipate was that Bai Lianwan, distracted and unwell, was entirely unaware of his movements. With a sudden thud, Ji Chen launched a kick unexpectedly at the very spot where Bai Lianwan felt a dull ache, causing her to momentarily lift off the ground on one foot. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as she lunged towards Ji Chun. His intention had merely been to strike her lower body to compel her to withdraw her fist, yet this girl had lost her focus. With her body already leaning, she crashed into him. Bang! In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished expressions of their peers, Bai Lianwan collided forcefully with Ji Chun, and they both fell to the ground. Chapter 38. He actually embraced her in public. What the heck? What just happened? Is the junior doing this on purpose? A wave of astonishment surrounded them. In the center, Ji Chun and Bai Lianwan found themselves closely entwined, their faces mere inches apart, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense. Ji Chun, in contrast to the impact of the ground on his back, was acutely aware of the softness of her exquisite form against him. A gentle breath brushed his face, carrying a faint, enchanting fragrance. Even Ji Chun felt momentarily entranced, his throat instinctively bobbing. Yet, in the next instant, he noticed her delicately crafted face flushing a vibrant pink at an observable rate. Her typically cool gaze now bore a hint of panic and shyness, prompting her to hastily roll away from him and sit at a distance. As she felt the scrutinizing stares of their fellow students, her cheeks burned with an intensity that was hard to disguise. Ji Chun, regaining his composure, promptly sat up and noticed the redness around her ankle, which was exposed due to her slightly bent knee. Was this the same foot she had injured earlier? Suddenly, it all clicked for him. No wonder she noticed his movement. She must have been distracted by the pain in her foot. Yet, how foolish was she to continue practicing alongside him despite the evident pain? Ji Chun furrowed his brow, kneeling on one knee and embracing Bai Lianwan, then rising to stride towards the resting area. The initially flustered and embarrassed Bai Lianwan, caught off guard by his embrace, froze, her mind ablaze with confusion. He actually held her? Did he even realize what he was doing? Bai Lianwan's beautiful eyes widened, and her entire being radiated a blush that was visibly growing. Ji Chun, perhaps due to her nervousness, her voice inexplicably trembled. Realizing that her intimidation had little effect on Ji Chun, she endeavored to steady her breath. What are you doing? Bai Lianwan exclaimed, swinging her dangling legs, desperately urging Ji Chun to set her down. However, with her movement, Ji Chun's grip on her tightened, rendering her completely immobile. Stay still. Are you unaware that your foot injury has flared up? Ji Chun's voice carried a rare blend of warmth and irritation. Ever since he learned that this girl, despite her unresolved injury, insisted on accompanying him for intense training every day, his emotions had become a tumultuous mix of anger and concern. The surrounding, oblivious students stared in bewilderment at the scene, unsure of how to respond. Being held by Ji Chun under so many scrutinizing gazes nearly pushed Bai Lianwan to tears. Ji Chun, although she attempted to sound assertive, her voice ended up sounding endearingly fierce, akin to an irate kitten. Her already glistening eyes shot daggers at Ji Chun. At that moment, Ji Chun had carried her to the resting area, and upon seeing the adorable yet fierce girl in his arms, his irritation dissipated significantly, replaced by a fondness that made him want to tease her further. Nevertheless, he soon placed Bai Lianwan gently onto a chair in the resting area, as her foot was the most pressing concern. He then crouched down before her, reaching for her delicate foot. Instantly, she reacted, pulling her foot back under the chair in a huff. I can handle it myself. Stay still. Let me take a look, Ji Chun replied, firmly grasping her restless leg. I told you I don't need help, Bai Lianwan insisted, attempting to push his hand away, especially with so many eyes upon them. Yet, as she exerted force, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to gasp in discomfort. Observing her struggle to mask the pain, Ji Chun felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. If you keep squirming, I'll carry you around Jiang University. He understood her embarrassment and threatened playfully. You wouldn't dare? Her face flushed crimson at his words. Just watch me. Ultimately, Bai Lianwan, still blushing, reluctantly allowed Ji Chun to examine her foot. He removed her shoe, resting her fair foot on his thigh. Rolling up his pant leg, he immediately noticed her swollen ankle, and his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, the bewildered students around them suddenly grasped the situation. It turns out that Coach Bai has sustained an injury. Moments ago, they believed that Ji Chun might engage in some inappropriate actions towards Coach Bai. Many brave souls, driven by a sense of justice, had already prepared to intervene but retreated at the sight of the unfolding scene, as if their mouths had been stuffed with something. Chapter 39. Relax a little. Holding you like this is quite exhausting for me. After examining Bai Lianwan's injured foot, Ji Chun realized that the severity of the injury far exceeded what he could manage. Given that she already had a foot injury and had just suffered another kick, the situation appeared significantly worse. He gently slipped her shoe back onto her delicate foot and, with a serious expression, stated, "You cannot walk. I will carry you to the infirmary." Upon hearing his words, Bai Lianwan hastily shook her head, insisting, "I can walk by myself," as she stood up from her chair. However, the moment her injured foot touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her scalp to tingle. Despite her efforts to maintain a facade of composure, beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Chen, observing this stubborn young lady, found himself both amused and exasperated. How could she still be so defiant at a time like this? Without further thought, Chen approached her from behind, slightly bending down, and with one hand encircling her slender waist, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Bai Lianwan suddenly felt a loss of gravity. Her eyes widened in surprise, and instinctively, her fair hands clutched at Chen's shoulders. Realizing she was now cradled in his embrace, she quickly began to squirm, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Let me down quickly. There are so many students watching." Feeling her struggles, Chen tightened his grip and turned to address the crowd of onlookers, who had already gorged themselves on the spectacle. "Brothers, Coach Bai has injured her foot. I will take her to the infirmary." Many students, hearing Chen's words, although consumed with jealousy, nodded in understanding. "Go ahead. We'll practice on our own. Coach Bai's injury is more important. Indeed, we can train ourselves. Hurry along." Given the apparent seriousness of Bai Lianwan's injury, it was indeed crucial to attend to it promptly. Naturally, they too wished to carry Coach Bai to the infirmary like Chen did. However, they lacked the courage to do so. Had they attempted it, they might have faced Coach Bai's wrath. After all, with their abilities, even if Coach Bai were incapacitated in one leg, she could still easily dispatch them in mere moments. With this thought igniting a fierce determination within them, the students resolved to train diligently, aspiring to one day possess the charm and strength of Chen. After bidding farewell to the group, Chen strode away, holding Bai Lianwan securely. Her face had long since turned crimson, and unable to protest, she buried her head into Chen's chest once they exited the martial arts club, hoping that fewer people would recognize her in this position. However, once she recovers, she will ensure that this fellow faces the consequences. Let us take the less frequented path. Unable to contend with Chen at the moment, and fearing he might carry her to a crowded area, Bai Lianwan could only soften her tone. Chen glanced down at the fluffy little head nestled in his arms, a slight smile gracing his lips as he complied with Bai Lianwan's request. Choosing a path to the infirmary that was relatively devoid of people, were it not for her severely injured leg, Chen would not have opted to carry her through the school in such a manner. After all, she was merely a girl of 18 or 19 and would surely feel shy. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. His priority was to tend to her injury first and foremost. Fortunately, the weather was quite warm today, and the sun was at its peak, which meant they encountered very few people along the way. Occasionally, they came across a couple of cleaning staff engaged in their duties. "Relax a bit. Carrying you like this is rather exhausting," Chen remarked, sensing that Bai Lianwan was tense throughout the journey. In truth, it did not overly affect him. But given her constant rigidity, the young lady must be quite fatigued. Bai Lianwan kept her head nestled against Chen's chest, stubbornly asserting, "I am not tense at all. It is you who cannot bear the weight. If that is the case, you might as well let me down so I can walk myself." "Not a chance," Chen replied decisively, looking at the little, proud creature in his arms. "Then you shall tire yourself out." Despite her words, Bai Lianwan's body soon betrayed her stubbornness. Gradually relaxing, it was in this moment of relaxation that she suddenly realized Chen's embrace was remarkably sturdy, enveloped by a strong aura of masculinity that instilled a profound sense of security. How vexing! This sensation is quite strange. Meanwhile, sensing the little body in his arms had finally relaxed, Chen smiled faintly and continued on his way to the infirmary. After a journey of several minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of the school infirmary. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Chen, following Bai Lianwan's guidance, reached the door of Lin Xingya's consultation room. As it was currently a break period, Bai Lianwan instructed Chen to place her on a chair outside the consultation room before she called Lin Xingya. Within 2 minutes of ending the call, Lin Xingya arrived in a flurry at the consultation room door. After swiftly examining Bai Lianwan's injury, she was nearly beside herself with anger. "My goodness, how has it worsened? It is even more swollen than last time. I told you, Wanwan. to rest a bit longer before returning to the martial arts club, but you would not listen. Look where that has led you. A relapse. Even so, it should not be this severe. Did you engage in intense combat for an extended period today? And did someone hurt your foot? Inside the consultation room, Lin Qingya was attending to Bai Lianwan's injury while fuming at her, demanding answers. Just as Bai Lianwan was preparing to offer a feeble excuse, Ji Chun unexpectedly stepped forward. Dr. Lin, I was careless and did not notice that Professor Bai had an injury on her foot. Today, after practicing with her for an extended period, I inadvertently kicked her wound. Lin Qingya, already in a foul mood, turned around upon hearing Ji Chen's words. So it was you. If our Wanwan ends up limping, you must take responsibility. Although Lin Qingya held a fondness for Ji Chun, in her heart, Wanwan always took precedence. Thus, upon realizing that Bai Lianwan's condition had worsened due to Ji Chen's injury, she could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Bai Lianwan's cheeks flushed upon hearing Lin Qingya's words as she retorted, Qingya, don't speak carelessly. Besides, it was my own fault for being overly enthusiastic during practice. However, Ji Chun felt a tightening in his chest at Lin Qingya's remarks. Are you saying she will limp? Lin Qingya crossed her arms defiantly and declared, if she does not rest properly and recuperate over the next few days, the likelihood of her limping is as high as 89%. So severe. Ji Chun glanced at Bai Lianwan's swollen ankle, and his feelings of guilt deepened. If that girl were to limp, he would undoubtedly bear a significant portion of the blame. Lin Qingya snorted and continued earnestly. An old saying goes, injury to bones takes 100 days to heal. This stubborn girl has barely been injured for a week and is already training with you in combat. Now, thanks to you, her condition has worsened. If she does not take proper care, limping is only a matter of time. As she spoke, Lin Qingya's expression turned increasingly troubled. But my partner is on leave for the next few days, and I fear I won't be able to care for her adequately. I don't need taking care of, Bai Lianwan interjected, feeling that her situation was not dire enough to warrant such attention. She was well aware of Lin Qingya's underlying concerns. However, she resolved to stay at home and recuperate over the next few days. I will take care of her during this time, Ji Chun offered without hesitation, feeling it was only right to support Bai Lianwan. Given that her injury had worsened largely due to him, the moment Ji Chun made this statement, both Lin Qingya and Bai Lianwan were taken aback. While Lin Qingya's impression of Ji Chun improved significantly, she still shook her head. Though your suggestion is commendable and you are indeed handsome and honorable, our Wanwan has a cleanliness obsession and would never allow a male to enter her room. If that were to happen, he would certainly enter standing and exit lying down. Is that so? Ji Chun replied, recalling that the last time, he had been forcibly dragged back to her apartment by this girl. Lin Qingya retorted, do you think I'm trying to scare you? My brother was once beaten for entering her room when they were younger. He ended up terrified of Wanwan. Bai Lianwan. In the end, Ji Chun left Lin Qingya with his phone number, asking her to call him if she found it challenging to care for Bai Lianwan. Due to having classes in the afternoon, he spent only a brief moment in the infirmary before taking his leave. Just as Ji Chun departed, Lin Qingya, while tending to Bai Lianwan's injury, remarked, Wanwang, to be honest, Ji Chun seems quite responsible, and I can't help but feel that he treats you with a special kindness. Occasionally, Lin Qingya would overhear discussions among students, hinting that Ji Chun refrained from approaching other girls out of affection for someone in his heart. The way he treats this little girl before him feels rather unique, doesn't he? Bai Lianwan, taken aback by Lin Qingya's inquiry, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Don't overthink it. He just feels responsible for my injury. Well, you two do seem quite compatible, Lin Qingya observed. Bai Lianwan shot a disapproving glance at Lin Qingya. Under pressure, Lin Qingya could only chuckle. No, I was merely speculating. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she continued, Wanwang, in a few days, it's National Day. And there's an anime exhibition at the Jiangxing Convention Center. Shall we go have some fun? Lin Qingya smiled eagerly at the stunning girl before her. Though already 23, she was a seasoned enthusiast of the subculture. Her greatest passion was to see the perfectly proportioned Bai Lianwan dress as various popular anime characters. Especially this girl, who embodied the essence of the two-dimensional world, effortlessly transforming into styles such as Maid, Catgirl, and even Lolita. Each photo she captured of Bai Lianwan was carefully preserved for her screensaver collection. However, she had only managed to persuade Bai Lianwan to join her on 2 occasions. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Lin Qingya's proposal this time, Bai Lianwan dismissed it without hesitation, declaring, I won't go. That's just for little girls. Lin Qingya, with wide eyes, pleaded Wan Wank. Please agree. I've even thought of a character for you. A soft, adorable type that you'll surely love. I refuse to wear such cute clothes. I genuinely believe you are perfect for that role. Please, please, if you join me, I promise to grant you any wish in the future. No. Meanwhile, upon returning to class, Chen entered an intense study mode, diligently focusing until 5:30 p.m. After class, he headed to the cafeteria with Yunchuanan, where they encountered Li Yi. Just as they settled down with their meals, Chen's phone unexpectedly buzzed in his pocket. Upon retrieving it and noticing the caller ID, he felt a surge of joy. The caller was none other than director Zhou Sungwen, who had contacted him a few days prior. As soon as he answered, Zhou's voice came through. Xiao Ji, do you know why I'm calling you? Chen smiled, certain it was good news. Indeed, it is a splendid event. The box office statistics for the past week have been compiled. Can you guess the figure? Zhou Sungwen inquired mysteriously, turning to Chen. It should be above 500 million. I presume, Chen replied. Recently, he had taken an occasional interest in the film, noting its rapid ascent at the box office. Zhou Sungwen chuckled softly and said, You are correct. It has surpassed 600 million, far exceeding my expectations. Previously, Zhou Sungwen had anticipated a total box office of just over 300 million. Yet, to his astonishment, within a mere week, it had already broken the 600 million mark. The significant achievement was largely thanks to Chen. Just a few days prior, the company had conducted a survey across major platforms, revealing that more than half of the respondents chose to see the film due to Chen's theme song. A portion of the audience mentioned that the theme song and the narrative were perfectly intertwined. The remaining viewers were drawn by the presence of Yankee Yangxi and Zhou Dongyu. Thus, Chen could be regarded as the most instrumental figure in the success of this film. Upon hearing Zhou Sungwen's words, Chen smiled and replied, Congratulations. Ha. It's all thanks to you, Xiao Ji. For my next film, I must collaborate with you again on the theme song. Zhou Sungwen exclaimed. I might charge a higher fee next time. Will you accept that? Chen responded, Of course. Don't mention 5. I could easily offer you 20 or 30. Zhou Sungwen was sincere. Should Chen's theme song for the next film meet his expectations, he would certainly offer a generous share, as Chen deserved it. Subsequently, the two conversed for a while before Zhou Sungwen revealed the primary purpose of his call today. Xiao Ji, your share has been prepared. After deducting taxes and costs from the 600 million box office, your estimated profit share is around 14 million. This was merely an approximation. Typically, the final box office settlement occurs about a month after the film's release. Since you are in urgent need of funds, I will advance you the amount from the company. While 10 million was not an insignificant sum for Guasher film industry, it was also not overly large, and it was rightfully Chen's. Thank you, Director Zhou. When you come to Jianxing next time, I insist on treating you to a meal. Although aware that their relationship was purely mutually beneficial, Chen felt a warmth in his heart at Zhou Sungwen's willingness to preemptively provide such a substantial sum for his urgent needs. Ha. It should be I who treats you. Xiao Ji, you have truly become my little fortune bringer for this film. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded the call. Chen promptly opened WeChat and sent his bank account information to Suyu. Once these matters were settled, he finally began his meal. The prospect of resolving his family's debts while still having a substantial income left him feeling that today's meal was particularly delightful. Meanwhile, Yun Chuanan was animatedly chatting with the girl sitting opposite him, Li Yi, blissfully unaware that his companion was on the verge of acquiring a fortune equivalent to 1/10 of his own wealth. As the National Day approaches, the Jiangxing Convention and Exhibition Center is set to host a comic exhibition. How about we form a couple for the occasion? Yun Chuanan suggested while transferring a chicken leg from his bowl to Li Yi's. Who would want to team up with you? However, we could go together. I've heard this year's exhibition has invited numerous esteemed guests, along with a theme centered on Hanfu culture. Li Yi pondered the potential awkwardness between the two of them and then turned to Chen, asking, Chen, would you like to join us? Upon hearing her, Chen responded with a nonchalant smile. I think I'll pass. I'm not particularly interested in such things. After all, that is the domain of the youth. And as a man in his 40s, he had little inclination towards it. Come on, Lao Ji, the comic exhibition is quite enjoyable. You can't be tense all the time. You should relax occasionally. Yun Chuanan echoed Li Yi's sentiments. He also discreetly signaled to Chen, Lao Ji, my happiness is in your hands. Chen, noticing Yun Chuanan's playful gestures, stroked his chin and contemplated for a moment, Then, I suppose I'll forego my breakfast for this semester. Lao Ji, we're like brothers. Closer than kin. I'll cover your breakfasts this semester. Seeing Yun Chuanen's earnest attitude, Ji Chun reluctantly nodded. All right then. After all, in their previous life, this fellow had assisted him greatly even after graduation. It was only fitting for him to lend a hand in his pursuit of romance. Especially since there were many days off during the National Day holiday. Taking one day to unwind would be acceptable. Thank you, Lao Ji. I love you, Yun Chuanen exclaimed, promptly transferring another chicken leg from his bowl to Ji Chen's. Return it. It's coated in your saliva. Oh, come on. Who are we to each other? We share the same bed, so why bother with such distinctions? Li Yi chuckled softly, observing the two compatible boys across from her. I feel like you two could be like Mo Xuanyu and Wei Wuxian. What is that? Yun Chuanen asked in confusion, lifting his bowl of soup. Ah, you don't know them? They are a super popular pair of boys. As Li Yi spoke, images of the two in traditional attire, captivating the entire venue, filled her mind. Just as Yun Chuanen took a sip of soup, but hadn't swallowed it yet, upon hearing the words boys, he couldn't hold back and sprayed the soup everywhere. Unfortunately, Li Yi, seated directly opposite him, bore the brunt of it. Yun Chuanen, you scoundrel. I'll get you. Chapter 41. Is Lao Ji preparing things for his girlfriend? After finishing their meal, as Ji Chun and Yun Chuanen exited the cafeteria, Ji Chun received a text notification from the bank. Dear user, your savings card ending in 1246 has received an amount of 16,000,000 yuan on September 23rd at 1813. Your current balance is 16,028,800 yuan. Upon seeing the lengthy string of numbers on his phone, Ji Chun, though mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. One must acknowledge that just a month ago, he was laboring tirelessly during the summer break, earning a mere 5,000 yuan for his efforts. Now, with an astounding income of 16 million, the euphoric sensation is utterly indescribable. Promptly, Ji Chun transferred 6 million to his father, with over 5 million still owed. He decided to prioritize settling these debts for his parents, leaving them with a few 100,000 for immediate use. The remaining 10 million would, of course, be swiftly invested in purchasing a home in Shika Village. Given that Bai Lian's foot injury has hindered their training together, his learning pace would inevitably slow. During his free time, he planned to explore Shika Village. However, today was not feasible. It was already past 6, and a taxi ride would take half an hour, leaving little time to see much. As he returned his phone to his pocket, Ji Chun glanced at Yun Chuanen, who was rubbing his face, and asked with a smile, Anzi, would you like some milk tea? Are you treating me to Starbucks? Yun Chuanen feigned shock while massaging his face. Ji Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, I shall treat you to an even better coffee from another establishment. Which one? Is it better than Starbucks? DMO coffee. I haven't tried it yet, but I have a strong feeling it's delightful. Ji Chun placed a hand on Yun Chuanen's shoulder and led him toward the school gate. He mused that Starbucks coffee was rather average. It merely commanded a high price and boasted a certain prestige. That evening, Bai Lian had limped a considerable distance to reach DMO coffee, suggesting its quality must be commendable. Meanwhile, at Haidu, in the office of Upward Shadow Film Industry, Chen sat before his computer screen, observing the official box office statistics for Traveling Through Time to Meet You over the past week, his face turning an ashen green. The regret of having initially declined Ji Chen's proposal and missing the opportunity to collaborate with him weighed heavily on his heart. After all, the success of Traveling Through Time to Meet You, an artistic film, largely hinged on Ji Chen's theme song. In contrast, his own commercial film, which had premiered the day prior, boasted a cast and production budget far superior to that of the artistic piece. Yet its cumulative box office had barely reached 200 million. Moreover, the ratings on major review platforms had plummeted to 68, with a continuing downward trend. How could I have been so impulsive? Chen lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. Had he heeded Ji Chen's advice at that time? Even if the song he possessed did not fit, he could have commissioned him to compose a new theme. Although the quality of his film was indeed lacking, a decent theme song could have alleviated the dismal reception. Alas, I was truly blind to the greatness before me. Resolving to rectify this, Chen determined that for his next film, he must strive to collaborate with Ji Chun on the theme song. Wow, this coffee is absolutely exquisite. 1,000 times better than Starbucks. In the CAF, Yun Chuanen took a couple of hearty sips from his cup of coffee and exclaimed in admiration. Ji Chun also sampled the salted cream Oreo milk tea in his hands, his eyes brightening with delight. Indeed, this is quite exceptional, he remarked. The tea flavor is robust, the texture rich and layered, entirely devoid of any artificial essence. Previously, Chen had not been particularly fond of such beverages, as most milk teas tend to be overly sweet and laden with synthetic flavors. However, the one he was enjoying today boasted a pronounced tea taste, with the sweetness perfectly balanced, clearly crafted from genuine ingredients. One must admit, that little girl, by Lian Wan, possesses a discerning palate. Old Ji, I must order another cup. Would you like one as well? Yin Chuanan, having finished his coffee, stood up to inquire of Ji Chun. Perhaps not, it's rather late now, and too much will keep me awake tonight, Ji Chun cautioned. Yin Chuanan smacked his lips. I still crave one more cup, just this last one, he declared as he departed from his seat and headed to the counter. Meanwhile, Ji Chun retrieved a book from the nearby bookshelf, intending to indulge in some reading while enjoying his milk tea. Yet, just as he turned to the first page, his phone on the table suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he paused momentarily before answering. Dr. Lin, Ji Chun greeted the voice on the other end. Soon, Lin Qingya's voice came through. Ji Chun, are you free at the moment? Is there something you need? Ji Chun inquired, slightly furrowing his brows. Could you possibly help me by picking up dinner for Wanwan and bringing it over? I have a patient requiring urgent attention and cannot leave. Lin Qingya's voice fluctuated, clearly on speakerphone. Upon hearing her request, Ji Chun nodded in agreement. Of course. Would you like me to bring you a portion as well? Although he had little interaction with Lin Qingya, it was evident that she was a dedicated physician. No, thank you. Just deliver it to Wanwan. I won't be able to eat for a while, and I'll grab something myself after I finish here, Lin Qingya replied. All right, what does she like to eat? Just something nutritious will suffice. She has an injury on her foot, so something light would be better. I have one more favor to ask of you, Lin Qingya added, her tone slightly apprehensive. Go ahead, I'll do my best, Ji Chun encouraged. Well, it's not a big deal, but Wanwan is quite the headstrong girl. Lin Qingya's words caused Ji Chun to pause in surprise, realizing he hadn't perceived this side of her. All right, I happen to be out, so I'll go pack it up shortly. You focus on your work. Thank you, she responded, and with that, the call concluded. Ji Chun took a few more sips of his milk tea before rising to head to the water counter, calling out to Yin Chuanan. I'm off to grab something nearby. I'll return shortly. Yin Chuanan was engrossed in watching the barista create latte art on his coffee and, without a moment's thought, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Ji Chun prepared to turn and leave, but just as he took a step, something seemed to come to his mind. He returned to the bar and addressed another server. Please pack a cup of milk tea for me. I will come back to collect it. The server, taken aback by the strikingly handsome man before her, felt her cheeks flush and nodded, inquiring, what flavor would you like? Ji Chun glanced at the display screen showcasing several flavor options. Unsure of what Bai Lianwan preferred, he casually replied, I'll have the Oreo cookie milk tea. All right. I'll have it prepared for you right away. Okay. With that, Ji Chun strode out of the CAF. However, as he left, Yin Chuanan, realizing something, turned to look at the CAF entrance, her expression bewildered. Who was he packing something for? A girlfriend, perhaps? Chapter 43. What are you planning to do? At 7 in the evening, Ji Chun arrived at Bai Lianwan's apartment, carrying the freshly packaged congee made with lean meat and scallops, along with the milk tea. He pressed the doorbell. Shortly after, the door swung open, revealing a pair of long, shapely legs clad in casual shorts. Although Bai Lianwan was dressed in loungewear, it accentuated her exquisite figure even more. Her hair was casually tied up in a bun, as if she had just woken up. However, upon recognizing Ji Chun standing before her, her eyes widened in surprise, and before he could speak, the door was abruptly shut with a loud thud. Ji Chun thought, what is up with this girl? Less than a minute later, just as Ji Chun was about to ring the bell again, the door opened once more. The girl's previously tousled hair was now neatly tied into a simple bun. Her fair and delicate face appeared significantly more spirited than before. What do you want? Bai Lianwan asked coldly, gazing up at Ji Chun from the slightly ajar door. What do you think? I brought you some food, Ji Chun replied, lifting the items in his hands, deliberately swaying the milk tea in front of her face. Upon seeing the milk tea, Bai Lianwan's eyes instantly brightened. It's tea from Tima. She had been longing for it, but since delivery only reached the school gate and she couldn't go out, she had been thinking about it all day. Though excitement bubbled within her, Bai Lianwan still cast a suspicious glance at Ji Chun and asked, how did you know I hadn't eaten? Did Dr. Lin not call you? She was too busy, so she asked me to bring it to you. Don't you like it? Should I take it back? Chen said, preparing to retract his hand and turn away, discreetly observing the young lady's reaction. Just as he made the gesture to pull back, Bai Lianwan promptly extended her delicate hand, seizing the milk tea bag from Chen, her gaze fixed intently on it. Since you've brought it, I won't waste it. Just give it all to me. Chen gazed upon the proud, yet contradictory young lady before him and was momentarily tempted to tease her. However, upon seeing her eager expression, he suppressed the urge and handed her the milk tea. And your dinner, he added, as he passed her the items in his hands. Bai Lianwan accepted them, casting a glance at Chen before lowering her gaze and murmuring a thank you, preparing to close the door. Suddenly, the door was forcefully held open from the outside, casting a tall shadow over Bai Lianwan. What do you want? She exclaimed, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. She was acutely aware that she could not possibly overpower Chen. The thought of him doing something inappropriate sent shivers down her spine, yet a part of her believed he was not that kind of person. Chen grasped the doorknob, observing the wary look on her small face, and sighed. Rest assured, while I may not be a paragon of virtue, I would never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. However, Dr. Lin has instructed me to ensure you finish your dinner before you take your medication and leave. To be honest, Chen had not expected Bai Lianwan, who usually exuded an air of aloof confidence and was a champion in martial arts, to harbor such a profound aversion to taking medicine. Dr. Lin had expressed her concerns and requested him to supervise Bai Lianwan until she had taken her medicine. Upon hearing Chen's words, Bai Lianwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She hadn't anticipated that Lin Qingya would betray her confidence. The revelation that she was afraid of taking medicine threatened to shatter the dignified image she had cultivated in Chen's presence. How infuriating. I don't need you to babysit me. I am an adult. Just leave, and I will take it after my meal. Despite being unceremoniously exposed, Bai Lianwan maintained her serious demeanor, attempting to shut the door with determination. However, to her astonishment, the door would not budge. Hurry and eat. I won't come in. I'll just watch you take your medicine from here, Chen replied nonchalantly, observing the girl before him with amusement. Bai Lianwan, realizing her resistance was futile and recognizing her inability to overpower him, reluctantly released her grip on the door. Gritting her teeth, she turned and stepped back into the room, glancing over her shoulder at Chen. Then don't just stand at the door like a sentinel. Come in. She was not averse to leaving Chen at the threshold. Rather, she was concerned about the presence of other residents on the floor. It would be rather unseemly if any of the teachers happened to see them together. Despite the fact that one teacher had left last month and another was on maternity leave. Upon hearing Bai Lianwan's words and recalling Dr. Lin's admonitions regarding her discomfort with males entering her room, Chen decided, never mind, I will wait for you here. As he spoke, Bai Lianwan had already placed her belongings on the coffee table and turned, striding gracefully towards him. Standing at the doorway, Chen was suddenly seized by a delicate hand, pulling him inside. With a resounding thud, the door was firmly shut behind him. Chen thought, didn't she say she disliked having the opposite sex enter her room? Why has she drawn me in so readily? Before he could ponder the situation further, Bai Lianwan swiftly retrieved a pair of disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet and tossed them at his feet, instructing him to wear them and take a seat on the sofa while she attended to something, reluctantly acquiescing to her demand. He figured it was preferable to waiting idly at the threshold. Slipping on the slippers, he settled onto the sofa, where a faint, pleasant aroma wafted into his nostrils. Bai Lianwan took her place on the opposite end of the sofa, her fair hands deftly opening a takeout container, releasing a waft of steaming, fragrant bone porridge into the air. She then quickly retrieved her milk tea, inserted a straw, and eagerly took a sip, an overwhelming sense of happiness flooding her heart. It was, after all, her favorite, Oreo pearl milk tea. After savoring several gulps, she finally turned her attention to the porridge. The first mouthful was both fragrant and warm, leaving her utterly satisfied. Though Chen had begun to scroll through his phone, he occasionally stole glances at Bai Lianwan, observing her as she eagerly devoured her meal. His initial anxiety dissipated. He had been somewhat concerned that she might be a picky eater, but it appeared she was quite unparticular, consuming whatever was offered. In no time, Bai Lianwan had polished off the porridge Chen had packed for her, leaving no trace, and the milk tea was finished to the last drop. As realization dawned, her cheeks flushed with warmth, especially given the substantial portion of porridge and the generous cup of tea. Stealing a glance at Chen, She noticed he was not watching her and hastily stowed the empty containers into a plastic bag, placing it in the corner of the coffee table. However, as she tidied up, her thoughts turned to the impending ordeal, and her mood darkened. Chapter 44. A heartfelt embrace to alleviate inner turmoil. Due to her frail health during childhood, she was often subjected to various medications, leaving her with a psychological scar. Bai Lianwan had developed an acute sensitivity to the taste of any medicine, whether sweet or otherwise, which would invariably induce nausea. The dread had escalated to such an extent that she preferred to endure the rigors of martial arts training to strengthen her body rather than succumb to the bitterness of medicine. Since she embarked on her journey of physical training, the instances of illness had become remarkably rare. Yet, after this recent leg injury, she was faced with a regimen of 3 doses of medication daily. At that moment, Chen noticed that the figure at the other end of the sofa had grown still. Turning to look, he discovered that the coffee table before Bai Lianwan was completely cleared, with her gaze fixated on the box of medicine. Has she finished eating already? As Chen spoke, he rose from the sofa and approached the coffee table, reaching for several unopened boxes of medication. Glancing at the instructions, he turned to Bai Lianwan and inquired, "Is this the medication you intend to take?" "Indeed, I am about to take it. Please hand it to me," Bai Lianwan replied, standing up with an air of fearless determination, extending her delicate hand for Chen to give her the medicine. However, Chen did not immediately comply. Instead, he unsealed the boxes and methodically retrieved the pills one by one. 3 at a time, right? Upon seeing the pills Chen had taken out, Bai Lianwan instinctively withdrew her hand. "Yes, 3, she muttered, her voice suddenly shrinking in confidence. Chen had initially intended to ask her why she had not taken her medication earlier in the day, but upon hearing her suddenly timid tone, he realized that she was indeed quite apprehensive about taking the medicine. With this thought, Chen surveyed the room and noticed a glass on the desk nearby, as well as a kettle beside it. He promptly strode over, filled the glass with water, and returned to Bai Lianwan, gently offering her the cup. "Here, take them one by one. It will help your leg heal more quickly." His tone was softer than usual, imbued with encouragement. Bai Lianwan's cheeks flushed upon hearing his words. With a mix of pride and defiance, she took the glass from him, asserting, "I am not a child." With that, she boldly pinched one of the pills from Chen's palm, took a resolute gulp of water, turned away, closed her eyes, and tossed the pill into her mouth, swallowing it down with force. Gulp. At last, the pill was successfully swallowed, yet the lingering taste of the medication was unbearable, sending shivers down her spine, leaving her slightly dizzy and nauseous. Observing her slight shudder, Chen felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy, but encouraged, "There are still 2 more. Just a couple more sips, and you will be done." After all, taking the medication was essential for her recovery. However, Bai Lianwan remained turned away. Taking her time before responding, "1 is sufficient. I feel fine. This experience is too torturous. I do not wish to take any more." As soon as her words fell, Chen had already approached her, chuckling, "Surely, our esteemed Professor Bai is not truly afraid of taking medicine. This will diminish your towering image in my eyes." Bai Lianwan recognized that Chen was teasing her. Though irritation coursed through her, she averted her gaze from the pills in his hand, turned, and seated herself on the sofa. "Think what you will, I refuse to take any more." Seeing that his tactic had failed, Chen frowned and sighed, expressing his dilemma. "Then I suppose I must stay here today, as Dr. Lin advised me not to leave until I see you take your medication. How about I sleep on the bed while you take the couch? That bed looks incredibly soft. It must be quite comfortable." "You dare," she thought. Upon hearing Chen's words, Bai Lianwan immediately glared at him, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Chen, observing the little creature's rising agitation, teased, "What are you afraid of? You cannot overpower me anyway, and besides, I am merely adhering to medical advice." You rascal." Bai Lianwan was so infuriated that she felt as if the little person inside her was frantically striking Chen's knee hundreds of times. Although she understood that Chen had her best interests at heart, it still irked her. At that moment, Chen spoke again. "Well, if you refuse to take your medication, I may resort to even more outrageous measures." Bai Lianwan furrowed her brows. "What do you mean?" Chen picked up a cup of water from the coffee table, recalling a scene from a television drama, where if one person could not take their medicine, the other would seemingly use their mouth. You scoundrel." As Chen's words trailed off, an indescribable image floated into Bai Lianwan's mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Meanwhile, Ji Chun, with a deliberate air, brought the cup closer to his lips, appearing as though he might actually do it. Seeing this, Bai Lianwan's heart raced, her face burning bright red. She hastily rose, grasping Ji Chun's wrist with her delicate hand. I can take it myself. Though she suspected Ji Chun was merely trying to scare her, the thought of him truly doing so would surely mortify her. How could she attend classes afterward? Just the sight of him would make her blush uncontrollably. Ji Chun watched the little creature soften her tone and smiled with satisfaction, handing the cup to her. Now that's more like it. Upon seeing his smile, Bai Lianwan felt her heart flutter. She couldn't shake the feeling that this man was perpetually enticing her. Reluctantly, Bai Lianwan swallowed the 2 pills, her expression revealing her discomfort, which even Ji Chun could sense. This made him feel a twinge of guilt for the little girl. If she hadn't accompanied him for those intense training sessions and hadn't been kicked by him, she wouldn't have to endure such misery. As he gazed at the petite figure before him, still with her eyes closed and trembling slightly, Ji Chun instinctively reached out and gently ruffled her hair. His voice turning incredibly tender, "You've worked hard." Bai Lianwan, who had been feeling quite unwell, suddenly sensed a warm presence above her and the gentle tone of his voice. Her breath hitched, and her body felt enveloped by an invisible warmth. Slowly lifting her gaze, she was met with his exceptionally handsome face and gentle eyes, which stirred something within her, making her yearn to bury herself in his embrace, seeking comfort to soothe the grievance and discomfort she felt from taking her medication. Almost instinctively, Bai Lianwan's legs moved, either uncontrollably or perhaps she simply no longer wished to control them, as they slowly lifted, and she took a step forward. Under the astonished gaze of Ji Chun, the petite figure abruptly collided into his embrace. Chapter 45. Weak Knees. Ji Chun instinctively took a step back upon the sudden impact of Bai Lianwan, yet unexpectedly, he was enveloped by the girl. Her soft form pressed against him, and a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. As he felt the delicate body nestled within his arms, he could only lift his hand slightly, lowering his gaze to the small head before him, momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Ji Chun was not the only one in shock. Bai Lianwan, who had dashed into his embrace, was equally stunned. Feeling the sturdy chest before her, an inexplicable wave of unique pheromones flooded her senses, leaving her momentarily dazed. She had actually taken the initiative to hug Ji Chun. Good heavens, what was she thinking? She must have lost her mind. No. She couldn't become infatuated with his charm and that fleeting moment of tenderness. Regaining her composure, Bai Lianwan quickly extricated herself from Ji Chun's embrace, her face flushed. Turning away, she coughed awkwardly a couple of times, insisting that she had simply felt a bit weak in the knees just now. It was nothing more than a misunderstanding. Although her excuse was rather absurd, Ji Chun could vaguely infer what was truly transpiring with the girl. He merely nodded lightly, assuring her that it was all right. Perhaps in that fleeting moment, she had experienced a brief flutter of emotions for some reason, an impulsive act, much like the woman from his past life. Moreover, this girl was but 18 years old. She certainly lacked experience in matters of the heart, and he had no intention of influencing or hindering her. He had also vowed that in this lifetime, he would not repeat the same mistakes. Having completed his task, he decided it was time to take his leave. After a brief silence, Ji Chun ran his fingers through his hair and spoke. Bai Lianwan quickly nodded in agreement, urging him to go. Well, I'll take the trash with me, as it would be inconvenient for you to dispose of it, Ji Chun said, moving towards the coffee table to lift a knotted bag. Only to discover that the girl had quite the appetite, finishing everything. Bai Lianwan intended to stop Ji Chun from taking out the trash, but with her injured leg, she could barely keep up. Watching Ji Chun pause momentarily, her face flushed even more. The towering and perfect image she had of him in her mind had surely crumbled a little more. What kind of girl could finish an entire pot of porridge and milk tea in one go? How infuriating. Before long, Ji Chun reached the entrance, changed his shoes, and bid farewell to Bai Lianwan before stepping outside. The moment the door closed behind him, a regretful Bai Lianwan, her cheeks burning, dashed to the window and buried her face deep within the blankets, her small hands incessantly pounding on the bed. Why on earth had she impulsively hugged that guy? How infuriating. How infuriating. How infuriating. At this moment, Ji Chun had already taken 2 steps down the corridor when he realized he had not heard the sound of Bai Lianwan's door being locked. Still feeling uneasy, he retraced his steps. Upon reaching the door, he opened it to find the young girl lying on the bed. Upon seeing him, she turned her slightly flushed face towards him, her hair appearing somewhat disheveled, yet she coolly inquired, "Is there something else?" Ji-chun regarded this rather peculiar girl but thought little of it, responding, "Nothing significant, just a reminder to lock the door, especially since you can barely stand." "I will," she replied. "All right, then I shall take my leave." Ji-chun closed the door once more before departing. As Bai Lianwan watched him leave, she exhaled softly and collapsed onto the soft bed behind her. It seemed she was increasingly fond of this fellow. What should she do? Soon after, Ji-chun returned to the dormitory. The ever-suspicious Yun Chuanan immediately approached Ji-chun, sniffing the air intensely. "Wow, old Ji, you really went out on a date with a girl behind our backs. You smell distinctly of feminine fragrance." Upon hearing Yun Chuanan's words, the others rushed to gather around. "No way. It seems like the same girl as last time. Old Ji, are you really not going to introduce your girlfriend to us? Get lost. I told you, there's nothing romantic going on," Ji-chun exclaimed, shoving the group aside as he made his way to the wardrobe to fetch some clothes for his evening routine. However, the others clearly did not believe his claim and were quite curious about which girl at school had captured his interest. Surely, one day they would catch Ji-chun revealing a hint of his affection. That evening, just after Ji-chun finished his shower, he received a phone call from his father, who was alarmed and inquired how he had managed to transfer a staggering 6 million yuan. To a freshman like Ji-chun, such an amount seemed astronomical. Nevertheless, his father, having weathered many storms in his life, soon grasped the situation after Ji-chun explained the sale of his song rights and sent over the signed contract for reference. Quickly, his father understood, yet after ending the call, he couldn't help but ponder the meaning of life. How had he failed to notice his son's remarkable musical talent earlier? Had Ji-chun chosen to study computer science merely to align with their expectations? Contemplating this, Ji-chun's father gazed at the balance on his phone, feeling both moved and guilty. This child truly was considerate to the point of evoking deep sympathy. In the following 2 days, Ji-chun attended classes as usual, delivering meals to Bai Lianwan at noon and in the afternoon, ensuring she took her medication. He had discovered that Lin Xingya was no match for this little trickster who effortlessly manipulated her. Only Ji-chun could employ certain special tactics to ensure she complied with her medication regimen. During these 2 days, whenever he had a break from classes, he took a taxi to West Ku Street to scout for factory locations. Though he had encountered several commendable factories, he remained rather dissatisfied after a comprehensive consideration. Although demolition was inevitable, the 2 years prior to it could still be utilized for business ventures or leased to others. Therefore, the location and the quality of the factory held paramount importance. Time swiftly passed, and on the afternoon of the 3rd day, Ji-chun found himself at a landmark location on Shika Street, beside a grand banyan tree. After inspecting several establishments in the vicinity, he finally arrived at the entrance of a garment factory. The vibrant red sign at the factory's entrance boldly proclaimed, "Jessen Garment Factory for low-cost transfer. Interested parties please inquire." Upon seeing the word garment, Ji-chun was suddenly reminded of a significant matter. He recalled that by the end of this year, the entire Huaxia would experience its coldest winter in nearly 2 decades, accompanied by a severe ice disaster. The demand for winter clothing had reached an unprecedented high nationwide. Many garment companies had profited immensely by capitalizing on this trend. This was indeed a tremendous business opportunity. If he could acquire this garment factory and, with his exceptional skills as a fashion designer, create a line of stylish yet warm winter apparel ahead of time, he could potentially reap substantial profits. Chapter 46. The old landlord seems to have no money concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Ji-chun approached the factory gate and addressed the security guard at the booth. "Sir, may I please have a pass?" The guard, a tall middle-aged man, scrutinized Ji-chun for a moment before responding, "Young man, this factory is not hiring. You should look elsewhere for work. The company is about to close down." Ji-chun chuckled softly at the guard's words, replying, "Sir, I am not here to seek employment. I wish to discuss the transfer of this garment factory." "What? You want to take over the garment factory?" The guard immediately straightened up, unable to contain his surprise as he assessed the remarkably handsome young man before him. "You must still be a student, right?" he queried again. Ji-chun nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, I am still a student, but that should not hinder my ability to take over the factory." The guard, taken aback by Ji-chun's assertion, stared at him in disbelief for a while before finally speaking. "Young brother, are you serious?" Setting aside the significant risks associated with taking over this garment factory, even if it is on the brink of collapse, it would certainly require a considerable sum. at least around 1 million, to manage. Having worked as a security guard for over a decade, Lu Zhenghua had encountered countless business figures. He doubted that this university student possessed such wealth, especially considering his attire did not appear to be from any high-end brand. He certainly could not be the foolish son of a landlord, as his daughter had described. Ji Chun observed the security guard's reaction and felt unsurprised. After all, he was merely 19 years of age, and it was only natural for a reasonable person to question whether he was jesting. "Sir, I genuinely wish to acquire this garment factory. Could you please contact your superiors and arrange a pass for me?" Seeing Ji Chen's resolute demeanor, the guard felt it unnecessary to prolong the conversation. He made a phone call to the factory's management, and after a brief notification, issued Ji Chen a temporary access pass. "My young friend," he cautioned, "given your youth, I must advise you, this factory is nearly beyond redemption. At your age, you may find it difficult to navigate such a venture. Even if you possess the capital, proceed with utmost caution." Ji Chun accepted the pass with a composed smile and replied, "Thank you. I will consider your advice carefully." With that, he strode confidently into the factory premises. The garment factory was modest in size, encompassing roughly 700 square meters, including the entrance. The building rose 5 stories high, and despite its age, it appeared well-maintained. Both the floors and walls were remarkably intact. Moreover, the location was quite favorable. In the current market, if the owner were willing to sell, it could fetch around 8 to 9 million. After all, Westka Village was still the most impoverished area in the vicinity. However, in 2 years, it was poised to be selected for the development of a new urban district, at which point property values would soar from over 10,000 per square meter to 50 or 60,000. Thus, if Ji Chun could secure both the factory and the premises, he might leverage this foresight to achieve rapid growth. Before long, Ji Chun arrived at the factory's ground floor. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt emerged from the lobby and immediately spotted Ji Chun. This man was Zheng Chungrun, the factory's manager. Upon catching sight of Ji Chun, Zheng momentarily froze, his smile gradually faltering. Years of witnessing the collapse of 10 companies had taught him that this young man did not appear to be a serious businessman. Nevertheless, having already come out to greet him, it would seem discourteous to simply turn away. Thus, Zheng approached Ji Chun with purposeful strides. "Greetings, young man. I am Zheng Chungrun, the head of Jessen Garment Company. Are you the Mr. Ji Chun that the guard mentioned?" As he reached Ji Chun, he extended his hand and inquired with a smile. Ji Chun reciprocated the handshake politely and responded, "Indeed, Mr. Zheng. May I visit your factory?" "Certainly. Follow me," Zheng replied. Though he harbored doubts about Ji Chun's ability to take over the factory, yet, having nothing else to occupy his time, he thought it worthwhile to provide a brief introduction. Soon, the two made their way to the 3rd floor, where the primary production workshop was located. This is a production workshop of approximately 500 square meters, meticulously organized with around 80 pieces of garment machinery arranged in an orderly yet varied manner. The entire factory is remarkably clean, with each machine spotless. Aside from Ji Chun and Zheng Chungrun, there is no one else in the workshop. Zheng Chungrun gazes at the scene before him with a sense of nostalgia and remarks, "There are 80 machines on this floor, and an additional 50 on another. I invested a significant amount of effort initially, but perhaps I did not fully comprehend this industry. Poor management has led to this situation, so despite my reluctance, I must transfer it." Ji Chun observes the suddenly despondent man beside him, unsure of how to respond. After a brief pause, he turns to Zheng and says, "Let's take a closer look at the other aspects of the company." Zheng Chungrun, taken aback by Ji Chun's words, asks, "You genuinely wish to take over my factory?" Initially, he thought the young man was merely enthusiastic, but during their conversation, he increasingly sensed the seriousness of Ji Chun's intentions. Ji Chun, noticing Zheng Chungrun's astonishment, replies earnestly, "If everything meets my expectations, I could take over in a few days." It is evident that Zheng Chungrun is a straightforward individual, and Ji Chun has no desire for convoluted discussions. Zheng Chungrun looks at Ji Chun, feeling a peculiar sense of misperception. The young man beside him seems less like a 19 or 20-year-old and more like someone of a similar age to his own. Upon hearing Ji Chun's statement, Zheng Chungrun nods affirmatively, saying, "No problem, I will show you around." With that, the two of them proceeded from the workshop to other floors and areas of the factory, spending nearly an hour in exploration. After the tour, Ji Chun's inclination to acquire the company intensified. The equipment is nearly new, and each floor boasts excellent lighting and environment. Moreover, once taken over, one could swiftly hire personnel to commence production without the need for additional machinery. Well, this encompasses all aspects of our garment factory. Chen, there is no rush for you to make a decision. I do not wish to take advantage of a university student. You can take a couple of days to consider, as the lease on this factory still has half a month before it expires, Zheng Chengren said with a smile as he escorted Chen downstairs. Furthermore, the landlord is genuinely accommodating. He mentioned that if I cannot transfer it in a short period, he would grant me an extension without charging rent. Zheng Chengren spoke with deep respect and gratitude. Chen was about to express his willingness to take over when he became intrigued by the mention of the landlord. Is it possible that such a benevolent landlord exists in this world? Or perhaps he is financially secure? If so, could my plans to purchase the factory be jeopardized? This elderly landlord indeed seems commendable. His family must be quite well off. Chen continued to inquire. Hearing Chen's words, Zheng Chengren nodded without hesitation and replied, "Indeed. He is a local from Shika village. However, due to declining health over the past 2 years, he has been living in the capital with his children. I heard he plans to return after the National Day holiday to see his granddaughter. It seems his granddaughter is quite remarkable as well. She occasionally calls me and mentions her accomplishments." Once Zheng Chengren opened up, he spoke endlessly. The more Chen listened, the more he felt that the prospect of acquiring this factory might be dimming. Although the fragments of information he gathered from Zheng Chengren were somewhat disjointed, it was clear that the old landlord was not lacking in financial resources. What school does his wife preside over as principal? And his son-in-law is the CEO of a Fortune 500 company? Furthermore, his granddaughter is a teacher at a reputable institution? Originally, Chen had contemplated purchasing both the factory and the garment factory to commence production immediately. However, encountering such a financially secure landlord posed a dilemma for him. After a brief moment of reflection, Chen turned to Zheng Chengren and inquired whether the landlord had any intention of selling the property. If he and his family are agreeable, I could acquire it at a favorable price. Upon hearing Chen's words, Zheng Chengren was momentarily taken aback, astonished, and scrutinized Chen from head to toe. "Young man, are you serious? You want to buy the factory?" The mere notion of this young man wishing to take on the garment factory had already astonished him. Yet he was now taken aback by the idea of purchasing the factory as well. Chen nonchalantly nodded, affirming, "Yes, I am quite fond of this factory building. Ideally, I would like to acquire it along with the garment factory. I just wonder if the landlord would be willing." If he were, Chen would undoubtedly proceed without hesitation. Zheng Chengren, upon receiving this reaffirmative response, was not only shocked but also burst into laughter, stating, "I believe he would be willing, as when I first approached him. He mentioned he could sell it to me, preferring not to collect rent every month." This landlord, seemingly indifferent to collecting rent, was proving to be more capricious than Chen had anticipated. Zheng Chengren chuckled and continued, "Unfortunately, I have already invested in the garment factory, leaving me without spare funds for such a purchase, so I can only manage the rent. Could you provide me with the landlord's phone number? I wish to contact him directly," Chen requested. "You truly wish to buy? Let's discuss the price first. If it is reasonable, I shall include the factory in the deal," Zheng Chengren replied, still somewhat incredulous. "Young man, are your parents aware of such a significant undertaking?" Zheng Chengren was a straightforward individual who did not wish to spend a young man's money unwisely. Chen responded, "I am uncertain, but I can make my own decisions. Isn't that inappropriate?" Finally, Chen reiterated his request several times before Zheng Chengren provided him with the landlord's contact number. As Chen prepared to leave for school, Zheng Chengren cautioned him once more, "Little G, please consider this carefully before returning to seek me out. Do not rush into a decision. Discuss it with your family." After exchanging pleasantries with Zheng Chengren, Chen departed from the garment factory. Seizing the opportunity on his return journey, he placed a call to his former landlord. Fortunately, the landlord expressed considerable interest in Chen's proposal to acquire the factory. However, a definitive decision would only be made after their face-to-face discussion during the National Day holiday. Although their conversation was brief, Chen discerned that the landlord was a shrewd yet affable elder. For now, he could only await the landlord's arrival from the capital in 3 days. At that time, he would have the opportunity to engage in a detailed discussion regarding the acquisition. If negotiations were successful, he aimed to expedite the factory's operations, albeit it might be a tight schedule, potentially only starting to turn a profit in the midwinter. Nevertheless, That period coincided with the coldest season when warm clothing was most sought after, promising a lucrative venture. Soon enough, Chen returned to school, arriving just minutes before class commenced. Over the following 2 days, he also revisited Shika village in search of better factory options. He discovered a couple of decent prospects. But the elder landlord's factory remained his primary consideration. Today marked the first day of the National Day holiday, October 1st. Chen had initially planned to explore further, but a reminder from Yun Chuanan prompted him to recall his prior commitment to attend the comic exhibition at the convention center with Yun. To make matters worse, Yun had splurged on custom-made Naruto-themed suits for several dorm mates who were joining them, one of whom was an unsuspecting Chen. In the dormitory, Zhao Ran, Fan Zhua, and Yun Chuanan had already donned their suits and were outside having their wigs and makeup applied by Li Yi. "Old Ji, get changed. Today, we shall be the most spectacular Naruto ensemble here," exclaimed Yun Chuanan, his white hair and partially obscured face clad in a sleek black suit, holding a wig in hand. This ensemble had been tailor-made to suit Chen's persona as Itachi Uchiha. If he wore it, it would undoubtedly be a showstopper. However, despite Yun's playful coaxing, Chen remained unmoved at his desk, the veins on his forehead slightly protruding. "You needn't say more. I will not wear that," he firmly stated, feeling that, at his current mental age, he was akin to an older gentleman. Such whimsical attire was simply incongruent with his self-image. At that moment, a youthful figure with a mop of hair approached Chen. Zhao Ran, brimming with excitement, encouraged, "Don't worry, Xiao Ji. Youth always comes with a touch of shyness. Put on that suit and let's go ignite our youth together." As Zhao Ran's words fell, a rather dapper young man named Fan Zhua, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets and an expression that beckoned mischief, approached. "Brother, don this suit and accompany me to find a sister-in-law. Otherwise, our Uchiha clan may face extinction." Fan Zhua resolved that this time at the comic convention, he would undoubtedly return with a girlfriend among the myriad of charming ladies. "I too must find a companion to ignite the flames of youth," he declared. "This outfit and my white hair are precisely what my future girlfriend will adore. I shall make her utterly captivated. Come on, Enai-chan. Hurry and change your clothes. It's already 9:30. Zhao Ren interjected. "Indeed, Sasuke-kun must return this afternoon to write." How pitiful. Chen, unable to bear the relentless teasing from those around him, reluctantly agreed, "I will wear the suit. But I refuse to don a wig or apply makeup." "Don't be like that, Lao Ji. I believe you would look even more handsome with a wig." "No negotiation. Bring me the suit, or you may go by yourselves." "Wait, I'll fetch the suit." To ensure Chen would join them in the joyous revelry of the convention, Yun Chuanan had no choice but to concede. Besides, if Chen refrained from makeup and grooming, he wouldn't have to worry about him charming away his beloved. Soon enough, Chen donned the suit. When the others beheld him in formal attire, their eyes widened in astonishment. Despite lacking any embellishments, his naturally exquisite features and well-defined physique, accentuated by the sleek black suit, presented him as a dazzling protagonist straight from the pages of a manga, exuding an aura of brilliance. Goodness, he looks utterly stunning. Doesn't foregoing makeup and a wig make him appear even more attractive? Yun Chuanan mused. "I feel my mask is somewhat warm. Perhaps I should remove it," he decided. Zhao Ran remarked, "In truth, one can exude youth without a pot-lid hairstyle." "I still maintain that natural beauty is the most captivating," Fan Zhua asserted. Thus, the trio sequentially retreated to the bathroom to remove their makeup and wigs. Ultimately, they discovered that being breathtakingly handsome had no correlation with whether one wore makeup or appeared natural. Chapter 48. Never did I imagine such adorably cute maidens could exist in this world. At 11 in the morning, Chen and his companions finally arrived at the exhibition center. This venue is the largest exhibition center in Jiangxing, hosting numerous grand events annually. Among these is the most splendid comic convention of the year. This year's exhibition uniquely incorporated many Han cultural elements, drawing an unprecedented level of popularity. At this moment, the event was reaching its peak attendance, with the exhibition hall bustling with a myriad of anime enthusiasts, young women adorned in Hanfu, and even several burly cross-dressing gentlemen. Zhao Ran and Fan Zhua, upon arriving at the plaza, felt overwhelmed, as their eyes struggled to take in the multitude of charming ladies and a handful of striking young men gravitating towards them. The gaze of the crowd converged upon Chen, with many young women leaping in excitement. "Wow, that young man is incredibly handsome. Is it possible for someone so dashing to exist in reality?" He appears as if he has stepped out of a comic. They exclaimed. Do all boys in suits look this charming? Surely not. Just look at those nearby. While they may seem decent on their own, standing next to him, they seem utterly lackluster. I wonder if this young man is single. I absolutely adore his type. One girl declared. He belongs to us. You despicable boys, step aside. Another shouted. Can I team up with you, handsome? May I have your WeChat? And me. I'm 36. I've never had a boyfriend. I'll do anything your type likes. Before long, Chen and his companions were completely surrounded, the fervor reminiscent of a fan meeting. Yun Xuan and his group were taken aback by the swarm of excited young women, their eyes scarcely able to take it all in. Meanwhile, Chen furrowed his brow, disheartened by the sight of the girls, with hair in hues of pink, white, red, and black, and a few boys, regretting his decision to venture out. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have stayed home. What a burden it is to be so popular, he lamented. At that moment, the crowd's attention shifted abruptly, drawn by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Wow, so adorable. Oh my gosh, how cute. Heavens, that short, light blue hair, that perfect figure, the maid outfit, and that utterly enchanting appearance. This must be Rem herself. They cried. I am utterly captivated. This is indisputably the goddess of the two-dimensional world. This year's comic convention is worth it. Instantly, the young men in the square surged toward a girl clad in a maid outfit, her short, light blue hair and irresistibly cute demeanor drawing them in. Beside her was another girl with white pupils and black-purple hair, her appearance seamlessly complementing the first. Had she not been accompanying the blue-haired girl, she would undoubtedly have captured the attention of most of the opposite sex present. However, compared to her character, the second girl appeared considerably more vibrant. Observing the throng of admirers approaching, she exclaimed, Wan, your influence is simply astonishing, Lin Xingya remarked, gazing at the influx of young men. Meanwhile, Bai Lianwan felt a twinge of unease at the sight of so many people heading their way. After all, this convention was vast, and surely there would be students from Jiang University. If she were to be recognized, her image as a towering figure in the eyes of her peers would surely collapse. Realizing this, Bai Lianwan quickly grasped Lin Xingya's wrist and urged, Let us go back. If I get recognized, it will be disastrous. Upon hearing Bai Lianwan's words, Lin Xingya revealed a confident smile on her face. Rest assured, Wan, in your current state, no one will recognize you. However, you should soften your gaze a bit. No, I can't do that. I want to go back. She had no intention of perpetually pretending to be an adorable girl. Yet, when Bai Lianwan caught sight of some familiar, yet unrecognizable faces among the boys who had drawn near, her originally cool eyes instantly softened, her aura of intimidation diminishing to naught. Coupled with her charming visage, she effortlessly melted the hearts of the surrounding young men. Even several boys, who had nearly strayed down a perilous path because of Chen, were abruptly set straight. Oh my, she's too cute. I can't handle it. Who would have thought such an adorable girl could exist in this world? Just seeing her makes me want to protect her. What should I do? Me too. The boys were not merely speaking for effect. As they witnessed the two girls on the verge of being encircled by other boys, they hurriedly stepped forward to clear a path for them. Don't be afraid, ladies, we will protect you. Absolutely. No man in this world deserves to be near her. Not even me. One of the guys remarked rather convolutedly, essentially voicing that if he couldn't have her, neither should anyone else. I just want to say, I feel the same. He added, Hey, you over there, keep your distance from my Rem. Thus, in a short span of time, Bai Lianwan and Lin Xingya, who were on the verge of being surrounded, finally extricated themselves from the throng, which elicited a profound sigh of relief from Lin Xingya. To be honest, had those boys ventured any closer, the girl beside her might have unleashed a flurry of punches. In that case, rather than attending the comic convention, she'd be preoccupied with rescuing people on site. In stark contrast to Bai Lianwan's situation, Chen and his companions found themselves entirely encircled by a multitude of girls, tightly packed around them. Chen gazed at the girls pressing in, feeling utterly overwhelmed. It appeared that the excuse of having a girlfriend would not suffice this time. He turned his gaze towards Yun Chuanan and asked, Anzi, could you lend me a hand? What kind of help do you need? Yun Chuanan regretted bringing Chen along today. They had barely arrived at the comic convention's entrance before being cornered. What a predicament. Just then, a large hand snaked around his waist, pulling him in tightly. Yun Chuanan exclaimed, What the heck? Before Yun Chuanan could process the situation, he heard words that he hoped never to hear again in his lifetime. The surrounding crowd gasped at Chen's declaration, utterly astonished. Oh my goodness. It can't be true. No, I refuse to believe it. This guy isn't like that. He clearly likes girls. They lamented. What a pity, he is so incredibly handsome. Alas, let us disperse. We are not the type favored by that charming young man. Shortly, the crowd surrounding Chen and his companions began to dwindle considerably. Of course, there remained a number of young women who fancied their chances of winning Chen's affection, unwilling to concede defeat. However, the situation was far more manageable compared to being engulfed in a sea of admirers. As the throng dispersed, Chen finally withdrew his hand, involuntarily shaking off the goosebumps that had settled upon him. Yunchuanen experienced a similar sensation, yet, upon regaining his composure, he noticed that Li's gaze towards him had transformed. Chapter 49. Could you coordinate with my sisters so that I may take a photograph? After much ado, Chen and his entourage successfully entered the venue. The exhibition hall was vast, seemingly endless at first glance. Upon entering, to the side was an area designated for anime scene photography, alongside a leisure and food zone. Logically, at this hour, one would expect everyone to be famished and seeking sustenance to replenish their energy. Strangely, however, the food area was utterly vacant. In stark contrast, the anime scene play area was teeming with people, with an array of boys and girls continuously converging and whispering amongst themselves. I heard that this year's comic convention features an incredibly adorable and beautiful Rem over there. Hurry, hurry, let us gather at the front. Is she truly that stunning? You boys are all awfully excited. Indeed, what if she is a cross-dressing master? Even if she is, I would still adore her. I have never encountered such an adorable girl. A cacophony of voices surrounded them, swiftly capturing the attention of Yunchuanen and his companions. Yunchuanen remarked, I usually have no curiosity regarding what other girls look like, but after hearing these remarks, I find myself somewhat intrigued. Li teased, are you curious whether she is a boy in disguise and hoping for something to transpire? I am not. That's not me. Yunchuanen retorted. Fanzhuo exclaimed, long live Rem. I must go see her. I want to make Rem the heroine of my novel. Zhao Ran chimed in, such a lovely girl. Do you think she would cry for a long time if struck playfully? Ha! Yunchuanen urged, let us go, let us go. Old Ji, keep up. With that, they turned and joined the throng, Chen being swept along by Yunchuanen. Yet, he felt little interest in the allure of this Rem. He knew that being alone would only make him an easy target for the girl's affections. It was far better to stick with the ever-enthusiastic Yunchuanen. Before long, the famished Fanzhuo and Zhao Ran managed to carve a path through the crowd, with Yunchuanen and Chen closely following. Li, equally curious, trailed behind them. Soon, they reached the front row and, upon catching sight of the girl in the play area, they were momentarily taken aback. Even Chen, who initially harbored no interest in the girl, found himself momentarily entranced at that very moment. This girl was indeed quite striking. Her light blue hair framed a delicate face, her azure eyes brimming with innocent tenderness, and her porcelain complexion radiated a flawless blush that left no trace of imperfection. Clad in a maid outfit, her graceful figure was accentuated to perfection, particularly her long, elegantly rounded legs, which, even encased in white stockings, exuded an aura of purity coupled with an irresistible allure. Oh, I am utterly smitten. How can there be such a beautiful girl? This surpasses mere beauty. Goodness, I finally understand what it feels like to be captivated. If a mere boy feels this way, then as a girl, I am completely at a loss. At that moment, numerous boys and girls around, including Yunchuanen and his companions, began to express their astonishment. Yet, amidst the crowd, Chen inexplicably felt that this girl seemed somewhat familiar. However, gazing at her innocent and harmless visage made him question whether he was overthinking things. Nonetheless, he could not deny that this girl was indeed beautiful. At that moment, Bai Lianwan tilted her head and flashed a peace sign, prompting Lin Qingya to finish taking photos. Her beautiful eyes instinctively scanned the crowd, and in just a fleeting glance, she spotted that familiar figure, the one she could never shake off, causing her to feel a twinge of panic on her adorably soft face. Chen was here at the comic convention too, and he was looking at her. She couldn't let him recognize her. That would be utterly embarrassing. With that thought, Bai Lianwan quickly turned her face away and took smaller steps toward Lin Qingya. The latter, noticing Bai Lianwan approaching, still seemed reluctant to stop taking pictures, contemplating getting one more shot. Just as Lin Qingya was about to call Bai Lianwan's name, A delicate hand swiftly covered her mouth. Chen is here. We need to leave. Bai Lianwan whispered, pulling her away. The familiar faces beside Chen were also notable, especially one who appeared to be his deskmate. As a cool and aloof professor, she absolutely could not be recognized in such an adorably cute outfit. However, unlike the somewhat anxious Bai Lianwan, Lin Xingya, confident in her makeup skills, casually removed the hand from her mouth and reassured the girl beside her, "Don't worry. As long as you don't start a fight, no one will recognize you." After all, her exceptional makeup prowess was considered one of the world's top 10 magical arts. It was not easily penetrable. Really? Bai Lianwan still felt a tinge of worry. Although today, when she looked in the mirror, she hardly resembled her former self. "If you don't believe me, let me show you. Hand me the camera," Lin Xingya said, extending the camera to Bai Lianwan. "No, wait." As Bai Lianwan extended her hand to halt Lin Xingya, the latter had already turned away and, amidst the throng of people, immediately recognized Chen and his companions, Yun Chuanan, and others. She paused momentarily, a bold thought springing to her mind. Chen looked extraordinarily handsome today. If only she could be with him. With this notion in mind, Lin Xingya made her way toward Chen and his group. Upon seeing the approaching girl, particularly Fan Zhua and Zhao Ran, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. They were instantly captivated. "Wow, this girl's resemblance to Hinata is uncanny. Is she really coming our way? Although she doesn't quite match that girl, she's undeniably a striking beauty. Truly stunning. I can't shake the feeling that she is looking at me. Could it be that my moment has arrived?" Meanwhile, Chen regarded the approaching girl with little recognition, puzzled by her strikingly white pupils. The crowd observed Lin Xingya's approach toward Chen with little surprise. After all, he was an undeniably handsome lad. Is she perhaps asking for that adorable girl's WeChat? No, please. Even though she seems well suited for him, I cannot accept that. It's just a bit of good looks. And besides, he seems to prefer boys, haha. Ah, if that's the case, then that cute girl has no chance, right? Suddenly, I feel much better, huh? At that moment, Lin Xingya had reached Chen's group, only to find that they did not recognize her. She composed herself slightly, looking at Chen and softly inquiring, "Hello, do you have a moment?" The excitement that had once filled Fan Zhua and Zhao Ran fizzled as they realized the girl was approaching Chen. Chen, upon hearing her question, furrowed his brow slightly and politely asked, "Is there something you need?" She glanced back at the girl nearby, then lifted her gaze to Chen's exceedingly handsome face, feeling a surge of excitement as she said, "I would like to ask if you could pose for some photos with my friends. I feel you both look so compatible, almost like a couple." Chen, huh? The surrounding crowd, huh? Pose. Chapter 50. How did Xingya bring this guy here? The crowd was filled with envy upon hearing Lin Xingya's words, especially Yun Chuanan and his companions by Chen's side, who were consumed by jealousy. Why weren't they invited, being handsome young men themselves? However, amidst the myriad of envious gazes, Chen, the protagonist of this scenario, did not exhibit the excitement everyone anticipated. His expression remained remarkably composed, and he responded to Lin Xingya with a calm demeanor, "I'm sorry, but I fear I cannot assist with that." Though the girl was undeniably beautiful, he believed he should not compromise his principles merely because of someone else's attractive appearance. As Chen's words echoed, the atmosphere fell into stunned silence, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. The expressions on everyone's faces were remarkably uniform, filled with astonishment. This young man actually declined to partner with that girl. Even Lin Xingya, who stood before Chen, could not help but momentarily be taken aback. Goodness! Could it be that her sister Wanwan is not beautiful enough? How could Chen refuse? "Dear sir, are you truly unwilling?" Lin Xingya still found it hard to believe. Surely there could not exist a man immune to the allure of her sister Wanwan. If she were not a woman herself, she would have long since claimed that girl for her own. However, when Chen's voice once again reached Lin Xingya's ears, her worldview shattered instantaneously. "Sorry, I don't have time. You may seek someone else." With that, Chen lightly nudged Yun Chuanan's arm and prepared to turn away with a few companions. Upon witnessing Chen's resolute demeanor, Yun Chuanan and the others could not help but secretly give him a thumbs up. When it comes to a man's composure in the face of temptation, if Chen claimed to be the best, no one else in the world would dare to contest that claim. Not only did Yun Chuanan's group think so, but even the various boys surrounding them were silently applauding this fellow in their hearts. Such fortitude, indeed, if they were in his position, should a cute girl express interest. They would certainly become her devoted admirers without hesitation. Yet, at this moment, Lin Qingya, whose worldview had crumbled to pieces, saw Ji Chun preparing to leave. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment, sir. Could you allow me to say just one more thing? Lin Qingya believed that Ji Chun must have serious vision issues. He could not have seen just how beautiful her sister was from such a distance, which is why he had rejected her so decisively. His refusal left even her feeling indignant on behalf of her friend. Therefore, it was imperative to facilitate a close encounter between them. Moreover, they seemed like such a perfect match. Ji Chun heard Lin Qingya's words and paused slightly before turning to look at her. What is it? Although he would not acquiesce to her request, he would not simply ignore her without cause. Upon seeing Ji Chun turn his head, Lin Qingya immediately donned an Oscar-worthy performance. She bit her lip, finally lifting her gaze to Ji Chun, moving a few steps closer, and whispered, Actually, my sister has a severe issue with social anxiety. For 18 years, she has rarely spoken. However, just now, she surprisingly expressed a desire to play with you. As Lin Qingya spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and she sniffled before continuing to look at Ji Chun. Please, just consider helping her. Perhaps this could be a step towards overcoming her condition. Ji Chun, huh? Social anxiety? Everyone around them gasped in shock at Lin Qingya's words. Bai Lianwan, who had been pondering what Lin Qingya was saying to Ji Chun, was taken aback when Ji Chun suddenly looked at her, feeling flustered, and quickly turned away. As Ji Chun observed Bai Lianwan's reaction, he couldn't help but feel that there was indeed some truth to it. After all, generally speaking, a girl as stunningly beautiful as her would likely not shy away from being seen. Ji Chun was not alone in this sentiment. Even those around them were inclined to empathize. Wow, the girl seems so unfortunate. With such beauty, she must be suffering from social anxiety. Indeed, I too wish to help her come out of her shell. As for you, my friend, perhaps it's best to refrain from approaching her. You might inadvertently frighten her into tears. That was quite the blow, my friend. Although Ji Chun felt that he had validated the girl's words, an unsettling sensation lingered. Just as he hesitated on whether to decline further, Yin Chuanan, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Fear not, young lady. My friend is inherently kind-hearted and always eager to assist others. How could he possibly refuse such a minor request? Upon hearing Yin Chuanan's words, Ji Chun frowned, pondering the absurdity of his friend's statements. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he felt a gentle tug on his arm, leading him in another direction. Since this young man is so kind, he will undoubtedly agree, Lin Qingya exclaimed, pulling Ji Chun towards Bai Lianwan. Initially, Ji Chun intended to shake off her grip and walk away, but upon reflection, he considered the girl's plight and decided to perform a good deed. Moreover, he couldn't quite place it, but there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about this girl. At that moment, Bai Lianwan was discreetly turning her head to glance in their direction, only to be taken aback as she saw Ji Chun approaching alongside Lin Qingya. Her expression turned bewildered. What is happening? How did Qingya bring him here? As Ji Chun drew nearer, Bai Lianwan felt a wave of panic. If he discovered that she was masquerading as this adorable girl, she would be utterly mortified. Before Bai Lianwan could gather her thoughts, Ji Chun and Lin Qingya had reached her side. Lin Qingya, noticing Bai Lianwan's dazed expression, quickly winked at her. Sister, didn't you say you wanted to take a photo with your brother? I've brought him here. Bai Lianwan was left utterly perplexed. What on earth? When did I say that? I can barely hide from him. At this juncture, Ji Chun looked at the girl before him and smiled warmly. Hello, I am Ji Chun. The closer he stood to her, the more he felt that sense of familiarity intensifying. Bai Lianwan, unable to meet his gaze, quickly lowered her head in response to his greeting. All she wanted was to scold Lin Qingya on the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Qingya, her mind racing with excitement, snatched the camera from Bai Lianwan's hands, stepped back a few paces, and called out, I'm starting to take pictures. Before they could fully prepare, the two turned to face Lin Qingya almost in unison. Click! A captivating snapshot, evoking an uncontrollable smile, has been instantaneously captured. In the frame, two individuals with an adorable height difference as a couple are depicted, one radiating a dazzling charm, while the other exudes an endearing innocence. Their gazes converge in unison, expressions tinged with slight astonishment. Despite maintaining a respectful distance, the scene is harmoniously enchanting, resembling a perfect couple straight from a comic book. Chapter 51. How could one imagine that little iceberg unbeknownst to them? Ji Chun and Bai Lianwan have inexplicably formed a pair. Initially, Bai Lianwan worried whether Ji Chun would recognize her, but after spending some time together, she sensed that he had no inkling of her identity, which allowed her to relax her defenses somewhat. Following Lin Xingya's request, they naturally strolled together through the comic exhibition, awaiting her to capture candid moments. This arrangement posed little disruption for either Bai Lianwan or Ji Chun, as they were already inclined to explore the exhibition. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan and others opted not to sulk while consuming dog food. One by one, they discreetly ventured off to engage with potential romantic interests elsewhere. However, the striking combination of Ji Chun and Bai Lianwan, with their extraordinary looks, quickly became the center of attention at the entire comic fair. A match so harmonious it was almost astonishing. Lin Xingya, filled with excitement, trailed behind the duo, capturing a flurry of photographs. From the Hanfu Cultural Exchange Zone to the esports area, and then to the merchandise stalls, the two transitioned from a somewhat awkward beginning to a progressively natural camaraderie. Occasionally, they would draw close together, examining various trinkets. Particularly, Bai Lianwan transformed into an inquisitive young lady upon realizing Ji Chun had not recognized her. She eagerly explored the items around her, purchasing anything that delighted her without hesitation. As they approached a stall brimming with an array of animal-shaped hats, Bai Lianwan was instantly enchanted. Ji Chun noticed her unwavering gaze directed at a particular item, a fluffy, snow-white rabbit hat. "Do you like that one?" he inquired, following her line of sight. Upon hearing Ji Chun's question, Bai Lianwan instinctively nodded. Not pausing to contemplate, Ji Chun declared, "Then I shall buy you one." The more time he spent with this young girl, the more he felt an inexplicable urge to treat her kindly. "Oh, no need, I can manage on my own," Bai Lianwan protested, but before she could finish, Ji Chun had already approached the display, retrieving the most adorable rabbit hat. He turned to the stall owner, asking, "How much for this?" The vendor, an older gentleman, beamed at Ji Chun's inquiry, replying, "50 will suffice." He gestured towards the WeChat payment code affixed to the stall, indicating where to complete the transaction. "All right," Ji Chun responded with a nod, proceeding to scan the code for payment. The proprietor watched as Ji Chun walked away and then turned to the still wide-eyed Bai Lianwan, chuckling, "Young lady, your boyfriend truly cares for you." Upon hearing the stall owner's words, Bai Lianwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly turned around, stammering, "He is not my boyfriend." The proprietor, understanding her words, nodded knowingly. "Ah, I see. He will be your future boyfriend." At this remark, the rosy hue on Bai Lianwan's fair face deepened. What nonsense was this proprietor spouting? Meanwhile, Lin Xingya, ever the observer, chimed in enthusiastically, "The boss speaks the truth. Perhaps it will come to pass." The more she witnessed, the more she felt that Ji Chun and Wanwan were simply perfect for each other. If they were to pair up in future conventions as a couple, it would undoubtedly be marvelous. Bai Lianwan, upon hearing Lin Xingya's words, felt her expression sour and was about to voice her discontent when a fluffy object suddenly landed atop her head. Ji Chun had approached from behind and placed a bunny hat on her head. Instantly, her already charmingly delicate features were complemented by the soft, white bunny, elevating her cuteness to new heights. Lin Xingya, seizing the moment, captured the delightful scene of Ji Chun adorning Bai Lianwan with the hat, her heart soaring with excitement. "This is fantastic. Absolutely marvelous," she exclaimed, fervently clicking the shutter, determined not to miss a single interaction between the two. At that moment, Bai Lianwan realized what had transpired. She turned around, her delicate hand brushing against the fluffy bunny hat atop her head, her heart melting in an instant. Forgetting the earlier comment from the proprietor, a rare, sweet smile graced her face as she murmured, "Thank you." With that, her small hands glided down to grasp the plush paws of the bunny hat, causing the two adorable white ears to perk up. Well, as she felt the ears stand upright on her head, Bai Lianwan instinctively opened her mouth in awe, her smile brightening, radiating sweetness that left Ji Chun momentarily entranced. This girl looked stunning when she smiled. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about it. Just then, Lin Xingya, having found the perfect angle, captured the moment Ji Chun was mesmerized by the girl in front of him. "Finally, I've managed to capture this precious moment," she thought gleefully, eager for more. However, Bai Lianwan seemed to sense Ji Chun's gaze upon her, feeling a bit self-conscious. Quickly, she turned away to examine other trinkets at the stall, thinking, "I must not let him recognize me." Once Bai Lianwan had walked away, Ji Chun finally snapped back to reality. Observing the girl who was now engrossed in a collection of adorable items, he shook his head, dismissing the notion that he had misjudged her. What could that little ice princess have been doing during the National Day holiday? Surely, she wasn't simply at home reading. How dreadfully boring that would be. With these thoughts in mind, Chen followed by Lian Wan to the stall, where they began to select trinkets together. The surrounding boys, captivated by Lian Wan in her bunny hat, were utterly enchanted, their hearts melting at the sight. Chen, who could always remain by her side, felt a twinge of envy as tears of admiration welled up in their eyes. The two strolled leisurely and eventually arrived near the interactive game zone of the exhibition hall. It seemed a fascinating game was about to commence, drawing a considerable crowd toward it. Lian Wan, completely at ease, seized the opportunity to join the throng at the game stage. Chen observed the girl, who thrived on excitement, and wondered to himself, was she truly introverted? Or had she miraculously overcome her shyness? It seemed unlikely. On stage, a host dressed in anime-inspired attire was introducing the event. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to engage in a delightful interactive game. However, the specifics of the game remain a secret for now, but rest assured, it promises to be immensely entertaining. We will randomly select several audience members to participate through a drawing. Shortly, our assistant will bring over a box containing 20 slips of paper, 10 of which are blank, while the others contain invitations to join our game. Those fortunate enough to draw a winning slip will have the chance to participate in our mini-game, and victorious players will receive a generous prize worth 5,000. As soon as the host concluded her announcement, the audience erupted in excitement. After all, this was not merely an opportunity for fun, but also a chance to win prizes. Truly a remarkable deal. Hearing the enthusiastic response from the crowd, the host added with a touch of mystery, "However, we advise couples to refrain from participating, for if your partner does not draw a winning slip, they may very well feel a pang of jealousy during the game." At this remark, many couples in the audience wore expressions of discontent. It seemed the game promised an element of intimate thrill. Upon hearing the host's introduction, Chen felt a wave of disinterest wash over him and prepared to leave with the young girl beside him. Yet, at that moment, a familiar and long-forgotten voice echoed in his mind. Task activated. Participate in any minigame within 5 minutes. Reward: mastery in chess skill. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Mastery in chess? Wasn't that a pastime of the elderly? However, he quickly reconsidered. If he could acquire this skill, perhaps he could participate in chess tournaments in the future and earn some rewards. After all, knowledge is never burdensome. Moreover, achieving mastery in chess would surely elevate his expertise to the level of a grandmaster. Some individuals may spend their entire lives striving for heights they might never attain. Yet in a single game, regardless of victory or defeat, they can achieve what would otherwise elude them. It is indeed a remarkable bargain. At this moment, a young lady clutching a lottery box has approached the crowd, inviting eager spectators to draw slips of paper. "Wait for me, I want to play a game." Just as Chen exchanged pleasantries with Lian Wan, the young lady found herself standing before him, momentarily captivated by his striking handsomeness. Oh my goodness, what a handsome young man. In that fleeting instant of astonishment, Chen had already reached into the box before her and retrieved a slip of paper. Upon hearing Chen's intention to participate, Lian Wan's brows furrowed slightly, and she felt an inexplicable wave of disinterest wash over her. She suddenly regretted attending this game, fervently hoping that he would not draw a slip with any significant content. Feeling that her thoughts were misguided, Lian Wan shook her head vigorously. After all, she and Chen were not particularly close. Why should she be so concerned? Silly girl. Silly girl. If Chen were to glance back now, he would undoubtedly notice a young girl with clenched fists, gazing at him with a mournful expression. Before long, all 20 slips of paper from the box had been drawn by the audience. All right, everyone, we shall now unveil the contents of the slips. At the host's signal, Chen, along with the other contestants, opened his slip. Bold letters immediately caught the eye of Lian Wan, who had stealthily maneuvered closer to him. Congratulations. You have secured an opportunity in this game. Upon reading the words on the slip, a chill ran through Lian Wan. How infuriating. He actually won. Meanwhile, Chen remained blissfully unaware of the young girl's inner turmoil. Upon seeing the results, he promptly obeyed the host's request and joined the other contestants on stage. Among the 10 participants, there were 4 females and 6 males. 3 of the young ladies boasted striking appearances, eliciting barely restrained smiles from the 5 other males on stage. If this game were to involve any form of intimate contact, it would certainly be an extraordinary windfall. Look at those beautiful ladies. At this juncture, the host began to elucidate the rules of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the name of our game is Poker Relay. As the name suggests, we will divide the contestants into 2 teams of 5. Our props team will place a playing card on each of 5 stools, spaced 15 meters apart. Each team member will sequentially use their mouths to pick up a card, transferring it from the first position to the next contestant, then picking up another card to continue the relay as they face one another. The maximum score is 11 points. If a card falls, 2 points will be deducted. The first team to complete the relay will earn a point. However, dear contestants, do take heed during the competition, should the cards drop while being passed face to face. It may lead to rather intimate situations. Upon hearing the host elucidate the game rules, the audience erupted in astonishment. Goodness, how thrilling this is. I can almost envision the predicaments awaiting those lovely ladies. If I were in their place, I too would choose to lose points for a kiss with a beautiful girl. What could possibly compare to the allure of such a moment? You boys are thinking too simplistically. I can assure you that those girls will undoubtedly opt to team up with that handsome young man and intentionally drop points to kiss him. How infuriating. Had I known, I would have participated as well. How unfortunate. If it were me, I would also seize the opportunity for a kiss. That young man's lips must be exquisitely sweet. I would surely swoon. Bai Lianwan felt a surge of inexplicable melancholy upon overhearing the girl's chatter. Yet, she could not fathom why she felt such distress. With that thought, she turned and squeezed her way out of the crowd. Just as Bai Lianwan emerged from the throng, Lin Qingya, who had been searching for her, and Ji Chen, spotted her immediately and hurried over with 2 bottles of drinks, her brow furrowed in concern. Lianwan, what have you been doing with Ji Chen? I've been looking for you both. As she spoke, Lin Qingya handed Bai Lianwan the cocktails and Sprite. These are for you and Ji Chen. I'll be in the restroom for a moment. I'll catch up with you shortly. With a wave, Lin Qingya hurried away. Feeling somewhat stifled after indulging in the sweetness of others' affections, Bai Lianwan watched Lin Qingya depart, and upon hearing the host announce the commencement of the game, bit her lip and returned to the gaming area. Fixing her gaze on Ji Chen on stage, she swiftly opened a bottle of drink, inserted a straw, and began to sip. Today's Sprite was particularly sharp against her throat. Meanwhile, Ji Chen found himself in a state of bemusement. He had not anticipated the game would take such an ambiguous turn, especially being grouped with 4 young ladies. Fortunately, he had chosen to enter last. Even if the young lady he was to connect with accidentally dropped her card, he would ensure not to take advantage of the situation. Quickly covering her mouth with his hand, the young woman designated to partner with Ji Chen was hardly able to conceal her delight. She would undoubtedly choose to drop points and plant a fervent kiss on this charming young man. As for the prize, it could take a back seat. In stark contrast, the expressions of the boys in the other group had completely morphed from excitement to disinterest. They had lost all enthusiasm for the game. After all, 5 grown men could hardly manage to kiss across a card, even if it was a playful endeavor. Soon, the game commenced in earnest, and the first contestants were prepared to start passing the cards. The initial participants from the female group were unable to secure the opportunity to interact with Ji Chen. Thus, they could only earnestly engage in the game, passing cards along in a bid to prevent them from falling into the hands of their opponents. At this moment, Bai Lianwan had finished a bottle of beverage and, observing the cards now in the possession of the second girl, felt an inexplicable sense of discontent. However, she couldn't shake the sensation of warmth creeping up her face. Could this Sprite be so intoxicating? Pondering this, Bai Lianwan examined the empty bottle, realizing with dismay that the words seemed to shimmer before her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Qingya, who had successfully made her way to the restroom, suddenly recalled something important. That girl surely wouldn't have drunk that bottle of Riao, would she? In her haste earlier, she had completely forgotten to warn her against drinking it. After all, that girl's tolerance for alcohol was so pitiful that it hardly warranted any praise. She remembered a previous incident where, despite the drink only containing 5 alcohol, the girl had managed to consume an entire bottle. The memory of that day was still vivid in Lin Qingya's mind. The girl was an entirely different person when intoxicated. She hoped fervently that she and T made a mistake. Surely, she would have avoided it. Chapter 53. To her surprise, she was kissed forcefully at the game table. The third girl had begun to pass the playing cards to the fourth girl. Bai Lianwan, seated below, felt increasingly lightheaded. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as her consciousness grew ever more hazy. The murmurs around her became incessant. Wow, I'm so envious. The girl will definitely kiss the handsome guy at the end. It's almost time. She's south already in third place. How infuriating. Why isn't it me up there? I want to go up too. I don't want the handsome guy to be kissed by someone else. As the voices echoed around her, Bai Lianwan lifted her gaze to the tall figure on stage, her brows furrowing in discontent, that strange and intense feeling of dissatisfaction within her only deepening. Her breaths grew heavier, her face flushed, and the empty can in her hand had become misshapen from her grip. This sight sent a shiver through the group of boys who had been secretly observing her. This adorable girl was unexpectedly formidable. At that moment, Chen on stage also noticed the little one below, his gaze drawn to her flushed cheeks, and he couldn't help but wonder. Did she appear to be intoxicated? With this thought in mind, he shifted his focus to Bai Lianwan's hand. Just as his attention diverted, the fourth girl in the game had begun to run towards him, card in hand. Seeing the approaching figure, Chen quickly refocused his attention. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Should he happen to kiss this girl, it would lead to complications. Although it was merely a game, he would not take advantage of anyone. He must remain ever vigilant. Should the playing cards in front of that girl unexpectedly fall, he would instinctively raise his hand to shield them. Meanwhile, the girls in the audience, witnessing the girl rushing towards Chen, were utterly beside themselves, stamping their feet in a frenzy of envy and jealousy. Oh, how unbearable. Please, do not let her kiss the young gentleman. How could she not? She had been so excited, it was evident from her very countenance. How infuriating. How exasperating. That young gentleman belongs to me. Oh no. The young gentleman is about to be kissed. No. Bai Lianwan, listening to the increasingly agitated discussions around her, felt a peculiar emotion swell within her, her chest rising and falling with her rapid breaths. How infuriating. How could he kiss another? How could he engage with another girl? Infuriating. Under the influence of alcohol, the fervent feelings that had long been suppressed began to surge forth, exacerbated by the surrounding chatter and the impending scene on stage, threatening to erupt. Her delicate hand, gripping the aluminum can, was clenched into a fist, causing the nearby boys to swallow hard. Such an adorable girl. She could crush an aluminum can into a ball. This is simply outrageous. Meanwhile, Lin Qingya had emerged from the restroom, searching for Bai Lianwan and Chen, during which he encountered Yun Chuanan and his companions. Noticing the crowd gathered in the gaming area, they strode forth with purpose. Where have Lao Ji and the cute girl run off to? It's been ages since I've seen him. He truly prioritizes romance over friendship. Yun Chuanan remarked with a frown. Zhao Ran placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, with looks like his, it was only a matter of time before he fell in love, especially with that adorable girl. They seemed quite compatible. Fan Zhua stroked his chin, pondering what would happen if Lao Ji truly got together with this cute girl. Indeed. But if we compare, it seems that both the cute girl and Chen's girlfriend are rather similar, at least in terms of attractiveness. Yun Chuanan mused, conflicted. Lin Qingya, who had been searching for Chen and Bai Lianwan, caught wind of the mention of Chen's girlfriend and paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her mind. Could it be that Chen truly has a girlfriend? Just as she was about to inquire, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen on stage. Chen is on stage. The others, hearing Lin Qingya's exclamation, followed her gaze and were equally astonished. Goodness, it truly is. This is uncharacteristic of him. What is he playing? I have no idea what game it is, but those girls on stage are absolutely captivating. How is it that wherever he goes, he is surrounded by such beautiful girls? They continued their discussion, striding forward to discover what game Chen was playing. At that moment, the girl who had been lifted was merely a few steps away from Chen. The hearts of the girls in the audience collectively leaped into their throats. Don't kiss her. Seal her mouth with that playing card. They exclaimed. Oh no. She is definitely going to kiss him. This is a disaster. The tension was palpable, not only among the girls, but also in the tightly clenched fists and flushed cheeks of Bai Lianwan, whose beautiful eyes were veiled with a misty haze. Damn it. This cannot happen. No kisses allowed. Under the influence of alcohol and the incessant stimuli around her, the suffocating emotion in her heart erupted at that very moment. The figure that had been standing still instinctively took a quick step forward. The audience was abuzz with chatter, while Chen, fixated on whether the playing card on the girl's mouth would fall, was oblivious to everything else. The girl had approached him, rising onto her toes, her body and lips inching closer to him. Just then, a graceful and enchanting figure had sprinted onto the stage, rushing towards Chen and the girl amidst the bewildered and shocked gazes of the crowd. What on earth? How did she get up there? At that moment, The playing card on the girl's lips fell away. Ji-chun, seeing the card drop, had no time to ponder anything else. He instinctively leaned back, preparing to block her advancing lips with his hand. However, just then, the girl in front of him suddenly pulled away. In the next instant, a rosy, pouting face appeared before him, almost too adorable to bear. "Why are you?" Ji-chun began, but before he could finish, a delicate white hand tugged at his tie, pulling him forward unexpectedly. Before he could comprehend the situation, the girl had risen onto her toes, her flushed cheeks magnifying in front of him. Then, her soft pink lips came directly toward him. A gentle, tender sensation graced his lips, accompanied by a hint of sweet fragrance, leaving Ji-chun momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. This little girl. Meanwhile, the audience erupted at this scene. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" The excitement was palpable. Even more astonished were Yun Chuan and Lin Qingya, who had made their way through the crowd. "Oh my God! Ji has been forcefully kissed by an adorable girl," they exclaimed. "This scene is utterly shocking. That cute girl is amazing." Lin Qingya's eyes widened as she covered her mouth, muttering to herself, "This girl is absolutely wild. Even if she is drunk, this is just too outrageous." Chapter 54. This little girl actually bit him soon. Lin Qingya and the audience regained her composure from the shock. After all, Bai Lianwan was still Ji-chun's teacher. If they were to be recognized under such circumstances, their future encounters would surely be fraught with embarrassment. Yet, it was rather peculiar that this girl, while intoxicated, would recklessly kiss someone, and not just any kiss, but a passionate one. Although they seemed well matched, it was still utterly absurd. She needed to be pulled away quickly, despite her urgency to get on stage. Lin Qingya could not bear to miss the astonishing scene unfolding before her. She raised her camera and snapped a picture before hastily striding towards the stage. At that moment, Ji-chun also realized the situation and attempted to disengage, only to be taken aback by the unexpected strength of the girl. In an instant, she sensed his intention to pull away. Her misty eyes narrowed slightly, filled with an unmistakable resentment, and then Ji-chun felt a sudden, sharp sting on his lips. Ouch! This little girl actually bit him. Bai Lianwan delivered a punitive bite to Ji-chun before furiously releasing her delicate hand, her misty gaze narrowing, and her flushed face unmistakably displaying the words, "I am very angry right now." Ji-chun, observing the sudden transformation of this girl, instinctively reached up to touch the corner of his mouth where she had bitten him. This little rascal. She had actually broken his skin. However, before Ji-chun could utter a word, a graceful hand swiftly linked with the girl's arm, urgently pulling her back. Lin Qingya, while tugging it by Lianwan, turned to Ji-chun with an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry, my sister may have had too much to drink. I will take her home right away." As she spoke, Lin Qingya anxiously urged Bai Lianwan, "Hurry up, my little ancestor. I beg you, if you are recognized, how will this girl continue to be the icy professor at Jian University?" Bai Lianwan, being pulled away, kept her eyes fixed on Ji-chun, her rosy cheeks still adorned with a fierce expression. Ji-chun couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the little dragoness before him. He had been the one taken advantage of, yet she appeared ready to unleash her wrath. Just as the girl was about to be dragged off the stage, her small mouth parted slightly. With a tipsy yet earnest tone, her voice rang out, reaching Ji-chun and the crowd, "You are mine. You can't kiss anyone else. You jerk." At her declaration, the entire venue erupted once more. "Wow, that cute girl is so cool. I've never seen such a domineering yet adorable girl. Why is the boy on stage not me? I inexplicably feel they are a perfect match. I do not agree with any other girl, but I wholeheartedly endorse this one." Even Yun Chuan and the others were taken aback by the adorable yet commanding tone of the girl. Tears of envy streamed down their faces. Today, I ought to have remained at home, diligently crafting my words, rather than attending a comic convention and enduring this overwhelming emotional turmoil. I should have been on the basketball court instead of here, inundated with such a deluge of affection. How careless of me. I failed to share my own affection with Lao Ji, only to be inundated by an unexpected wave of it myself. Meanwhile, Lin Qingya, who had been holding on to Bai Lianwan, was taken aback by the young girl's bold proclamations and hastily pulled her off the stage. It felt as though, if they lingered any longer, the situation would escalate dramatically. In stark contrast to the crowd around him, Ji-chun stood on stage, utterly stunned. He had to admit that he was genuinely captivated by this girl. However, before he could make any move, the young lady was swiftly pulled off the stage by her sister and disappeared into the throng. though his heart fluttered with excitement. Ji-chun restrained the impulse to pursue her. After all, she was merely a tipsy girl caught in a moment of revelry. One could not take such antics too seriously. Yet, being so boldly challenged by her, and having his lip inadvertently bitten in the process, left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied as a man. Should fate grant him another opportunity, he would certainly reclaim his ground and retaliate with equal fervor. However, it seemed unlikely there would be a next time. Despite spending the day together, no contact information was exchanged. Before long, Lin Qingya had whisked by Lianwan away from the exhibition hall, leaving no trace behind. The astonished crowd remained, seemingly reluctant to let the moment fade. That girl simply vanished. To be honest, I initially thought she was his girlfriend. What a disappointment. Is that truly the end of it? At this moment, the girls who had previously been drawn to Ji-chun hesitated to harbor any thoughts about him. They sensed that if they had truly kissed him, that girl would undoubtedly return to confront them with fury. The commotion stirred by the young lady had left Ji-chun feeling somewhat unsettled, diminishing his interest in continuing the game. Meanwhile, as she had dashed onto the stage, the boys from the adjacent group had completed their task. Thus, Ji-chun's team had lost this round. However, this mattered little to him. As his objective was merely to participate in the game, the system did not enforce a strict win or lose outcome. At that moment, the host regained composure, returned to the stage, and announced the results of the game. Congratulations to our team for winning this round. Each member will receive a prize valued at 5,000 yuan. The victorious boys stood on stage, utterly devoid of joy. If only they could experience the thrill of being kissed by a girl as striking as that one. Their lives would be forever enriched. At that instant, Ji-chun, somewhat lost in thought, heard the mechanical voice of the system resonate in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed a mini-game task. Reward: Mastery of Chess Skills. Chess Mastery: possessing the skills of a grandmaster, adept in both soft and hard tactics. Striking with precision and ferocity, unmatched by anyone. Although the system describes it with great authority, the current Ji-chun cannot help but recall the earlier scene and that peculiar feeling. This young lady truly flirted and then vanished, leaving him rather perturbed. As Ji-chun descended from the stage, he absent-mindedly touched his lip, which had been bitten. Next time, if he were to encounter this girl again, even if he did not retaliate, he would surely take the time to educate her properly. Seeing Ji-chun step down, Yun Chuan and his companions rushed over excitedly. Old Ji, what was it like to be kissed so forcefully? Wow, this girl is incredible. She even bit you. Bit your lip? No way. Seriously, I have to write this encounter between old Ji and the girl into my novel. Ji-chun regarded the enthusiastic crowd beside him with displeasure, urging them to disperse. Get lost. Don't ever mention this again. After all, being a grown man kissed forcefully by a young girl inevitably left him feeling a tad embarrassed. Meanwhile, Lin Qingya, already in a taxi, looked at by Lianwan, who was sleeping soundly beside her, and could only laugh and cry simultaneously. She never anticipated that this mischievous girl, when drunk, would not only kiss someone but do so dominantly. If Bai Lianwan remembered this upon waking, she would surely be mortified. But why did she choose to kiss Ji-chun? Could it be that she harbors feelings for him? No way. Her little Wanwan likes men. Chapter 55. How could that be? I certainly do not like him. On their way back to school, Yun Chuan and his companions were still discussing the unforgettable scene from the comic exhibition. Honestly, I never expected that adorable girl would actually kiss old Ji. And so passionately. Zhao Ren exclaimed, still relishing the moment. It was truly shocking, Fanzhou agreed. But that girl is just so cute. What a pity old Ji missed his chance. Missed the chance? That wouldn't be right. If old Ji really got involved with her, what about Ji-saw? Yun Chuan pondered, believing that in matters of affection, the principle of first come, first served should apply. Since both girls were exceptional, the one who arrived first would surely deserve the opportunity. Alas, why couldn't such a delightful scenario happen to him? Zhao Ran, hearing Yun Chuan's words, scratched his head and asked, but what about the adorable girl? She has already kissed old Ji. At the dining table, upon hearing Zhao Ran's comment, another friend pondered briefly and replied seriously, although the girl kissed old Ji, Professor Bai has also been held by him. Yun Chuan stroked his chin, pondering aloud, why not take both? Zhao Ran interjected, that might not be right. Are we suggesting old Ji become a playboy? Fanzhou added, but choosing between them would be so challenging. Li Yi inquired, what are you all talking about? And who is Ji-saw? Li Yi felt somewhat out of place in the conversation among a few individuals. Meanwhile, Ji-chun, upon hearing Li Yi's inquiry, playfully kicked each of those nearby, admonishing them to refrain from babbling nonsense. Ouch! My backside. Ah, it hurts. These rascals, who had been raucous in private, were now growing increasingly audacious. It seemed he truly needed to revisit the entire series of Detective Conan. However, Ji-chun was uncertain if it was merely his imagination, as he often sensed an inexplicable connection between this girl and that little miss by Lian Wan, yet he could not articulate why. Nevertheless, such musings were secondary. The pressing matter at hand was to focus on generating income. According to their arrangement, he was to meet the elderly landlord in Shika village tomorrow afternoon. He needed to return home early today to replenish his energy. After Ji-chun's playful reprimand, Yun Chuanan and the others obediently silenced themselves, nursing their sore backsides with expressions of discontent as they returned to school. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the teacher's residence, Bai Lianwan, now clad in comfortable home attire, finally stirred from her soft bed. She sat up, remaining in a daze for a minute or two as the memories of the day gradually crystallized. However, all she recalled was wandering the comic exhibition with Ji-chun, followed by his intention to kiss another girl, after which her memory faded. Just then, Lin Qingya, rummaging through the wardrobe for fresh clothes, noticed Bai Lianwan had awakened and hurried over, exclaiming, "Finally, you're awake. Goodness knows how I managed to carry you back from the parking lot in that state." Thankfully, with school being relatively empty during the National Day holiday, she had escaped recognition. Still slightly disoriented, Bai Lianwan furrowed her brow in confusion, asking, "How did I fall asleep? And I seem to have no recollection of what happened afterward." Lin Qingya, observing Bai Lianwan's perplexed expression, appeared to have completely forgotten about her impulsive kiss with Ji-chun. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "You must have mistaken the Reo for Sprite and ended up intoxicated, which is why you fell asleep. I hurriedly brought you back." Lin Qingya thought that if she revealed the details of Bai Lianwan's kiss with Ji-chun now, the girl would surely leap from the bed in shock. Moreover, encountering Ji-chun in the future would likely leave her blushing with embarrassment, so it was perhaps for the best that she had no recollection. Upon hearing Lin Qingya's explanation, Bai Lianwan's memory was jogged. She indeed recalled the peculiar spiciness of the Sprite that day. This thought made her feel somewhat guilty. Did I act inappropriately while intoxicated? After all, she had heard Lin Qingya mention that she could become quite unruly when drunk. The prospect of behaving foolishly while intoxicated was mortifying. Lin Qingya was immediately reminded of the unforgettable scene from the comic convention today, along with that fierce warning directed at Ji-chun. Noticing the slight unease on Lin Qingya's face, Bai Lianwan quickly rose from the bed, wondering if she had inadvertently said something inappropriate or if her actions had been recognized by others. Observing the nervous expression on Bai Lianwan's face, Lin Qingya hastily shook her head, reassuring her, No, don't overthink it." "Really?" Bai Lianwan inquired, her skepticism evident. "Indeed, more genuine than gold," Lin Qingya affirmed. At that moment, she suddenly recalled something important and leaned closer to Bai Lianwan, her tone turning serious. "But, Wan, there's something I'd like to ask you." "What is it?" "Well, what do you think of Ji-chun?" Lin Qingya was somewhat perplexed about whether this young girl truly harbored feelings for Ji-chun. After all, the incident of her drunkenly kissing him seemed to suggest a hint of affection. Upon hearing Lin Qingya's question, Bai Lianwan instantly grasped her intent, her cheeks flushing slightly as she stubbornly retorted, "Impossible. I don't like him at all. That guy probably kissed some other girl today. Why would I still like him?" Not liking him. Lin Qingya felt a wave of relief wash over her at Bai Lianwan's emphatic response. The girl's irritated tone made it clear that she was not fond of Ji-chun. In fact, before hearing Yun Chuanan and the others refer to Ji-chun as sister-in-law, Lin Qingya had been a staunch supporter of the pairing. However, now that she was aware Ji-chun had a girlfriend and that her roommates were already calling her sister-in-law, it was essential for her to gently remind Bai Lianwan of this reality. Since she did not harbor feelings for him now, it made everything easier. Once Bai Lianwan had answered Lin Qingya's question, she suddenly realized something and squinted at her friend. "Qingya, why did you suddenly ask me this? Did I really do something bad after getting drunk today?" No. I was just curious." Lin Qingya laughed awkwardly. With Bai Lianwan disinterested in Ji-chun and Ji-chun already in a relationship, the incident from earlier today was even less likely to be discussed. After all, Ji-chun had no idea that it was Bai Lianwan who had kissed him, and she remained blissfully unaware of the encounter. As long as she could keep this secret, Everything could be treated as if it had never occurred. However, the photographs captured would never be deleted. It was such a pity. She truly wished to ship this pair. That sister-in-law was truly infuriating. How dare she get there first? Feeling a surge of frustration, Lin Qingya noticed that Bai Lianwan still seemed somewhat skeptical about her words, prompting her to quickly rise from the bed and head to the wardrobe for her clothes. All right, enough of this. I'm going to take a shower. We need to rise early tomorrow to clean grandfather's house in Shika village, so we must get to bed early. Upon hearing Lin Qingya's words, Bai Lianwan finally recalled their plans. Tomorrow marks the second day of the month, and in the afternoon, my grandfather will arrive. It is imperative that I hasten to tidy up the old house on Shika Street first thing in the morning. The two of us had previously agreed that today, I would accompany Qingya to the comic convention, and tomorrow, she would assist me in cleaning. We shall undoubtedly have the old courtyard in order well before my grandfather's return. Thus, it is essential for me to retire early tonight, so that I may rise refreshed and invigorated in the morning. As for the events that transpired after I became inebriated at the convention, it is highly probable that I merely uttered some indiscreet remarks to Qingya. That is why she posed such a question. However, I believe there is no cause for concern. As long as I did not engage in any outrageous behavior, all should be well. I am certain I refrained from any such misconduct. Chapter 56. Is someone thinking of me? The following day, before 10 o'clock, Chen had already boarded a taxi heading from Jiang University to Shika village. Although the landlord had agreed to arrive in the afternoon, he found himself with little to occupy his time in the dormitory, so he decided to wander through Shika village to explore the possibility of other factory spaces. Should negotiations with the landlord falter, he would be poised to consider alternative options promptly. After all, with winter fast approaching, it would be advantageous to secure a factory as soon as possible. As the vehicle traversed the road, news reports from a certain channel filled the air. The authorities announced the issuance of commemorative gold and silver coins to celebrate the 600th anniversary of the Forbidden City, with first-day reservations for certain sets exceeding 40 times. The Central Meteorological Observatory issued a warning. Typhoon Hegabai is expected to make landfall along the coast of Zedo on the 6th at dawn. The film Traveling Through Time to Meet You had already surpassed 1 billion yuan in box office revenue as of yesterday, emerging as the year's surprise hit. The renowned chess master from Nanyue, Elder Xia, departed from the imperial capital yesterday and is anticipated to arrive in Jiangxing today. Upon hearing this, the driver, who had remained silent until then, suddenly broke into a smile. Indeed, Jiangxing is a place of prodigious talent. Take Elder Xia. For instance, he is a figure of international renown and hails from our very city. His prowess is unparalleled. I simply adore watching him compete against others. Although Chen had not previously been well-versed in chess, he had heard of the esteemed title of the chess saint from Nanyue. Smiling at the driver's enthusiasm, he replied, I have indeed heard of the illustrious chess saint from Nanyue. The name certainly carries weight. After all, to achieve such a title, one must possess considerable skill. The driver responded, still gripping the steering wheel, that is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, Elder Xia is advanced in age and has faced numerous health issues, leading to his rare appearances in the public eye these past 2 years. I have not witnessed an exhilarating chess match in quite some time. As the conversation continued, the driver, an avid chess enthusiast, animatedly shared his pride in the subject. Chen, now possessing a certain proficiency in chess, found himself increasingly intrigued by the discussion, feeling an inexplicable urge to engage further. After acquiring this skill, he found himself inexplicably intrigued by it when he heard others speak of it. A sense of longing stirred within him. However, he merely engaged in light conversation with the driver, as he had no intention of seeking out opponents for a serious game until he resolved his current affairs. Meanwhile, at the intersection of Xiaka village, a Maybach came to a gentle halt by the roadside. The moment the vehicle stopped, the door on the driver's side swung open, and a young man in formal attire hurriedly exited to open the rear door. Mr. Xia, we have arrived. Please be careful as you disembark, he urged the passenger inside. Alas, I've mentioned that I could return by taxi on my own. Yet, you insist on accompanying me. Look, you've delayed young Li's time, replied an elderly gentleman, likely in his 60s, as he rose from his seat to exit the vehicle. Despite the weathered lines etched on his face and the deep-set yet bright eyes that exuded vitality, his hair was neatly groomed, and he donned a simple, clean white shirt paired with slacks. Originally, he had planned to take the bus to Jiangxing secretly, without informing his granddaughter. However, His great-grandson had learned of his intentions ahead of time and, despite being unable to leave, insisted on sending a driver to fetch him. Nonetheless, despite his words, Xia Zhongbing felt a warmth in his heart at his great-grandson's filial piety. Upon hearing Mr. Xia's words, the driver, Shaoli, quickly stepped forward to offer assistance. Mr. Xia, you must not say that. This is merely Mr. Bai's good intention, and it certainly does not hinder my work. Your safety and health are of utmost importance. Your flattery rivals that of your boss, Mr. Bai? Mr. Xia chuckled kindly, continuing, now, you should return to your duties. Once I'm in Xiakoli, you needn't worry about me. This is a place I've known for decades. The driver pondered Mr. Xia's words for a moment before nodding in agreement. Please do inform me immediately if you encounter any inconvenience in the future. Very well, go along with your tasks. Take care. With that, Mr. Xia Zhongbing set off towards the village, while the driver watched him depart before returning to the vehicle to drive away. Before long, Mr. Xia Zhongbing, well acquainted with the surroundings, arrived at the Xiakou Cultural Center near his home. There, under a century-old banyan tree, he anticipated finding his old friends gathered, engaged in a game of chess as per their usual routine. After all, he had informed his granddaughter that he would only arrive in the afternoon, so the young lady would not be rushing over too soon. Thus, he thought to pass the time with his old companions. Unbeknownst to him, his granddaughter had arrived at the ancestral home early that very morning. Currently, the two young ladies were busy donning aprons and gloves, diligently cleaning every nook and cranny of the courtyard. Although being the youngest in the family, pampered and sheltered since childhood, Bai Lianwan approached her chores with remarkable diligence and meticulousness. Her seaweed-like tresses were casually tied up, framing her exquisite features and elegantly sculpted nose. As she diligently wiped the floor, a few strands of hair cascaded down, contrasting sharply against her fair complexion, creating a breathtaking profile that quickened the heartbeat of anyone who beheld it. Lin Xingya, glancing over inadvertently, was instantly captivated by the sight of Bai Lianwan. Why was it that even while cleaning, her Lianwan appeared so enchanting? At this rate, she would inevitably be swayed by this girl. Bai Lianwan sensed the unusual gaze beside her and turned to Lin Xingya, inquiring, is there something on my face? Lin Xingya shook her head, replying, no. I just think my Lianwan is incredibly beautiful. I wonder which lucky fellow will benefit in the future. Upon hearing Lin Xingya's words, Bai Lianwan shot her a playful glare, retorting, you always talk nonsense. Yet, even as she said this, her mind involuntarily conjured the image of the lucky fellow Lin Xingya had mentioned, and her lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. However, she quickly chastised herself for even thinking of that fellow's face. How infuriating. What was he up to today? Surely he wasn't just lounging in his dorm, playing video games or studying. That would be dreadfully dull. Meanwhile, Chen had arrived at the nearby park. As he walked, he suddenly felt an itch at the tip of his nose. Achoo! Achoo! He sneezed twice, rubbing his nose. Is someone thinking of me? He mused, before continuing onward. He had already explored much of the area, with only the factory at the West Ku Cultural Park remaining on his list. With some time to spare that morning, he decided to check it out. Within minutes, Chen, guided by his phone's navigation, arrived at the West Ku Cultural Park and spotted the iconic banyan tree. Approaching the great banyan, he noticed a group of elderly gentlemen gathered beneath its shade, seemingly engrossed in a game of chess. In the past, he would have had no interest and would have walked away. However, having developed a passion for chess, he found himself unable to resist the temptation to observe for a few moments. Just one game, and then he would leave. Chapter 57, Young Man. Care to challenge me to a match? As Chen approached the banyan tree, he saw 7 or 8 elderly gentlemen clad in slippers and vests, wielding large fans, huddled closely together, their eyes fixated on the chessboard set upon a stone table. The expressions on their faces were animated, indicating that the game had reached a critical juncture. Several gentlemen even began offering advice to the players seated before them, analyzing the best moves to make next. In the realm of Chinese chess, where the principle of a true gentleman is to observe in silence, camaraderie among villagers and long-standing friends renders such notions obsolete. Whenever a game of chess commences, onlookers promptly gather, each offering their insights with exuberant voices and at times, even reaching out to adjust the pieces, assisting others in their moves. Today, however, they faced an unparalleled opponent, the venerable Elder Xia, a figure of great renown throughout the land. Chen discreetly immersed himself among the elderly spectators, positioning himself behind the elder who was currently at a disadvantage. Across from him sat a man in his 60s, wearing a smile that belied the tense situation. Despite his favorable position, he remained composed in both speech and action. The elder on the losing side, affectionately referred to as Old Wong by his peers, found himself in a dire predicament. His pieces were forced back, and he faced a fierce assault from the opposing side's cannon. To compound matters, the adversary's chariot and horse were poised to strike. Should the black pieces launch an offensive now, the red piece's defenses would likely collapse entirely. The sole piece that Old Wong had advanced across the river was a pawn on the opponent's third line, yet without any substantial reinforcement from his other pieces. He lacked the means for a counterattack. Now it was Old Wong's turn to move, and while he possessed a chariot, horse, and cannon, their power paled in comparison to that of the black pieces, making any retaliation impossible as his forces remained stagnant. Faced with the imminent threat of the black pieces' assault, this next move was crucial for Old Wong. A single misstep could lead to his immediate defeat. How shall I proceed? He pondered despairingly. Every time Elder Xia returns, he leaves us in shambles. It's infuriating. I've concocted numerous strategies, yet I sense defeat looming. Is victory in this match truly unattainable? Advance the pawn. This seemed the most prudent course of action at present. Upon hearing Old Li's declaration from across the board, Xia Zhongying couldn't suppress a knowing smile that hinted at his confidence. Should the red side choose to advance the pawn, it would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Just as Xia Zhongying's thoughts began to crystallize, a youthful voice unexpectedly emerged from among the elderly observers, capturing his attention and that of the other gentlemen. Before them stood a remarkably handsome young man, notably more youthful than they had been in their prime, appearing to be merely 19 or 20 years old. The appearance of Chen caused the elders' spirits to plummet once more. They had anticipated a seasoned strategist, only to find a mere youth. In an age where young enthusiasts of chess are scarce, even possessing the ability to comprehend the intricacies of the game is commendable. How could one expect mastery from such a young lad? Alas, desperation does not warrant reckless choices. In the eyes of the elderly gentleman, Chen appeared no more than a youthful novice, incapable of producing exceptional play. Conversely, Xia Zhongying regarded Chen with an intriguing glimmer in his eyes, sensing a spark of potential. Young man, how do you propose Old Wong should counter my move now? Xia Zhongying did not anticipate that the trap he had meticulously set for his opponent would be so easily discerned by this young lad. The onlookers, upon hearing Xia Zhongying speak, wore expressions of disbelief. Could it be that old Xia would stoop so low as to intimidate a mere child who knows nothing of chess? How could he possibly comprehend the intricacies of the game? At that moment, Chen, after contemplating Xia Zhongying's words for a brief while, declared earnestly, "Knight to e3. An elderly gentleman nearby shook his head in disapproval, exclaiming, No, knight to e3? That merely offers the opponent a chance to capture." Another elder scratched his head, adding, "Indeed, moving the rook to d3 to restrain the opponent's cannon would be far more advantageous than knight to e3. Alas, this child is still too young." As the assembly of elders outright rejected Chen's proposed move, Xia Zhongying, seated opposite the chessboard, paused momentarily, his astonishment growing. The level of skill displayed by these elderly gentlemen was, in truth, rather amateurish. Even Old Wong, who played against him, could not match his prowess, and thus their analytical capabilities were quite limited. Consequently, they struggled to perceive the profundity behind the young man's knight to e3, failing to exchange the knight for the pawn. In a scenario where the pawn continued to advance, the red side would find itself utterly defenseless. In that eventuality, he could sacrifice both the cannon and the rook, employing only a knight and a pawn to deliver checkmate to his opponent. Almost everyone present overlooked this strategic move, still under the impression that the black side's strongest pieces were the rook and cannon. Thus, one had to concede that the young man's move could indeed facilitate an exchange that would open the game. Otherwise, he would be relegated to mere defense. At that juncture, Old Wong, who had remained silent, began to reflect deeply after hearing Chen's proposal, ultimately grasping the true significance of the young man's strategy. Although his chess skills were not on par with Xia Zhongying's, he was nonetheless one of the most esteemed players in Jiangxing. Thus, with a moment's contemplation, he quickly comprehended Chen's intention. Under the watchful gaze of the assembled elders, Old Wong unhesitatingly seized the red knight and captured the opponent's pawn. Now, the red side boasted only two major pieces, yet had two pawns, one having crossed the river to the third line, while the other remained unadvanced at the roadside. Meanwhile, the black side possessed a rook, knight, and cannon, fortified in the center, posing a formidable offensive threat. Although the red side had exchanged a knight for a pawn, the position was now significantly opened. As the elders observed Old Wang's decisive move, they initially readied to express their frustration, only to find their understanding of the situation transformed in an instant. Witnessing the shifts on the chessboard, each elder felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing for a crevice to disappear into. In light of this pivotal move, it became abundantly clear that this young man's skill surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. With this newfound clarity, Old Wang found himself presented with numerous opportunities to engage in fierce combat with Xia Zhongying. Before long, the previously stationary pawn at the roadside had also crossed the river. However, as the game progressed, the situation grew increasingly intricate. The black side sought to exchange a major piece, hoping to gain an advantage by capturing a soldier, prompting Lao Wang to ponder deeply. "My dear fellow, you may exchange this piece. Advance 2 more pawns, and there remains an opportunity for a counterattack," Chen remarked, having meticulously calculated the potential changes on the board. Lao Wang, now harboring immense trust in Chen, found no alternative strategies that could surpass his insights. Consequently, Lao Wang traded another cannon, advancing his pawn, and leveraging the king's offensive to capture 2 of the black side soldiers. This strategic move instantly reversed the tide of the game, transforming it into a scenario where red sought victory. Opposite them, Xia Zhongying observed Chen's maneuver. The expression on his face shifted from a prior ease to one of grave concern. For an ordinary player, facing Chen's move would likely lead to a misstep and an inevitable defeat. Yet, Xia Zhongying, renowned as the chess sage of Nanyue, was no ordinary player. While he could not retaliate against Chen's aggressive play, he promptly exchanged a chariot for a pawn, utilizing the advantage of his high-ranking elephant and coordinating with a lone knight to seek a draw. Lao Wang's earlier losing position had astonishingly transformed. What had seemed a certain defeat was now a draw, and his opponent was none other than the esteemed Xia Zhongying. Unable to contain his joy, Lao Wang erupted into laughter, having played countless games against Xia Zhongying throughout his life without ever claiming victory. Today he found himself in the remarkable position of having the illustrious master seek a draw. "Old Xia, did you ever anticipate this day would come? Who would have thought this young man was a hidden master?" Indeed, they had underestimated him, astonished by the prowess of such a young contender. "He is undoubtedly more skilled than you were in your youth," one elder remarked, echoing his granddaughter's sentiments. "It's as if this young man is effortlessly defeating the younger version of old Xia." Relishing the rare opportunity to see Xia Zhongying at a disadvantage, the group of elders quickly shifted to a teasing mode, showing no mercy. Hearing the banter from the elders, Chen humbly waved his hand, saying, "I merely possess a rudimentary understanding. You flatter me, esteemed gentlemen." At that moment, Xia Zhongying, seated upon the stone bench, found it increasingly difficult to sit still. The man, who was typically unmatched, had unexpectedly encountered a rival today. Dismissing the jests of his old friends, he felt a burgeoning intrigue towards the young challenger across the board. Having satisfied his desire for a thrilling match, Chen prepared to bid farewell to the elders after the game concluded. However, just as he was about to speak, Xia Zhongying swiftly rose, his expression earnest as he invited Chen, "Young man, would you care to engage in a match with me?" Chapter 58. This young man is certainly more formidable than he appears. Upon hearing Xia Zhongying's invitation, Chen felt a flicker of temptation, yet, recognizing the lateness of the hour, he was inclined to decline. He wished to gather information about a nearby factory before noon. As Elder Xia was about to decline Xia Zhongying's invitation, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Task triggered. Commence a game of chess within 10 minutes. Achieve ultimate victory. Reward: Efficiency Acceleration Chip. Efficiency Acceleration Chip. Upon installation, it guarantees quality while significantly enhancing labor efficiency within a 500-meter radius, simultaneously alleviating human fatigue. After hearing the system's introduction, Chen was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a remarkable item. If the factory were to be operational, equipping it with this chip could potentially lead to a substantial increase in labor efficiency, enabling the swift and effortless fulfillment of production demands. With this thought in mind, Chen, who had initially intended to turn away, immediately turned to Xia Zhongying and smiled. "Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. After all, such a valuable opportunity should not be squandered." Seeing Ji Chen's agreement, Xia Zhongying was even more enthusiastic. Excellent. Let us engage in another match. With that, Xia Zhongying returned to his stone bench and began to rearrange the chessboard. However, he had a vague sense that the voice of this young man sounded somewhat familiar. At that moment, Old Wang on the stone bench also hurriedly rose to offer Ji Chen his seat, eager not to miss this duel between masters. Without a doubt, given Ji Chen's recent moves, his skill could only be rivaled by Xia Zhongying among those present. Typically, Xia Zhongying would go easy on them during their games. So the endgame that Ji Chen had just deciphered was likely a result of Xia Zhongying's leniency, which afforded Ji Chen the opportunity to turn the tables. Now, with the two of them battling anew, this was the true contest. Not only Old Wang, but also the other gentlemen around were filled with excitement. Some had even completely forgotten their pressing obligations to prepare meals for their spouses or tend to their grandchildren. Soon, the pieces on the chessboard were entirely arranged. And since Ji Chen was the junior, Xia Zhongying graciously allowed him to make the first move. Ji Chen, in turn, displayed politeness by refraining from an aggressive opening move. Instead, he opted for the most versatile first move, pawn to 7 advances 1, a guiding hand. Upon witnessing Ji Chen's move, Xia Zhongying chuckled and promptly chose to advance his elephant to 5, adding a defensive layer. From there, the two engaged in a strategic exchange, proceeding step by step according to their respective tactics. However, as the game progressed, it became evident that Ji Chen was beginning to struggle. In chess, the opening phase is crucial, as it often influences subsequent performance and can directly determine the outcome of the game. Despite Ji Chen's proficiency in chess, facing the battle-hardened and undefeated Xia Zhongying, he clearly lacked the experience necessary for the opening phase. Before long, it was apparent that he was at a disadvantage. The elderly gentlemen surrounding the scene were utterly captivated, although at times they struggled to discern the moves executed by Ji Chen and Xia Zhongying in real time. However, it became apparent from Ji Chen's gradual deceleration in response to each maneuver that his situation was becoming precarious. Xia Zhongying, with no intentions of showing mercy, had developed certain thoughts since their previous match. He aimed to cultivate Ji Chen's abilities, believing that only through ruthless engagement could he truly unveil the latter's full potential. Soon after, Xia Zhongying made a decisive move, one that carried significant offensive power. Should Ji Chen falter even slightly, the battle would swiftly tilt in Xia's favor. If Ji Chen made a single misstep, the contest could conclude in no time. Observing this, the surrounding elderly gentlemen began to shake their heads. How can one continue playing like this? Old Xia, your approach is rather ruthless, showing no consideration for your opponent. The young lad is already quite commendable. It is simply that old Xia is exceedingly skilled. This is indeed a clash of masters. Even if the young man loses, it matters not. He is still young. Indeed. Many times they found themselves struggling to grasp the significance of the moves, only achieving clarity after several steps. The young man was truly remarkable. Amidst the discussions, Ji Chen paid little heed, entirely focused on contemplating his next move. At this moment, he finally confirmed a small suspicion that had lingered in his mind. The esteemed old Xia, as referred to by the crowd, was indeed the renowned chess sage of the South Guangdong region. After all, even with his own extraordinary capabilities, Ji Chen found himself challenged by this venerable elder. In all of Huaxia, perhaps only this chess sage could pose such a formidable challenge. However, this did not imply that Ji Chen would concede easily. Assessing the current state of the board, it was clear that regardless of his next move, he would lose a piece, and his offensive capabilities were non-existent. Faced with the threat of the knight and the cannon, the disadvantage for the red side was glaringly evident. After a period of deep contemplation, Ji Chen meticulously calculated each potential move in his mind, ultimately devising an optimal strategy to sacrifice a piece in exchange for an aggressive play, specifically relinquishing a rook. With this resolution, Ji Chen promptly enacted his decision. The onlookers were astonished by his actions. He actually sacrificed his rook. They gasped. It is well understood that in the game of chess, the rook is one of the most crucial pieces, renowned for its formidable offensive strength. Now, Ji Chen had discarded his rook, and with the knight also restrained, how could he proceed from here? Was he beginning to succumb to despair? Even the usually reticent old Wang could not help but exclaim, "Young man, is this move not a mistake?" The others echoed his sentiments, engaging in animated discussion. Can he truly afford to give up the rook? It seems he has been intimidated by old Xia's tactics. The young man has relinquished his rook. I would never make such a move. It is a tremendous pity. Hearing the words of the elderly gentleman, Chen merely smiled faintly and assured them, "Rest assured. I am confident." Although the gentleman still harbored reservations, they refrained from interrupting him further, allowing him to concentrate. Opposite Chen, Xia Zhongying furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of Chen's move. Sacrificing pieces for a decisive strike? After exchanging several moves, Xia Zhongying had gleaned some understanding of Chen's capabilities. It was unlikely that his opponent would have ventured such a strategy without substantial confidence. While sacrificing pieces for a tactical advantage was a common practice in the realm of chess, Chen's willingness to execute such a maneuver indicated a profound comprehension of the subsequent variations. However, Xia Zhongying was taken aback. Despite being on the defensive, Chen managed to make such a move. It appeared that this young man possessed far greater skill than he had initially assumed. After a brief contemplation, Xia Zhongying extended his hand once more to make a move. Chapter 59. Does Chen have a girlfriend now? The two continued to play, step by step. Chen's mind was a flurry of calculations, rapidly discerning the potential moves Xia Zhongying might have in store. Their pace gradually slowed, and to everyone's astonishment, the situation, which had initially favored Chen's opponent, had inexplicably turned, and Chen now held a significant advantage. The surrounding elderly gentlemen observed the unfolding game, their expressions shifting in unison as they registered the startling transformation. It seemed that old Xia was in dire straits. What had transpired? How had the tables turned so dramatically? This was truly astonishing. I barely grasped how the reversal occurred. Ultimately, after several exchanges, Chen executed yet another sacrifice, compelling Xia Zhongying's king into checkmate. An inescapable defeat. As the game concluded, Xia Zhongying set down his pieces, remaining frozen in place, unable to extricate himself from the moment. He could not deny that this young man's prowess in chess had far surpassed his expectations and imagination, especially in the latter half of the game. Every move was executed with exceptional finesse. If the roles were reversed, Xia Zhongying doubted he could devise such strategies in such a short span of time. Thus, whether in endgame mastery or strategic planning, this young man's skill was nearly unparalleled. At merely 20 years of age, possessing such extraordinary chess acumen, this fellow's future was boundless. With this thought in mind, Xia Zhongying rose, visibly excited, and exclaimed, "Young man, you are truly remarkable. Have you undergone professional coaching and training?" Xia Zhongying believed that no matter how great one's innate talent, without extensive cultivation, it would be improbable to achieve such excellence at the age of 20. Upon hearing Xia Zhongying's words, Chen also stood, smiling as he replied, "Not at all. I have merely dabbled a bit. I have not received any formal training. My skills are solely the result of my diligent efforts." Xia Zhongying and the others were once again taken aback by Chen's words. What? This young man has not undergone any professional training or study. To call it merely a dabble, he has utterly outclassed the old master. "What is your name?" Xia Zhongying inquired with a serious expression, still harboring the suspicion that the young man was jesting. With such prowess, if he were to immerse himself in the realm of chess, he would undoubtedly emerge as a prominent figure. Upon hearing Xia Zhongying's question, Chen replied with a smile. "My name is Chen, Ji as in the season, and Chen as in morning." Xia Zhongying pondered for a moment upon hearing the name. Although he had not encountered it in the chess community, it sounded strangely familiar. He recalled a young man who had contacted him a few days prior regarding the purchase of a factory, whose name also seemed to begin with G. Furthermore, he had found the young man's voice inexplicably recognizable. Could this child before him be? Just as Xia Zhongying was beginning to piece it together, a few elderly gentlemen nearby erupted in exclamations. "Oh no, I haven't returned to prepare dinner. I completely forgot. I was so engrossed." "Me too. It's my turn to take care of my grandson this afternoon. I must hurry home." "Old Xia, young Ji, do come by here often." "Indeed. Especially you, young Ji. It's your first visit, and you must come again to continue outclassing the old master." "Ahem, I must take my leave as well. But I have a question for you, young Ji. Do you currently have a girlfriend? My granddaughter is just perfect for you." At this moment, upon hearing old Wang's comment, Xia Zhongying felt an inexplicable discomfort and hurriedly waved his hand. Go on. Your granddaughter isn't even of age yet. What is the rush?" Hey. She'll be of age next month." Before old Wang could continue, Xia Zhongying had already ushered him away. Once old Wang and the other elderly gentleman departed, Xia Zhongying returned to Chen, saying, Old Wang's granddaughter is still underage. Don't take him seriously, young man. At your age, you should focus on your studies. Are you in high school or university now? After playing a couple of matches with Ji Chun, Xia Zhongying felt an inexplicable curiosity towards him, sensing that this young man might have a promising future ahead. Most importantly, he appeared to possess commendable character, exhibiting humility and courtesy. For instance, during their opening moves, Ji Chun did not opt for the aggressive central cannon, which reflected his exceptional composure. Although Xia Zhongying typically did not concern himself with such matters, there existed a certain decorum in the chess world. Directly playing the central cannon in front of senior predecessors was deemed quite impolite. Thus, Ji Chun's choice to make a move that was both courteous and versatile already garnered Xia Zhongying's admiration. When Ji Chun heard Xia Zhongying's question, he smiled gently and replied, "I am currently a freshman at Jiangbei University." Xia Zhongying was momentarily taken aback by Ji Chun's response. "Jiangbei University, you say? Isn't that the school founded by his wife? Moreover, this little girl, Wan, is even a professor there." "Indeed, my dear elder, I have matters to attend to shortly, so I shall not prolong our conversation," Ji Chun remarked as he glanced at his phone, noting that it was nearly noon. He had arranged to meet the old landlord at 1:30 and decided to grab a bite to eat before heading to the garment factory to await his arrival. Upon hearing Ji Chun's words, Xia Zhongying chuckled and inquired, "Little Ji, are you referring to the purchase of the Jiaxin garment factory?" Ji Chun had just returned his phone to his pocket when he was taken aback by Xia Zhongying's question. "How do you know?" The latter smiled knowingly. "What do you think?" Ji Chun quickly connected the dots, astonished. Could you be the old landlord? However, Ji Chun recalled the phone conversation with the landlord, and the voice did not match. Otherwise, he would have recognized it immediately. Xia Zhongying, perceiving Ji Chun's confusion, explained, "I was unwell during our correspondence. Hence my voice sounded different from what it is now. Yet, I never anticipated we would meet in such a manner." With a kind smile, Xia Zhongying thought to himself that this young man was quite remarkable, seeking to purchase a factory at such a young age. Ji Chun, realizing the implications of Xia Zhongying's words, responded with a smile, "I never expected this either, but didn't you arrive this afternoon?" Xia Zhongying sighed slightly. "It's a long story, but we can discuss the sale of the factory at my home. I live nearby, so let us go there for a chat." "Very well. I shall not impose." In response to Xia Zhongying's invitation, Ji Chun readily agreed. Their initial encounter had blossomed into camaraderie, and feeling an affinity towards the elder, he saw no reason to decline the invitation. Given the significance of the factory sale, Ji Chun deemed it prudent to confer with the elder's family. Thus, the two of them, having enjoyed an engaging conversation and feeling as if they had known each other for ages, departed from beneath the grand banyan tree and made their way towards Xia Zhongying's old courtyard. Chapter 60. How could one be dishonest before long? Ji Chun accompanied Xia Zhongying to the entrance of his home. Throughout their conversation, Ji Chun had confirmed the elder's identity as none other than the revered chess master from Nanyue, Xia Zhongying. Upon reaching the gate, Xia Zhongying retrieved an electronic card from his pocket, tapped it at the sensor, and pushed open the gate before them. "I must admit, I have a fondness for the old wooden doors, though they fell into disrepair over the years. My great-grandson replaced them with this type, claiming it to be safer and more secure. What could anyone possibly covet in my old courtyard?" Xia Zhongying remarked as he led Ji Chun inside. Upon entering, Ji Chun was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The courtyard was a traditional Chinese garden, adorned with ancient patterned tiles, old water features, and winding pathways that embraced nature, complemented by the simplicity and rustic charm of the wooden structures that comprised the entire building. The entrance door serves as a decorative wall, enhancing privacy while imbuing the visual experience with elegance. There exists a tea and seating area, conducive to leisurely enjoyment, alongside a quaint pavilion that exudes an air of sophistication. A rockery and water feature, harmoniously complemented by vibrant flower beds, create a dynamic and comfortable ambience. The entire courtyard is teeming with vitality, resembling an enchanting little haven. It is undeniable that Ji Chun, with his old soul, was instantly captivated by this simple yet exquisite Chinese courtyard. In contrast to the commercial apartments of bustling cities, possessing such a quaint little courtyard undoubtedly affords a more relaxed and carefree existence. "Your courtyard is truly splendid, Xiao Lao," Ji Chun remarked, following closely behind Xia Zhongying. The latter chuckled at the comment, replying, "I thought you young folks preferred towering skyscrapers." As Xia Zhongying surveyed the courtyard, his gaze momentarily paused, and he added with a smile, It seems my little granddaughter has come by to tidy up, but she must have gone out now. Otherwise, she would have greeted me at the door." Upon hearing Xia Zhongbing's words, Chen glanced around the courtyard and inquired, "Is it usually unoccupied here?" Leading Chen to the tea area, Xia Zhongbing's expression turned somewhat wistful as he replied, "Not really. My wife is currently busy in the capital taking care of our grandson. My son, daughter, and grandchildren are all quite occupied, leaving little time for visits." As they arrived at the tea pavilion in the courtyard, Xia Zhongbing gestured for Chen to sit and began preparing tea. The tea utensils had been meticulously cleaned, spotless and pristine. He considered asking Chen if he might have time to visit more often to enjoy a game of chess together, but quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that such a request might be unreasonable given their limited relationship. With that in mind, as he brewed the tea, Xia Zhongbing turned to Chen and said, "Xiao Ji, have you made a decision regarding the acquisition of the Jessen garment factory?" Chen nodded in response, stating, "Yes. As long as the price remains within my budget, I intend to take over as soon as possible." Xia Zhongbing, upon hearing Chen's words, smiled knowingly and remarked, "Are you truly only planning to run a garment business? If that were the case, why not simply rent from me?" The more Xia Zhongbing interacted with Chen, the more he sensed that the young man was far from ordinary. After all, the land in Shika village was notoriously lacking in investment value. It was unusual for someone to spend a significant sum to purchase a factory building there. Moreover, prior to Chen's visit, he had heard his son mention some forthcoming policies regarding Shika village. Faced with Xia Zhongbing's probing question, Chen pondered briefly before responding with a smile, "To be candid, Xiao Lao, my intention in acquiring the factory from you is to take a calculated risk. Perhaps in a year or two, the value here will appreciate." After all, seated across from him was a seasoned chess master known for his astute observations, and Chen understood that any attempts to deceive would likely be seen through. Indeed, upon hearing Chen's words, Xia Zhongbing displayed no semblance of surprise. Rather, he bestowed a calm smile and offered Chen a cup of tea. Chen, upon receiving the tea, promptly rose to accept it, expressing his gratitude to Elder Xia. Observing the young man's courteous demeanor, Xia Zhongbing felt a deeper admiration for him. And with a smile, he addressed Chen, saying, "Since you, young Ji, are so earnest in your desire to purchase my factory, and I have little inclination to manage it myself, I am willing to sell it to you. Let us base the price on the current market of Shika village." However, Chen, noticing Elder Xia's hesitation, inquired if there were any conditions he wished to propose. Xia Zhongbing regarded the young man before him and continued, "But you must take me as your master and become my disciple." Although Xia Zhongbing had been bested by Chen today, he was still a revered chess master of Nanyue. Should he choose to mentor Chen in this domain, it was only fitting to welcome him into his fold. This relationship would foster greater interaction in the sparse realm of chess, ensuring its legacy continued. To be your disciple? Chen found Xia Zhongbing's request almost unbelievable. He had anticipated a demand laden with material benefits, yet the elder's proposition was simply to become his student. After all, this man was a distinguished chess master of Nanyue, unmatched throughout the realm of Huaxia. The audacity of such a request astonished him. After a brief pause, Chen met Xia Zhongbing's serious gaze and asked, "Elder Xia, are you truly serious?" The elder replied, "I never jest." Contemplating Xia Zhongbing's earnest expression, Chen pondered for a moment before expressing his dilemma. "It would be an honor to become your disciple. However, I might be rather preoccupied and unable to devote the necessary focus to this endeavor." His primary ambition lay in generating wealth, and he couldn't afford to invest excessive time in chess. With your innate talent, you need not dedicate an inordinate amount of time to this pursuit. If you agree, we can establish a time each week for you to visit and learn," Xia Zhongbing asserted, resolute in his intent to take Chen under his wing. He believed that with a modicum of guidance, this young man's name would soon resonate throughout the chess world. After deliberating for a moment, Chen resolved to accept the elder's offer. He felt a natural affinity with the old man, and becoming his disciple would not only enhance their bond, but also provide him with a congenial elder to converse with. As for the factory acquisition, Chen vowed not to take advantage of Xia Zhongbing and would ensure the purchase price exceeded that of Shika village. With this in mind, Chen stood, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, approached Xia Zhongbing, and, bowing slightly, presented the tea with both hands, saying, "Henceforth, I seek your guidance." "Master." Seeing Chen's agreement, Xia Zhongbing's smile widened, and he promptly accepted the cup, exclaiming, You young rascal must not renege. From this day forth, you are my disciple. Xiaozhonging, I shall never go back on my word. Chen affirmed. Purchasing a factory came with an unexpectedly affordable master. How could he possibly act deceitfully? Chapter 61. How did he get that cut on his lip? Thus, it was only natural that Chen became the apprentice of Xiaozhonging. The two continued their discussion regarding the factory and ultimately agreed on a price of 6.8 million. Chen had initially intended to consult with his family. However, the elder, seemingly apprehensive of any change of heart, insisted that Chen take immediate possession of the factory and complete the property transfer procedures after the National Day holiday. Reluctantly, Chen acquiesced, as he had not taken advantage of the elder, nor had he engaged in any deception. It was a legitimate transaction. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to meet with the elder's family at some point, as it left him feeling somewhat unsettled. With this thought in mind, Chen turned to Xiaozhonging and inquired, Master, when will your family return? I would like to discuss the factory purchase with them. Upon hearing Chen's words, the elder coughed awkwardly and replied, You need not mention this. It is not to be discussed. I manage my own finances. This was a property he had acquired with his private funds, and should his granddaughter learn of it, she might report it to her grandmother, jeopardizing his savings. After all, this was to be part of the dowry for Wan. It must not be confiscated. Having lived a substantial portion of his life, Chen discerned the elder's expression and nodded, Very well, I shall refrain from bringing it up. He was rather surprised, however, that the elder had a secret stash of funds. The two continued their conversation until Chen excused himself to the restroom, prompting Xiaozhonging to recall his granddaughter. He quickly dialed her number. At Yonghui Supermarket, Bai Lianwan was accompanying Lin Qingya in the vegetable section to procure ingredients. After all, her grandfather had mentioned that he would arrive around 2 in the afternoon. They aimed to prepare a meal before the elder returned home. Wow, these potatoes are exquisite. I shall make a curry potato dish, Lin Qingya exclaimed, eagerly selecting potatoes from the shelf. Regardless of other matters, when it came to cooking, Lin Qingya, as a seasoned foodie, could be deemed quite the expert. This was one of the conditions under which Bai Lianwan had agreed to accompany Lin Qingya to the comic convention. She would have to serve as her dedicated sous chef in the future. Just then, as Bai Lianwan prepared to join in selecting potatoes, her phone suddenly rang from her pocket. Pulling out her phone, she saw the caller ID and promptly answered, Grandfather, where are you? Qingya and I are at the supermarket buying groceries. We should have dinner ready for you before 2. The gentle and kind voice from the other end responded, I have already arrived home. Why are you both here so early, and you've cleaned the yard so well? We'll finish our shopping and hurry back. Bai Lianwan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting her grandfather to arrive so swiftly. Well, you should purchase a bit more food, as we have an additional guest at home, Xiaozhonging remarked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Bai Lianwan nodded in agreement. All right, we shall return shortly. Her grandfather had always been well connected, so it was likely that someone had learned of his return to Jiangsheng and came to pay a visit. However, the speed of this visitor was indeed remarkable. Her grandfather had only just arrived home when they appeared. Surely, they must have communicated in advance. As the call concluded, Lin Qingya had already filled a large bag with potatoes. Qingya, grandfather is home, and we have a guest, so we need to buy more ingredients. Oh, he arrived so early. I had already purchased extra supplies for storage, but let's quickly grab some garlic and scallions before we head back. All right, with that, the two graceful figures hurriedly pushed their cart, quickening their pace to select additional items. Chen returned to the courtyard and resumed chatting with Xiaozhonging. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Yun Chuanan. Old G, I just noticed that my dormitory key fell into the toilet when I flushed. I didn't have time to retrieve it, and Zhao Ran and Fanjua aren't here. When are you coming back? I can't get into the dormitory. I have a date with EE this afternoon, and my carefully prepared gift is still in the dorm. Following that was an image of the toilet. Seeing these messages, Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. In just a month since the start of the school term, this fellow had already lost his keys 3 times. Placing his phone back into his pocket, Chen turned to Xiaozhonging and said, Master, I have an urgent matter at school and must return. I shall visit your family another time. Initially elated, Xiaozhonging's smile faltered upon hearing Chen's words. Oh, when do you stay for lunch? My granddaughter should be returning soon. He had hoped to enjoy a meal before challenging Chen to a game of chess. Chen shook his head, perhaps another time. A classmate has a pressing issue. If you are free this afternoon, may I discuss the factory matters with you then? Xia Zhonggung lowered his head, visibly disappointed, yet nodded. Very well, we shall be in touch. After bidding farewell to Xia Zhonggung, he escorted Chen to the door, and the two parted ways. With the factory negotiations settled, Chen opted not to take the longer route past the banyan tree to view other factories, instead choosing to take a shortcut and catch a taxi from the village entrance. In Xiali village, two figures laden with bags of ingredients hurriedly made their way home. Once they turned the corner ahead and walked a bit further, they would arrive home. I didn't expect grandfather to arrive so early. He must be hungry. Indeed. Otherwise we would have gone to buy groceries sooner. How about we take grandfather out to a restaurant for a meal? As Bai Lianwan reached the corner, she instinctively turned to Lin Xingya upon hearing her words, her steps unwavering. Unbeknownst to her, a tall figure suddenly emerged ahead, and she collided with him. The impact sent a sharp pain coursing through her face, and her petite frame stumbled backward, on the verge of falling. Hey! Lin Xingya exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Just as Bai Lianwan's eyes widened in shock, a large hand suddenly grasped her waist, pulling her back with force. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in the familiar scent of the person before her. Instinctively, she looked up to meet a strikingly handsome face, with the gentle warmth of his breath brushing against her cheeks. Upon recognizing him, Bai Lianwan froze, her blood rushing to her face, which quickly turned a delicate shade of pink. How could he possibly be here? And what had happened to his lip? After pulling the little one back into his embrace, Ji-chun was momentarily stunned. How could she be here? Moreover, that rosy complexion seemed oddly familiar from this angle. Chapter 62. Truly intense gazing at the soft girl in his arms, particularly her lightly flushed cheeks. Ji-chun was suddenly reminded of a scene from the previous day at the comic convention. The resemblance between the face before him and the one he had seen then was strikingly uncanny. Yet, before Ji-chun could fully process this, Bai Lianwan pushed against his chest, forcefully shoving him away with her free hand. Her initially startled expression morphed into one of extreme displeasure, her narrowed eyes glaring at him as her chest rose and fell with rapid breaths. Bai Lianwan's gaze fixated on the cut at the corner of Ji-chen's mouth, and she felt an unexplainable irritation. That insufferable guy? He must have gotten hurt while playing games with that girl yesterday, resulting in such a fierce injury. Meanwhile, Ji-chen stood bewildered at the sight of Bai Lianwan, who resembled a feisty little kitten. How had she turned the tables, making it seem as though he was at fault for her collision? Should he have just let her fall to the ground? Strangely enough, upon realizing it was her, his body had reacted faster than his mind, instinctively reaching out to catch her. At that moment, Lin Xingya also regained her composure, rushing toward the pair. Oh dear. Ji-chen, what a coincidence to find you here. Thankfully, you reacted quickly. Otherwise, Lianwan would have surely fallen. Hearing Lin Xingya's words, Ji-chen offered a faint smile and replied, I happen to have some business here today. As he spoke, he glanced at the ingredients in their hands. Do you live nearby? Yes. Have you had lunch yet? If not, come to our house for a visit. I shall personally cook a meal for you, as a token of gratitude for your assistance with our one-win recently. If it weren't for your supervision, that girl would still be struggling with her medication. Lin Xingya said eagerly, holding a bag. However, before Ji-chen could respond, Bai Lianwan shot him a fierce glare and declared, we didn't buy extra ingredients today. I'll thank you another day. With that, she angrily tugged at Lin Xingya's wrist and walked away. Hey, it's all right, Lianwan. I have plenty of food prepared. Be quiet. They disappeared into the distance. Ji-chun turned to observe Bai Lianwan, who was stomping away as if she were leaving craters in the ground, and was filled with confusion. What has gotten into this girl today? She seems as if she has consumed explosives. He muttered, touching the injury at the corner of his mouth and grimacing as he strode away. Last night, he couldn't resist ordering spicy crayfish with Yun Chuanan and the others, and today the wound had worsened. It seemed he would have to adhere to his dietary restrictions for the next few days. This thought inevitably led him to ponder the cause of his predicament. Just moments ago, he had been utterly deranged, mistakenly associating Bai Lianwan with that little girl. To conflate this temperamental little cat with that adorable girl was indeed madness. Before long, Bai Lianwan and Lin Xingya arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Just before entering, Bai Lianwan, who had been silent and exuding an inexplicable air of tension, suddenly turned to Lin Xingya. Xingya, that guy Ji-chen, he was kissed by that girl at the comic convention yesterday, wasn't he? Huh? Lin Xingya was taken aback by Lianwan's sudden question. Wasn't she the one more familiar with that situation? She had been preoccupied with pulling Bai Lianwan along, hardly paying attention to whether Ji Chen had sustained any injuries. Isn't that the case? Bai Lianwan pressed on. Lin Xingya raked her fingers through her hair, flustered. That should be it, but I'm not too sure. Then it settled. Upon hearing Lin Xingya's response, Bai Lianwan felt as though all her energy had been drained. She slowly pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard. Lin Xingya watched her sister, who suddenly appeared quite discontent, perplexed. This girl seemed to care a great deal about Ji Chen's injury. Was it possible she had developed feelings? Soon, the two entered the courtyard one after the other. Xia Zhongying was enjoying tea in the pavilion and, upon seeing Bai Lianwan and Lin Xingya, promptly strode out. Wen, Xingya, you're finally back. Today, grandfather is cooking delicious dishes for you. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Lin Xingya immediately burst into joyous applause. Great, grandfather. Wen and I will assist you. Although Bai Lianwan was significantly affected by the incident involving Ji Chen, she managed to smile and nod at her grandfather, assuring him that everything was fine. Excellent, exclaimed Xia Zhongying, rolling up his sleeves. It has been ages since I last cooked. Let me see what you have all purchased. Grandfather, aren't there guests at home? Lin Xingya inquired, lifting the ingredients before Xia Zhongying while surveying their surroundings. At that moment, Bai Lianwan was completely preoccupied with thoughts of Ji Chen passionately kissing that tall girl, her mind replaying the scene repeatedly. She absent-mindedly kicked a small stone protruding from the ground. What a despicable fellow. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Ji Chen, who had just boarded a taxi, suddenly felt an itch at the tip of his nose. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Was someone speaking ill of him? In the courtyard, it wasn't long before the three of them were bustling about in the kitchen. As Xia Zhongying skillfully handled the ingredients, he remarked, by the way, I accepted a disciple today. He has quite the talent for chess, even surpassing Wan. Bai Lianwan, having been influenced by her grandfather from a young age, also possessed remarkable talent in chess. However, her aspirations lay elsewhere, and though Xia Zhongying felt regret, he did not press her, occasionally encouraging her to practice for the sake of her character. Someone who surpasses Wan in talent. I must meet him, Lin Xingya exclaimed, peeling potatoes with curiosity. At that moment, Bai Lianwan, engrossed in preparing the vegetables with a fervor reminiscent of Ji Chen's earlier escapades, paused at their conversation. Grandfather, have you taken on a disciple? Laughing, Xia Zhongying continued. He might not have time today, but tomorrow evening, I could introduce you. It would also be an opportunity for Wan to play a game with him and refine her skills. What do you think? I wholeheartedly agree. I want to see Wan decisively defeat grandfather's new disciple. Lin Xingya cheered, raising the potato high in excitement. I'm fine with it too. Although Bai Lianwan was not particularly interested in the new acquaintance, as a granddaughter, it was her duty to be well acquainted with everyone around her grandfather, to prevent any potential deception in moments of vulnerability. After all, the world was perilous, much like certain scoundrels who professed love yet shamelessly kissed other girls at conventions, even injuring their lips in the process. Scoundrel. Utterly despicable. Bad guy. Hey, Wan, you don't need to chop the vegetables with such force. Chapter 63. What? Wan is in a relationship? At 3 in the afternoon, in the office of the Jessen garment factory, Xia Zhongying was secretly discussing matters of the factory with Ji Chen, keeping it from his two granddaughters. Under Xia Zhongying's urging, Ji Chen promptly drafted an agreement and transferred the 6.8 million for the factory acquisition to the other party. If it were someone else, they certainly would not unconditionally trust him. However, after spending time with Xia Zhongying, Ji Chen was completely convinced of the old man's integrity. Yet, he could discern that this elder was clearly not one to place great value on money, as evidenced by his eagerness to sell the factory to him. As though fearful of Ji Chen having a change of heart, what Ji Chen was unaware of was that upon seeing the payment notification on his phone, Xia Zhongying's heart swelled with delight. That brat had already paid, and the factory was now his. There was no escaping the fact that he would be taking on a disciple. Moreover, this young man exhibited a keen interest in chess, as demonstrated by his lingering under the banyan tree earlier that morning. Unlike Wan, who, despite her remarkable talent, had no interest in this field and was quite stubborn, making it difficult to nurture her potential. Now, with a gifted disciple who was genuinely interested in chess, Xia Zhongying was overjoyed. After finalizing the transfer of the factory, Ji Chen acquired Zheng Chengren's garment equipment for 1.5 million. Initially, it was priced at 2 million, but Ji Chen considered that he would be busy with classes. Although Zheng Chengren was not adept in business, he was a man of good character who was reluctant to part with his garment factory. Thus, the remaining 500,000 was effectively Zheng Chengren's 25 share. In the future, he could assist in managing the factory's production and other matters, while Chen would primarily focus on garment design and market expansion. Seated on the office sofa, Zheng Qingran stared at the payment that Chen had sent, feeling as if he were in a dream. After a moment of daze, he turned to Chen and said, "Brother, thank you. With this 5 million, I can settle my debts, and my wife won't leave me." Moreover, he could continue managing the garment factory. And Zheng Chengren believed that this calm and composed young man before him might indeed have the potential to revive the enterprise. Chen, noticing Zheng Chengren's grateful gaze, felt somewhat uncomfortable and replied, "Old Zheng, this is a fair transaction. There's no need for thanks." After a brief contemplation, he suggested, "Since we are starting anew, let us rename the clothing brand. How about Cloud? It's simple, memorable, and meaningful." Zheng Chengren paused for a moment upon hearing Chen's words and remarked, "That name seems to be better than my Jessen garment factory, but why Cloud?" With a serene smile, Chen gazed out of the office window at the sky and replied, "In the long journey of life, the future holds promise. I hope that the customers who wear our brand can be like clouds, effortlessly changing their forms and embracing their true selves." This encapsulated Chen's pursuit in this life, to align with oneself, to savor life, and not to lose oneself in the endless pursuit of changing for another. Upon hearing Chen's words, Zheng Chengren paused for a moment before giving Chen a thumbs up. Truly impressive for a university student. Previously, I had chosen names rather casually, and I find it difficult to articulate any significance behind them. Henceforth, I shall be called Yin Duo. Meanwhile, the silent Xia Zhongying, upon hearing Chen's recent remarks, cast an even more appreciative glance at him. It is indeed rare for someone so young to possess such a commendable temperament. Subsequently, the three remained in the office for a while longer, during which Chen and Zheng Chengren discussed matters concerning recruitment. Only then did they collectively exit the garment factory. Upon reaching the entrance, Zheng Chengren bid farewell to the two and hurriedly departed to attend to recruitment and the change of the garment factory. However, given that this period coincides with the National Day holiday, the number of job seekers would likely be diminished, making the process slower than anticipated. Yet, there is no rush. The negotiations for the factory premises and garment factory have been settled, and the subsequent steps will unfold gradually. After Zheng Chengren left, Xia Zhongying and Chen also prepared to part ways. But before doing so, Xia Zhongying suddenly recalled the second matter he intended to address today. "Xiao Ji, when would you be available tomorrow to join me for a meal at my home? I would like to introduce you to my family." Chen regarded the enthusiastic Xia Zhongying, pondered for a moment, and replied with a smile, "Since it will take some time to recruit staff at the factory, I should have no other commitments tomorrow. How about I come over in the morning and prepare a meal for you?" For Chen, Xiao Lao is not merely a business partner, but also a mentor. Rather than dining out, he finds greater sincerity in personally preparing a meal. Moreover, he harbors confidence in his culinary skills, having diligently honed them in his previous life to retain a certain relationship, cooking varied meals daily for that woman. Although that romance has faded, his cooking prowess remains intact. Xia Zhongying, upon hearing Chen's words, nodded enthusiastically and exclaimed, "Wonderful. I shall be in for a treat. I never expected my apprentice could cook. That is splendid. Typically, men who can cook are considerate of their partners, much like myself. I am uncertain whether my culinary creations will meet your approval, master. I hope you won't find them lacking," Chen remarked. "Not at all. My palate is not so discerning." They exchanged pleasantries at the factory entrance before parting ways. Although the factory's operations are not imminent, Chen must begin preparing the design styles for this year's winter collection and will need to return home to research relevant materials. He aims to finalize the styles and necessary materials before the workers are fully recruited and the factory officially commences operations. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Xia Zhongying returned to the courtyard and made his way to the kitchen, where he found two young girls busy preparing dinner. "Xiaoqingya, went on. My apprentice will be coming over tomorrow morning to personally cook lunch." As Xia Zhongying spoke, an involuntary smile spread across his face. The elderly find joy in simple companionship. All they desire is for someone to spend time with them. Upon hearing Xia Zhongying's words, Bai Lianwan and Lin Qingya exchanged surprised glances. Grandfather's new apprentice can cook? A moment later, Lin Qingya suddenly smacked her forehead. I just remembered that I must return home tomorrow due to family matters and cannot accompany Grandpa for dinner. Alas, I shall miss the culinary talents of his new apprentice. Upon hearing Lin Qingya's words, Bai Lianwan also felt a twinge of disappointment. In truth, she maintained a rather aloof demeanor around unfamiliar individuals. Without Qingya serving as a social buffer tomorrow, she would undoubtedly find herself in an awkward silence, perhaps even resorting to scratching out a courtyard with her toes in embarrassment. Nevertheless, considering that Qingya had familial obligations, she could not selfishly insist on keeping her by her side out of fear of social mortification. With a nonchalant nod, she replied, "It's fine. There will be plenty of time in the future. Grandpa probably won't return too soon, and perhaps the apprentice's culinary skills are merely mediocre." Xia Zhongying, as Bai Lianwan's grandfather, was a seasoned individual with a touch of pride. Although he felt a flicker of displeasure, he replied calmly, "It's all right. When you have time to visit again, I shall introduce you to my apprentice." "All right. Thank you, Grandpa." "Long live Grandpa." "Cough, you're already 23. Why do you still bounce around like a child?" "Exactly. How will you ever find a boyfriend like this?" "Haha. Isn't it supposed to be harder for Lianwan to find a boyfriend?" With her fierce demeanor, no boy would dare to fancy her. "I don't need a boy to like me." "Then, does Lianwan have someone she likes?" "No." "Really? I don't believe you. There must be someone." "What? Lianwan has fallen in love? Isn't that a bit too early?" "Oh dear, my blood pressure is rising. His little granddaughter is only 18. How can she be dating? What if her partner turns out to be a rogue?" Seeing her grandfather's agitated expression, Bai Lianwan quickly interjected, "No, Grandpa, don't listen to Qingya's nonsense." Indeed, her grandfather would never consent to her dating at such a young age. Moreover, that scoundrel was not even worth a moment of her time. Even if she were to remain single for life, she would never entertain thoughts of him. Chapter 64. Just treat her like a sister the following day. Chen rose early, freshened up, and before departing, approached the slumbering Yun Chuanen, delivering a couple of sharp slaps to rouse him. "Whoa!" Yun Chuanen, abruptly awakened from a delightful dream, exclaimed loudly. Upon opening his eyes and spotting Chen, he furrowed his brow and groaned, "Old Ji, what are you doing?" Chen, observing Yun Chuanen's newfound wakefulness, waved his keys in front of him. "I'm heading out now. Here's the key. Keep it safe. Zhao Ran and the others won't be back for another 4 days, so don't lose it again. Or when you go out later. Make sure to get a spare made. Better safe than sorry." Though Chen was reluctant to entrust the key to Yun Chuanen, he had to leave and could not drag him along, especially since this fellow had a date with Li Yi today. Yun Chuanen, upon grasping Chen's words, quickly reached out to take the keys and flopped back onto his pillow. All right, I understand. When I head out, I'll get 100 copies made." "Very well." Having spoken, Chen departed from the dormitory and took a taxi to Shika Village. It was approximately 9 o'clock, and he would likely arrive at Shika Village around 9:30. After purchasing some ingredients to take to his master's home, it would be just past 10. By that time, the family should be awake. Meanwhile, in a simply decorated girl's room in Shika Village, pale blue bed linens adorned with patterns of fluffy white rabbits created an enchanting atmosphere. The soft, delicate fabric exuded a touch of youthful charm and princess-like elegance. At that moment, a graceful young girl lay languidly on the plush bed, her eyes half open, with tousled hair cascading around her, casting an exquisite allure upon her fair skin. Her long, rounded legs were breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of breathlessness. Beside the bed, Lin Qingya, with a hair tie clutched in her mouth, observed the unassuming beauty of her friend Bai Lianwan, momentarily pausing in her efforts to tie her hair. Swallowing hard in admiration, this girl was certainly a tease so early in the morning. Hastily, she removed the hair tie from her mouth and secured her hair. Glancing at Bai Lianwan on the bed and muttering, "Fortunately, you don't have a boyfriend, or he certainly wouldn't be able to keep up with your needs." Upon hearing Lin Qingya's words, Bai Lianwan lifted her head, her expression slightly bewildered. "What do you mean by needs?" Lin Qingya, noticing her friend's innocent demeanor, cleared her throat and picked up her bag, saying, "When you have a boyfriend, just ask him, and you'll understand. I must be off now. The driver is waiting at the corner." With that, Lin Qingya hurriedly exited the bedroom. Bai Lianwan watched her friend leave, frowning slightly. What on earth was Qingya talking about? She murmured to herself and rolled over on the bed, resting her head on her hand. Her mind drifting back to the moment she had seen Chen's lips curled into a smile as he embraced another girl yesterday. Why was she thinking about this again? What business was it of hers if he kissed someone else? With that thought, Bai Lianwan buried her face in the bedding, her fair feet rhythmically tapping against the mattress. In the living room, Lin Xingyan noticed the toast on the dining table and grabbed a piece, munching on it while changing her shoes. She casually greeted Xia Zhongying, who was tending to the flowers in the yard, before hastily leaving. Xia Zhongying, watching Lin Xingyan depart, glanced at the time and realized it was already past 9. Chen should be arriving shortly. However, there was something off about Lianwan. She usually rose early for morning exercise, but today she seemed like a lazy bug. With this thought, Xia Zhongying made his way to Bai Lianwan's bedroom door and knocked gently. Lianwan, it's time to get up for breakfast. The guest will be arriving soon. Don't be a lazybones and make a fool of yourself. Upon hearing her grandfather's voice, Bai Lianwan quickly pulled her face out from the covers. Okay, I'll get up right away. No, she could not allow that guy to affect her mood any longer. She needed to pull herself together. After greeting her grandfather, Bai Lianwan quickly got out of bed, changed her clothes, and freshened up. Today, guests were expected at home, so she needed to be in good spirits. In no time at all, Bai Lianwan completed her morning routine, casually donned a loose blush pink cartoon tee paired with a white pleated skirt, and headed out for breakfast. She then assisted Xia Zhongying in tending to the flowers and plants in the yard. Around 10 o'clock, Chen had just finished shopping for a variety of ingredients at Yonghui Supermarket and was on his way to Xia Zhongying's yard. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance. He set down his belongings and pressed the doorbell. At that moment, the grandfather and granddaughter were trimming the cypress trees in the yard. Hearing the doorbell, Xia Zhongying paused and said, "That must be my little apprentice, Lianwan. Go open the door for him." Okay. Bai Lianwan nodded in response to Xia Zhongying's words, put down the scissors, and ran towards the front door. Upon reaching the entrance, she pulled the door open and raised her gaze, only to be met with a familiar figure. Upon recognizing the visitor, her expression froze. Chen. Bai Lianwan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise at Chen's unexpected appearance. Chen, too, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the girl before him. How could this young lady be at his master's house? At that moment, Xia Zhongying noticed the awkwardness between the two and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Lianwan, why aren't you letting Chen in?" Realizing the situation, Bai Lianwan turned back, wondering if he was the apprentice her grandfather had taken on the previous day. Xia Zhongying nodded affirmatively. "Yes, do you two know each other?" Chen quickly responded, a mix of amusement and disbelief in his tone. "Yes. I am a student of Professor Bai." He never imagined that Bai Lianwan was the granddaughter of Master Xia. It was no wonder he had encountered her in the village the day before. Upon hearing Chen's words, Xia Zhongying's smile grew warmer. What a coincidence. Come in. Come in. As he spoke, he warmly welcomed Chen inside. Noticing the items Chen was carrying, he turned to Bai Lianwan and instructed, "Lianwan, quickly take these to the kitchen. You can help Chen out. We can't let our guest do all the work alone." At that moment, Bai Lianwan felt as though her entire being had turned to stone. Her grandfather's apprentice was none other than Chen, and he was going to cook at home, while she was expected to assist him. Chen, observing Bai Lianwan's dazed expression, offered a gentle smile and said, "I can manage on my own, no need for assistance." He thought to himself that this girl had been acting as if she had eaten explosives whenever she saw him these past few days. If she joined him in the kitchen, the plethora of sharp objects could lead to potential disasters. However, Xia Zhongying was not pleased with this suggestion. "Nonsense. Let this little girl help you. She is not at school right now. She is not your professor. Just treat her like a sister." "Chen, this isn't good." Bai Lianwan. "So, you've taken on a disciple and forgotten your granddaughter?" Chapter 65, Attending to My Duties in the End. Bai Lianwan was assigned to the kitchen to assist Chen, squatting beside him as she peeled potatoes. Xia Zhongying, on the other hand, delegated the cooking responsibilities to the two young individuals, allowing them to enjoy their world without interruption while they tuned in to the health program airing at 10 o'clock. Having adjusted to the situation, Chen busily engaged himself in the kitchen, occasionally glancing at the young girl beside him. He never anticipated that one day he would find himself cooking alongside her. Unbeknownst to Chen, Bai Lianwan's mind was already racing with thoughts about the true intention behind Chen's decision to become her grandfather's apprentice. What a remarkable coincidence it was that her grandfather returned just in time to encounter Chen and took him on as a disciple. Moreover, this fellow was her student, a scoundrel who had professed his feelings for her, yet pursued other girls. However, as she pondered, Bai Lianwan found herself becoming uncertain. In her recollections, Ji Chun was indeed a boy of considerable integrity. Surely, he wouldn't go to such lengths as to investigate her background just to get closer to her? Throughout Jiang University, apart from Lin Xingya and the higher-ups at the school, no one knew of her background. Lost in thought, Bai Lianwan became distracted and inadvertently sliced her finger with the peeler. A sharp pain suddenly shot through her left index finger, causing her to gasp in surprise and return to reality. Ji Chun, who was chopping vegetables nearby, paused at the sound and turned to see Bai Lianwan's face contorted in distress. A long gash had appeared on her previously pristine finger, and crimson blood began to flow forth. "How did you cut your finger?" Ji Chun exclaimed. Bai Lianwan glanced down at her blood-stained finger and instinctively replied, "I wasn't paying attention." However, before she could finish her sentence, Ji Chun was already rushing toward her. A cool hand was soon enveloped by a warm and strong grip as he pressed firmly on the wound, temporarily halting the bleeding. "We need to apply pressure for a while to stop the bleeding before we can assess how deep the cut is." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Bai Lianwan was utterly taken aback, her entire body tensing up. She even overlooked the dull ache in her injured finger. Ji Chun was actually holding her hand. His hands were large, warm, and strong, and as she looked at the blood on her small hand and the floor, an inexplicable sense of sorrow washed over him. The wound appeared to be quite deep. Would it hurt terribly? A voice soft as silk reached her ears. Bai Lianwan felt herself becoming utterly lost in the moment. After a considerable time, she abruptly awakened, her face flushed. Suddenly, with all her might, she attempted to withdraw her hand from Ji Chun's grasp. However, this time, Ji Chun did not permit Bai Lianwan to act willfully. His other hand firmly held hers, unwavering. "Do not move. The wound needs to be compressed for a while longer. Letting go now will only cause it to bleed." Ji Chun's tone carried a rare hint of irritation. Unable to free herself, Bai Lianwan ceased her struggles. Her gaze cast down upon the large hand that held hers, her heart a tumult of emotions. After a considerable pause, Ji Chun finally released his pressure on her finger. Inspecting the wound, relieved to find it not particularly deep. "Where is the medical kit? I shall fetch it to disinfect your injury." "It's over by the television cabinet in the living room. Please do not let my grandfather see," Bai Lianwan murmured, her head lowered. If the elderly gentleman were to catch sight of her injured finger, who knows how agitated he would become. "Certainly, I shall retrieve it." With that, Ji Chun exited the kitchen and entered the living room, where Xia Zhongbing was already dozing on the sofa. Ji Chun stealthily approached the television cabinet, opened 2 drawers, and upon locating the medical kit, swiftly took it away. Returning to the kitchen, he found Bai Lianwan still standing obediently in place. Ji Chun set the medical kit aside, extracting iodine and cotton swabs to tend to her wound. "This might sting a bit, bear with it." "I am not afraid of pain," she retorted. But as the cotton swab brushed against her injury, she couldn't help but gasp. Ji Chun regarded the little prideful creature before him, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, and his movements became gentler. In no time, he had disinfected her finger and applied a waterproof bandage. "All done. In the future, be more cautious when handling such things, understood?" As Ji Chun tidied up the contents of the medical kit, Bai Lianwan listened to his soft, tender admonitions. Turning her gaze, she was once again confronted by the wound at the corner of his mouth, a reminder of the unresolved feelings that knotted her brow. Why did this fellow always show her kindness, yet kiss other girls? The emotions she had suppressed from yesterday to today finally erupted at that moment. Almost instinctively, Bai Lianwan reached out, seizing the collar of Ji Chun's white shirt and yanking him abruptly toward her. Ji Chun was taken aback by the sudden movement, unable to react before he found himself drawn close to her. Their faces were mere inches apart. Her small countenance was flushed with indignation, her eyes narrowed as she demanded, "Ji Chun, what do you truly mean? Why could he be so caring towards her while simultaneously kissing other girls?" This question had plagued Bai Lianwan throughout the entire night. As Ji Chun was inexplicably tugged by the girl before him, his initial anger began to rise. However, upon gazing at her flushed face, her familiar yet assertive grip on his clothing, and her half-squinted eyes misted with emotion, he felt an uncanny déjà vu, reminiscent of the scene from the exhibition 2 days prior. Before he could even ponder over Bai Lianwan's question, a startling realization dawned upon him. The girl standing in front of him was none other than the audacious young woman who had boldly kissed him at the exhibition. The very same girl who had playfully bitten his lip was now before him. "It was you." As this revelation sank in, An oddly peculiar feeling surged within Ji-chun, accompanied by a strange sense of relief that it was indeed this mischievous little kitten who had dared to act so boldly. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if this little feline was being a tad excessive. She had kissed him just days ago, and now she was tugging at his collar as if to initiate another round. Was he so easily swayed by her advances? With a slight grimace at the still healing wound on his lip, Ji-chun decided to take control of the situation. He leaned in closer to the girl, asserting his presence. This time, it was his turn to retaliate. As Ji-chun suddenly closed in, Bai Lianwan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Her grip on his collar slackened immediately, and she instinctively pushed against his chest, retreating backward. "What are you doing?" she stammered. Ji-chun pursued her relentlessly until she found herself cornered against the cabinet. His tall figure loomed over her, and he gazed down at the impudent little creature who had teased him only to flee. With a roguish grin, he declared, "I intend to do what I must." Upon hearing this, Bai Lianwan felt a wave of unease wash over her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she attempted to escape, only to discover Ji-chun's hands propped against the sides of the cabinet, effectively trapping her. A shadow loomed over her, and then she felt the soft warmth of his lips against hers. Bai Lianwan's eyes widened in shock, her mind blanking out entirely. The moment his cool, soft lips made contact with hers, she was enveloped by a rush of intoxicating hormones. In that instant, her mind went blank, her body grew weak, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Ji-chun reacted swiftly, wrapping his arm around her waist just as she was about to fall. The kiss was brief, but the sensation lingered. His eyes held a mix of lingering desire and bemusement. He hadn't even had a chance to retaliate, and yet she seemed utterly overwhelmed. However, he found himself reluctant to reciprocate. At that moment, Bai Lianwan felt utterly weak. After Ji-chun's kiss, her face was aflame with embarrassment, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. She quickly lowered her head, grappling with the reality that Ji-chun had just kissed her. But hadn't he just been with another girl 2 days ago? A tempest of conflicting feelings surged within her, excitement, anger, and a sense of grievance, all intertwined. On one hand, it is undeniable that every time Ji-chun drew closer to her, her heart was almost uncontrollably drawn to him. Yet on the other hand, she could not tolerate being swayed by a man, especially one as notorious as he was. After all, he had openly kissed other girls at the comic convention, and now he was behaving like this with her. What could it possibly mean? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Bai Lianwan felt a pang of bitterness in her nose, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. If not for her current lack of strength, she would have certainly given that scoundrel a good beating. Just as this thought emerged, her somewhat blurred vision suddenly caught sight of a long hand reaching towards her chin. The fingertips were cold, carrying a hint of his unique warmth. With a gentle pressure on her chin, the unsuspecting Bai Lianwan was compelled to lift her face. In that instant, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded before Ji-chun's eyes. Her flushed cheeks were glistening with tears, her nose slightly reddened, and her lips were tightly pressed together, conveying a sense of profound grievance. Yet her expression remained stubbornly defiant. Why was this girl crying? Seeing Bai Lianwan in such a state, Ji-chun wondered if he had frightened her, and he hurriedly stepped back. Finally released, Bai Lianwan shot Ji-chun a glare, her tear-filled eyes brimming with indignation and shame. "You scoundrel! You jerk!" Her voice, tinged with a sob, reached his ears. Before Ji-chun could comprehend the situation, the girl turned on her heel and stormed away without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Ji-chun was left utterly stunned. Why had she called him a scoundrel? And why was she crying? Hadn't she been the one to insist that he shouldn't kiss other girls at the convention? How had he turned the tables, leaving her in tears? Was he supposed to let her tease him and then run away without taking responsibility? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ji-chun felt an uncharacteristic irritation rising within him. He realized he had changed, as facing Bai Lianwan always evoked in him a mixture of fear of repeating past mistakes and an irresistible urge to draw closer. Never mind, I should cook. He believed that both he and Bai Lianwan needed to cool down. Ji-chun was uncertain whether he had overstepped his bounds earlier, but it was clear that she had initiated the encounter. Meanwhile, Bai Lianwan had dashed back to her bedroom, unleashing a flurry of punches upon her innocent bed. How could she have allowed her first kiss to be given to such a scoundrel? That jerk, that scoundrel. She should have retaliated. Yet her body, worn out by that man, had betrayed her, leaving her utterly powerless. How infuriating! As she pondered, Bai Lianwan felt that it would be impossible to interact with Ji Chen normally in the future. Today he was to dine at her home, and her grandfather had even suggested that she play chess with him. Furthermore, she would still have to tutor him. How could she possibly manage that? Not long after Bai Lianwan retreated to her room, Ji Chen composed himself and busied himself in the kitchen. Before long, Xia Zhongbing, who had been dozing on the sofa, awoke and made his way to the kitchen. Upon seeing Ji Chen alone, he expressed his surprise. "Little Ji, where's Wanwan?" Ji Chen turned at the sound of Xia Zhongbing's voice and replied. She was a bit tired and went to her room to rest. Xia Zhongbing nodded. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that his granddaughter had been acting strangely these past couple of days. Could it be that she was already feeling uneasy about that boy Chen mentioned? That simply wouldn't do. Although his granddaughter was exceptionally bright, she was still merely an 18-year-old girl, easily susceptible to deception if she encountered a boy with ulterior motives. With this thought in mind, Xia Zhongbing strode over to Ji Chen, hesitating for just a moment before resolutely stating, "Little Ji, please keep an eye on Wanwan's activities at school. While she is gifted, she is still so young, and I fear she might be misled." Upon hearing Xia Zhongbing's words, Ji Chen felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, yet he nodded and replied, "Sure, I'll help keep watch." He was uncertain of the current status between him and Bai Lianwan, and her ambivalence towards him made it all the more elusive. Thus, their affair must remain a secret from the elder. However, unbeknownst to Ji Chen, at that moment, Xia Zhongbing was nurturing a bold idea in his heart. He thought, rather than let Wanwan develop feelings for boys of questionable character, it might be better to directly encourage a match between her and little Ji. After all, this young man was truly exceptional in temperament, character, talent, and appearance. Yet, this notion flickered briefly in Xia Zhongbing's mind before being extinguished. The main concern was that his granddaughter had always been stubborn. Once she set her mind on something, it was nearly impossible to change her course. She was reluctant even to assist Ji Chen in the kitchen, which suggested she harbored a strong dislike for him. This was indeed a challenge. After contemplating for a while without reaching any conclusion, Xia Zhongbing decided to roll up his sleeves and asked, "Little Ji, I can't just sit idly by. Is there anything I can help with?" Ji Chen smiled at the elder and replied, "No need, master. Please, go rest. I can manage on my own. Don't worry. I'll just lend a hand while you take the lead." "I truly can't sit still," Xia Zhongbing insisted. Seeing the elder so determined, Ji Chen could only nod in agreement, saying, "All right, thank you, master. No need for such formality." Thus, the two men, one young and one old, busied themselves in the kitchen together. Ji Chen was astonished to discover that his master's culinary skills were not significantly inferior to his own. It appeared that he often cooked at home, indicating that he must be a man who cherishes his wife. Surely, the master treats his mistress with kindness. Ahem. It is only natural for a husband to pamper his wife. Will young Ji also be a loving husband in the future? Ahem. Perhaps it is premature to contemplate such matters. It does seem a bit early, yet in any case, a man who cares for his wife is a true man. Don't you think? Very well, master. Time passed swiftly, and before it reached 12:30, the master and disciple had prepared an abundant feast. Just as Ji Chen set the stew on the dining table, Xia Zhongbing peeked out from the kitchen and called to him, "Little Ji, I'm almost done here. Go upstairs and fetch Wanwan." Upon hearing Xia's words, Ji Chen instinctively nodded in agreement, but soon hesitated, wondering if the girl was still upset with him and whether she would even come when called. However, he quickly realized that they couldn't remain in this stalemate. He would need to apologize and coax her, for enduring a beating would be preferable to this awkwardness. With that thought, Ji Chen removed his apron and strode upstairs. Chapter 67. This big bad wolf, disguised as a little lamb upon reaching the living room on the second floor. Ji Chen noted the decor was markedly different from that of the first floor, embodying a fresh and elegant feminine style. There were 2 bedrooms and a study, and he surmised that one of the bedrooms, along with the study's door ajar, belonged to Bai Lianwan, who would certainly be the one behind the closed door, given her temperament. With this in mind, Ji Chen approached the bedroom door and knocked gently. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to address the girl. Given the events of the day, calling her professor felt rather awkward, while simply using her name seemed inappropriate as well. However, before Ji Chen could decide, the bedroom door swung open. As Bai Lianwan opened the door, their eyes met, and upon seeing Ji Chen's face, the memory of their earlier kiss flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She quickly lowered her head, wondering why he had come to her room. She had not anticipated that Chen would know to come upstairs, thinking instead it might be her grandfather at the door. Chen looked at the girl before him. Her nose slightly red and furrowed his brow. I came to call you for dinner. After a moment, he continued, I was too impulsive earlier. Can you forgive me? For some reason, he could not bear to see this little one cry, nor did he wish to be the cause of her tears. Bai Lianwan felt her heart tremble at his gentle tone. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? But soon, another thought crossed her mind. If Chen could speak to her like this, he could surely do the same with other girls. She absolutely would not forgive him. Upon contemplating this, Bai Lianwan lifted her head and met Chen's gaze. Don't even say that to me, you scoundrel. Why is she calling him a scoundrel again? Chen found himself both amused and exasperated. Had he not merely taken the initiative for once? Was that truly deserving of such a label? Could it be that only she was permitted to be assertive? With this thought in mind, Chen leaned against the doorframe, regarding the girl before him. And with a wry smile, he remarked, such matters should be reciprocal. As a man, I cannot perpetually be on the receiving end of your advances. You insufferable jerk. How dare you say such things? Bai Lianwan retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she clenched her small fists. In her fury, she darted past his outstretched arm. Currently, she could not match his strength. If she acted as she did today, she might find herself at his mercy once more. This time, Bai Lianwan had learned her lesson and would not allow Chen another opportunity to retaliate against her. Moreover, who would wish to engage in such back-and-forth banter with him? What a scoundrel to utter such words. Chen watched the petite figure of the girl, fuming yet swiftly escaping, and he nearly laughed at her frustration. However, he sensed that her demeanor suggested she was entirely unaware of the events at the comic convention. Could it be that the girl from 2 days ago was not her, and he had merely been projecting himself onto her? If that were the case, had she already categorized him as a rogue? Was that why she was so incensed? Yet, this was perplexing. Her gaze and the force with which she had tugged at his collar were strikingly similar. How could there possibly be two such likenesses in the world? Nevertheless, in stark contrast to the Bai Lianwan of the present, the girl at the comic convention had possessed a remarkably gentle disposition, as if they hailed from entirely different realms. With that thought, Chen felt overwhelmed. What on earth was happening? Before long, the three of them gathered around the dining table and began their lunch. Bai Lianwan's mood had initially been rather dismal, but as she savored the delectable dishes, her spirits lifted considerably. Chen observed the transformation in her expression, realizing that this little glutton could seemingly quell her anger with a hearty meal. It was as if a single meal could ease her ire by half. Beside Bai Lianwan, Xia Zhongying also praised the delightful fare on the table. You must come often. After this meal, I'm afraid I won't be able to stomach my own cooking. Upon hearing Xia Zhongying's words, Chen politely nodded. I shall certainly visit often. At that moment, a cool voice from the girl interrupted. Is the homework and coursework assigned by the school too scant for you? You need to come here more often. Even though his cooking was exceptional, she did not welcome him to her home again. As soon as Bai Lianwan finished speaking, Xia Zhongying expressed his discontent. Little girl, we are not at school right now. You cannot use your professor status to bully Qi. Bai Lianwan. Having said that, Xia Zhongying turned to Chen with a serious expression and remarked, Little Ji, if this girl ever bullies you in the future, you must inform me. Xia Zhongying sensed that his little granddaughter harbored considerable resentment towards Chen. He certainly did not wish for his newly accepted disciple to be frightened away by her antics. Chen glanced at the stunned Bai Lianwan, feigning solemnity as he nodded and replied, Understood, master. Bai Lianwan. How infuriating. How utterly vexing. Who is truly bullying whom? That wicked scoundrel, pretending to be a little lamb. If it weren't for grandfather's presence, I would have leapt up and given Chen a good thrashing. Even if I couldn't win, I would still fight. After dinner, Chen tidied up the dishes and proceeded to the kitchen to wash them. Bai Lianwan's finger had been cut, rendering her unable to touch water for the next few days. By the time he finished washing the dishes, he would soon need to depart. Although Bai Lianwan was seated on the sofa in the living room, her eyes frequently darted towards the kitchen. Surely, once he finished the dishes, he would leave, and she fervently hoped he would not linger to disrupt her thoughts. At that moment, Xia Zhongying had already set up a chessboard in his study. As a renowned chess master, he had a designated area for playing chess in his study. Whenever friends came to visit, he would engage in matches that could last half a day or even an entire day. Today, however, this space was reserved for the two young ones. Moreover, he seized the opportunity to observe Chen's skill level while he played against Bai Lianwan. In a few days, there would be a chess competition in Jiangxing. And if Chen performed well, he could be arranged to participate for some practice. After Chen finished washing the dishes and tidying up, he intended to bid farewell to the grandfather and granddaughter. However, before he could step out of the kitchen, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon retrieving it and seeing the name, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Yun Chuanan's voice came through the phone, laden with despair. Old G. Damn it. I've gone and lost the dormitory key again. I haven't even had the chance to get a new one made. The dormitory supervisor is absent, and it seems we won't be able to return to the dormitory for the next couple of days. Hearing Yun Chuanan's words, Chen sighed in exasperation, lamenting his decision to hand the key over to him that morning. Chapter 68. The little one fell asleep, yet she called his name in the living room. Bai Lianwan sat on the sofa, feigning interest in the television while discreetly observing Chen. As Chen entered the living room, he furrowed his brow, preoccupied with the issue of where to stay that night. He had left his identification at home and would be unable to check into a hotel. Just then, Xia Zhongying emerged from the study and, upon noticing the two in the living room, spoke up. Little G. Wanwan, I have set up the chessboard for you. How about playing a few rounds? Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Bai Lianwan felt a sudden chill in her heart. Indeed, what was meant to come had arrived. Engaging in a game of chess would inevitably require her to face that insufferable fellow once more. However, she quickly reassured herself that if she could defeat him decisively in their match, he would have no choice but to leave. Her grandfather's fondness for Chen, praising his innate talent, was likely laced with a hint of exaggeration. If he agreed to play, she would ensure he was left utterly bewildered on the chessboard. Unbeknownst to Chen, who sat on the sofa, the young lady's thoughts were tumultuous. He pondered his own predicament. Having nowhere else to go, he simply nodded and said, Then let us play a few games. Bai Lianwan rose from the sofa, her cold gaze sweeping over Chen before she turned to leave. Yet, her small fist was clenched tightly. One might think she was about to engage in a brawl in the study. Chen observed the retreating figure of the young lady. Feeling quite vexed, it seemed that she had been harboring resentment towards him these past 2 days, and after today's confrontation, her anger appeared to have intensified. Could it be that he had truly misjudged her? In a state of confusion, Chen followed Bai Lianwan into the study. The room exuded an ancient charm, adorned with exquisite wooden furnishings of considerable value. Aside from various antiques and artworks, a large desk occupied one side of the room, while a spacious area by the window featured a mahogany square table, already set with a chessboard. Xia Zhongying led the two to the table, smiling gently as he said, The chessboard is ready. You may sit and commence. The two nodded in acknowledgement and took their seats. Bai Lianwan gazed at Chen across the table, her cheeks flushing faintly with pink, yet she feigned indifference, stating, Grandfather mentioned you are a novice, so you may go first. Chen, upon hearing her words, did not hesitate. All right, I shall begin. With that, he extended his hand and opened with a cannon move, advancing from the 2nd to the 5th rank. Bai Lianwan's expression remained aloof as she observed Chen's opening move, internally scoffing, to start with cannon 2 to 5. How audacious. What a cad. Soon after, Bai Lianwan elegantly maneuvered her pieces, playing a knight's advance from the 8th to the 7th rank, opting for the screen horse to counter Chen's aggressive cannon. For the next several moves, neither player strayed from the established patterns, each avoiding blunders. Xia Zhongying remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the board, analyzing the moves of both Chen and Bai Lianwan. As the game progressed, each of their moves was nearly flawless. However, while Bai Lianwan occasionally paused to contemplate her strategy, Chen appeared to navigate the game with effortless ease, as if he comprehended every nuance of the unfolding situation. It was not that Bai Lianwan lacked skill. Her performance today could easily rival that of a professional chess master. Rather, Chen's prowess was so astonishingly superior that it bordered on the extraordinary. As the game progressed, Bai Lianwan found that with each step she took, the time spent in contemplation grew longer, and her thoughts inevitably became somewhat disordered. At that moment, she finally comprehended just how terrifying her opponent truly was. Chen moved with an air of nonchalance, executing each move seemingly at random, as he hardly required any time for deliberation. Yet, the instant she made a move, Chen would promptly respond with his next move, silently and efficiently, causing the originally spirited Bai Lianwan to suffer a series of defeats. In the end, Bai Lianwan realized that the position on the chessboard had turned drastically unfavorable. A single misstep would result in complete loss. Nevertheless, in the realm of chess, Bai Lianwan was also a prodigious talent. While others might struggle, she quickly devised a strategy after a moment's thought. Cannon to 9 advances 1. When she made this move, Chen noticed that the young lady opposite him had begun to stray from the conventional path, prompting him to focus and consider how to counter her. This unexpected move was the only instance in the entire game where Chen paused to think. Since she had chosen cannon to 9 advances 1, he resolved to respond with rook to 2 shifts to 7. From that point onward, both players took considerable time with each move. However, Chen required significantly less time compared to Bai Lianwan. After several rounds of intense competition, although Bai Lianwan's skill had reached an astonishing level, she ultimately could not withstand Chen's fierce onslaught and was decisively defeated. Oh my, Lianwan has finally encountered a worthy opponent. Watching your match is far more thrilling than observing the likes of Wang and his crew, exclaimed Xia Zhongying, clapping with enthusiasm. The clash between the two geniuses was markedly more captivating than the rigidly scripted games played by others. Upon hearing Xia Zhongying's remarks and observing the furrowed brows of the young lady across from him, Chen smiled and said, "I concede." Bai Lianwan lifted her gaze to Chen, glaring at him with eyes devoid of lethal intent. "Concede? Concede to you, you big-headed fool." Perhaps her crushing defeat had ignited her competitive spirit. Without a moment's hesitation after the game ended, she fixed her eyes on Chen and declared, "Let us have another round." Since Chen had nowhere else to be, he readily agreed. "All right, I have no objections." As a result, half an hour later, Chen decisively vanquished her with overwhelming force. "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant," exclaimed Xia Zhongying. I concede," Chen replied. "Let us go again," Bai Lianwan insisted. "No problem." And thus, their matches continued from the afternoon until nearly 8 or 9 in the evening, with barely half an hour spent on a meal in between. During their game, Chen showed no mercy, mercilessly besting Bai Lianwan on numerous occasions, to the point where she almost flipped the table in frustration. In truth, he derived immense pleasure from witnessing the adorable expressions of defeat on her face. Moreover, he understood her character well enough to know that if he were to deliberately let her win, it would severely damage her self-esteem. Eventually, the aging Xia Zhongying could no longer bear the tension and, after instructing his granddaughter to prepare a room for Chen to stay the night, retreated to his own quarters for rest. He felt quite reassured about the two of them. Clearly, Chen had ignited a competitive spirit within the young girl. If she did not manage to best him at least once that day, she would surely refuse to return to her room for sleep. As the game continued, the study was left with only Bai Lianwan and Chen. Although she had hardly slept the previous night due to Chen's teasing, she was determined to win at least one match against him. However, as the clock struck past 1 in the morning, while pondering her next move with her head resting on her hand, her eyelids grew heavier, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Chen, noticing the girl across from him dozing off, found her utterly endearing. Yet, allowing her to continue dozing was not a viable option, as she risked falling. With that thought in mind, Chen rose from his chair and approached her side, gently patting her cheek. To his surprise, she did not stir in the slightest, likely too exhausted to respond. Sighing, he turned to her and, cradling her like a sleeping piglet, decided to carry her back to her bedroom. As her petite form settled into his embrace, she did not awaken but instead seemed to sleep even more soundly. Upon catching a whiff of the familiar and comforting scent emanating from Chen, her head instinctively nuzzled closer, producing a soft, delicate sound that reached his ears. Chen. She murmured his name in her sleep, causing him to pause, gazing down at the little one nestled against him. Although her brow was slightly furrowed, she remained deeply asleep. Was she truly calling for him in her dreams? Suddenly, a wave of emotion surged within Chen. Could it be that she truly held feelings for him? At that moment, the girl's dreamy voice floated once more from his arms. "You big rascal." Chen. Chapter 68. The sofa isn't so bad after all. In no time, Chen had carried Bai Lianwan out of the study and was making his way to the bedroom on the second floor. With his gaze lowered, he observed the delicate features of the girl's face resting against his chest, her unique fragrance enveloping him like a gentle embrace, stirring feelings within him. After all, Chen was a young man brimming with vigor, and it was impossible for him not to feel something in the presence of this charming girl. Furthermore, he had been somewhat unsettled by her antics lately, especially during the day, when he perceived her as the young girl from the comic convention. An inexplicable thrill surged within him, compelling him to act upon his impulses. This overwhelming sensation caused his heart, which had already lived a lifetime, to lose its composure, leading him to engage in actions that were decidedly inappropriate. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Bai Lianwan increasingly detested and resisted her own feelings. Thus, even in moments of distraction, he resolved to exercise restraint and never take advantage of her vulnerability. Yet, at times, Chen found himself pondering whether she harbored feelings for him. There were instances when he sensed a complexity in her gaze, as if she were suppressing something profound. Indeed, women are inherently enigmatic creatures. Upon reaching the bedroom on the second floor, Chen gently placed Bai Lianwan onto the bed. Just as he prepared to withdraw, she instinctively furrowed her brows, feeling the warmth and security of his embrace slipping away. Almost reflexively, her delicate hands grasped the collar of his shirt with surprising strength, yanking him back with force. Goodness, how could this girl possess such strength? Chen silently cursed as he found himself tumbling towards her, adjusting his posture mid-fall to avoid crushing her. He knelt beside her, supporting himself on the bedsheets beside her shoulders, their noses nearly touching, sharing a fleeting, tender sensation. The air was filled with the unique fragrance that enveloped her, and as he gazed upon her exquisite visage and the delicate form beneath him, an unbidden warmth surged within him. This girl, does she not realize the peril she is courting? Feeling his rationality teetering on the brink, Chen summoned immense self-control to divert his gaze from her enchanting face. Although he was on the verge of losing himself to this captivating girl, he could not exploit her moment of weakness. He wished to avoid maintaining this ambiguous position. After all, should she awaken, he could only imagine how she would perceive him. With that thought, Chen resolved to withdraw, yet just as he began to move, he noticed the girl beneath him frowning deeply, her eyelashes fluttering. Her lips pursed in a stubborn yet pitiful expression. What was troubling her? Before he could fully comprehend, he witnessed glistening tears welling up in her closed eyes, followed by her trembling voice murmuring in her sleep, "Chen, you terrible scoundrel." At that moment, Chen was jolted back to reality. It was evident that she had developed a profound disdain for him, to the point of cursing him even in her dreams. Perhaps she was not the same girl he had encountered at the convention after all. This realization left him inexplicably disheartened, and a sense of agitation began to rise within him. However, he quickly reassured himself that this was for the best, as he had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Swiftly extricating himself from Bai Lianwan, he covered her with a blanket and strode out of the bedroom. Entering the living room, I glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already past 2 in the morning. Rubbing my slightly tense forehead, I sank onto the sofa and promptly succumbed to slumber. Tonight, I decided to make do, especially since that young lady had already drifted into sleep. Before long, fatigue enveloped me, and I fell into a deep slumber. In the deep autumn of October, the temperature at night fluctuates significantly. However, my physical condition was remarkably robust. Even if I were to endure a night of cold, it would pose no issue, albeit my sleep might not be entirely restful. The following day, Bai Lianwan awoke early, a consequence of her long-established habits, which had naturally adjusted her biological clock. Regardless of how late she had gone to bed the previous night, she would invariably rise promptly at 6:30 the next morning. Recently, however, she had begun to stay up later, a departure from her previous routine of retiring by 10. As Bai Lianwan sat up, the image of Chen's face flashed in her mind, prompting her to realize something. Hadn't she been playing chess with Chen last night? Why was she now in bed? Without hesitation, she quickly checked her attire, relieved to find everything intact. Thankfully, this scoundrel still possessed some semblance of decency. But where was he? With this thought, Bai Lianwan hastily got out of bed and left her bedroom, shivering slightly at the chilly air that enveloped her, instinctively rubbing her arms for warmth. As she entered the living room, she took only a few steps before spotting the familiar figure on the sofa, her small frame momentarily stiffening. Had he truly spent the night sleeping on the sofa? Why had he awakened her to arrange a proper room for him? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lianwan turned back to her room, quietly retrieving a blanket and returning to the living room. Standing before the sofa, she gently draped the blanket over Chen, who seemed to stir slightly, prompting her to swiftly retreat. Chen, already a light sleeper, caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance and the warmth enveloping him, slowly opening his eyes to see a figure stealthily retreating like a thief. "Did you wake up this early?" he murmured, half asleep, gazing at Bai Lianwan. The latter paused momentarily, then turned to him, crossing her arms and replying coolly, I'm up. Why didn't you wake me to arrange a room for you yesterday? Hearing her words, Chen nestled deeper into the still warm blanket, responding, it's all right. Sleeping on the sofa isn't so bad. He had slept like a pig last night. What could he expect from her to awaken and offer him a room? Yet, this blanket was indeed both fragrant and soft. Then you may continue sleeping. I'm getting up, Bai Lianwan stated, nonchalantly making her way back to her room. Chen, still feeling drowsy, acknowledged her with a murmur, then turned over to find a more comfortable position, intending to steal a few more moments of rest. Upon returning to her room, Bai Lianwan furrowed her brow, a wave of regret washing over her. How had she fallen asleep in the midst of their game yesterday? She had left that fellow to endure a night on the cold sofa. Would he catch a chill? After all, he was her grandfather's apprentice. It was indeed her oversight to have him spend the night in such discomfort. Perhaps she should brew some ginger tea to ward off any impending cold. Murmuring to herself, Bai Lianwan quietly descended to the first floor. After freshening up, she dove into the kitchen, determined to concoct the ginger tea. Chapter 69. Is this little girl seeking revenge? After toiling away in the kitchen for a while, a perplexed voice emerged. Can ginger tea really burn? She wondered. Is this pot inadequate? Grumbling, Bai Lianwan discarded the charred remnants of her failed attempts into the sink, selecting a fresh saucepan to continue her efforts. This endeavor consumed her until nearly 8 o'clock. After discarding 4 pots of charred tea, she finally managed to devise a batch of ginger tea with an acceptable ratio of ginger and sugar. If she simmered it for another 10 minutes, it would be ready to drink. Coincidentally, Lin Xingya had mentioned yesterday that she would bring back breakfast from Panchi building today. Since her grandfather enjoyed it, she wouldn't need to prepare breakfast, leaving the entire kitchen to her. It seemed that, perhaps due to her late night, her grandfather was indulging in an uncommon slumber this morning. A few moments later, the gate of the courtyard swung open, revealing the arrival of someone from outside. Upon hearing the commotion beyond the kitchen, Bai Lianwan hesitated but ultimately chose to remain by her simmering ginger tea, having exhausted the ginger supply at home. Another failure this morning would mean the unfortunate fellow would have nothing to drink. The only others who possessed a key to the front door, besides her and her grandfather, were Lin Xingya. Just as Bai Lianwan had anticipated, it was indeed her good friend Lin Xingya who entered the courtyard. As soon as Lin Xingya stepped inside, she was greeted by the robust aroma of ginger wafting through the air. What on earth is going on? She inquired, changing her shoes and setting down her belongings as she made her way to the kitchen. Upon entering, Lin Xingya quickly spotted Bai Lianwan in the kitchen and strode over. Frowning, "Wan, what are you making? The scent of ginger is overwhelming." Bai Lianwan did not turn at the sound of Lin Xingya's voice. "I'm brewing ginger tea with brown sugar." "What? Are you unwell?" Lin Xingya exclaimed, immediately approaching her side to check her forehead, inspecting her for any signs of illness. "You don't seem to have any symptoms. And your period isn't due, is it? Has your grandfather caught a cold?" "No one is ill. But this tea can help prevent a cold." Bai Lianwan's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. "It certainly can, but who is feeling under the weather?" Lin Xingya tilted her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. Bai Lianwan cautiously poured a generous bowl of ginger tea and remarked, "Grandfather's apprentice stayed over at our home last night." "What? Grandfather's apprentice? Stayed at home? You even took the initiative to brew ginger tea for him? Am I dreaming? Who exactly is this remarkable individual? Surely he must be extraordinary." In Lin Xingya's impression, she had always been rather indifferent to any male acquaintances of Bai Lianwan, scarcely acknowledging them. Yet here she was, preparing ginger tea for someone so early in the morning. How absurd. Upon hearing Lin Xingya's comments, Bai Lianwan immediately shook her head, saying, "Do not idealize him too much. I merely brewed this out of consideration for his status as grandfather's apprentice. I felt guilty for not properly accommodating him. Furthermore, it was merely ginger tea. Nothing particularly complicated, no need for such theatrics." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Bai Lianwan's nonchalant words, Lin Xingya glanced at the pots and pans in the sink, along with an unidentifiable black liquid, and couldn't help but grimace. Her friend was becoming increasingly less honest. Yet, what kind of exceptional man could compel Lianwan to brew ginger tea for him? No, she had to take a look. "Lianwan, is this esteemed gentleman not awake yet? I wish to behold his visage." Bai Lianwan replied casually, "You have already seen him." "Huh? They have met before?" Lin Xingya's mind instantly filled with question marks as she began to search through the list of boys she and Bai Lianwan knew. Unbeknownst to them, the individual they were discussing had already arrived in the living room and was standing at the kitchen door. "Xiao Kun, I remember he is Master Zhang's apprentice. No. Li Qingxiu? No. Xiang Jin? No, he wasn't in the chess circle before he recognized grandfather as his master. Who could it be then? Is he on the 3rd floor? I must go greet him. Bai Lianwan looked at her friend, who was acting like a lovesick schoolgirl, and seriously said, "There's no need to be so excited. Although he is quite handsome, he is a scoundrel." Huh, a scoundrel? Bai Lianwan continued to vent her frustrations to her friend. Indeed, even when playing chess, his moves are reminiscent of a scoundrel. Goodness, playing chess like a scoundrel? Lin Qingyao remarked, as her peripheral vision caught sight of a tall figure standing by the kitchen door. Upon closer inspection, she froze in astonishment. Is that Ji Chen? Not far away, Ji Chen stood with his arms crossed against his chest, leaning casually against the kitchen doorframe, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on by Lianwan's petite figure. His handsome face wearing an inscrutable expression. Was this little girl intending to declare his scoundrel status to the entire world? Upon hearing Lin Qingya call out Ji Chen's name, Bai Lianwan instinctively nodded in affirmation. Yes, that is indeed him. Yet, as she spoke, she sensed something was amiss. Her small frame momentarily stiffened as she turned her head and immediately spotted the figure at the kitchen door. Ah, how did this fellow suddenly appear? Could it be that she was caught in the act of speaking ill of him? No, this man has always been a scoundrel. She is not wronging him. She merely wishes to advise her infatuated friend against becoming entrapped in his superficial allure. However, before Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan could utter a word, Lin Qingya had already reacted. Ji Chen, could it be that you are the disciple of my grandfather? Upon hearing Lin Qingya's words, Ji Chen waved at her and replied, Hello, Dr. Lin. I am indeed the disciple recently taken in by Master Xia. I learned of your identity as his granddaughter just yesterday. Lin Qingya beamed brightly. I am merely a distant relative. I never expected you to be skilled in chess. Ji Chen modestly smiled. I dabble a little from time to time. Hearing this, Bai Lianwan's expression faltered. Was that merely dabbling? If so, how could she have been soundly defeated by him yesterday? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ji Chen recalled the purpose of his visit to the kitchen and inquired, What were you doing earlier? The entire house is filled with the scent of ginger. He had initially intended to investigate the matter, but upon arriving at the doorway, he overheard Bai Lianwan chastising him as a scoundrel once more. Lin Qingya quickly responded. Wanwan said you were chilled yesterday and worried you might catch a cold, so she made you ginger soup. Ginger soup for me? Ji Chen was taken aback. This girl had risen early to prepare it for him. Don't misunderstand. It was my negligence that caused you to be cold, which is why I made it. Bai Lianwan declared, crossing her arms with a hint of pride. I cannot let Professor Bai's kindness go unappreciated, Ji Chen said as he strode purposefully toward the kitchen. Though Bai Lianwan's explanation sounded quite formal, it warmed his heart nonetheless. Yet, upon entering the kitchen and seeing the solitary bowl of dark liquid on the counter, he couldn't help but pause in confusion. Is this it? He suddenly felt a pang of regret and uncertainty about whether this girl was attempting to take revenge on him. Just then, Lin Qingya, with her keen sense of smell, detected a familiar fragrance as Ji Chen approached. She discreetly sniffed the air again, narrowing her eyes slightly. How could Ji Chen carry the scent that belonged to Wanwan? Chapter 70. This fellow seems to dote on Wanwan. Although Lin Qingya had uncovered this astonishing secret, she chose not to divulge it immediately. Her dear friend Bai Lianwan appeared cold as ice, yet she was exceedingly shy about such matters. In the past, even a mildly risky joke would leave her blushing for quite some time. Thus, it was possible that something intimate had occurred between the two of them yesterday, leaving Ji Chen with Wanwan's scent. However, to state this directly would surely lead to embarrassment. The question lingered, to what extent had their relationship developed yesterday? Most importantly, hasn't Ji Chen already got a girlfriend? His dormitory brothers have even taken to calling her Sister Ji, so it must be a confirmed fact. At this moment, both Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan are entirely preoccupied with the ginger soup simmering on the countertop, paying little heed to the subtly distressed expression of Lin Qingya. Their focus is solely on the pot before them. Ji Chen, merely by observing the dark hue of the concoction, can discern that this bowl of ginger soup is certainly exceptional. Bai Lianwan's cheeks are slightly flushed. Today marks her first time taking the lead in cooking. Previously, she had merely assisted Qingya. While she excels in many areas, her culinary skills have regrettably veered towards the realm of disastrous creations. Though she had previously attempted to cook for Lin Qingya and her family, the experiences had not been particularly well received. However, this time, she has diligently boiled the ginger soup 3 or 4 times, so it should be satisfactory. Besides, such a simple dish is far less intricate than a full meal. Yet, gazing at the dark color of the soup, Bai Lianwan suddenly feels a twinge of uncertainty about its presentation. She subtly glances at Ji Chen's expression, which clearly exhibits a hint of reluctance. Disheartened, she tilts her head to look at the ginger soup on the countertop, thinking that if he doesn't want to drink it, he could just pour it out. Just as she begins to voice her thoughts, a large hand reaches for the bowl, lifting it with steady confidence, and, without hesitation, brings it to his lips, drinking it down in hearty gulps. From the sight of the stack of pots and bowls in the sink, Ji Chen easily deduces that this young lady has put considerable effort into preparing the soup for him. Despite his initial reluctance, seeing Bai Lianwan's dejected expression compels him to take the bowl in hand. However, the taste is indeed indescribable. This girl must have boiled an entire bowl of sugar. At that moment, Bai Lianwan watches Ji Chen drink the soup, and her previously dimmed eyes instantly sparkle with delight. It seems he is quite pleased with the flavor. Fearing it might be lacking, she had added just a touch more sugar. Meanwhile, Lin Qingya, who was lost in thought regarding the relationship between Bai Lianwan and Ji Chen, inadvertently notices Ji Chen's left hand, which is gripping his pant leg, while his arm is covered in a thick layer of goosebumps. The sound of his hearty gulps fills the air. Lin Qingya raises her gaze to Ji Chen, who is drinking the soup with fervor and cannot help but swallow hard. His body clearly protests, yet he drinks with such enthusiasm. This must be true love. This fellow seems utterly devoted to Lianwan. Despite having skipped breakfast and lingering in the kitchen for a while, Lin Qingya finds herself feeling somewhat full. Before long, Ji Chen finishes every last drop of soup in the bowl. His condition, indeed, appears considerably worse than before consuming the soup, as his stomach begins to churn, overwhelmed by the excessive sweetness. However, as he set down the bowl and observed the suppressed yet unmistakable joy on the young girl's face, he felt an inexplicable lightness in his heart. Was it delicious? Bai Lianwan inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she gazed at the empty bowl that Ji Chen had polished off. Ji Chen feigned a moment of savoring the taste before replying. It was quite good, perhaps next time, a tad less sugar. Hearing his response, Bai Lianwan's heart fluttered with delight, yet she maintained an air of indifference, retorting, "I'm not so free as to make you soup every day." With that, she turned and walked toward the sink, preparing to tidy up the remnants of their meal. Ji Chen watched her petite figure, a trace of affection shimmering in his eyes as he chuckled. "I can handle the washing. Didn't you injure your finger yesterday?" He added, "But this is just a waterproof bandage, and such a minor injury is nothing to fret over." She scoffed. "Do you genuinely believe a waterproof bandage is completely impervious to water? And don't underestimate a small wound. Remember how long it took for your ankle to heal last time?" Lin Qingya remarked, "Poor single dog," requesting to exit the group chat. Lianwan, Ji Chen. "Breakfast is on the table. Grandfather is likely still asleep. I'll go awaken him without disturbing you." With that, Lin Qingya hastily left the scene of their emotional torment. Upon hearing Lin Qingya's words, both Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan exchanged puzzled glances. Why does Qingya speak so carelessly? What does she mean by disturbing? Bai Lianwan blushed slightly, turning on her heel to exit the kitchen. What a cat! What a rogue! I must not succumb to such feelings. Ji Chen felt a wave of agitation wash over him. Despite his resolve to steer clear of romantic entanglements, he found himself increasingly swayed by this young girl's charm. Meanwhile, Lin Qingya, having called out to Xia Zhongying at the door of the first-floor bedroom, hurried upstairs. Earlier, someone had bumped into her on the street. Spilling some soy milk on her, she needed to change her clothes urgently. Upon reaching the second floor, she deftly made her way to Bai Lianwan's bedroom. Although another room upstairs belonged to her, she typically shared her nights with Lianwan, hence her clothes were often stored in Lianwan's wardrobe. However, as she approached the wardrobe, her gaze fell upon the neatly folded blanket on the bed, causing her to pause in surprise. This method of folding was entirely uncharacteristic of Lianwan. Usually, the girl would leave it in a pile to one side or spread it flat on the bed. In all their years together, Lin Qingya had never witnessed Bai Lianwan fold the blanket in such a manner. Could it be that the blanket was not folded by Lianwan? A sudden realization struck her. If the blanket was not arranged by Lianwan, why did Ji Chen carry the scent of Lianwan? Could it be that they had shared the same bed last night? Without delay, Lin Qingya hurried to the third floor. To her astonishment, she found the 3 bedrooms on that level untouched, the sheets and covers still unmade, devoid of any signs of occupancy. The truth was undeniable. Lianwan and Ji Chun had indeed shared a bed the previous night. Could it be that some unspeakable deeds have indeed transpired? After all, sharing a bed surely implies some level of intimacy. Moreover, considering Wanwan's alluring charm, it seems nearly impossible for any young man to resist her. This is disastrous. Is it true that Ji Chun, who already has a girlfriend, has crossed boundaries with Wanwan? Yet, he does seem to possess good character. How could he engage with someone like Wanwan, the quintessential heartthrob? It appears that Wanwan may have fallen under some enchantment of his, becoming merely one of the fish in his pond. Nevertheless, today he appears genuinely affectionate towards her. Take, for instance, the bowl of ginger soup, something that even after a full day of preparation, Lin Xingya doubts she could finish in one go. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Xingya felt utterly bewildered. No, this simply cannot stand. She must seize an opportunity to confront Ji Chun directly, to ascertain his true intentions. Chapter 71. The atmosphere feels rather delicate. Soon, Xia Zhongbing rose from his slumber. The four of them commenced their breakfast. Ever since Lin Xingya returned from changing her clothes, she has noticed something peculiar in the way Ji Chun and Bai Lianwan regard each other. Ji Chun, too, sensed a shift in Lin Xingya's gaze towards him, something he couldn't quite articulate. Regardless, he decided to dismiss it for now. After breakfast, he would return home. Earlier, Yun Chuanan had messaged him, informing that he had engaged a professional locksmith to open the dormitory door, replace the lock, and provide 100 keys. Although it seemed a bit excessive, it was of his own doing, and he certainly had the means to afford it. At that moment, a long-familiar voice echoed in Ji Chen's mind. Task triggered. Participate in a major competition within 3 days and secure victory. Reward, gold medal photographer skill. Gold medal photographer. No matter the subject, you can capture precise and perfect images, bold and innovative, creating unparalleled masterpieces. This skill is precisely what he needs for his forthcoming venture in the fashion industry. In the realm of fashion, aside from ensuring quality and style, captivating product photography is essential for enhancing appeal. Fashion relies heavily on the visual impact of clothing, making high-quality photography indispensable. Previously, Ji Chun had been troubled, pondering what kind of photography team could realize his desired promotional effects. With this newfound skill, he could save considerable time in searching for a team and personally create satisfactory promotional works for his clothing line, something he simply cannot afford to overlook. However, finding a major competition and achieving victory within 3 days presents quite the challenge. As Ji Chun contemplated how to find a grand competition in which he could participate and triumph, Xia Zhongbing, seated across the table, suddenly turned to him and remarked, "Little Ji, there will be a chess tournament in Jiangxing the day after tomorrow. Your skills have improved significantly. Would you care to participate? This could be a splendid opportunity to formally enter the community." Having observed the match between Bai Lianwan and Ji Chun the previous day, Xia Zhongbing felt an even stronger inclination to nurture Ji Chun's talent. The timing was serendipitous, and he wished to guide the youth in honing his skills and establishing his presence in the chess world. Xia Zhongbing was convinced that if Ji Chun were to attend, his name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the chess circles of Jiangxing. After all, such talent is a rarity, appearing but once in a century. Upon hearing Xia Zhongbing's words, Ji Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed that fortune favored him. How could he possibly decline? Of course, he would participate. Setting aside other competitions, chess was his forte. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Chun responded to Xia Zhongbing, "Sure. I won't be overly busy in the next couple of days. And I certainly cannot pass up such a wonderful opportunity." With the National Day holiday upon them, many places were closed, and operations at the garment factory would be temporarily halted. For the sake of honing his skills as a gold medal photographer, he was determined to give it his all. Xia Zhongbing, observing the fervor in Ji Chun's eyes, was reminded of his own youthful passion for chess, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. Nevertheless, he realized that he needed to provide Ji Chun with additional training in the coming days. Competing in a tournament involved certain protocols that differed from casual matches, and it was crucial to offer guidance on the necessary nuances. With this in mind, Xia Zhongbing said to Ji Chun, "Then, little Ji, make sure to come by my place more often over the next couple of days to practice. Both Wanwan and I are free and can assist you in your preparations." Nearby, Bai Lianwan furrowed her brow upon hearing Xia Zhongbing's words and interjected, "I happen to have some matters to attend to and cannot accompany Ji Chun for practice." She realized she could no longer afford to draw closer to Ji Chun. Otherwise, she would become ensnared in a deeper entanglement. At that moment, Lin Xingya, momentarily perplexed, instinctively chimed in, "What matters? Didn't you say you would be staying home for the entire National Day holiday?" Bai Lianwan replied, "I just remembered something." "Oh, what is it?" "Be quiet." Ji Chun, overhearing the exchange between Lin Qingya and Bai Lianwan, felt a surge of displeasure but forced a smile, saying, "It's all right if Professor Bai is too busy. Practicing with my master will suffice." Ji Chun was taken aback by how much Bai Lianwan seemed to despise him, resorting to excuses to avoid him, which left him feeling irritable. Noticing Ji Chun's swift acquiescence, Bai Lianwan found her title of professor by suddenly grating, a pang of bitterness welling up within her as she coldly replied, "I wish you success." "Certainly," Ji Chun responded with a smile. The atmosphere between Ji Chun and Bai Lianwan did not escape the notice of Xia Zhongying and Lin Qingya, who sensed an underlying tension. Xia Zhongying felt that his granddaughter seemed to harbor an increasing disdain for Ji Chun. Lin Qingya was utterly bewildered. Hadn't these two shared a bed just the night before? Moreover, in the kitchen that morning, they seemed to be showering one another with affection, particularly Ji Chun, who was doting excessively. He even consumed that dubious concoction with great enthusiasm. Why, at this moment, did it seem like they were subtly competing against each other? Could it be her inexperience in romance that rendered her incapable of deciphering their actions? The atmosphere at the dining table had abruptly turned inexplicably tense. After finishing his breakfast, Ji Chun decided to return to his dormitory to collect his thoughts, rising to address Xia Zhongying. "Master, I have matters to attend to and will return this afternoon for our chess practice." Xia Zhongying glanced at Bai Lianwan, who was eagerly devouring snacks with her chopsticks, and let out a quiet sigh. "All right, you may go back. I shall accompany you for practice this afternoon." Once Ji Chun departed, he would inquire further about what displeased her regarding that young lady. "Professor Bai, Dr. Lin, I'm heading back now," Ji Chun said as he turned to leave. Upon hearing Ji Chun refer to her as Professor Bai Lianwan felt a mix of bitterness and frustration. Why did he suddenly kiss her yesterday if he merely viewed her as a teacher? What a scoundrel! A complete scoundrel. Bai Lianwan loathed her own weakness. Despite Ji Chun's unmistakable flaws, there were moments when she still believed he wasn't wholly a bad person. It was utterly tormenting. At that moment, Lin Qingya, noticing Ji Chun's departure, suddenly remembered something and called out to him as he reached the courtyard. "Ji Chun, allow me to accompany you." Without hesitation, she rose from her seat and hurried after him. She needed to inquire about Ji Chun's relationship with his girlfriend and Bai Lianwan. If Ji Chun were indeed two-timing, as Bai Lianwan's close friend, she would not stand idly by. However, aside from his striking looks, he didn't seem like the type to be unfaithful. Thus, Lin Qingya resolved to seize this opportunity to clarify the situation. Gratitude to the other esteemed contributors for their gifts. Capsules, updates, love letters, milk tea, likes, and heartfelt videos. Thank you for supporting the literary pursuits. Today, there shall be a surge in updates. Back to writing, dear friends. Chapter 72. Tension. Bai Lianwan observed Lin Qingya rising to see Ji Chun off and couldn't help but question her own life choices. Had Lin Qingya truly become such a hopeless romantic? Over the years, she had never seen her take the initiative to see a boy off. Ji Chun, too, was taken aback by Lin Qingya's sudden enthusiasm to accompany him. He intended to politely decline her offer, but she had already caught up to him. He could only nod and smile, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Lin. Please, no need for formality," Lin Qingya replied, following Ji Chun toward the entrance. In the living room, Xia Zhongying observed the peculiar trio of young individuals, sensing an inexplicable dissonance that eluded articulation. Could this be the so-called generation gap? Noticing that Lin Qingya and Ji Chun had already distanced themselves, Xia Zhongying resolved to inquire about the reasons behind his little granddaughter's disdain for Ji Chun. However, just as he opened his mouth, a sudden chime from the doorbell interrupted him. At that moment, Ji Chun, having just arrived at the entrance, instinctively swung the door open. Standing at the threshold was a youth of similar stature, impeccably dressed in casual attire that bespoke quality rather than brand. With the positioning of the door, the instant it opened, the young man's gaze met Ji Chun's. Upon recognizing Ji Chun, particularly noting his superior height and strikingly handsome features, the young man's expression momentarily registered surprise. Lin Qingya also took note of the visitor outside, stepping forward to discern his identity, and greeted, "Shaoyi, what brings you here? Come in and have a seat." Upon hearing Lin Qingya's warm welcome, Shaoyi shifted his attention to her, smiled, and replied, "I heard that Teacher Xia has returned." So I came to pay a visit and brought gifts for you all. As Xiaoyi spoke, he turned his gaze back to Ji Chun, inquiring, and who might this be? Ji Chun offered a faint smile and graciously introduced himself. Hello, I am Teacher Xiao's disciple, Ji Chun. Upon hearing Ji Chun's introduction, a flicker of surprise flashed in Xiaoyi's eyes, quickly replaced by his usual genteel demeanor as he responded, Hello, I am Xiaoyi. It is a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, Xia Zhongying emerged from the living room and immediately recognized Xiaoyi at the door, calling out, Xiaoyi, what brings you here? Xiaoyi, the disciple of an old friend, though merely 23, had already made a name for himself in the chess community of Jiangcheng due to his remarkable talent, marking him as an exceptional young man. Given that his family resided in Jiangcheng, he would often visit during festivals. Seeing Xia Zhongying, Xiaoyi approached him with a smile, saying, Teacher Xia, my master informed me of your return, and I wanted to visit you right away. It has been too long since we last met. One should be at home these days as well, and I have brought some small gifts for you all. Upon hearing Xiaoyi mention Wan with such familiarity, Ji Chun felt an inexplicable wave of irritation wash over him. He then glanced at the others in the courtyard and declared, Please, continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Xiaoyi, upon hearing Ji Chun's words, promptly turned to him and remarked, Ji, are you participating in the upcoming Yuanlang Ronghua Cup chess tournament in a couple of days? Ji Chun, maintaining his composure, replied nonchalantly, Yes. My master has encouraged me to practice. Coincidentally, I will be participating as well. I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you, Xiaoyi responded, his eyes subtly reflecting a hint of challenge. The name Ji Chun was entirely unfamiliar to him within the realm of chess. Yet he had the audacity to take the esteemed Ninyu chess sage as his mentor. This alone was enough to incite his annoyance. What troubled him even more was the implication that, having apprenticed under the venerable elder Xia, this young man was now closely associated with Wan, which further fueled his displeasure. Initially, he had little inclination to respond to such childish provocations, but today, he retorted without hesitation, expressing that he looked forward to their interactions in the future. Brother Ji, do not be so modest. I am confident in your abilities, he said. I believe Brother Xiao will not disappoint either. Though these were mere compliments, Lin Qingya and Xia Zhongying sensed a subtle tension in the exchange. In Lin Qingya's memory, Ji Chun appeared to be someone who shunned disputes, so why was he engaging in such dialogue with Xiaoyi today? It seemed as if Xiaoyi had spoken a bit too much. Meanwhile, Xia Zhongying, as a man, seemed to grasp something unsaid, albeit with uncertainty. Ultimately, it was Xia Zhongying who diffused the situation, allowing the atmosphere between Ji Chun and Xiao Yi to relax. At this moment, Bai Lian had calmed down significantly and made her way to the courtyard. Upon spotting Xiao Yi, she instinctively inquired, What brings you here? Xiao Yi responded with a radiant smile, Wan, I'm here to visit you and Teacher Xia. Ji Chun was in the midst of checking a text message when he overheard Bai Lian and Xiao Yi's exchange, causing his brow to furrow slightly. He tucked his phone away, casting a glance at the bothersome girl who had come out to greet others, but showed no desire to bid him farewell. Turning to Xia Zhongying, he stated, Master, I shall take my leave now. Do enjoy your conversation. Very well, come by earlier in the afternoon, Xia Zhongying replied. Understood. Ji Chun affirmed before turning and exiting through the gate. As Bai Lian watched him leave, she discreetly kicked a small stone on the ground and addressed the others in the courtyard, saying, I have some matters to attend to. I'll be heading back to my room. Please, continue your discussion. With that, she strode purposefully indoors, ascending to the second floor. That jerk, running off as soon as he sees me, she thought. Wan, I brought you something, Xiaoyi called out, intending to catch up and present the carefully selected gift he had for her. However, upon seeing her ascend the stairs, he halted. For Bai Lian had always prohibited him from going to the second floor. After a previous attempt, he had been unceremoniously shooed away from the staircase. Nevertheless, he found himself fond of this spirited Bai Lian. The first time he met her as a child when he accompanied his master, he was captivated by her. Thus, upon encountering Ji Chun today, an inexplicable sense of rivalry welled up within him, an irrational disdain towards the newcomer. How could this mere novice in the chess community become Elder Xia's disciple, freely mingling in the courtyard with Wan, something he himself could not achieve? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he narrowed his eyes. However, he resolved that come the day after tomorrow, he would demonstrate his superiority over this Ji Chun in the competition, proving to Wan that Ji Chun was no match for him. In the courtyard, Lin Qingya was utterly bewildered by Lianwan and Ji Chun. How could these two be perfectly fine in the morning, yet now seem as if they had consumed explosives? Oh, she still needed to discuss matters with Ji Chun. With this thought in mind, Lin Qingya hurriedly chased after the door. Chapter 73. This girl must be blooming like a rare flower. Upon bursting through the door, Lin Qingya quickly realized that Ji Chen's figure had vanished. Was this fellow walking as if he were flying? She murmured to herself and continued to sprint down the small path on her right. However, upon reaching the straight road at the corner, she found no trace of Ji Chen. Gasping for breath as she gazed at the deserted path ahead, Lin Qingya wondered. Wasn't he supposed to head back? Why did he not take this route? At that moment, Ji Chun was on the small road leading to the factory near the great banyan tree. Zheng Chengren had just messaged him, informing him that the signage company had arrived at the factory. Due to the intricacies of the sign design, Ji Chun needed to attend personally to communicate with them. After all, Zheng Chengren had limited aesthetic sensibilities in this area and preferred Ji Chun to handle it in person. Fortunately, Ji Chun was nearby, so he took a shortcut to the factory. Having failed to locate Ji Chun and without her phone, Lin Qingya had no choice but to return to the courtyard. After all, Ji Chun would still come over in the afternoon. She would find an opportunity to pull him aside and inquire in depth. However, Lin Qingya did not anticipate that for the next day and a half, both Ji Chun and Bai Lianwan would remain in a rather delicate state. Typically, when Ji Chun visited, Bai Lianwan would immediately drag her out, leaving no chance for them to be alone. Yet, Lin Qingya noticed that despite Bai Lianwan's cold demeanor, she would occasionally display a proud yet secret concern for Ji Chun. As a close friend who had grown up alongside Bai Lianwan, Lin Qingya could easily tell that this girl was indeed blossoming, and quite vigorously at that, unable to contain her feelings. This rare bloom might only occur once in a lifetime for her. Thus, Lin Qingya resolved that, come what may, she must have a private conversation with Ji Chun to inquire about his relationship status. Today, the opportunity finally presented itself. The official start time for the Yuanlang Ronghua Cup chess tournament was at 10 o'clock. Now, at 9, Lin Qingya had finished her preparations and was ready to leave. She had informed Bai Lianwan a couple of days prior that she had matters to attend to at her father's hospital and would be out for half a day. This was indeed true at the time, but now that it had been resolved, she intended to seize the opportunity to wait outside the venue of Ji Chen's competition. She planned to meet him for lunch after the morning matches to discuss matters thoroughly. Once everything was tidied up, Lin Qingya turned to Bai Lianwan, who was engrossed in her book, and said, Wan, please be good and stay at home today. I expect to return around 1 in the afternoon. Bai Lianwan, seated at her desk, simply nodded in acknowledgement, replying, all right, take care on your way back. Yes, I'll be back soon. Lin Qingya exclaimed before swiftly closing the bedroom door and dashing out of the courtyard towards the Yari Pavilion. Meanwhile, at the Yari Pavilion, Xia Zhongying and Ji Chun had arrived early at the competition venue to prepare. However, it wasn't long before Xia Zhongying's unique identity drew attention, making him the focal point of the entire pavilion. Old teammates, companions, and juniors from the chess scene approached him one after another. Teacher Xia, you're here. I was planning to visit you in a couple of days. Old Xia, we haven't sparred in ages. We must play a few games when you have time. Old Xia, it's been a while. You must be feeling much better now. As Ji Chun accompanied Xia Zhongying, he quickly attracted the crowd's curiosity. Old Xia, is this your new disciple? He looks quite young. Xia Zhongying smiled and replied, yes, this is my disciple, Ji Chun. Don't let his youth fool you. His talent is exceptional. I brought him here to participate in the Yuanlang Ronghua Cup. Upon hearing Xia Zhongying's words, the onlookers scrutinized Ji Chun closely. He appeared unfamiliar, as if he had never been seen in the chess circles before. Has this child participated in any competitions? I feel like I'm seeing him for the first time. To be valued so highly by old Xia, and to be granted a spot in the Yuanlang Cup, he must have competed in some events before, right? I've been following all the competitions in the chess community, but I've never heard of Ji Chun. Soon, a lively discussion ensued among the crowd, expressing immense interest and even skepticism regarding Ji Chun. It is worth noting that although the Yuanlang Ronghua Cup is hosted in Jiangqing, only players at the levels of Grandmaster, Master, and first-class chess player are eligible to participate. If Ji Chun were indeed at the level of a first-class chess player with considerable talent, they should have heard of him by now. If Xia Zhongying were merely bringing a novice disciple to compete, it would surely undermine the reputation of those distinguished grandmasters and masters. After all, this event is a contest among the elite. Hearing the murmurs around him, Xia Zhongying wore a confident smile and said, "To be candid, this is my disciple's first chess competition. Currently, he is just an ordinary university student, but his skills are undeniably impressive." Upon hearing Xia Zhongying's declaration, the expressions of the crowd darkened. "Old Xia, are you jesting with us? A university student who has just entered the chess world is here to compete in such a tournament? Old Xia, have you made a mistake? Are you not aware of the caliber of participants in this competition? It is evident that many are displeased with Xia Zhongying bringing a newcomer to the Yuanling Cup. After all, the competitors in this event are all prominent figures in the chess community. Among them are not only the new generation of prodigies like Xiao Yi, but also well-established veterans such as the Southwest Tiger, the Sage of Wisdom, and the Smiling Buddha, forming a remarkably formidable lineup. The only participant lacking in fame and experience is Chen. Thus, the crowd is baffled as to why Xia Zhongying would allow the obscure Chen, who has no competitive experience, to take part, thereby wasting a precious spot in the tournament. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Chen remained unperturbed, for the world of competition is one that few can fathom. Despite the sour expressions around him, Chen graciously greeted everyone, assuring the esteemed seniors, "Rest assured, I am confident I can secure a commendable position today and strive not to bring shame upon my master." Observing the confidence radiating from Chen's demeanor, many could not help but let out scoffs of derision. This young lad, though not yet seasoned, carries an audacious spirit. Truly, the fearless young bull knows no fear of the tiger. If you can defeat even two of today as competitors, I shall supply your master with tea for the next 3 years. Upon hearing his old friend's words, Xia Zhongying chuckled, "Old Su, do not try to weasel out of it later. My favorite is that rare Zhao Shui Yunjian. What a coincidence. My grandson is good friends with the owner of that establishment. If your disciple can triumph, I will have my grandson bring it to you daily. It's a deal. It's a deal." Chapter 74. She grew anxious in a bid to infuse the chess community with fresh talent. This year's Yuanling Ronghua Cup chess tournament has invited renowned internet personalities such as Li Jia, Feng Fei, and Lang Qiqi, who will livestream the event in its entirety. Although it is still not yet 9:30 a.m., the viewership across various streaming platforms has already approached 2.5 million. The online audience is brimming with enthusiasm, particularly due to the impressive lineup at this year's tournament. Notably, the supernova Xiao Yi has garnered significant acclaim in the chess world over the past 2 years, often sweeping the competition aside with ease. Hence, the clashes between Xiao Yi and the seasoned masters are among the main attractions of this event. Meanwhile, in Shika Village, Bai Lianwan has also opened her laptop to enter the live stream, propping her chin on her hand in anticipation. However, it soon struck her that she had originally intended to distance herself from Chen, even declining her grandfather's invitation to watch the match in person. Why had she inexplicably turned on the live stream? How vexing. Shut it off, shut it off. Upon contemplating this, Bai Lianwan clapped her little hands together, promptly closed her laptop, and rose to her feet, rolling onto the soft bed and burying her head beneath the covers. How infuriating. Why does the blanket still carry his scent? She murmured. Rising from the bed, Bai Lianwan clutched the blanket and hurried down to the laundry room on the first floor. However, upon opening the washing machine to toss in the blanket, her petite form hesitated. After standing before the machine for several minutes, she ultimately returned to her bedroom, still cradling the blanket in her arms. Meanwhile, at the CAF adjacent to the Yari mansion, a striking figure had already settled into a window-side seat. After ordering an Americano, the young woman propped her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on the grand entrance of the mansion. Inside the mansion, dozens of chess enthusiasts, competitors, and staff had gathered. To prevent any instances of cheating among the participants, everyone entering the venue was required to surrender their electronic devices. Those permitted entry were predominantly individuals of notable repute within the chess community. Furthermore, to ensure that the audience did not disrupt the players' concentration, generally, unrelated individuals were not allowed entry. Thus, aside from the staff and a few coaches accompanying their students, only 16 competitors were present for this tournament, divided into 8 groups for the matches. After each round, opponents would be reassigned. The competition was structured into 3 rounds. The first round, narrowing from 16 to 8. The second, from 8 to 4. And the final, determining the champion from the last 4 contestants, with the highest score securing victory. Therefore, the outcome of each match was of little consequence. The primary focus was on accumulating points. Prior to the tournament, Chen had familiarized himself with the competition rules from Xia Zhongging, yet he did not dwell on them, fixated solely on one thought. Victory was imperative. At that moment, Chen suddenly sensed a disconcerting gaze upon him. Following the direction of the unwelcome attention, a somewhat familiar yet irksome face came into view. Opposite him, Xiao Yi regarded Chen, whose presence was undeniably conspicuous among the crowd, and felt a peculiar irritation swell within him. Their eyes merely met for an instant. Yet an unspoken tension filled the air. It wasn't until the voice of the host resonated from the enormous screen that their focus shifted. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to officially commence the Yuanlang Ronghua Cup chess tournament. Before we begin, we need our computers to randomly assign opponents. As the host concluded, the large screen behind him displayed the names of the 16 competitors for the day. When the online viewers caught sight of a name unfamiliar among the contestants, a flurry of questions erupted in the live chat. Chen, who is this? I've never heard of him before. Could it be that the staff made a typographical error? Surely, aren't all participants in this competition either grandmasters or of a similarly high caliber? Otherwise, they would be first-class knights, titles of considerable distinction, and we should certainly recognize their names. At that moment, the host also noticed the barrage of comments flooding in from the live chat. Seizing the opportunity while the names scrolled across the large screen, he addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we did not misname this contestant, Chen, who is indeed the new protege of the esteemed Xia Zhongging, the chess sage of Nanyue. Although this marks his official debut in competition, Master Xia holds this disciple in high regard, so let us await his performance with anticipation. As the host's words settled, a wave of astonishment swept through the live chat. What? Did I hear that correctly? They are allowing an absolute novice to compete alongside seasoned masters? I have the utmost respect for Master Xia, but I cannot condone this decision. Why not allow more accomplished players to participate? Has even the realm of chess succumbed to such uncleanliness? A newcomer facing off against grandmasters? What is going on? My enthusiasm has been utterly obliterated. Not only were the viewers in the chat dismayed, but even the prominent commentators tasked with providing live analysis were equally disheartened. Surely, Master Xia must be jesting. Can this Chen truly comprehend the strategies of his opponents? How can we provide commentary on this? Where is the need for commentary? Any grandmaster could easily dispatch him, rendering his participation a mere waste of a slot. Voices of discontent echoed as everyone chimed in with their grievances. However, once the competition commenced, the course of events was irrevocably set, especially since Chen had been personally selected by Master Xia. The organizers had no choice but to let the event proceed. Nonetheless, many viewers remained incensed, sharing their frustrations far and wide. This year's Yuanlang Ronghua Cup lacked sincerity, allowing a newcomer to face off against grandmasters. A scandal. The officials should step in and take action. What does it mean to permit an amateur to partake in such a prestigious event? Shouldn't opportunities be afforded to those with greater prowess? Shockingly, the chess sage of Nanyue has made such a decision regarding the Yuanlang Ronghua Cup. As the outrage spread across social media, the popularity of various live streams did not wane. Rather, it attracted a flood of onlookers. I hear there are underhanded dealings in the chess community. Although I cannot comprehend the game, I'm here for the spectacle. Front row, selling sunflower seeds, soda, and playing cards. To those in front, can we maintain some decorum? Chess is a treasured cultural heritage of China. How can we allow such chaos? We must resist this reckless behavior of a newcomer challenging the grandmasters today. Indeed, has Master Xia been misled by this individual to make such an outrageous decision? Surely, this person must be competing with financial backing. Rabbit hat. If Master Xia has permitted him to compete, he must possess some merit. There is no need for such attacks. Just wait, and you shall see who is proven wrong. The young lady above is actually defending that newcomer. Is she out of her mind? And facepalming? How amusing. Is this little sister still half asleep? Rabbit hat. I speak nothing but the truth. Dear lady, your certainty is quite striking. Do you happen to know this newcomer? Could it be that he is her boyfriend? The girl in the rabbit hat retorted, absolutely not. Angrily, she was clearly agitated. It seems there might be more to this than meets the eye. Chapter 75. Chen asked, shall I take my leave then? Soon. The large screen in the live broadcast room came to a halt, indicating that the random matchmaking was complete. When the audience beheld Chen's opponent, an uproar erupted. Goodness! This newcomer is pitted against the formidable Southwest Tiger. The Southwest Tiger is known for an aggressive approach, and it is anticipated that Chen may be swiftly eliminated. Indeed, this match would certainly be mundane for the Southwest Tiger, who would relish competing against a novice. The Southwest Tiger remarked, "How am I even supposed to play? The disparity in skill compared to previous opponents is too vast." Chen interjected, "Then shall I take my leave?" Cough, cough. I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere in this year's live broadcast room has shifted somewhat. This could be attributed to the participation of this newcomer, inadvertently attracting quite a few amusing internet users. Don't ask me how I know. Not only the viewers in the live broadcast room, but even the coaches present were taken aback by the matchmaking results. It seems this young man could not have encountered a more challenging opponent than the Southwest Tiger. He is almost destined to be the first eliminated, regardless of whom he faced. It appears he might be the quickest to exit, considering he is up against seasoned players. Poor old Xia's esteemed reputation may very well be tarnished by this young lad. On the sidelines, the coaches whispered amongst themselves, while the contestants, having completed their matchmaking, took their seats at the 8 tables. Each table was equipped with fixed cameras, transmitting the matches in real time to the live broadcast room. Chen and the Southwest Tiger were assigned to table number 6, which quickly became the focal point of the broadcast. Viewers were eager to witness the Southwest Tiger impart a lesson to this inexperienced newcomer. Seated across from Chen, the Southwest Tiger, upon noticing the youthfulness of his opponent's face, furrowed his brow. Initially reluctant to engage, he decided to extend a gesture of courtesy, saying, "Hello, I am Chen Tian, also known as the Southwest Tiger." As he spoke the name Southwest Tiger, a hint of pride curled at the corners of Chen Tian's mouth. It signified his prowess and recognition. In the realm of chess, not everyone is bestowed with a title. Those who do possess such titles are typically distinguished by their unique strategies, establishing themselves as paragons within the chess community. Upon hearing Chen Tian's introduction, Chen nodded politely and replied, "Hello, I am Chen. I look forward to your guidance in the upcoming match." Although the live broadcast only displayed the chessboard, many female viewers were captivated by Chen's voice, finding it remarkably pleasant. This young man's voice is truly enchanting. It sounds quite familiar, reminiscent of my boyfriend's voice. The voice resembles that of my husband. Indeed, it is undeniably his. Ladies, could you please exhibit a touch of restraint? This is a chess live stream, after all. What significance does a pleasant voice hold? Mastery is the true essence of the game. Amidst the ongoing debates among the online spectators, Chen and Southwest Tiger commenced their match. When the female viewers beheld Chen's elegantly long fingers, marked by distinct joints, a wave of admiration swept through them, further intensifying the resentment among the male spectators toward Chen. The game commenced with Chen playing as red, initiating with a commonly employed opening move. Southwest Tiger responded swiftly, advancing his knight. Chen executed his moves with remarkable steadiness, progressing through more than 10 moves in a seamless manner. Before long, they reached the middle game, a phase where victories are typically discerned, as a moment's oversight could lead to a significant disadvantage or loss of pieces. Surprisingly, after an additional 10 moves, Chen and Southwest Tiger remained evenly matched. The previously composed Southwest Tiger began to exhibit subtle changes in expression, becoming increasingly serious. Coaches observing from a distance via the large screen exchanged whispers, astonished by Chen's performance. Thus far, he had exhibited no blunders, while not dazzling. His play was impressively stable, especially against a formidable opponent like Southwest Tiger. It was no wonder old Xia held such confidence. This young man seemed to possess genuine skill. Then, a sudden exclamation arose. "Look! Chen appears to have deviated from the norm. What maneuver is this?" As Su Wenyuan's voice resonated within the coaching group, everyone simultaneously realized that Chen, who had been playing conventionally, had unexpectedly abandoned his strategy and sacrificed a knight. Instantly, all present were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend Chen's audacious move. This single play not only bewildered the coaches and chess aficionados in the live stream, but also left his opponent, Southwest Tiger, momentarily stunned. In his competitive journey, he had never encountered such an unconventional strategy. Observing the chessboard, Southwest Tiger found himself deep in contemplation. Chen had meticulously calculated this move in his mind, opting for a strategy of sacrificing first to gain later, which could yield additional pieces and a potent offensive if executed correctly. Should his opponent fail to respond adequately, Chen would unleash a more aggressive assault, potentially leading to a decisive victory. However, if Southwest Tiger adapted well, he could counter effectively and maintain control of the situation. As he pondered the board, the gravity of the game weighed heavily upon his features. He has immersed himself in the game of chess for decades, and from the perspective of the board, Chen's move is utterly inscrutable. The ensuing complexities are indeed overwhelming, and controlling the situation proves to be an immense challenge. However, should he find himself defeated by Chen here, it would be an immense disgrace. After all, Chen is merely a fledgling, yet to establish any renown. He may concede to the likes of the Smiling Buddha or the Wisdom Star, but he cannot afford to lose to Chen. Therefore, he must approach this move with utmost diligence. Yet this demands considerable time, as the move has entirely surpassed his grasp. Meanwhile, the coaches and the audience in the livestream, observing the tableau on the chessboard and the prolonged hesitation of the Southwest Tiger, are utterly astonished. So this is why old Xia exudes such confidence today. It turns out Chen is truly remarkable. Who would have thought that nurturing a body would lead to the discovery of such a prodigy? It seems this year's competition promises to be far more riveting than in previous years. The coaches below marvel at the unfolding drama, while the commentators in the live stream are left momentarily speechless. To be candid, I cannot conceive of any counter-strategy against Chen's move. Is he genuinely just a novice? I find myself struggling to comprehend his tactics. If the Southwest Tiger falters in his response, Chen's assault could prove devastating. Although many viewers do not fully grasp the intricacies of the game, the prolonged pause of the Southwest Tiger, coupled with the commentator's analysis, reveals a stark truth. Chen has rendered the Southwest Tiger immobile. Wasn't Chen supposed to be an underdog? How has he managed to subdue the Southwest Tiger? I came here merely to observe, yet I have witnessed such a remarkable turnaround. I never anticipated this young man's prowess to be so formidable. The girl in the live stream who predicted a face-slapping moment truly had an uncanny foresight. With Chen's stunning reversal, the excitement in the live stream surged to over 6 million within less than half an hour. The Southwest Tiger, after considerable deliberation, made a few hesitant moves. But Chen's subsequent onslaught was relentless. Almost every move of the Southwest Tiger fell within Chen's calculations, leaving no room for counterattack. Ultimately, Chen decisively overwhelmed the Southwest Tiger with an unstoppable force. As the match concluded, the Southwest Tiger stared at the board in disbelief, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. Today, he found himself completely thwarted by a newcomer, without a single opportunity for retaliation. Among the 8 tables of competition, Chen's match was the first to reach its conclusion. The coaches and online viewers, upon witnessing this outcome, were swept up in a fervent wave of discussion. The Southwest Tiger was thoroughly outplayed by this young man. This child has an immeasurable future ahead of him. His style of play is unprecedented, with every move leaving one astonished. As the coaches engaged in animated discussions, they gravitated towards Xia Zhongying, inquiring about how he had discovered the chess prodigy, Chen. Meanwhile, the live broadcast chat was inundated with an array of enthusiastic comments. Once the match concluded, Chen took a brief respite, only to find himself encircled by the eager coaches, ultimately requiring Xia Zhongying to intervene and disperse them. Their intentions toward his apprentice were clear. There would be no opportunities for them. After a brief interlude, the other matches concluded, and the computer once again commenced random pairings. Chen returned to the stage, triumphing over 2 grandmasters, propelling both the live chat and the venue into another fervent crescendo. Alongside Chen, the rising star, Xiaoyi, also delivered an impressive performance, making the two of them the focal point of the event. Before long, noon arrived, marking the conclusion of the initial round of 16. Observing Chen's commendable results and the promising future ahead, Xia Zhongying was in high spirits. With the competition momentarily paused, he invited Chen and a few friends to dine at a nearby restaurant. Xia Zhongying's old friends were amiable, and Chen found himself engaging comfortably with them as they walked and conversed toward the restaurant. At that moment, Lin Xingya, who had been waiting in a CAF adjacent to the venue all morning, noticed Xia Zhongying and Chen's group. She promptly rose from her seat and hurried out of the CAF. "Grandfather, Chen," the voices echoed, drawing the attention of those ahead. A vibrant young figure appeared before them. Lin Xingya greeted the group politely. "Good afternoon, everyone. Isn't this old Xia's granddaughter? What brings you here today without attending the matches?" One of the friends remarked. "Indeed. Where's the other little one? Aren't you two inseparable?" Given her close association with Xia Zhongying, the group immediately recognized Lin Xingya. Ji Chun, upon spotting her, instinctively glanced around before returning his gaze to her. Qingya Jia, what brings you here? Their interactions had fostered a comfortable rapport, and Ji Chun, acknowledging her slightly older age, addressed her as sister. Why didn't Wanwan come along? We should head to Wangjiang Pavilion for a meal, Xia Zhongming added. Wanwan isn't here. I actually came to find Ji Chun for something, Lin Qingyao replied, flashing a radiant smile at the others. Grandfather, you all go ahead. I need to discuss a few matters with Ji Chun, and I'll join you shortly. Ji Chun was taken aback by Lin Qingyao's words, but quickly regained his composure. He turned to Xia Zhongming and the others, saying, Master, you all go ahead. We'll catch up with you soon. It was evident that Lin Qingyao had specifically sought him out, likely to discuss something significant. As he had some time to spare, he was open to listening. All right. But please do not take too long. Hurry up and catch up, said Xia Zhongming, gesturing to his old friends. Let us go, let us go. We must hurry before the signature dishes are all ordered. Move along, don't disturb the world of the young. It's rare for old Xia to be generous. We cannot let this opportunity go to waste. With such an excellent apprentice, if it were me, I would certainly treat everyone to a meal. With that, Xia Zhongming and his companions continued their jovial banter as they departed. Ji Chun, accompanied by Lin Qingyao, made their way into a CAF, seeking refuge from the scorching midday sun. You traveled such a distance specifically to find me? Is there something on your mind? Ji Chun inquired directly as they settled into their seats. Lin Qingyao pondered for a moment before turning to Ji Chun, her expression serious. Actually, I wanted to ask you if you have a girlfriend at the moment? Ji Chun was taken aback by Lin Qingyao's sudden question. She had come all this way just to ask him that. Noticing Ji Chun's surprised demeanor, Lin Qingyao quickly reassured him, Don't worry. I just want to confirm whether or not you were seeing someone. Just be honest with me. Though Ji Chun was perplexed by Lin Qingyao's unexpected inquiry, her earnest expression prompted him to respond truthfully, no. Given their familiarity, he felt no need to fabricate a story about having a girlfriend. Are you really not seeing anyone? Lin Qingyao probed again. Ji Chun replied nonchalantly, I have no reason to deceive you. Qingyao, your grandfather is my master. Why would I lie to you? Upon hearing Ji Chun's response, Lin Qingyao sensed his honesty, yet she recalled overhearing Ji Chun's classmates at the comic convention referring to someone as Sister Ji. Contemplating this, she raised her gaze to Ji Chun, her tone more serious than ever, and inquired, Then who is that Sister Ji your classmates mentioned? Chapter 77. Did you merely play Honor of Kings on the same bed all night? Ji Chun was momentarily taken aback by Lin Qingyao's sudden query. When had Yun Chuan and the others mentioned Sister Ji in front of her? However, judging by Lin Qingyao's expression, it seemed she did not know to whom they were referring. Given that Bai Lianwan was currently quite averse to him, and with Lin Qingyao being her close friend, revealing the truth might provoke an unexpected reaction from her. With this in mind, Ji Chun casually fabricated an excuse. They were just joking around, making things up, and besides, I am not looking to date anyone at the moment. He initially considered stating he would never date anyone, but that felt awkward to express directly. Then, sensing something amiss, he turned to Lin Qingyao again and asked, By the way, why did you come all this way today to ask me this question? Upon hearing Ji Chun's response, Lin Qingyao began to question her own understanding of the situation, even if Sister Ji was merely a figment of imagination. However, Ji Chun unexpectedly stated that he currently has no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Had he not engaged in indescribable encounters with Wanwan? Now he claims he is not interested in love? Is this not the epitome of a scoundrel who begins with chaos and ends in abandonment? Thus, is Ji Chun merely toying with Wanwan's emotions? Contemplating this, Lin Qingyao's expression abruptly stiffened, her hands clenched into fists upon the table, and her once clear and radiant eyes now glimmered with a hint of ire. If you do not intend to pursue a relationship, why then did you provoke Wanwan? You scoundrel. Huh? Provoke? Ji Chun was taken aback by Lin Qingyao's words. When had he ever provoked Bai Lianwan? However, he quickly realized that perhaps Bai Lianwan had informed Lin Qingyao about their kiss, which prompted Lin Qingyao's visit today to test and question him. Yet, at that moment, he genuinely believed Bai Lianwan was just another girl at the comic convention and thought she was going to make advances. Coupled with his own inability to restrain himself, he kissed her. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he was indeed at fault, and it was evident that Bai Lianwan had been deeply troubled by the incident. It was no wonder she had been avoiding him these past few days. With this in mind, Ji Chun lowered his gaze and said softly, That incident was a moment of impulsiveness on my part. If she is willing, I can apologize to her in person. He had intended to find an opportunity to explain himself, yet every time he approached, Bai Lianwan would pull Lin Qingya out the door. Upon hearing Ji Chen's words, Lin Qingya's face flushed crimson with fury, her teeth grinding audibly. Impulsiveness? Can such matters be dismissed with a mere acknowledgement of impulsiveness? Can an apology suffice? I truly did not anticipate that you could be this despicable. Bai Lianwan had never been in a relationship her entire life, not even holding a boy's hand. Yet this scoundrel not only slept with her, but also made her genuinely fall for him. Now he thinks a simple apology would resolve everything? Ji Chun was taken aback by Lin Qingya's intense reaction, momentarily stunned. However, he quickly recollected that this was likely Bai Lianwan's first kiss. For a girl like her, it would be significant, and it was understandable that Lin Qingya would react this way. Realizing this, Ji Chun spoke earnestly. The deed has already been done. If she is willing, I will sincerely apologize to her. If there is anything she desires that I can fulfill, I will do my utmost to make amends. As he spoke these words, Ji Chun felt a twinge of discomfort. He had thought their feelings were mutual, only to find himself the fool in this situation. Upon hearing Ji Chen's statement, Lin Qingya, sitting across from him, felt as if she might just flip the table in her outrage. Although seething with anger, she recognized that the matter concerned Wan, and with many patrons present in the CF, she attempted to lower her voice, coldly asserting, "Do you truly believe that a girl's first experience can be so easily brushed aside in your eyes?" What? First experience? Ji Chen was taken aback by Lin Qingya's words. Why did her statement sound so peculiar? Lin Qingya endeavored to maintain her composure as she beheld the suddenly bewildered Ji Chen before her. "I am aware of the events that transpired between you and Wan during your stay at your grandfather's home that night." Ji Chen, taken aback, responded, "What are you implying? Did something happen between us? You must be mistaken." He offered a wry smile, asserting that although he had nearly lost control that evening, he had indeed done nothing. Lin Qingya shot him a frosty glare. "You acknowledged it earlier. How can you now feign ignorance? I am fully aware, so there's no need for pretense." As Ji Chen observed Lin Qingya's serious demeanor, he became increasingly perplexed. "I truly did not engage in anything with her. You are surely misinterpreting the situation. Perhaps I misunderstood your earlier words as well." "Misunderstanding? When I returned that night, your attire reeked of Wan's fragrance, and the bedding was not arranged by her. You did not sleep in the guest room, did you not? After all, you are both inexperienced in such matters." At this point, Lin Qingya felt her cheeks flush, her mind conjuring vivid and embarrassing images. Although these thoughts were tantalizing, she had not anticipated that Ji Chun could be such a scoundrel, abandoning her at the first opportunity. Ji Chun, noticing the rapid changes in Lin Qingya's expression, finally grasped the situation. He sighed, "Qingya, you must be mistaken." With a furrowed brow, Lin Qingya inquired, "What are you still arguing about when the evidence is so compelling? Have you even asked her whether anything occurred between you two that night?" Initially, Ji Chun had assumed Lin Qingya was merely confronting him regarding his affection for Wan. It seemed they had been exchanging thoughts on entirely different matters. Lin Qingya retorted, "Wan is naturally shy. She would never disclose anything to me. Yet, this situation is evident. Are you suggesting that you both simply played a game of chess or engaged in a night of gaming together while sharing the same bed? How absurd. A solitary man and woman sleeping in the same bed. How could nothing transpire? Moreover, Wan is the type who can easily ignite one's desires, leaving one yearning for more." Ji Chun, taken aback by Lin Qingya's words, could only chuckle in disbelief. "Qingya, you have truly misinterpreted the situation. How could that be possible? I clearly observed the signs. Otherwise, how could you possibly carry Wan's fragrance?" Lin Qingya pressed, her tone accusatory. Ji Chun sighed again. "That was because I slept on the sofa that night. In the morning, she gave me the blanket, so the scent must have lingered from it. After rising, I neatly folded the blanket and returned it, which may have led to your misunderstanding. In truth, it was not entirely Lin Qingya's fault. Any reasonable person would draw similar conclusions upon witnessing such circumstances." Ji Chun had not anticipated that this minor incident would lead to such a significant misunderstanding. Upon hearing his explanation, Lin Qingya was utterly dumbfounded. What? Nothing occurred between Ji Chun and Wan. Ji Chun is not the kind of scoundrel who starts a relationship only to abandon it. Could it be that she has misunderstood him? No, it would be unwise to take Ji Chen's word at face value. Lin Qingya believed that she must return to inquire with Wan. If Ji Chen truly has not had any involvement with Wan, then his earlier declaration of disinterest in romance would not categorize him as a scoundrel. Not a scoundrel, yet single, and Wanwan harbors a slight affection for him? The two of them are quite well suited. Before that audacious thought took root in her mind, Lin Xingya quickly shook her head to dispel such musings. She needed to confirm the veracity of Ji Chen's claims with Wanwan post-haste. With that in mind, Lin Xingya sprang from her seat. Her demeanor towards Ji Chen, while not entirely restored, had improved considerably. All right, I have matters to attend to. You should go eat. Please extend my regards to my grandfather, she said hurriedly before departing. Ji Chen thought to himself, that was close. I almost became the notorious scoundrel in the eyes of two sisters. Chapter 78. That day you were drunk. Yet accomplished something extraordinary after Lin Xingya left. Ji Chen exited the CAF and made his way to Wangjiang Pavilion. Summer Zhongying and the others, not having seen Lin Xingya accompany him, inquired a couple of times, to which Ji Chen deftly fabricated a response. However, he never anticipated that he had nearly been viewed as a despicable scoundrel by both sisters. Nevertheless, the incident of kissing by Lianwan warranted an explanation at some point. After all, they would be seeing each other daily, and this situation could not continue indefinitely. After lunch, Ji Chen and his companions returned to the Yari mansion. The afternoon was to feature 2 rounds of elimination matches followed by the final championship contest, 1 round of 8-4, 1 round of 4-2, and a doubles championship showdown. Since the matches were not set to commence until 2 o'clock, Summer Zhongying and the other coaches took their disciples to the lounge to rest and rejuvenate. The event organizers had thoughtfully arranged 8 well-equipped rooms on the 2nd floor of the venue for the competitors to recuperate. However, as soon as Ji Chen and Summer Zhongying arrived at the lounge entrance, they fortuitously encountered Xiao Yi and his master, Old Zhang, from the adjacent room. The 2 elder gentlemen, being old friends with a strong bond, immediately began to greet one another. Old Zhang, today Xiao Yi's performance was outstanding. He is almost surpassing your feats from back in the day, Summer Zhongying remarked with a smile. Old Zhang, beaming with pride, replied, well, just look at whose disciple he is. But your disciple Ji Chen has also exceeded expectations. He may very well become a remarkable figure in the chess world. Perhaps soon, your title as the chess sage will be usurped. The 2 old friends reveled in their mutual admiration, while Ji Chen and Xiao Yi, despite their mutual disdain, exchanged polite pleasantries, acknowledging their master's camaraderie. Today, Ji Chen's performance has truly taken everyone by surprise. I find myself increasingly eager to seek his guidance. Although Xiao Yi's gaze remains sharp, his words ring true. Ji Chen's display today has indeed illuminated his perspective. Previously, he had contemplated that this individual might falter even in the first round, yet not only did he persevere, but he also triumphed over 2 distinguished players and 1 master. Thus, it must be acknowledged that Ji Chen possesses remarkable skill. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's remarks, Ji Chen responded nonchalantly, stating that he did not dare to claim any expertise, attributing his success merely to fortuitous luck. Nearby, Zhang Lao chuckled heartily, remarking on Ji Chen's humility despite his impressive achievements, noting that his temperament is commendably steady. Old Xia, you have indeed discovered a treasure. Xia Zhongying smiled with satisfaction, responding, isn't Xiao Yi equally commendable? Both of these youngsters are exceptional. We can consider ourselves fortunate to have promising successors. Indeed, who knows, perhaps in the future, they might even forge a friendship akin to ours. This possibility is not entirely far-fetched. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ji Chen and Xiao Yi exchanged a momentary glance of surprise before each finding an excuse to retreat to their rooms. Becoming good friends? That is utterly implausible. At this moment, due to Ji Chen and Xiao Yi's astonishing performances earlier, particularly Ji Chen's remarkable turnaround, a surge of viewers flocked to the live broadcast, propelling the entire Yuanlang Ronghua Cup event to a new pinnacle of excitement. Even with nearly an hour left before the 2nd round commences, the viewership in the live stream continues to swell. Having witnessed the impressive display of Ji Chen and Xiao Yi in the 1st round, the online audience is now fervently anticipating the moment they will face each other. This year's chess competition seems far more engaging than in previous years. The newcomers are surprisingly impressive. Indeed, however, I still hold Ji Chen in higher regard. His playing style is quite unpredictable, which adds a thrilling element. Xiao Yi is also commendable, with a harmonious blend of strength and finesse in his chess skills, adept at seizing opportunities, and his matches are equally captivating. Ahem. I must confess, I do not comprehend chess. but both of these young gentlemen exhibit graceful hands and possess melodious voices, coupled with formidable abilities. I find myself inexplicably drawn to them. To the individual upstairs, it's evident you are a seasoned enthusiast. I share your sentiments. I yearn to ship this pair. Goodness, these ladies are quite intimidating. They have converged here. Ladies, please refrain from causing chaos. The atmosphere of the live stream is being skewed. The fervor on the internet continues to escalate. Meanwhile, in Shika village, Lin Qingya has just arrived home. After changing her shoes, she hurriedly ascended to the second floor. At this moment, Bai Lianwan was seated before her laptop, peering at the screen. Suddenly, upon hearing a noise from outside, she swiftly closed her laptop with a decisive clap of her hands. Lin Qingya opened the bedroom door and beheld Bai Lianwan seated at her desk. She promptly entered the room and approached her. Back so soon, Bai Lianwan remarked, observing the peculiar expression on Lin Qingya's face. Lin Qingya reached for a chair beside her and solemnly stated, "There's no rush for dinner, Wanwan. I have a question to pose to you." Bai Lianwan slightly turned her body, inquiring, "What is it?" Lin Qingya glanced at the bedding on the bed, then directed her gaze back to Bai Lianwan, asking, "Have you and Ji Chen?" As she spoke, she cast a suggestive glance at Bai Lianwan. However, Bai Lianwan failed to grasp Lin Qingya's insinuation and furrowed her brow, questioning, "What do you mean?" Seeing the innocent expression of the girl before her, Lin Qingya could only sigh softly and leaned closer to Bai Lianwan's ear. "That night of the second, did anything happen between you two?" The directness of Lin Qingya's words made Bai Lianwan's cheeks flush crimson, causing her to stiffen slightly. She stared at Lin Qingya, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance coloring her features. "Qingya, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly? Are you out of your mind?" Bai Lianwan felt her cheeks burning with heat. She wondered why Qingya would suddenly pose such a question. Lin Qingya, noticing Bai Lianwan's reaction, understood immediately. It seemed that Ji Chen's words from earlier that day held truth. Perhaps Ji Chen was not a scoundrel after all. He simply wasn't interested in a relationship at the moment. Nonetheless, this did not diminish Lin Qingya's desire to see Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan together. Moreover, it was evident that Ji Chen harbored feelings for Wanwan, especially since they had shared a kiss at the comic convention. It was Wanwan who had taken the initiative. Now that she knew Ji Chen was single, Lin Qingya felt no hesitation. She turned to Bai Lianwan and earnestly asked, "Wanwan, be honest with me. Do you have feelings for Ji Chen?" Upon hearing Lin Qingya's inquiry, Bai Lianwan's face flushed once more, and feigning anger, she retorted, "Qingya, what are you saying? I do not like him. It would be quite embarrassing to have feelings for a scoundrel. I would never admit that." Lin Qingya noticed the girl's evasive gaze and smiled knowingly. Rising to her feet, she retrieved her camera bag from the coat rack and cheerfully inquired, "Do you want to know what transpired after you got drunk at the comic convention?" Bai Lianwan felt an inexplicable discomfort at the mention of the convention. "No, I do not wish to know at all. Isn't that when Ji Chen ended up kissing someone and hurt his lips?" Lin Qingya, having taken out the camera, settled back down beside Bai Lianwan, playfully shaking her phone. "What if it was something that happened between you and Ji Chen after you got intoxicated?" Bai Lianwan paused, slightly taken aback. "Something between us?" Lin Qingya affirmed, "Indeed. That day, you were quite inebriated, yet you accomplished something monumental." "Monumental?" Bai Lianwan echoed, astonishment evident in her voice. Upon hearing Lin Qingya's words, Bai Lianwan's body instinctively stiffened. What on earth had she done that was so horrifying as to warrant such a grand description from Qingya? How infuriating! Could it be that she had committed some disgraceful act? Chapter 79, A Nightmare. She had indeed forcefully kissed Ji Chen. Bai Lianwan gazed at Lin Qingya before her, a sense of unease enveloping her. "Qingya, what exactly did I do after getting drunk?" Rather than hastily responding to Bai Lianwan's inquiry, Lin Qingya tilted her head, admiring her exquisite and stunning visage. "Wanwan, do you care that Ji Chen kissed another girl at the comic convention?" Initially, Lin Qingya had not grasped the situation. It was only after Bai Lianwan had encountered Ji Chen and exhibited explosive emotions, followed by her inquiry about whether Ji Chen had kissed another girl, that Lin Qingya realized the girl might be feeling jealous. However, believing Ji Chen had a girlfriend, she had refrained from disclosing the truth to avoid placing Bai Lianwan in an awkward position. In hindsight, she should have informed her friend sooner. As Lin Qingya posed her question, Bai Lianwan's eyes dimmed, and she retorted with displeasure, "Why should I care? Qingya, you're acting strangely today. Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Observing Bai Lianwan's proud demeanor, Lin Qingya chuckled. Our Wanwan is simply adorable when she pretends not to care. Bai Lianwan turned her gaze, casting a harmless glare at Lin Qingya, her cheeks slightly flushed. Who is pretending not to care? Lin Qingya scrutinized Bai Lianwan's face closely and remarked, Actually, you shouldn't care at all, because she abruptly paused mid-sentence. Bai Lianwan instinctively looked towards her, sensing that something was amiss with Qingya today. At that moment, Lin Qingya suddenly leaned closer to Bai Lianwan and continued. Because the girl who bit Ji Chen's lip is none other than you. This revelation struck Bai Lianwan like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Qingya, what did you just say? I was the one who bit Ji Chen's lip at the comic convention. Did I mishear you? Wasn't I drunk that day? How could I possibly have bitten him? Is it truly because I was intoxicated? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Bai Lianwan's body stiffened, and she mechanically turned to Lin Qingya, seeking answers. The latter, noticing the expression on Bai Lianwan's face, smiled knowingly and continued, That day. Not only did you pull away the girl who was supposed to kiss him, but you also forcefully kissed Ji Chen. What? Forceful kiss? The mere mention of those words caused Bai Lianwan's mind to explode with disbelief, rendering her momentarily speechless. No way. It couldn't be. How could she have acted so brazenly? Was Lin Qingya deceiving her? It must be Lin Qingya playing tricks on her. Even inebriated, she could never have forcefully kissed Ji Chen, let alone bitten his lip. After a while, Bai Lianwan turned to Lin Qingya. Qingya, you must be deceiving me, right? Why would I deceive you? Lin Qingya replied, immediately rummaging through her camera to find the most perfect photo she had captured that day, presenting it to Bai Lianwan with a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt. Here, take a look, see how you passionately kissed him. Bai Lianwan gazed at the camera Lin Qingya offered, her eyes gradually shifting to the screen. Upon witnessing the vividly captured moment that was utterly mortifying, she gasped, her beautiful eyes widening, as if her heart momentarily ceased to beat. In the image, Ji Chen's tie was pulled taut against his neck, his body leaning slightly forward, his lips sealed by hers, his expression clearly one of shock. Fleetingly, the forgotten memories and feelings began to resurface, fragmented yet vivid. While other memories remained hazy, she distinctly recalled feeling a surge of anger when Ji Chen attempted to withdraw. She had bitten him in retaliation. How outrageous. She had indeed forcefully kissed Ji Chen, and even bitten him. As the terrifying truth washed over her, Bai Lianwan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her mind was flooded with recollections of that day in the kitchen. No wonder Ji Chen had said, It's actually you. Before kissing her, he had recognized her at that moment. Hence, he had been so audacious and sudden in returning her kiss. Had he always harbored feelings for her? At that instant, Bai Lianwan felt as though her heart was being tightly squeezed by an unseen force. The words Ji Chen had spoken previously, which she had failed to comprehend, suddenly became crystal clear. No wonder he had later mentioned you come and go. It was referring to this. What was even more alarming was that she had misinterpreted Ji Chen's intentions, believing him to be a scoundrel. Lanlan. It was only after Lin Qingya called her several times that Bai Lianwan snapped back to reality, looking towards Lin Qingya with a furrowed brow. Qingya, I seem to have misunderstood Ji Chen. For the first time in many years, Bai Lianwan displayed such a troubled expression in front of Lin Qingya, and it was all because of a boy. Lin Qingya was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, It's all right, you just need to explain everything to him now. Explaining feels so embarrassing, and so much has happened recently. He might already despise me. After all, since the moment she thought Ji Chen was a scoundrel, Bai Lianwan had not given him any pleasant demeanor. In retrospect, she realized that at times, she had indeed been a bit excessive. Lin Qingya, upon hearing Bai Lianwan's words, suddenly recalled a moment from her encounter with Ji Chen at noon. Deep in thought, she turned to Bai Lianwan and inquired, Do you know what Ji Chen's initial reaction was when I sought him out today? Bai Lianwan, somewhat surprised, replied, You visited Ji Chen today? Oh, that's not important. Just take a guess at his first reaction upon seeing me. What could it be? I can't possibly guess. I'm not a mind reader, she remarked, bemused. Lin Qingya stifled a smile, revealing his first reaction was to hurriedly scan the vicinity for someone. Bai Lianwan instinctively asked, Who was he looking for? Lin Qingya feigned displeasure. Crossing her arms, who else could it be? Naturally, it was you, Wanwan. Lin Qingya distinctly remembered that Ji Chen, upon seeing her, first glanced around before greeting her. And he appeared rather disappointed. You must be joking, Bai Lianwan retorted. Why would I joke about that? The only person I'm inseparable from is you. If you don't believe me, go watch the competition. Ji-chun would surely be eager for you to see him play. The afternoon match hasn't even begun yet. If we hurry, we might just make it. As she spoke, Lin Qingya glanced at the time. I've already informed my grandfather that I won't be going. By Lian Wan. Feeling the weight of the unexpected kiss with Ji-chun, thought she needed time to process it. Otherwise, seeing him would undoubtedly make her blush. However, before Bai Lianwan could finish her thought, Lin Qingya had already pulled out her phone. This is easily resolved. It's merely a matter of a single phone call. With that, she stepped aside and dialed her grandfather. Before long, the call connected. Grandfather, the match hasn't started yet, right? You mentioned you had reserved 2 spots for us. Wanwan wishes to attend and watch Ji-chun play this afternoon. Can we still get in? Hearing Lin Qingya's words, Bai Lianwan hurriedly turned toward her, signaling her to stop, and rushed to snatch the phone away. She had expressed a desire to watch Ji-chun's match. The incident involving the kiss still lingered in her mind, making it impossible for her to face him. Seeing Bai Lianwan rushing over, Lin Qingya swiftly made her escape. All right, grandfather, Wanwan and I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Qingya beamed at Bai Lianwan. Grandfather said he would give them a heads up. We can go in, and Ji-chun will undoubtedly be thrilled to see you. Trust me. Bai Lianwan turned away, her face slightly flushed. Why would I care whether he is happy or not? Oh, should I call grandfather again and tell him you've changed your mind about going? Lin Qingya teased, pretending to dial again. Just then, a fair hand snatched the phone from her grasp. Let me change my clothes first. All right. Chapter 80. Is this young lady here specifically to watch his match? At 1:45 p.m., in the lounge, Ji-chun was awakened by the alarm on his phone. Sitting up in bed and glancing at the time, he rose and got out of bed. Xia Zhonggung was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a chess manual. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ji-chun awakening and turned to gaze at him. You're awake, he remarked. Ji-chun glanced at the seemingly untouched sheets of the adjacent bed and replied, Master, did you not rest at all? Xia Zhonggung set the chess manual aside and rose slowly. He had been feeling somewhat drowsy earlier. But then he received a call from that girl at home, saying Wanwan wished to attend the match in person. After greeting the people outside, he felt revitalized. As Ji-chun prepared to wash his face in the bathroom, he paused upon hearing Xia Zhonggung's words, momentarily stunned. Professor Bai wants to come watch my match? He exclaimed in disbelief. Could he possibly have misheard? That girl would want to watch him compete? It seemed improbable, especially since she had been avoiding him lately, let alone taking the initiative to come and see him play. Xia Zhongging remained non-committal, stating she should be arriving soon. His expression darkened slightly as he continued. But you, my child, why do you keep addressing her as professor? When at home, just call her Wanwan. There's no need to be so formal. Noticing that his master appeared somewhat displeased, Ji-chun nodded in compliance. All right. However, even if he intended to call her that, Bai Lianwan would likely not agree. If he were to suddenly address her so, who knew how she might react, possibly accusing him of disrespecting his elders. Still, did she genuinely wish to come and watch him compete? That seemed exceedingly out of character. Yet, his master would not have gone out of his way to deceive him. In a state of confusion, Ji-chun proceeded to the bathroom to wash his face, emerging feeling considerably refreshed. His mood inexplicably lifted beyond that of the morning. Master, should we head to the venue now? Ji-chun inquired as he rejoined Xia Zhongging. The latter glanced at the time and nodded. It's about time. Let us prepare. With that, the master and disciple stepped out together. Perhaps due to the afternoon nap, Ji-chun found himself in remarkably good spirits, his lips curving into a subtle smile. On their way to the competition venue, he inadvertently caught the attention of passing female staff members, who were captivated by his appearance. Ah, this young man is truly handsome. He is simply the pinnacle of the chess world. Not just the chess world. With looks like that, he would surely soar in the entertainment industry. And he seems even happier than this morning. I thought he never smiled. But with a smile, he looks even more charming. Before long, Ji-chun and Xia Zhongging arrived at the competition venue, where other contestants and coaches were also gathering, each appearing in high spirits and ready to face the afternoon's matches. The bustling live stream was abuzz, with viewership surpassing 7 million, nearly setting a new record for chess broadcasts. The countdown to the event has begun, and anticipation fills the air. This is my favorite chess tournament to watch live. Likewise, I eagerly await Ji-chun's forthcoming performance. However, the opponents he will face are formidable, particularly the brilliant strategist and the rising star, Xiao Yi, who may prove to be quite a challenge for Chen. Indeed, especially the brilliant strategist, whose playing style is sharp and capricious, coupled with extensive competition experience. He was the champion of last year's Yuan Long Cup. Xiaoyi, the newcomer, is also quite impressive, ranking among the top talents in the current chess community, and his display this morning was remarkable. The viewers in the live broadcast room are buzzing with excitement, engaging in lively discussions. Meanwhile, the coaches are quietly conferring with their respective players, strategizing for the upcoming matches. The ever-confident Zhang Laoxia Zhang has gathered with his prot GS, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Chen and Xiaoyi stand apart, maintaining a respectful distance, neither making an attempt to converse. With less than 5 minutes until the competition begins, the venue's entrance suddenly opens silently from the outside. 2 graceful figures stealthily enter the hall, making their way toward the viewing area. As the match is about to commence, Lin Qingya and Bai Lianwan, aiming to avoid disturbing the competitors' focus, prepare to quietly settle into their seats. However, despite their discreet approach, someone on stage immediately notices their presence, which is hard to overlook. The fact that the renowned chess master Lao Xia has a stunning granddaughter is well known in the circle. Additionally, Xia Zhonggang occasionally brings Bai Lianwan and Lin Qingya to the competition, allowing everyone to remember those 2 exquisite faces, especially Bai Lianwan. Thus, as soon as they arrive, numerous coaches and players recognize them. Aren't those the 2 young ones from Lao Xia's family? Have they come to watch the match in the afternoon? It's been a while since I've seen these 2 girls. I never expected them to show up today. Lao Xia, why didn't you inform us of your granddaughter's arrival? Otherwise, I would have called my little rascal over. Get lost. Don't even think about making a move on my granddaughters. Upon hearing the chatter, Chen feels a surge of emotion and turns his gaze toward Bai Lianwan and Lin Qingya. At that moment, Bai Lianwan seems to realize they have been spotted. As her eyes glance toward the stage, they almost instantly lock onto Chen's striking face in the crowd. Simultaneously, she becomes aware that Chen is staring back at her. Seeing Chen's face and his gaze, the blush-inducing memory of her impulsive kiss on him rushes back. Igniting a fire within her, her heart races uncontrollably. Indeed, she is still grappling with the fact that she had kissed Chen so boldly. How could she have ever done that? It's overwhelming. Fearing that Chen might perceive her embarrassment, Bai Lianwan instinctively averted her gaze from him and discreetly shifted her body towards Lin Qingya. Observing this movement from the stage, Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Wasn't this girl supposed to be here to watch him compete? Why did it seem as though she was avoiding him? However, he had no time to ponder this now, as the clock struck 2, signaling the imminent commencement of the matching matches. At that moment, the host's voice resonated across the venue, capturing the attention of all present. Ladies and gentlemen, the second round of the Yuanling Ronghua Cup is about to begin, and we will now commence the random opponent matching for this round. As the host's words echoed, the names of the 8 contestants began to scroll on the large screen behind him, captivating the eyes of everyone in attendance and those watching the live stream. After all, the 8 players who had advanced were the CR de la CR of the competition. The audience was eager to discover what intriguing and exhilarating matchups awaited them. Soon, the scrolling on the big screen came to a halt. The names of the 8 competitors and their respective opponents were fixed on the display. When the crowd, both on-site and online, saw Chen's opponent's name, an uproar ensued. Chapter 81. It seems she was smitten by male charms. Earlier, little G was set to face the clever strategist. This time, it would likely be quite a challenge. Indeed, this individual was among the elite players in the country, known for an unpredictable and diverse playing style. Even other grandmasters had to be on high alert when facing him. However, if Chen were to emerge victorious, his reputation in the chess community would undoubtedly soar. The coaches on site began to murmur amongst themselves. The commentators in the live stream introduced the background of Chen's formidable opponent to the viewers, who couldn't help but feel a sense of anxiety for Chen. Given the prowess of the clever strategist, could Chen withstand the pressure? It was uncertain. Nevertheless, this opponent was nearly invincible. Even if Chen were to lose, it would still be an impressive feat regardless. This match promised to be a thrilling spectacle. In the viewing area, Lin Qingya caught wind of the discussions around her and leaned closer to Bai Lianwan. Wan, has Chen encountered a particularly challenging opponent? Bai Lianwan reflected on her previous experiences of battling Chen for an entire day, recalling the various defeats she endured at his hands. Despite her lingering sense of dissatisfaction, she replied calmly, I believe it is the clever strategist who has met a rather formidable adversary. Wow, I didn't know you held Ji Chun in such high regard. This is the first time I've heard you praise someone. I'm merely providing an objective analysis. That is simply his capability. Is that so? Then I shall pay close attention to see if Ji Chun truly possesses the prowess you claim. In no time, the 8 competitors had been divided into 4 tables and were all seated, ready for the matches to commence. On the grand screen, the match between the 4 tables is being broadcasted live, with the duel between Ji Chun and Ji Duoxing capturing the audience's keen attention. Ji Chun, playing with the black pieces, allows his opponent to make the first move. Ji Duoxing, known for his sharp and aggressive style, swiftly opens with a central cannon by moving his cannon from 2 to 5. Without hesitation, Ji Chun responds with a knight advancing to 3, initiating the counter, palace horse formation. This unexpected move elicits whispers among the coaches present. How could Ji Chun resort to such a strategy? Is he underestimating his opponent? The counter palace horse has been thoroughly dissected by grandmasters, making it challenging to secure a win, let alone a draw. Indeed, it is surprising that this strategy is rarely employed by anyone other than a select few grandmasters, and those who do often find themselves on the losing end. This tactic is best suited for players with formidable skills in the mid to late game. Otherwise, they may struggle under the pressure of a central cannon if their style is too passive. Even Ji Duoxing, Ji Chun's opponent, finds himself taken aback, feeling a twinge of indignation. Is this young man belittling him with such a move? Despite his annoyance, Ji Duoxing, as one of the country's top players, remains vigilant. Ji Chun's earlier victories against other grandmasters earlier that day and his status as a favored disciple of the esteemed Master Xiao warrant serious consideration. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Duoxing mirrors Ji Chun's move with his own knight advancing to 3. Ji Chun promptly follows with a cannon moving to 6. After approximately a dozen moves, both players adhere closely to established openings, neither straying from the known repertoire. While Ji Duoxing's style is known for its unpredictability, he typically alters his strategy only when he feels confident. Presently, he possesses a distinct advantage, yet just as this thought crosses his mind, Ji Chun unexpectedly changes his approach. On the board, Ji Chun, who was previously at a disadvantage, suddenly executes a stunning move that astounds both the audience and viewers of the live broadcast. Ji Duoxing is momentarily frozen in disbelief at the peculiar angle of Ji Chun's maneuver. Is this a software-inspired move? It strays completely from the established patterns, leaving observers baffled as to Ji Chun's intentions. Much like his earlier encounter with the southwestern tiger, it is difficult to decipher. The coaches in attendance begin to murmur once more, while the commentators in the live stream find themselves at a loss for words. How can they provide insight when Ji Chun is deviating from the conventional strategies? They are struggling to keep pace with Ji Chun's innovative thoughts and tactics. Why has the commentary stalled? I am eager to take notes. What is Ji Chun's intention behind this cannon move to 4? Why are the commentators not continuing their analysis? Is this the software move by Ji Chun? How could an ordinary mind keep pace with this? Does he have a computer in his head? May I timidly inquire, what is a software move? As the name suggests, it refers to the powerful computational capabilities of a computer, utilizing an extensive software cloud library to perform intricate calculations, yielding strategies that are difficult to decipher. In the viewing area, Lin Qingya observed Ji Chun's opponent, the genius, remaining stationary for an extended period, and surmised that Ji Chun had indeed devised a move to confound him. Wow, your Ji Chun is truly remarkable. Bai Lianwan's cheeks flushed slightly. What do you mean by your? Qingya, could you be a bit more mindful with your words? Lin Qingya stuck out her tongue and whispered, have you forgotten what you said earlier? At the comic convention, she had certainly expressed herself differently. Upon hearing Lin Qingya's murmurs, Bai Lianwan furrowed her brow slightly. What are you saying? Lin Qingya assessed that if she were to reveal the words Bai Lianwan had previously uttered about Ji Chun, the girl would undoubtedly be so embarrassed that she would rush home. Instead, she laughed lightly and said, oh, nothing, just focus on the match. Casting a peculiar glance at her quirky friend, Bai Lianwan redirected her attention back to the competition. As she beheld Ji Chun's strikingly handsome visage, her cheeks flushed again. This fellow is undeniably attractive. On stage, Ji Chun donned a crisp white shirt, buttoned up to the collar, leaving only the top 2 buttons undone, exuding an air of casual restraint. The elegant lines of his throat were pleasing to the eye, and his profile, softened by his concentration, revealed a blend of youthful charm and a hint of mature allure. At that moment, Ji Chen sensed a pair of unique eyes observing him from a certain direction and instinctively turned his head. He immediately locked gazes with a pair of beautiful eyes that were scrutinizing him intently. The owner of those captivating eyes was evidently taken aback by Ji Chen's sudden glance. Her expression shifted to one of surprise, and her face blushed faintly. Feeling Ji Chen's gaze upon her, Bai Lianwan's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks warming as she hastily averted her eyes. Oh no, had she just been caught admiring his looks? How embarrassing. Chapter 82. Bringing him water. Bai Lianwan's reaction did not escape Ji Chen's notice, leaving him momentarily astonished. Was she just watching him? It seemed she had indeed come specifically to observe him play. With this thought, a subtle smile crept onto Ji Chen's lips as he turned back to the match. After deep contemplation, the genius finally moved a piece, executing a perfect counter to Ji Chen's strategy. Ji Chen, witnessing his opponent's move, smiled calmly, genuinely admiring the brilliance of the genius, who truly lived up to his title. In his mind, Ji Duoxing believed that this move was indeed the most strategic of all. Meanwhile, the coaches observing from the sidelines wore expressions of disbelief. They were astonished by Ji Chen's unexpected maneuver and sincerely admired Ji Duoxing's formidable prowess. Had they been in his position, they would have struggled to conceive such a move in such a brief span of time. However, what astonished them even more was that the moment Ji Duoxing made his move, Ji Chen seemed to have foreseen it, immediately following up with his own second move. Did he not need to contemplate this? This child was extraordinary. It seemed that while Ji Duoxing was deliberating on how to counter, Ji Chen had already devised all subsequent strategies for his offensive. Ji Duoxing was equally taken aback by Ji Chen's rapid response, feeling an invisible pressure intensifying upon him. It appeared that Ji Chen's counter to his central cannon was not a sign of disdain, but rather a testament to his confidence in Ji Duoxing's solid skills and his own adept control in the mid to late game. Since the moment the flying knife was played, he had already executed a move of celestial caliber. The dynamics of the game had completely shifted. His earlier retreat had cost him a central pawn and granted Ji Chen the opportunity to launch an offensive. After much contemplation, Ji Duoxing finally made his next move. Yet, amidst Ji Chen's relentless assault, within fewer than 20 moves, Ji Duoxing ultimately succumbed to Ji Chen's decisive and unanswerable victory. Once the game concluded, Ji Duoxing sat dazed at the chessboard, unable to regain his composure for a long time. He never anticipated that he would fall to a newcomer in the chess arena today, especially in a game where he had the advantage with the counter cannon opening. With the game over, Ji Chen emerged victorious, successfully advancing to the next round, and the entire venue, along with the live stream, erupted in fervor. Incredible. For consecutive victories. He even defeated Ji Duoxing. My mother asks why I am kneeling to watch the chess match. Ji Chen is amazing. I never imagined he could resolve Ji Duoxing so swiftly. Ji Chen is simply phenomenal. With two other tables still in play, Ji Chen shook hands with Ji Duoxing and stepped down from the stage. Upon seeing his disciple approach, Xia Zhongying immediately met him, patting his shoulder and exclaiming, "Well done." Xiao Ji. Ji Chen smiled faintly, just as he turned his gaze towards Bai Lianwan. A throng of coaches surrounded him, eagerly seeking his insights. In the spectator area, Lin Xingya, though not fully grasping the game, could discern that Ji Chen had just annihilated a super heavyweight. How impressive. No wonder he is the man Bai Lianwan admires. Lin Xingya exclaimed, slapping her thigh in admiration. Bai Lianwan shot Lin Xingya a disapproving glare, imploring her to refrain from such reckless remarks. If Ji Chen were to hear her, she feared she would die of embarrassment. Just as Bai Lianwan's words fell, the latter directly offered her a bottle of water. Bai Lianwan glanced at the mineral water before her and declined, stating, "I'm not thirsty right now." Lin Xingya raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "It's not for you to drink. If you won't give it to me, then what purpose does it serve?" Lin Xingya sighed inwardly, realizing that Ji Chen must be parched after competing for so long. Bai Lianwan suddenly came to her senses, her cheeks flushed. I can't go. She had yet to fully process the incident of forcefully kissing Ji Chen, and now she had been caught peeping at him again. The thought of being in close proximity to Ji Chen made her anxious. She couldn't help but worry about blushing, which would be utterly embarrassing. At that moment, a sigh came from the side. Oh dear, poor Ji Chen. Wrongly accused of being a scoundrel by someone for so many days, he must still feel quite hurt inside. Yet, that same someone refuses to even bring him a glass of water. It seems that bowl of dark culinary concoction ginger soup was consumed in vain. Upon hearing Lin Xingya's words, Bai Lianwan paused, processing the information. But he clearly said the ginger soup tasted good at the time and drank it all. How has it turned into a dark dish in your account? Lin Qingya retorted with a hint of jealousy. If that ginger soup was truly palatable, would he have been clutching his thigh and breaking out in goosebumps? Besides, he drank it all for you. Bai Lianwan stared at Lin Qingya in disbelief. Are you pulling my leg? However, she had been too preoccupied with watching Ji Chun to notice those details. Why would I deceive you? I witnessed it myself. He probably left a bruise on his thigh that day, yet he still cheered you on. Lin Qingya added without reservation, regardless. That dark soup was so unappetizing that even I, your dear best friend, would never have touched it. Was it that terrible? Bai Lianwan pondered. Yet, upon reflection, she too had felt it was unpresentable, yet Ji Chun had suddenly taken a sip. At the thought, her heart fluttered as if something had gently squeezed it. And she turned her gaze toward Ji Chun. At that moment, he was surrounded by coaches, seemingly explaining something quietly to them, as there were still competitors on stage. He must be thirsty after speaking so much. Just then, the bottle of water was handed to Bai Lianwan once more. Should she take it to him? Yes. It was just delivering a bottle of water. This time, Bai Lianwan no longer hesitated. Steeling herself, she took the bottle from Lin Qingya and rose from her seat. Taking a deep breath, she encouraged herself. It's just a small task. No need to be nervous. There's nothing to worry about. I'm going. With a call to action, Bai Lianwan left the audience section, clutching the bottle of mineral water in her pale hands. She focused on maintaining her deep breaths, attempting to calm her racing heart as she made her way toward Ji Chun. Lin Qingya watched as her friend finally took the first step, although she was eager to indulge in a bit of romantic excitement. The copious amounts of coffee and milk tea she consumed while waiting for Ji Chun this morning had left her feeling restless. Earlier, in her haste to ensure she wouldn't miss Ji Chun finishing his match, she had sent Wan to deliver water, and now she was bursting with anticipation. As Bai Lianwan emerged from the spectator area, Lin Qingya hurriedly made her way toward the restroom indicated by the directional signs, convinced that everything was in order. At that moment, Bai Lianwan had just left the audience seats and spotted Ji Chun not far ahead. She gently patted her cheeks to calm herself, only then realizing that her palms were sweaty with nerves. She had never felt this anxious even on her first day at Jiang University. Before meeting Ji Chun, she never imagined that she would one day feel like a shy schoolgirl, easily flustered in front of a boy and influenced by his presence. She hoped that her recent aloofness had not driven Ji Chun to dislike her completely. With this thought in mind, Bai Lianwan quickened her pace, striding toward the gathering crowd ahead. Meanwhile, Ji Chun was engaged in a discussion with several coaches and remained oblivious to the figure approaching him from a distance. After speaking for a while, he began to feel a bit parched. He decided to converse with old Zhang for a few more moments before quenching his thirst and greeting that girl, Bai Lianwan, who had come specifically to watch his match today. The mere thought brought an involuntary smile to his lips as he continued, explaining the tactics proposed by old Zhang, emphasizing that by initially deploying the cannon, the mobility of the 9 routes could be preserved, allowing both sides to engage in exchanges, creating a stable situation while maintaining the complexity of the game and seeking further opportunities. The coaches listening to Ji Chun's brilliant insights wore expressions of sheer astonishment. This was no longer mere talent. This was the emergence of a genius in the realm of chess. At that moment, Bai Lianwan had approached to within 7 or 8 meters of Ji Chun and had resolved to use this opportunity to ease the tension in their relationship. She planned to explain the events of the past few days at the comic convention when the time was right, but she knew she would need to mentally prepare herself. After all, she would have to admit that she was the girl who had kissed him forcefully at the convention, and she had no idea how to broach the subject or how Ji Chun would react. However, just then, a figure abruptly appeared, blocking Bai Lianwan's path. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly and steadied herself just before colliding with the person. Wan, you're here, Xiao Yi said warmly, looking at Bai Lianwan. She raised her gaze to meet his, slightly frowning. Though she was reluctant to engage with him, she responded politely, yes, just came to take a look. Having said that, Bai Lianwan prepared to bypass Xiao Yi and continue on her way. Just as she lifted her foot, a voice, laced with amusement, emerged from in front of her, accompanied by a hand. Since I'm feeling a bit parched, is this bottle of water you're holding a gift for me? Xiao Yi remarked, promptly snatching the mineral water bottle from Bai Lianwan's grasp. Caught off guard by Xiao Yi's sudden action, Bai Lianwan's palms, still damp with nervousness, failed to secure her hold, and the bottle of water slipped effortlessly into his possession. I happen to be a bit thirsty. Thank you. The moment Xiao Yi seized the bottle, he twisted off the cap and tilted his head back to drink, watching in disbelief as the clear liquid was swiftly consumed. Bai Lianwan stood frozen. When had she ever stated that the water was meant for him? Simultaneously, not far away, Chen had just freed himself from a cluster of coaches. As he prepared to quench his own thirst, he inadvertently glanced up, only to witness Xiao Yi seemingly accepting a drink from someone. Instinctively turning his head, he was met with the astonishing sight of Bai Lianwan, his smile abruptly faltering. Had she deliberately brought water for Xiao Yi? Was she actually taking the initiative to offer a drink to a boy? Therefore, had she come specifically to watch Xiao Yi's competition today? Reflecting on Bai Lianwan's recent demeanor towards him, Chen felt as though his heart had been struck with a heavy blow, the ensuing pang of anguish extinguishing the smile from his face. Just moments before, he had entertained the notion that Bai Lianwan might harbor some affection for him, yet reality had swiftly delivered a harsh slap to his face. It seemed he had been deluding himself all along. Desperate to escape this scene, Chen turned away, moving to a nearby table to retrieve another bottle of mineral water. Though the desire to drink had vanished entirely, his heart was in turmoil, yet what was the use? Perhaps he had genuinely developed feelings for Bai Lianwan. But he could also choose to let go, for they had not forged any profound emotional bond. Given time, he could bury the fluttering sensations and the misguided belief that she reciprocated his feelings. Love, after all, could fade away, and once the fervor subsided, it would simply pass. Moreover, hadn't he resolved never to engage in romance in this lifetime? It would be wiser to sever that thought now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yi gulped down half the bottle, carefully replacing the cap, and smiled at Bai Lianwan. Thanks. However, before he could finish his sentence, the water was abruptly snatched from his hand. At that moment, he noticed the frosty veneer covering Bai Lianwan's exquisite visage. Who said this water was intended for you? With that, Bai Lianwan's piercing gaze swept coldly across Xiao Yi's face, the severity in her eyes unmistakably evident. Such a presumptuous act is utterly repugnant. When Xiao Yi caught sight of Bai Lianwan, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Just as he was about to utter something, the young girl resolutely turned away, discarding the half bottle of water into a nearby trash bin. Xiao Yi gazed after Bai Lianwan as she strode away, his brow furrowed. How could she regard him with such disdain over a mere bottle of water? However, upon noticing the direction she had taken, he suddenly grasped the underlying reason. Was that bottle intended for Chen? Is that why she was so incensed? Was it because of a person she had known for only a few days that she cast such a look upon him, one he had never encountered before? With this thought, Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes, fixating on the figure in the distance, clenching his fists. His previously mild animosity towards Chen intensified considerably. After shaking off Xiao Yi, Bai Lianwan soon realized that Chen had indeed procured some water, her eyes darkening. That scoundrel Xiao Yi. Chapter 84. Even a red thread bound by steel could be severed by these two. Before long, Bai Lianwan reached the group of people. Upon seeing her uncles and aunts, she politely greeted them. Although that ruffian Xiao Yi had snatched her water, she had come over to acknowledge Chen. At the very least, she wanted him to know that she no longer considered him a scoundrel. The coaches, upon seeing Bai Lianwan, responded warmly and kind. Xia Zhongying, upon spotting his granddaughter, smiled with a benevolent expression. Lianwan, wasn't Xiao Ji's performance in this match remarkable? Hearing her grandfather's words, Bai Lianwan glanced over at Chen, momentarily setting aside her usual pride, and replied softly, indeed, it was quite impressive. At that moment, Xia Zhongying turned his attention to Chen, who was seated at a nearby table, and said with a smile, Xiao Ji, Lianwan has arrived. Shouldn't you greet her? It seemed that the relationship between these two children had not been particularly harmonious recently, but today, Lianwan appeared less averse to Chen. Xia Zhongying was eager to seize this opportunity to mend their relationship, for one was his cherished granddaughter, while the other was a disciple he held in high regard. A strained relationship was a source of great concern for him. At that moment, Chen, hearing Xia Zhongying's words, turned to look at Bai Lianwan. He offered a stiff smile, and, clutching the remaining half bottle of water, strode over. Professor Bai, I did not expect you to find time to attend the match amidst your busy schedule. It appears you truly enjoy chess. Bai Lianwan had been pondering how to initiate a conversation with Chen, but she distinctly sensed a distance and formality in his words, as if tinged with resentment. TSK. Xiao Ji, did I not tell you to refrain from calling me professor by outside of school? Moreover, Did I not mention that I came specifically to watch your match? Why has this child become so distant? The other professors nearby were taken aback by Xia Zhongging's remarks. I had previously heard that your granddaughter has become a professor, but I was astonished to learn that little Ji is actually Wanwan's student. Ji excels at chess, and with both of them attending the same school. It seems rather curious that the young lady made a special trip to watch Ji Chen compete. No wonder Ji Chen appeared in such high spirits this afternoon. It was all because Wanwan was present. Most of the coaches here are old acquaintances of Xia Zhongging, known for their straightforwardness, always speaking candidly without any pretense. Observing the two well-matched young individuals before them, they began to jest. Though Xia Zhongging entertained some thoughts on this matter, he maintained a serious demeanor, reminding everyone that the two children are still quite young and questioning why they were discussing such things. At that moment, Bai Lianwan felt herself stiffen at the teasing from the uncles, her face flushing with embarrassment. The incident of the unexpected kiss with Ji Chen left her unsure of how to face him, especially with her relatives joking about it. Suddenly, Ji Chen interjected, requesting that everyone refrain from making light of his relationship with Professor Bai, clarifying that theirs is merely a simple teacher-student relationship, or perhaps a rather poor one at that. After all, had she not always shown disdain for him? She claimed to come to watch his match, but was it not really to see that lad Xiaoyi? Upon hearing Ji Chen's words and observing his casually smiling face, Bai Lianwan felt as if she had been doused with a chilling wave. The repeated calls of Professor Bai from all sides were particularly grating to her ears. Just then, the last remaining group concluded their match. Everyone, I shall take my leave, Ji Chen announced, bidding farewell to the crowd as he strode confidently onto the stage. Watching his departing figure, Bai Lianwan found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of indescribable thoughts. I shall take my leave as well, she said to the group before turning to depart. At this moment, the surrounding coaches seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere and hurriedly changed the subject. The next round will be the quarterfinals. I wonder what surprises little G will bring us this time. Yet, every time I watch him play, my mind struggles to keep pace, one remarked. Indeed, the youth's mind works swiftly. I recall that Wanwan was quite proficient at chess as well. The professors exchanged remarks, striving to ease the surrounding tension. Yet, one could not help but marvel at the complexities of the world of youth. Xia Zhongging observed the dynamic between his granddaughter and his apprentice, feeling a sense of weariness. Previously, it seemed Wanwan was intentionally avoiding Ji Chen. Now, the situation appeared to have reversed. Could these two not find a way to coexist harmoniously? Soon, the quarterfinal matches officially commenced. Bai Lianwan returned to the viewing area, yet her mind was far from the competition. Lin Qingya noticed something amiss with Bai Lianwan. Her head tilted in curiosity. Wanwan, what troubles you? Upon returning from the restroom, she had observed Ji Chen holding a bottle of mineral water, seemingly engaged in conversation with Bai Lianwan, and had assumed they were getting along. Yet, the more she scrutinized, the more she sensed an underlying tension in Bai Lianwan. Nothing. Just focus on the match, Bai Lianwan replied, regretting her decision to attend the event, wishing to ease the rift with Ji Chen. Now, she felt as if he were driving her to the brink of exasperation. What on earth is happening between you two? Lin Qingya was utterly bewildered. Logically, after Bai Lianwan had taken the initiative to offer Ji Chen water, they should not be at odds anymore. Let us not discuss him. I'm not in the mood, Bai Lianwan said, recalling Ji Chen's cold remarks and indifferent gaze, which twisted her heart in distress. Lin Qingya glanced between Bai Lianwan and Ji Chen on the stage, feeling utterly powerless, as if even a steel thread tying them together could be severed by their animosity. As the match progressed, Ji Chen faced off against the Laughing Buddha, who, in a stunning turn of events, sacrificed 3 pieces in a breathtaking comeback, leaving the audience in awe and securing his place in the championship round. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi executed a masterful display of strategy, ultimately overcoming his opponent and advancing as well. The moment everyone had eagerly anticipated finally arrived. The clash between the chess prodigy Ji Chen and the rising star Xiao Yi at the Yuan Lang Ronghua Cup. Chapter 85, Is He Really Jealous? Seated across from each other, Ji Chen and Xiao Yi displayed no signs of fatigue despite the day's intense battles. However, Ji Chen found himself inexplicably irked by the sight of his opponent. Xiao Yi, too, could not hide his disdain as he regarded Ji Chen, unable to fathom how. In such a short span, Bai Lianwan had grown so close to him. She had even offered him water, casting a cold, disdainful glance at Xiao Yi in the process. Determined to demonstrate his superiority to Bai Lianwan, Xiao Yi was resolute in defeating Ji Chen. Even before the match officially commenced, the audience could feel the palpable tension between the two. The rivalry between Ji Chen and Xiao Yi is unmistakable. Indeed, it's a clash of titans. I never imagined this year's Yuanling Cup would culminate in a showdown between these two promising newcomers, someone remarked. And formidable newcomers at that. Spectators in both the auditorium and the live stream buzzed with excitement. On stage, Ji Chen and Xiao Yi, under the scrutiny of the crowd, commenced their game. This time, Xiao Yi, playing red, opened with a cannon move to position 5. Without hesitation, Ji Chen responded with a knight to position 7. After a series of moves, both players found themselves in a remarkably balanced position. During the match, the two players made their moves with incredible speed, demonstrating their remarkable prowess from the very beginning. As the game progressed to around 20 moves, Ji Chen advanced his bishop, prompting Xiao Yi to immediately push his pawn forward. Given his skill level, he could have easily discerned the implications of this move. Although he recognized that pushing the pawn was somewhat excessive and would compel his opponent to sacrifice pieces for the initiative, Xiao Yi was brimming with confidence. He initially captured a piece, which would lead to a temporary loss of tempo, however. He relied on his exceptional skills in the endgame to leverage his material advantage to wear down his opponent's strength, ultimately reversing the situation. Indeed, after Xiao Yi's capture, Ji Chen advanced his black chariot across the river, coordinating with his horse and cannon, creating an imposing presence on the board. Nevertheless, Ji Chen remained vigilant, aware that the red side could counterattack with a chariot move that would threaten his horse. He also recognized that possessing an additional major piece meant that if his offensive faltered, the red side's counterattack could surge forth like a raging river. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ji Chen deftly moved his cannon to a strategic position, eliciting gasps of admiration from the coaches in attendance. This move effectively thwarted the red side's hopes of retreating their horse, while simultaneously preempting any attempts to capture his cannon. The game continued for several dozen more moves. As the match progressed, the coaches and commentators struggled to keep pace with the players' rapid exchanges. However, it became evident from Xiao Yi's gradually slowing tempo that he was beginning to feel the pressure, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Looking at the board, he had lost the initial bravado he had displayed at the outset. It was undeniable that Ji Chen was unlike any opponent he had previously faced. Now in a defensive position, every move Ji Chen made was executed with precision and strength, creating an unrelenting barrage. Ultimately, after fewer than 10 more moves, Xiao Yi found himself inexorably pushed back by Ji Chen's fierce offensive, leading to an inescapable defeat. Stunned, he stood motionless as Ji Chen decisively triumphed, rightfully claiming the championship title of this year's Yuanlang Ronghua Cup. In an instant, the venue and the online broadcast erupted with excitement. The once underestimated newcomer, Ji Chen, had carved a path through a field of supernova grandmasters to seize victory. He had become a household name overnight, emerging as one of the most legendary prodigies in the history of Chinese chess. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the defeated Xiao Yi remained frozen, unable to regain his composure. He had lost, not only in the realm of chess, but also in matters of the heart, thoroughly bested by Ji Chen. On stage, the host, brimming with enthusiasm, announced the results, while Xia Zhongying, the most esteemed figure in the chess community, presented Ji Chen with the trophy and a prize of 300,000. Simultaneously, Ji Chen received a notification in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Participate in a major competition and win the championship. Although the task was completed and he received a substantial reward of 300,000, Ji Chen felt inexplicably discontent. After forcing a smile to appease the crowd, he bid farewell to Xia Zhongying and others before departing to return to school. Following Ji Chen's exit, as Xia Zhongying still had matters to attend to, Lin Qingya led by Lianwan out of the conference hall to take her mind off things. Despite the latter's outward silence, Lin Qingya discerned that Ji Chen's harsh words had likely hurt her today. However, Ji Chen's sudden coldness was perplexing. He should not have become so distant all at once. Outside the hall, in the radiant sunlit square, Lin Qingya and Bai Lianwan sat on the steps. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Bai Lianwan and inquired, Wanwans, what was Ji Chen's reaction when you brought him water this afternoon? Logically, if Wanwan had taken the initiative to offer him water, their relationship should not be so frosty. Bai Lianwan tucked a few strands of hair blown by the night breeze behind her ear and replied, The water I intended for him was taken by that scoundrel Xiao Yi, so I couldn't give it to him. Even if I had, I doubt it would have made a difference. Ji Chen's words today clearly indicated he no longer wished to be involved with me. What good would bringing him water do? He might have even rejected me on the spot. What? You mean to say you didn't get the water to him? Lin Xingya exclaimed, feeling utterly dismayed. And that Xiao Yi, why did he have to meddle? Suddenly, Lin Xingya connected the dots. Wan's, when Xiao Yi took your water, did Ji Chen happen to see it? Bai Lianwan lowered her gaze slightly. I'm not sure. When I saw him, he was already drinking water himself. Lin Xingya sighed. I bet he saw Xiao Yi take the water and assumed you were giving it to him, which made him jealous. Bai Lianwan blinked in surprise. Jealous? Lin Xingya nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Think about it. When you believed Ji Chen was kissing another girl, weren't you furious? If he truly likes you, he would certainly be upset to see you offering water to another guy. I genuinely feel he has feelings for you. As Bai Lianwan pondered Lin Xingya's words, she recalled how Ji Chen had reacted during her earlier misunderstanding. His demeanor today mirrored that experience. Could it be that he was indeed feeling jealous? Chapter 86. Though Ji Chen was quite irksome, Bai Lianwan found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. Lin Xingya's words seemed to alleviate her heartache, for she was uncertain whether Ji Chen had witnessed Xiao Yi taking her water, and if he had misinterpreted the situation. If his jealousy truly stemmed from misunderstanding, it might indicate that he still harbored feelings for her. However, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. What if he had genuinely grown to dislike her? After all, the words and indifferent gaze of Ji Chen today truly unsettled her heart. She desperately wished to avoid experiencing such turmoil again. It mattered not how others spoke to her. However, when it came from Ji Chen, it was particularly jarring. Bai Lianwan had never felt such distress over anything in her life. Yet, what if today he had misunderstood her? Would he not also be feeling the same anguish as she? This thought caused her to furrow her brow slightly. Despite his despicable nature, the idea that he might be feeling unhappy tugged at her heartstrings just a little. At that moment, Lin Xingya's voice broke through her reverie. Wan, why not give yourself and Ji Chen another chance? Perhaps you could find an opportunity to talk with him? Lin Xingya believed that the current rift between Ji Chen and Wan was largely her responsibility. After all, she had assumed Ji Chen had a girlfriend, and at the very moment when Wan first misinterpreted the situation, she failed to convey the truth. Now that the misunderstanding was clarified, she felt compelled to play matchmaker between the two, as they truly seemed compatible and, one would hope, mutually fond of each other. At the very least, Wan was earnest in her affections. Hearing Lin Xingya's suggestion, Bai Lianwan felt a flicker of indecision but was simultaneously gripped by fear. If Ji Chen was not jealous at all, wouldn't he approaching him be utterly embarrassing? How could she face him in class afterward? Just then, a large plush bear resembling Kumamoto-kun approached them, handing out flyers. Hello, ladies. You seem a bit down. Why not take advantage of the last day of your holiday tomorrow and visit the newly opened amusement park in Jiangxing? All rides will be half price. A male voice emanated from within the costume. Yari Square is one of Jiangxing's iconic landmarks, bustling with a diverse crowd seeking leisure and entertainment, often filled with individuals distributing flyers. However, Bai Lianwan had no mind for such distractions. She barely glanced at the flyer and coldly replied, Sorry, I'm not interested. Just as Bai Lianwan finished speaking, Lin Xingya's expression shifted, and she promptly snatched the flyer from the bear's hand. This looks great. How do we purchase tickets? She inquired eagerly. You can buy tickets by following the Jiangxing Amusement Park on WeChat, miss. The boy responded cheerfully. All right, thank you. You're welcome. The flyer contains a QR code for the official account. Just scan it to follow and purchase tickets. Got it. Lin Xingya continued to chat with the bear for a while longer before he moved on to distribute more flyers. Wan, let us go to the amusement park tomorrow. Lin Xingya suggested while navigating the ticket purchase. Tomorrow is the last day of the holiday, and if we can take this opportunity to let them go on a date, perhaps their relationship will soften a bit. An amusement park is the perfect place to foster affection. Yet, upon hearing Lin Xingya's words, Bai Lianwan felt no stirrings of excitement within her. I'm not going. At present, she had no inclination to visit any amusement park. Why not? Let us go and lighten our spirits. That haunted house on the flyer appears quite thrilling. Lin Xingya exclaimed, promptly purchasing 2 tickets. If she were to suggest to Wan about inviting Ji Chen directly, the latter might exhibit some hesitation. It was likely that today, Ji Chen had pierced her heart. So it would be better to concoct an excuse to bring the two together and then simply immerse them in the experience. Surely this time, Xiao Yi wouldn't cause any disturbances. If Ji Chen couldn't be persuaded, then she would have to accompany Wan for a day of relaxation instead. However, Lin Xingya was quite adept at arranging outings, possessing at least a 70 to 80% certainty of success. Upon hearing Lin Xingya's words, Bai Lianwan promptly declined. I'm not going. Xingya, why do you still enjoy haunted houses? They frighten me every time. Bai Lianwan was genuinely terrified, having been scared senseless each time she accompanied Lin Xingya. Lin Xingya suddenly realized, a bead of cold sweat forming at her temple. Indeed, each visit to the haunted house had cost her extra in medical expenses. Glancing again at the flyer in her hand, she proposed, let us try something else. There are numerous other attractions. Otherwise, do you plan to spend the entire day tomorrow at home, pining for Ji Chen? Bai Lianwan's cheeks flushed. Who was pining for him? Fine, I'll go. Then it's settled. Lin Xingya declared, a mischievous smile gracing her face. She had discovered that as soon as Ji Chen was mentioned, this girl became exceedingly easy to persuade. The next step was to address Ji Chen himself. However, Ji Chen might not be so easily convinced, given that he seemed rather indifferent to women, apart from Wan. It was clear she wouldn't be able to draw him out. Thus, she could only seek a breakthrough through those around him. At this thought, Lin Xingya's mind suddenly conjured a handsome, fair face. She recalled that Ji Chen seemed to be quite friendly with a boy named Yin Chuanen. However, acquiring Yin Chuanen's contact information wouldn't be too difficult. It would just require some time. Around 8 o'clock, Lin Xingya and Bai Lianwan waited at the plaza for a short while until Xia Zhongbing had finished his tasks, and the three of them returned home. At 11:30 at night, at Jiangbei University, in a dormitory, Ji Chen sat at his desk sketching fashion designs, keeping himself occupied to avoid dwelling on disordered thoughts. Yet, even while designing, the styles he created inadvertently leaned towards Bai Lianwan. Her visage frequently drifted into his mind. Fortunately, although the garments he designed were ideally suited for Bai Lianwan, they could also be worn by ordinary individuals, albeit lacking the same stunning effect when she donned them. It was not a matter of the clothing itself, but rather that she was indeed a natural at wearing them. Meanwhile, Yin Chuanen was waiting for Yi to respond to his message. Feeling somewhat bored, he noticed Ji Chen appeared to be immersed in his work, so he leaned over to take a look at what he was doing. Upon a mere glance, he was taken aback. Wow, old Ji, are you also adept in fashion design? It appears remarkably professional. Are you working part-time as a fashion designer? His train of thought interrupted. Ji Chen paused momentarily, glancing at Yin Chuanen, and replied, something like that. My factory has just taken over. Everything is still in the preliminary stages, so I haven't made it public. Once it matures, you will be the first to know. Old Ji, impressive. It's nothing much, just earning a little extra to improve my living standards. After exchanging a few words, Ji Chen sent Yin Chuanen away, instructing him not to interrupt further as he continued his work. The inspiration was flowing well today, and he aimed to design several more outfits while the creativity was ripe. However, just as Yin Chuanen reclined back onto his bed, he suddenly received a friend request. Upon observing the verification message from the sender, he was left in disbelief, utterly astonished. Dr. Lin had taken the initiative to add him in the middle of the night. No way. Could it be that Dr. Lin has taken a liking to me? Yet, he was already enamored with Yi, although he had yet to win her heart. His feelings for her were undeniably profound. With this thought in mind, he instinctively accepted the request. Other girls were inconsequential, but rejecting Dr. Lin was simply beyond his capacity. After confirming the friendship, Yin Chuanen stared at the chat box with Lin Xingya, his palms clammy with anxiety. Could it be that Dr. Lin is about to confess her feelings? If that were the case, how could he possibly refuse? After all, he was still pursuing Yi. It would be inappropriate to shift his affections elsewhere. Just as Yin Chuanen was caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, Lin Xingya finally sent a message. Upon reading its content, his fantasies shattered in an instant. Good evening, my friend. I want to beat around the bush. I need your help. Please invite Ji Chen to the entrance of Jiacheng Amusement Park at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not tell him it's me who invited him. Please, I beg you. You will be generously rewarded once this is accomplished. Yin Chuanen thought, so this is how it is, Dr. Lin is interested in pursuing Ji Chen and is using me as a mere tool. In the end, he had overthought the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Ji Chen, who was engrossed in his work, and finally steeled himself. Although it felt as though he had bitten into 100 lemons. This concerned the lifelong happiness of his good friend, so he was certainly going to assist. Moreover, old G was truly remarkable. He had managed to capture Dr. Lin's interest and was even being pursued. In the entire Jiang University, the difficulty of winning over Dr. Lin was second only to that of Professor Bai. Truly impressive. Chapter 87. Goodness. He even brought Professor Bai in as a tool. Ji Chun worked tirelessly until past midnight, designing more than 10 clothing sketches. He envisioned the Yun Duo brand as targeting young women aged 18 to 35, aiming for a youthful and fresh aesthetic. The design typically incorporates elements that have recently gained popularity, such as ethereal aesthetics, lace, chiffon, feathers, and embroidery. Furthermore, certain foundational styles are enhanced with trendy features like mermaid skirts and faux embellishments, adding a touch of individuality while retaining a sweet charm. Once the factory is fully operational, he contemplates a model that integrates both online and offline sales. The online aspect is relatively straightforward, manageable through the registration of a store. However, the offline component requires the establishment of physical stores, aiming for expansion and strength. As long as profitability is achieved, efforts should be made to gradually scale up. After putting away his sketches, Ji Chun stretched and prepared for bed. Yet, as he paused, he felt an inexplicable emptiness. With no classes today, the dormitory was occupied solely by him and Yun Chuanan. Curiously, despite being a quintessential wealthy heir, Yun Chuanan had spent the entirety of the National Day holiday at school. Ji Chun, while intrigued, refrained from prying, respecting his friend's privacy. Rising from his chair, he turned and caught sight of Yun Chuanan still lounging in bed, engrossed in his phone. "You're still awake?" Ji Chun exclaimed, surprised that it was already past midnight. To avoid disturbing Yun Chuanan's rest, he had been working under the light of a desk lamp. Upon hearing Ji Chun, the latter sat up, smiling. "Can't sleep. You finished your work, right?" "Yes. I'm about to sleep," Ji Chun replied, moving towards his bed. "Hey, wait. I still have something to discuss." Yun Chuanan hastily interjected. "What is it?" "A large amusement park has just opened in Jiangcheng, and tomorrow the admission fee is half price. Let's go unwind." Before Ji Chun could respond, the system notification chimed in his mind. Task triggered. Complete a team adventure game within the next 24 hours. Task reward. Shooting talent. Shooting talent. Possess an extraordinary ability in marksmanship. Shooting talent? That sounds rather promising. After all, skills are never superfluous. Moreover, completing this task doesn't seem arduous, as there are plenty of adventure games at amusement parks, and accompanying Yun Chuanan tomorrow would suffice. Given his recent melancholia, a little relaxation would be welcome, and acquiring a new skill would be an added bonus. With that thought, Ji Chun unhesitatingly replied to Yun Chuanan, "Sure. What time do we enter tomorrow?" Yun Chuanan, elated, responded, 10 o'clock. "We can leave at 9. "All right. Then let's hurry to sleep. Otherwise, you won't wake up on time tomorrow." "Don't worry. I'll definitely be up." After all, this was crucial for his best friend's lifelong happiness. Having accepted the task, Yun Chuanan promptly messaged Lin Xingya on WeChat before finally settling down to sleep. The following day, Ji Chun and Yun Chuanan rose early, tidied themselves up, and set out for their destination. In the enchanting Jiangcheng dreamland, the autumn season has gracefully arrived, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Coinciding with the National Day Golden Holiday and the park's half-price opening promotion, the venue is abuzz with exuberant crowds. This theme park, one of the largest of its kind in China, spans an impressive 1.25 million square meters. It is divided into 9 major thematic areas, including the Spanish Square, the Haunted House, and Adventure Mountain, complemented by the uniquely designed Maya Water Park, featuring over 100 amusement attractions. As the clock strikes 9, Lin Xingya and Bai Lianwan arrive at the entrance ticketing area, eagerly awaiting their turn to enter the park. Their striking youthful figures attract the attention of numerous passers-by, particularly Bai Lianwan, with her stunning beauty, graceful figure, and cool demeanor, naturally becomes the center of attention wherever she goes. Occasionally, a few bold and confident young men approach her, seeking her contact information, yet they are invariably met with her firm refusals. "Xingya, perhaps we should just go back," Bai Lianwan frowns, linking her arm with Lin Xingya. "There are simply too many people today. Several boys have already asked for my WeChat. Just imagine how many I'll have to deal with if we stay longer." Her inclination towards solitude is understandable. Being out with Lin Xingya feels akin to remaining single, as boys inevitably approach her for conversation. Her reserved nature makes such interactions quite burdensome. "Don't say that. We come all this way," Let us enjoy ourselves. Lin Qingya, fully aware of her friend's predicament, is quick to offer reassurance. Just then, she spots two familiar figures weaving through the crowd. Lianwan, look who's here, she exclaims, pointing excitedly towards Yun Chuanan and Ji Chun. Bai Lianwan follows Lin Qingya's gaze and immediately recognizes the striking figure in the crowd, her heart fluttering as she widens her beautiful eyes. It's Ji Chun. What is he doing here? At that moment, Yun Chuanan, who had been searching for Lin Qingya amidst the throng, finally catches sight of her and Bai Lianwan, momentarily taken aback. Well, Doctor. Lin is chasing Ji Chun and has even brought along Professor Bai as a decoy. However, he quickly regains his composure and nudges the somewhat distracted Ji Chun's arm. Feigning surprise. Old Ji, isn't that Dr. Lin and Professor Bai over there? Upon hearing Yun Chuanan's words, Ji Chun's heart skips a beat at the mention of Professor Bai. He turns his gaze in the direction indicated, instantly spotting the graceful figure, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Why is she here too? He muses to himself. Before long, Lin Qingya and Bai Lianwan approach through the crowd, closing the distance to Ji Chun and Yun Chuanan in just a few steps. What a coincidence. Ji Chun, Yun Chuanan, are you here to have fun as well? Lin Qingya greets them warmly. Indeed, what a coincidence. Why not join us for some fun? It would be lively and we would have company. Yun Chuan nodded in agreement. Sure, if you all are together, we will have company too. It's almost time for ticket check. There are many people. 1-1, let's go line up first. Yes. Otherwise, we'll be waiting in line for ages. Come on, Lao Ji. As Ji Chun and Bai Lianwan observed the two exuberantly greeting each other, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. When did these two become so familiar? Despite their confusion and surprise, they followed the crowd and began to queue for entry. Ji Chun initially contemplated returning home, but upon reflection, he realized there was no need to avoid Bai Lianwan, especially since his task remained unfinished, and he could not return empty-handed. Furthermore, whether in class or at the martial arts club, they would inevitably cross paths, so maintaining some distance during their interactions would suffice. He simply did not anticipate encountering this young lady while seeking a brief respite.